Hey there, awesome viewers. Welcome back to Manhwa Empire Recap. Before we dive into today's recap, we want to hear from you. Drop your favorite genre of manhwa or manga in the comments below, and let us know where you're watching from. Your feedback helps us bring you the content you love. Now, let's jump into today's recap and explore the incredible stories we have for you.
On a rainy night in the neighborhood, two individuals strolled aimlessly, echoing softly on the wet pavement, and the raindrops falling gently from the darkened sky. As the rain persisted, they found themselves lost in contemplation, wondering whether they should proceed with their intended actions. Their uncertainty growing as the raindrops danced around them, creating a contemplative atmosphere. The wet cat in the neighborhood, hungry and looking for food, suddenly perked up and listened closely, as it heard something unusual. When the cat looked, it saw a man who was also soaked from the rain, sitting on the opposite side, facing the wall and seemed to be occupied. Terrifyingly, the man appeared far from ordinary. He was devouring a rat and was barefoot, a sight that sent shivers down the cat's spine. As the man caught sight of the cat while munching on the rat, he turned his gaze towards the cat, causing the cat to quiver in fear at the unsettling and eerie expression on the man's face. While cruising through the neighborhood in their car, they engaged in a conversation about how all of their favorite radio stations and broadcasters appeared to be preoccupied, leaving them searching for a suitable soundtrack for their rainy night drive. As they continued to navigate the streets, they shared their thoughts about the area feeling a bit claustrophobic, with its numerous tight corners and an abundance of narrow, winding alleys that seemed to create a maze-like atmosphere, making them feel a tad confined in the neighborhood. While Jianwoo was explaining to Minji how seizing the opportunity to become a broadcaster could greatly benefit him and Jae-hoon, he suddenly noticed that Minji was discreetly recording their conversation. He hastily requested her to stop, expressing his discomfort at the prospect of hearing his own words played back to him in the future. Minji flashed a warm smile and persisted in recording Jianwoo, playfully remarking that, unlike his usual recordings of cold news, she much preferred capturing moments with him because of the personal and heartwarming touch he brought to the recordings. Minji found Jianwoo's earlier declaration of wanting to relocate quite amusing, especially considering that they had only recently moved to the neighborhood a mere 2 weeks ago, and now he was already contemplating another move. Out of the blue, while they were driving, a cat leaped onto the car's roof, producing an unexpected clamor that startled them both. The cat's abrupt appearance forced them to swerve suddenly, given the potential danger of the situation, especially with the rainy conditions further complicating matters. To their sheer astonishment, while they were driving, a man suddenly materialized right in front of their car, perilously close to a collision, and due to the lack of ideal timing, they found themselves unable to bring the car to a halt in time. Mi-jin, overwhelmed by panic, turned to Jianwoo, urgently seeking guidance on how to handle the unexpected collision with a person. To their amazement, the man appeared to be making an effort to rise, suggesting that he was likely still alive, a revelation that filled them with a mix of relief and concern for his well-being. Both of them exited the car and cautiously approached the man. In a state of frantic worry, Mi-jin asked the man if he was all right, but Jianwoo promptly advised her to lower her voice, keen on not causing any unnecessary commotion. They extended a helping hand to the man and attempted to lift and support him, their concern driving them to provide aid to the injured individual. As they lent a hand to help the man back on his feet, Jianwoo's eyes caught a curious sight. Something had fallen from the man's grasp. Much to their surprise, what lay on the ground was not a conventional item, but a rat. Minji, not paying much attention to the rat, simply urged Jianwoo to move ahead. But, in a startling turn of events, the man abruptly grabbed her hands and bit her with a terrifying intensity, causing her to let out a piercing scream, racked with both pain and panic. In his state of panic, Jianwoo unintentionally settled on the ground, and as his gaze fell upon the rat lying there, he couldn't help but notice that it had met its demise as its flesh was eaten without mercy. Witnessing the chilling scene before him, Jianwoo couldn't contain his trembling, overwhelmed by fear and shock. Summoning every ounce of his courage, Jianwoo seized a piece of steel, determined to protect himself and Minji. As Minji cried out for help, her pleas ringing through the night, Jianwoo braced himself for the impending confrontation with the terrifying man who had attacked them. With unwavering resolve, Jianwu didn't hesitate for a moment. He wielded the steel object in his hands to intervene and prevent the man from inflicting further harm on Minji, who was in dire need of rescue. Filled with a surge of anger and frustration, Jianwu unleashed a series of forceful strikes, using the steel object to repel the man, determined to protect Minji and put an end to the menacing situation. Recognizing the pressing need to defuse the intense situation and prevent any further harm, Minji swiftly implored Jianwu to gather his composure and halt his striking of the man. Minji, intervening to prevent further harm, reassured Jianwu that the man had ceased his movements, signaling a potential end to the immediate threat. Jianwu glanced at the steel implement he had used for striking and noticed it was smeared with blood, leading him to the stark realization that he might have gone far too overboard in his response to the situation. They fixed their gazes upon the man, who remained motionless on the ground, giving the appearance of lifelessness, and contemplated the grim scene before them. Jianwu, assessing the situation, suggested that they should temporarily conceal the man's body in the trunk of their car. This proposition left Minji speechless, grappling with the weight of the decision and uncertain about how to proceed. Having concealed the man's body in the car trunk, they swiftly made preparations to leave the scene, recognizing the need to distance themselves from the unsettling circumstances. As they departed from the location, they rushed to the nearest convenience store, eager to acquire supplies that could help tend to Minji's injuries. Jianwu, concealing himself beneath a hoodie, exited the car and briskly made his way to the convenience store, taking care to remain discreet as he sought the necessary supplies. Before entering the store, Jianwu retrieved a cigarette, attempting to calm his trembling and wet form as he lit it, a nervous habit taking hold in response to the intense emotions of the recent events. As he entered the store, the television mounted on the wall immediately captured his attention as it displayed a news broadcast, adding another layer of intrigue to an already eventful night. The friendly store attendant greeted Jianwu with a warm welcome as he stepped inside, the jarring contrast between the ordinary, welcoming atmosphere and the unfolding news on the television screen serving as a stark reminder of the surreal and unsettling nature of the night's events. Jianwu hurried over to the counter and promptly handed the store attendant the money, urgently requesting antiseptic and bandages. The observant storekeeper, noting Jianwu's disheveled appearance, commented that he seemed to have rushed there, and kindly offered him an umbrella, which Jianwu politely declined, keen to prioritize Minji's well-being in the immediate moment. As Jianwu waited for the supplies, he couldn't help but overhear the news report detailing an illegal dog fighting competition that had taken place. The unsettling twist was that due to an unknown virus, the fighting dogs had gone berserk, launching frenzied attacks on the horrified spectators. As the news report continued, Jianwu found himself increasingly captivated by the unfolding story. The news report mentioned that people bitten by the infected dogs, despite getting treatment in time, had unfortunately passed away. Jianwu and the cashier man both directed their attention to the news report, which revealed that the virus found in the victim's blood had originated from the infected dogs, leaving them pondering the eerie connection between these unsettling events. The news report continued, shedding light on the fact that the victims, having been confirmed to be infected by the virus from the dogs, were now placed under quarantine in the hospital. Moreover, the research findings indicated that the virus ability is very strong. The reporter further elaborated that even hospital staff members had fallen victim to the virus. In their efforts to understand the situation, they examined CCTV footage, only to discover a truly bizarre phenomenon that left everyone in state of shock. In their quest to unravel the cause of death for the affected individuals, the medical professionals decided to proceed with conducting autopsies, hoping to gain insights that would shed light on the mysterious and deadly virus's nature. The doctors were completely caught off guard when, to their immense surprise, the individual they had initially pronounced dead suddenly came back to life. Upon reviewing the CCTV footage, it became evident that the previously deceased victim had not only regained consciousness, but had also attempted to harm one of the doctors, biting him on the hand. The reporter went on to explain that, due to the victim's continued movement, the medical team decided to conduct another examination, and, to their immense surprise, they discovered that the individual's heart had indeed stopped beating once more. The cashier man, becoming increasingly concerned as he listened to the news, was eager to understand the unfolding events. The reporter, in a cautionary tone, urged people to exercise caution, as the bizarre situation suggested that the man displayed aggressive and ominous behavior. Jianwoo, who was already taken aback by the startling developments, also found himself captivated by the information regarding the peculiar virus. In a moment of sudden realization, Jianwoo recollected the traumatic incident when the man had bitten Minji's hands, noting the man's aggressive behavior, and began to draw unsettling connections between that encounter and the alarming information he was now hearing about the aggressive virus. While the cashier remained engrossed in watching the TV, Jianwoo's phone suddenly rang, and much to the cashier's surprise, Jianwoo hastily rushed out without even acknowledging the call. In his rush to depart, Jianwoo unintentionally left behind his change at the counter, which prompted the cashier to call out after him. However, Jianwoo appeared engrossed by his phone, where he had spotted a missed call from Jae-hoon, leading him to wonder about the timing and purpose of the call. Without wasting any time, Jianwoo promptly returned Jae-hoon's call, inquiring if he had been aware of the ongoing news and inquiring about Jae-hoon's current location. As Jae-hoon smoked, he explained to Jianwoo that he had been on a mission to earn some money and said that Jianwoo had been so occupied that he couldn't even answer his friend's call. He emphasized that they had almost missed a significant opportunity in the process. In the midst of the unfolding situation at the scene where the victims were, Jae-hoon urgently needed Jianwoo's assistance with his camera, which was the reason behind his calls. He swiftly instructed Jianwoo to come over and bring his camera without any delay. Jae-hoon emphasized to Jianwoo that there was no necessity to verify the accuracy of the news, as the presence of multiple reporters in the area following the broadcast of the CCTV footage was a clear indication that the situation was indeed unfolding as reported. Jianwoo found himself in an awkward predicament, unsure of how to respond, and he managed a hesitant smile as Jae-hoon continued to press him to hurry over to the scene. As Jianwoo assured Jae-hoon that he would make his way to the scene, Minji couldn't help but ponder what their conversation had been about over the phone. With determination, Jianwoo headed back to the car, informing Minji that he would return shortly, explaining his need to conduct an interrogation. This left Minji in a state of uncertainty, unsure of how to react. Relieved to find his camcorder in the car, Jianwoo knew it was an essential tool for the upcoming task. But Minji, overwhelmed with frustration, couldn't hold back her emotions, raising her voice to express her displeasure at Jianwoo's apparent decision to leave the scene, especially given the recent accident. Minji, gripped by frustration, voiced her discontent with the situation, while Jianwoo stood attentively, listening to her expressions of frustration and trying to understand her point of view. After Minji had finished expressing her frustration, both of them were taken aback and left momentarily speechless. With a serious tone, Jianwoo shared the news he had heard and confided in Minji, suggesting that the person they had accidentally hit might not have been human at all. As Jianwoo held Minji's hands, he recalled the unsettling information from the news, which had mentioned that the individuals affected by the virus had gone insane. With Minji having also been bitten, Jianwoo couldn't help but entertain the distressing thought that she might be getting to the same fate as the individuals they had seen on the news. Left utterly speechless, Jianwoo found himself lost in thought, contemplating the unsettling possibility that Minji might be affected by the same mysterious virus. Overwhelmed with concern and care, Jianwoo held tightly onto Minji's hands. Tears began to well up in Jianwoo's eyes as the emotional weight of the situation and his concern for Minji continued to intensify. Seeing Jianwoo cry, Minji was moved, and tears welled up in her eyes as well. Jianwoo, taking into account the events of the night and Minji's well-being, made the decision to send her home. Jianwoo, concerned for Minji's comfort, offered to assist with applying the antiseptic, but Minji, despite the pain and her injuries, politely declined, expressing her ability and willingness to tend to herself. Feeling a sense of responsibility, Jianwoo offered an apology to Minji for having left abruptly earlier, expressing his remorse for not being more considerate of her feelings in the midst of the bewildering events. With a sense of urgency in his steps, Jianwoo assured Minji that he would provide a full explanation upon his return and encouraged her to go to sleep, emphasizing that it was best not to stay up late waiting for him. Minji watched as Jianwoo departed, her wounds continuing to ache, the night's unsettling events and her concern for his safety weighing heavily on her mind as she was left in solitude. Alone and with her wounds still causing discomfort, Minji's thoughts circled back to the unsettling statement Jianwoo had made earlier. His words, suggesting that the person they had struck might have undergone a transformation beyond human. Minji couldn't help but wonder about the specific news report that had prompted Jianwoo to utter such an unsettling notion. Upon his arrival at the scene, the taxi driver informed him that he couldn't proceed any further due to the crowd and advised him to settle the fare at that point. Jianwoo gazed at the unfolding scene and began making preparations to exit the taxi, determined to investigate and unravel the mysteries that awaited him amidst the gathering crowd. Jianwoo, intrigued by the bustling crowd and eager to understand the situation, reached out to Jae-hoon, calling him to inquire about the large gathering and the nature of the unfolding events. As he waited for Jae-hoon to answer, he turned his head as someone called out his name. Jianwoo, spotting Jae-hoon in the crowd, waved his hand to get his attention. Jae-hoon, looking a bit cold and weary, informed Jianwoo that he had been waiting in the chill for quite some time. Jae-hoon, venting his frustrations to Jianwoo, expressed his annoyance at the delay and the fact that, even if they had been punctual for once, the massive crowd would have still prevented them from gaining access. Furthermore, Jae-hoon, observing Jianwoo's drenched appearance, was taken aback when Jianwoo suddenly seized him and conveyed the urgency of the situation, explaining that they needed to gain access to the hospital in order to acquire more precise and reliable information regarding the perplexing events. Jae-hoon, caught off guard by Jianwoo's sudden and determined response, had a realization. He noticed that Jianwoo remained drenched despite taking a taxi, which raised questions and concerns about the events of the night. Jianwoo's mounting fear and discomfort were evident, and Jae-hoon scolded him for not having a specialized camera, stressing its importance for covering the news accurately. Jae-hoon, observing Jianwoo's uncharacteristic restlessness and fidgeting, began to doubt that nothing significant had occurred, given Jianwoo's typically calm demeanor. His curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but wonder. Jae-hoon, acknowledging the unusual circumstances, advised Jianwoo to begin recording the surroundings. He explained that, despite the hospital having made the CCTV footage public, they were not permitting anyone to enter or exit. Outside the hospital, a gathering of reporters and curious onlookers had amassed, all vying for a scoop of the unfolding news and eager to discover the truth behind the enigmatic events. As everyone remained in suspense, the reporters and media personnel were actively exploring the vicinity of the hospital. Jae-hoon, realizing the importance of gathering information, decided that they, too, should take a proactive approach and investigate further. Jae-hoon pointed out a specific block where the CCTV footage had been recorded, noting the presence of a metal gate that had been erected to cordon it off from the public. Jianwoo continued to record the surroundings, capturing the scene as Jae-hoon provided essential details. He explained that all the victims connected to the dog-fighting event, who were awaiting examination, had been quarantined in Block B. Jae-hoon suggested that if the situation permitted, they should prioritize gathering information from that specific block. While he was recording, someone or something captured his attention, diverting his focus from the camera and prompting him to take notice. Amid the commotion and recording, a woman's distraught cries and fervent protests drew Jianwoo's attention. The woman was insistent that her husband, the man seen in the CCTV footage, was still alive, and she refused to accept his reported death, as she had witnessed him moving. The presence of a mother and child at the scene had attracted the attention of numerous reporters, who were fervently recording and interrogating the two. The child, overwhelmed by emotion, was crying and expressing her deep longing for her father. Jae-hoon and Jianwoo observed the emotional and heart-wrenching scenes unfolding among the families of the victims. The child's tears and fervent statement that her father was still alive struck a chord with Jianwoo, evoking a sense of empathy and emotion in him. The heartfelt plea and the distress of the child added to the complex and emotional nature of the situation they were witnessing. Jae-hoon firmly grabbed his arm, reproaching him for not staying focused and following their plan. In response, Jianwoo, with a voice tinged with uncertainty, inquired if they were absolutely certain about the victim's death, as doubt and a sense of empathy had taken hold of him. As Jianwoo continued to express his doubts and concern about the victim's status, Jae-hoon's frustration reached a breaking point. He sternly accused Jianwoo of behaving erratically, given the overwhelming evidence of the victim's apparent demise. Jae-hoon told him what other explanation could there possibly be if the victim isn't dead. Suddenly, a car swiftly entered the hospital premises, catching the attention of everyone in the vicinity, and prompting a sense of intrigue and curiosity as to who or what might be arriving in such a hurry. Jianwoo found himself surprised when he noticed a police car arriving at the hospital, introducing a new layer of authority and law enforcement into the ongoing mystery. The arrival of the police car caused a commotion among the reporters, who scrambled to record and document the unfolding events, creating a chaotic and frenzied atmosphere as they jostled for the best vantage points to capture the developments. Jianwoo wasted no time and swiftly made his way into the hospital, driven by a sense of urgency, as Jae-hoon urged him to head directly to Block B, recognizing the importance of investigating that specific area. Rushing up the stairs, Jianwoo's thoughts raced, and he couldn't help but hope that the victim might not be truly deceased but rather infected with some unknown condition. As the police assembled, the reporters continued to document the unfolding scene, capturing the law enforcement's preparations and maintaining their relentless pursuit of the story. As Jianwoo arrived and observed the situation, he, too, was taken aback by the sight that unfolded before him, his surprise adding to the growing sense of anticipation and intrigue in the air. Jae-hoon approached Jianwoo, inquiring about the timing of his arrival, seeking to understand when Jianwoo had joined him in the midst of the perplexing situation. Suddenly, Jianwoo's strength waned, and he knelt down on the ground, his physical and emotional exhaustion taking a toll on him. Concerned for his friend, Jae-hoon rushed to his side and inquired about his well-being, wanting to understand what was happening to Jianwoo. Struggling to regain his composure, Jianwoo reached for the camcorder, realizing the need to document the unfolding events. He pondered that he should have moved more swiftly to navigate the complex and rapidly evolving situation. As Jae-hoon surveyed the scene before him, he was surprised and shock deepened. Inside the hospital, people were exhibiting bizarre and alarming behavior, as they appeared to be biting and attempting to consume others. The infected individuals inside the hospital were displaying highly aggressive and erratic behavior, seemingly intent on causing harm and biting others. It appeared that a sense of madness had consumed them. Outside the hospital, the police force was actively engaged in efforts to prevent the infected individuals from escaping and causing further chaos. The police officers were multitasking, not only attempting to restrain the infected, but also providing assistance to the injured victims. As he observed the unfolding chaos and the presence of the gun, Jianwoo's mind raced back to the moment when Minji had been bitten. Overwhelmed by the horrifying reality before him, he was struck with terror. Back in the apartment, Minji was glued to the news on her television, where she saw the unfolding chaos and the dire events taking place outside the hospital. As Minji tended to her wounds, she watched the news coverage in a state of terror, likely feeling a mix of fear, anxiety, and confusion as she witnessed the alarming and inexplicable events occurring outside the hospital. Minji was deeply shocked and terrified as she witnessed the police resorting to lethal force against the infected individuals. Her trembling and emotional distress mirrored the intense horror and chaos playing out on the news, making the situation all the more unsettling for her. Among the reporters and police at the scene, shock and surprise rippled through the crowd as one of their own. A fellow police officer brandished a firearm. Overwhelmed by the terrifying scene unfolding before him, the police officer pointed his gun at the man who was under attack by the infected individuals. Suddenly, the man near the door ceased to move, leading the police to conclude that he had likely succumbed to the chaos and perished, adding a grim layer to the unfolding tragedy. The rookie police officer, overwhelmed and terrified by the unfolding chaos, was given orders by a more experienced colleague to come and assist in blocking the door, as the infected individuals were nearing an escape, intensifying the urgency of the situation. In a startling turn of events, the man who had initially sought help had now transformed into an infected individual. Jianwoo was taken by surprise, and his heart raced in response to this sudden and alarming transformation. Much to the astonishment of the police officers, the transformed man began to charge at them, attempting to bite and attack them. In response to the increasingly dire situation, some police officers instructed their colleagues to bring out an armored van. The objective was to use it to seal off the area, as they recognized that there wasn't enough manpower to effectively defend the perimeter from the growing threat posed by the infected individuals. Terrified by the unfolding chaos and the threat posed by the infected individuals, the reporters began to flee the scene, seeking safety and distance from the escalating danger. Amid the chaos and the reporters fleeing, Jae-hoon urged Jianwoo to continue recording the situation. Recognizing the importance of capturing the events as they unfolded, Jae-hoon emphasized the need to document the crisis, even in the face of danger and panic. Jianwoo found it difficult to believe that Jae-hoon was still prioritizing recording the events despite the dire and perilous circumstances. As the situation escalated, the infected individuals began to attack and bite the police officers, intensifying the chaos and danger. The police officers' screams of agony pierced the air as the infected individuals sunk their teeth into him, causing excruciating pain. Jae-hoon remained persistent and tried to convince Jianwoo to keep recording, even as the other reporters fled the scene. He emphasized the potential opportunity to capture a significant and groundbreaking story, potentially elevating their status to fame in the world of journalism. Filled with anger and frustration, Jianwoo expressed his displeasure and told Jae-hoon to release his grip on him. In his frustration, Jianwoo resorted to slapping Jae-hoon to make him release his grip and relent. Then Jae-hoon, lying on the ground and seething with anger. In the midst of the intensifying crisis and growing danger, Jianwoo made the decision to also flee the scene, acknowledging the imperative of prioritizing his own safety and survival amid the chaos. Jae-hoon, filled with anger and frustration, shouted at Jianwoo, expressing his firm determination to prevent his friend from ever picking up a camera in the city again and declaring that he was finished in the news industry. As Jianwoo looked back while running, he witnessed the infected individuals successfully breaking through the police defense at the door, spilling out into the area. Jae-hoon, witnessing the chaotic and terrifying scene as the infected individuals overran the area, was undoubtedly filled with fear and anxiety. The hospital, once a place of solace and healing, had now devolved into a perilous and unpredictable environment. What was initially a brief pause in the chaos had given way to an even more dangerous and harrowing scenario. As Jianwoo exited the hospital, he paused for a moment, overcome with frustration and helplessness. He vented his emotions by punching the nearby wall, questioning why such a nightmarish situation had to unfold in his life. Jianwoo, after releasing his frustration, paused for a while to catch his breath. Upon arriving back at their apartment, Jianwoo made an effort to calm himself. In an attempt to regain his composure, Jianwoo gently patted his chest with his fist. The physical gesture was a way for him to calm his racing heart and steady his emotions after the harrowing events he had witnessed and experienced. As he approached the door, Jianwoo contemplated the need to remain composed, recognizing that he couldn't afford to alarm or distress Minji with the details of what had transpired. Hurriedly, Jianwoo entered the apartment and pressed the PIN code to unlock the door, hoping that Minji hadn't watched the news and wasn't aware of the distressing events that had unfolded. As he prepared to open the door, the persistent barking of their dog provided a sense of relief. Jianwoo considered that if Minji had turned into an infected individual, the dog would be dead. With cautious anticipation, Jianwoo slowly opened the door and cautiously peeked inside. As he entered, Minji greeted him, and her surprise at his return was evident. Minji's surprise at seeing Jianwoo was palpable. He explained that he had thought she had already gone to bed, especially considering the persistent barking of their dog. Minji shared her perspective, suggesting that their dog, Sebei, had been frightened by something. Furthermore, Minji explained that she had been unable to sleep due to Sebei's continuous barking. She pointed out that since Jianwoo was out working, it was challenging for her to find rest in such a noisy and unsettling environment. Jianwoo contemplated whether Minji had seen the news, and he decided to provide a brief, reassuring response. Minji, displaying her affection, held Jianhua's hand and encouraged him to come inside quickly. She informed him that she had prepared dinner. Jianhua was pleasantly surprised and found himself wondering about the dinner that Minji had mentioned. Minji offered a warm smile as she shared the details of the dinner she had prepared. However, she was equally surprised when Jianhua informed her that it was already 2 in the morning and they had actually gone out for dinner hours ago. Minji chuckled at the mix-up in timing and admitted her mistake. She then clarified that what she had prepared was a hangover soup. Minji offered an awkward but endearing smile and playfully scolded herself for her mistake. She then explained that she had prepared hangover soup, considering that Jianhua had been drinking. As Minji teared up, Jianhua, concerned and perceptive, asked her whether she had watched the news. Minji, her emotions running high, asked Jianhua a haunting question: if she was going to be like the infected people they had seen in the news. With her emotions laid bare, Minji expressed her fear to Jianhua that he might abandon her in the face of the unexpected and unsettling situation. Tears welled up in Minji's eyes as she recounted waiting for Jianhua all night and fearing that he had abandoned her. Minji shifted her gaze toward Jianhua as he shared a surprising revelation. He told her that the one who had bitten her wasn't an infected person. Jianhua continued to explain to Minji, sharing that the person he had hit was still a human, not one of the infected individuals they had seen in the news. This revelation took Minji by surprise. Seeking reassurance, Minji asked Jianhua if he was absolutely certain about the truth of his statement. Jianhua affirmed that it was indeed the case, emphasizing the accuracy of the information he was sharing with her. Overwhelmed by the relief and excitement that the person Jianhua had hit was not an infected individual, Minji embraced him with a hug. However, Jianhua couldn't contain his tears as he realized that all he had said was a lie. Minji, with a mixture of emotions, suggested that they should eat. Then, Jianhua proceeded to remove his jacket. Minji, with a warm and caring gesture, prepared a generous amount of food for Jianhua. As they shared a meal, Jianhua and Minji enjoyed their time together. Minji playfully asked Jianhua if he thought she was a pretty good cook, showing a bit of self-assurance in her culinary skills. Minji couldn't help but smile when she heard Jianhua's words. His appreciation for the meal she had prepared warmed her heart, and the simple act of seeing his tired eyes light up at the sight of the rice she made brought a sense of joy and fulfillment to their shared moment. Minji extended a plate with the remaining food to Jianhua, urging him to eat more because she knew he had faced a challenging and exhausting day. With a touch of humor, Minji playfully remarked that she couldn't quite get used to seeing Jianhua so serious, encouraging him to lighten up. Jianhua, appreciating her support, smiled and expressed his gratitude for her comforting words. As they went to bed, Jianhua heard the sound of someone sniffing. Startled by the sniffing sound, Jianhua woke up and called out to Minji. Then, Jianhua got up of bed and asked Minji if she was crying. He reached out to comfort Minji, sensing that something was wrong. However, he was taken aback when Minji confronted him, asking why he had lied to her about the nature of the person they had hit earlier. He felt a mix of fear and surprise as Minji pointed out that an honest person would have shared the truth with her, and that he should have at least warned her so they could face the situation together. In an unexpected turn of events, when Minji turned towards him, Jianhua was shocked to see her appearance change, almost resembling that of an infected person, with anger directed at him. The situation took a surreal and frightening turn, leaving Jianhua in a state of bewilderment and apprehension. He, witnessing Minji's eyes bleeding and she shouting at him, found himself overwhelmed by fear and astonishment. In a moment of relief, Jianhua realized that it was all just a dream. He awoke with a racing heart, catching his breath as he came to terms with the vivid and unsettling dream he had experienced. He, still shaken from the dream, instinctively checked on Minji to ensure that she hadn't undergone any changes, despite the fact that he knew it was only a dream. Relieved, Jianhua found Minji soundly asleep and unchanged. The sense of reassurance washed over him, and he knew that it had all been a vivid nightmare. Unable to fall back asleep and haunted by the vivid nightmares, Jianhua sat on the edge of the bed, contemplating his restless night. He needed a moment to regain his composure and ease the lingering unease. Jianhua's curiosity piqued, and he decided to check Jae-hoon's missed call and messages. He wondered if there was something important or urgent that Jae-hoon needed to discuss. He, unable to sleep, stood up and walked over to the window. He lit a cigarette, the soft glow of the tip illuminating his thoughts. As he gazed out into the night, he had a sudden realization. He glanced out of the window at his car parked outside. It suddenly struck him that the man they had accidentally hit was still in the trunk of his car. He couldn't ignore it any longer. He felt uneasy and decided to check the car to check on the person. Upon opening the trunk, Ji-woo found that the infected person was still there, and a sense of relief washed over him. As he gazed closer at the infected person in the trunk, he was surprised to find that it was still alive and emitting faint sounds. This unexpected discovery startled Ji-woo, prompting him to quickly close the trunk. Realizing the possible connection between the infected person in his trunk and Minji's earlier injury, Ji-woo's heart sank, and he began to fear that Minji might indeed be infected. Sitting on the ground, overwhelmed with anxiety and uncertainty, Ji-woo grappled with a difficult decision. He pondered whether he should tell Minji the truth about the infected person in the trunk, or if he should keep it to himself to protect her from the harsh reality. The memory of Minji's joy when she hugged him, believing that she was not infected, weighed heavily on Ji-woo's mind. It added to the emotional turmoil he was experiencing, making his decision even more challenging. Ji-woo's mind was filled with worry and fear about Minji's condition. He grappled with the decision of whether to share the truth with her or keep it hidden, hoping that she might recover. Furthermore, Ji-woo was filled with doubt and fear. He wondered if they should seek help from others or if it would be safer to keep Minji's condition a secret. The images of the police attacking the infected replayed in Ji-woo's mind, and he couldn't shake off the worry that Minji might face a similar situation. The fear for her safety was a heavy burden on his shoulders, and he was torn between the desire to protect her and the fear of revealing the truth. He then thought that, in order to move, he need more information about the infected. As he opens his phone, Jae-hoon texted him saying to send him his recorded video in the hospital. He decided to call Jae-hoon to discuss the situation and possibly share the recorded video from the hospital with him. He called Jae-hoon and informed him that he had already sent the video. He also asked Jae-hoon if he had any new information about the infected victims. Minji woke up to the sound of their dog barking persistently. She was probably wondering why their dog was so agitated. Moreover, Minji got up and noticed that Ji-woo was not in bed. She asked him if he had been out, and he confirmed that he had. As Minji got up, she asked Ji-woo where he had gone. He apologized for waking her up and explained that he had just gone out to get some fresh air. She, concerned for Ji-woo, came closer to him and acknowledged that it must have been a heavy burden for him. She suggested that he should rest since he had work the next day. Ji-woo informed Minji that he had decided to take a few days off, mentioning that the interview he conducted yesterday had been quite intense, and he felt the need for a break. Minji responded positively, saying it was a good idea for him to take some time off. Ji-woo moved to the living room to retrieve his laptop. He mentioned that he needed to send an email to Jae-hoon and would head to bed once he was done. Minji watched Ji-woo as he worked on his laptop, concerned about his well-being. She contemplated whether she should prepare something for him to eat or help in any way. The sound of a police siren suddenly filled the air, surprising both Minji and Ji-woo. They exchanged a quick glance, curious about what might be happening. He quickly got up, and their dog continued to bark, overwhelmed by the commotion outside. He rushed to the window to see what was going on, his heart pounding with curiosity and concern. The noises outside their apartment grew louder and more chaotic. A bunch of police cars can be seen outside their neighborhood and cause a lot of commotion in the neighborhood. The entire neighborhood seemed to be on edge as people flooded out of their homes to see what was happening. Concerned and curious, they gathered in small groups, exchanging worried whispers and speculating about the reason for the sudden police presence. As Ji-woo and Minji stepped outside to investigate the commotion, Minji pointed towards something that caught their attention. They both turned their gaze in that direction. The apartment complex was now filled with police officers who were preventing anyone from entering the premises. A growing crowd had gathered outside, the residents anxiously waiting and speculating about the sudden police presence. Minji and Jianwoo approached the scene, joining the other residents who were trying to get a glimpse of what was happening. He engaged in conversation with a fellow resident and learned that the police had instructed the residents living on the top floor, like the man he was speaking to wait outside. As someone exited the apartment complex, Jianwoo's attention was drawn to them. He was becoming more curious about what was happening. He noticed the police bringing out a person covered in a blanket and carrying them on their back. This sight left him wondering about the situation and who the person was. The police swiftly placed the person in the car, and the gathered crowd began to speculate if the individual might be infected. The police were making efforts to prevent the onlookers from crowding around them. The crowd was buzzing with gossip and confusion. Some people were unaware of the infected situation and were surprised to hear about gunshots in South Korea, as they were discussing what might have happened, and others were referencing news reports about the situation. The person in the police car appeared lifeless, lying helplessly as they were being transported. The onlookers continued to watch with concern and curiosity. It seemed that the person the police placed inside the car bore a resemblance to an infected individual, adding to the growing unease and speculation among the onlookers. Minji's unease was understandable given the situation unfolding before them. She asked Jianwoo to go back home as it was becoming overwhelming for her. As Jianwoo was recording the scene, he approached the police and inquired if the person they had taken was an infected individual. The police noticed his presence and reacted. The police inquired whether he needed to use a camera and questioned whether he was a journalist. Jianwoo responded, confirming that he was indeed a journalist from CVN. The police seemed hesitant to admit that the person was infected since there were many people around. He explained that they had received a call from a civilian who claimed the individual was severely infected and had attempted to attack them. Therefore, they had no choice but to use their guns. The police then informed Jianwoo that there might be other infected individuals nearby. They emphasized that a journalist's observations are often keener than those of the general public, so if he noticed anything unusual, he should inform them. He agreed and discreetly placed Minji's hand in his pocket as they continued to observe the situation. The police instructed the crowd to disperse and return to their homes, specifically asking the residents of the apartment complex to go inside and keep themselves informed by watching the news. As Minji and Jianwoo prepared to leave, Jianwoo couldn't help but wonder why there was an infected person in their neighborhood, especially when it seemed like most of them were quarantined in the hospital. As Jianwoo was lost in thought, he inadvertently gripped Minji's hand tightly, causing her discomfort. When she pointed it out, he quickly apologized for his unintentional action. Concerned for her hand, Minji held it and suggested to Jianwoo that they should head back home. He quickly agreed and they headed back home, all the while pondering the unusual situation in their neighborhood. As they walked back home, Jianwoo couldn't help but ponder how many infected individuals might be hiding among them, unnoticed by the public eye. In their neighborhood, Jianwoo hesitated for a moment and asked Minji if she would mind heading home first. He felt a need to stay and gather more information about the unfolding events in their area. The police inside the room with the infected person family asked them not to be alarmed and assured them that paramedics would be arriving soon. They also mentioned that they would like to ask some questions. The room had a grim and terrifying atmosphere, with bloodstains and disturbing images captured in photographs, adding to the sense of horror and unease. The police officer continued the interrogation, trying to gather more information. He asked the woman if she was aware that her husband was infected. She said no and told them that she only knew that her husband had gone to the dog fighting competition the previous day. The woman continued to cry as the police questioned her. She was asked if she had noticed any unusual behavior from her husband recently, and she replied with a tearful no. Tears streamed down the woman's face as she revealed to the police that her husband had attempted to harm their child. She never imagined that they would resort to shooting him, and the weight of her husband's death and infection weighed heavily on her. He discreetly recorded the ongoing interrogation, making sure to capture all the details and the woman's emotional state. He continued to record as the police explained to the woman that her husband was already in an advanced stage of infection, emphasizing the potential danger he posed. The situation seemed to be escalating, and Jianwoo wanted to capture every detail for his report, all while struggling with the emotional weight of what was happening. The woman cried in fear and told the police that after watching the news, she thought that they would treat her husband, but to her surprise, the police killed her husband, and she regretted it immediately as she didn't know the consequences of calling the police and reporting his husband. The woman's sobbing continued as the police tried to explain their actions to her. Jianwoo recorded this exchange, knowing that it could be a valuable piece of the puzzle. The tension in the room was palpable, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. As Jianwoo continued recording, he suddenly noticed something alarming in the footage. The woman's legs appeared to be injured, and upon closer examination, it seemed like she might have been bitten. Jianwoo's eyes widened in shock as he continued to scrutinize the footage. The bite mark on the woman's leg looked ominous, and he couldn't help but entertain the distressing thought that she might have been infected as well. Suddenly, both the police and the woman inside the room noticed Jianwoo standing on the stairs, discreetly recording the scene. The atmosphere in the room tensed up as they turned their attention to him, and he found himself at the center of their focus. He, taken aback by the police's reaction, also noticed the woman's terrified and trembling state as she looked at him with fear in her eyes. The police, with a stern expression, forced Jianwoo to leave the room. Jianwoo complied and told them that he would leave. The police took Jianwoo's camera and were attempting to access and delete any recorded evidence on it. They were clearly concerned about the potential evidence that Jianwoo might have captured. But the police did not believe Jianwoo's claim and demanded that he show them how to delete the footage on the camera. They seemed determined to remove any potential evidence that Jianwoo might have recorded. He was faced with a difficult decision. He pondered whether he should inform the police that the woman he had just encountered might also be infected. Moreover, he was surprised to see Minji stepping in to defend him. He asked her why she hadn't gone back home and was concerned about her safety in this potentially dangerous situation. Jianwoo, trying to defuse the situation, told the police that he would delete everything on the camera as long as he got it back. He was willing to cooperate to avoid any further issues. The police handed over the camera but insisted that Jianwoo delete the footage immediately while they watched. They wanted to make sure no potentially sensitive information was kept. Jianwoo agreed to delete the footage, and Minji asked if she could assist him. Jianwoo, still hesitant, agreed and began the process while discreetly hiding Minji's hand in his pocket to prevent her from being detected as infected. The police noticed Minji's injured hand and became suspicious. He questioned her about the injury and asked if he could see it. Jianwoo was nervous, and the police told them that he did not mean to be rude and just wanted to take extra precautions because of the infected situation. Then, the police asked Minji how did she get injured, which left her momentarily speechless and didn't know how to answer with the sudden question. The people in the neighborhood had gathered around, curious and concerned about the situation between Jianwoo, Minji, and the police. They whispered to each other, trying to make sense of what was happening. The police, now angered, raised his voice at Jianwoo and Minji, questioning why they were being hostile when he was only trying to check Minji's wound. Minji intervened and stopped their argument. She told the police that she would show her injury and reassured Jianwoo that the police were just trying to check it. Jianwoo quickly grabbed Minji's hand, causing her some pain, and shouted to her not to show the police her injury. The police got angry again and questioned Jianwoo about why he was against showing Minji's injury, especially when Minji had already agreed to do so. Jianwoo raised his voice and challenged the police, asking when it became the police's job to check someone's injury. He questioned if the police's responsibilities had become so mundane and wondered if the police was simply a freeloader living off his wife. Consequently, the police became angered by Jianwoo's insult and retorted, stating that he was not a freeloader and that Jianwoo knew nothing about the situation. The police brought out his gun, causing surprise among the onlookers. He confronted Jianwoo, emphasizing that he believed Jianwoo knew nothing, yet he continued to speak. The police officer's words sent a chill down Jianwoo's spine. The officer coldly stated that once he pulled the trigger, it wouldn't matter to him. The tense situation was escalating, and Jianwoo and Minji were growing increasingly anxious. The police officer suddenly turned his attention to the commotion caused by the onlookers. The crowd of people outside the apartment complex was filled with confusion and fear. They were questioning why the police officer was pointing a gun at Jianwoo and Minji. Some individuals began recording the scene, as they found the police officer's actions frightening and wanted to document the situation. The police officer, taken aback by the public's reaction and the fact that they were being observed, may have hesitated and felt pressure to de-escalate the situation. The presence of onlookers and potential recordings added an extra layer of scrutiny to their actions. The police officer, realizing the gravity of the situation and the public's reaction, quickly apologized to Jianwoo and Minji for his aggressive behavior. He acknowledged that he had lost his temper and didn't intend to frighten them. Jianwoo, overwhelmed by the whole situation, couldn't bear to listen to the police officer any longer. He pushed past the officer and quickly left the scene. Jianwoo, in his frustration, walked briskly away from the police officer, and Minji followed closely behind. The police officer could only watch them with a mix of frustration and helplessness as they left the scene. Minji broke the silence, her voice reflecting the tension in the air, as she said that it seems like people have changed. He nodded slowly, acknowledging Minji's observation. He couldn't help but ponder about the uncertain and rapidly changing world they found themselves in. He gazed at Minji with a serious expression, a myriad of thoughts and concerns swirling in his mind. She then asked him if he won't change like other people. She told him that he looked scary right now and earlier with the confrontation of the police. Jianwoo swiftly said he was sorry, expressing to her that he felt overwhelmed due to a multitude of things happening in his life, and he explained that he was teetering on the brink of his emotional capacity. While they were engrossed in their conversation, the wife of the person who had contracted the illness, carrying her precious little one in her arms, stood by the window. The woman gazed at them through the window with a myriad of emotions swirling within her, her eyes reflecting a complex blend of feelings such as curiosity, empathy. Upon returning to their home, Minji proceeded to the bathroom, and as she stood before the mirror, she began to examine her reflection, taking a moment to scrutinize herself and perhaps engage in a bit of self-reflection. Minji paused before the mirror, her thoughts drifting to the realization that her current circumstances shouldn't be a cause for concern. Yet she couldn't help but feel a growing unease as she mulled over the series of recent events that had unfolded in their lives. As they stepped out of their apartment and onto the dimly lit street, they couldn't help but notice that the streetlights that usually illuminated their familiar neighborhood had all seemingly gone dark, leaving them to wonder when exactly these lights had malfunctioned. In the midst of their conversation, Minji turned to Jianwoo and asked him with a hint of uncertainty if he was absolutely sure about it. Jianwoo, in response, looked at her and inquired about what she was talking about. Minji gently grasped her hand, her eyes reflecting concern, and disclosed that her worry stemmed from the injury she had sustained. She earnestly inquired of Jianwoo if he was really certain that they don't need to consider a hospital visit for her injury. His voice raised and his frustration apparent, abruptly shouted at Minji, reiterating that he had already assured her everything was all right, and he questioned the necessity of a hospital visit. This unexpected outburst left Minji taken aback, clearly shocked by his sudden and intense reaction. After his passionate outburst, Jianwoo took a deep breath and tried to clarify his perspective to Minji. He explained that what he had been trying to convey was his concern about the safety of hospitals in the current situation, fearing that their visit might lead to yet another misunderstanding similar to the one they had experienced with the police recently. Deep in thought, Jianwoo realized that he needed to delve into researching the virus further to gain a better understanding of it. He concluded that it would be in their best interest to steer clear of the hospital, as going there could potentially lead to them being quarantined. As they continued their conversation, Minji couldn't help but wonder silently in her mind why Jianwoo appeared so flustered and preoccupied. Upon returning to their apartment, Jianwoo promptly reached for his phone and dialed Jae-hoon's number. His anxiety grew as he noticed something unusual. Jae-hoon didn't answer the call, and this was particularly perplexing because he knew Jae-hoon as someone who never missed a call, causing him to feel a heightened sense of unease. While trying to reach Jae-hoon, he kept a close eye on the footage he had captured earlier, watching it intently, as if hoping to uncover some critical detail or piece of information. In his growing concern for Jae-hoon's whereabouts, he decided to contact someone who might have information. However, to his surprise, the person he called assumed that Jae-hoon and he were together. His surprise deepened when the person on the other end of the call informed him that they were making arrangements to send Jae-hoon to the Disease Control and Prevention Center, a term he had never encountered. He couldn't help but ask the person on the phone who would be conducting the interview or investigation in Jae-hoon's absence. He then asked if they had any intel. The person on the other end tried to alleviate his concerns, explaining that there was no need to worry at the moment because the government had imposed restrictions on reporter access, preventing them from gaining entry to certain areas. He was surprised and asked why they are restricting journalists. The person told him that it seems the situation is getting worse. He extinguished his cigarette as his mind occupied with contemplations about the government's efforts for early containment. He couldn't help but wonder if the measures put in place were proving to be ineffective. As Jae-hoon mulled over his concerns, his attention was suddenly diverted when he noticed Minji making her way towards the door. A sudden wave of nervousness washed over him. As the noise outside the door grew louder and more pronounced, he couldn't help but let his mind wander to a disconcerting thought. With the door slowly creaking open, he couldn't escape the ominous realization that he himself might be at risk of getting infected. As Minji entered the room and questioned why he hadn't responded to her call, revealing that she had accidentally dropped her phone, shattering its screen, an unexpected reaction from him left her puzzled. He took a step backward suddenly. An awkward and unsettling presence seemed to envelope both Minji and Jae-hoon. Minji, puzzled by Jae-hoon's sudden step back and the palpable tension in the room, couldn't help but ask if he was intentionally trying to distance himself from her. He was taken aback by her question and the hurt that seemed to resonate in her voice, suddenly realized that his actions had been misunderstood. In the wake of his realization, he hastily extended an apology to Minji, struggling to find the right words to convey his sincere regret. He kept saying sorry, and she asked why. Getting closer to Minji, he gently reassured her that he hadn't intended to create any distance between them. She cried as she told him to stop apologizing because if he doesn't, she will get the wrong idea. He looks at her regrettably for the actions he made. He hugged Minji and said that he'll be more careful. He pondered that she was just scared and weak. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door which caught their attention. Their dog rushed to the door, agitated by the persistent knocking that continued. Their shock deepened as the person outside, now pleading for help through the door. Surprisingly, it was the wife of the previously infected individual who had been shot earlier, clutching her baby in her arms. Tears streaming down her face, the distressed woman continued to knock on the door, holding her baby tightly, pleading with Minji and Jae-hoon for help. He was met with the sight of the woman standing just outside. It was then that he recalled noticing the bite wound on her leg earlier when she had been in the apartment. Concerned for her well-being, he kindly instructed her to leave. However, their surprise grew as the woman revealed that she knew his wife had also been infected, which was the reason for their reluctance to contact the police. Overwhelmed by emotion, the woman's tears welled up as she earnestly yearns for help, fully aware that they were all entangled in the same dire circumstances. In a sudden surge of anger, he retorted vehemently, asserting that his wife was not, in fact, infected. Curiosity piqued, the woman inquired if he was a reporter, to which he promptly clarified that he was not, but rather a cameraman. Fearing the potential harm her condition might bring to her own child, she confided in him about her deep-seated apprehension. She expressed her genuine concern and the urgency she felt to seek assistance in order to properly address and mitigate the dangers her situation posed. Acting swiftly and without a moment's thought, he abruptly shut the door and forcefully pushed the woman away. Meanwhile, undeterred by the door's closure, the woman persisted, her voice laden with urgency, and informed him that there was a disease control and prevention center for the infected individuals. This revelation momentarily stopped him in his tracks. With his wife still nearby, listening through the closed door, she overheard the woman's statement about the disease control and prevention center. In that moment, it became clear to her that his wife also desired treatment and medical assistance. Minji fell into a hushed silence, unsure of what to say or how to react to the unfolding situation. Her husband, sensing her apprehension and concern, cast a worried glance in her direction. A change of heart swept over him, leading him to swing the door open once again. He instructed the woman to wait for him downstairs, a decision made with newfound empathy and understanding. The woman, filled with gratitude, extended her thanks. Furthermore, he felt compelled to make it abundantly clear to the woman that his wife was indeed not infected. Descending the stairs, he engaged in a conversation with the woman, expressing his gratitude for the valuable information she had shared. In response, the woman extended a sincere apology for her earlier assumptions about his wife. In return, the woman expressed her deep appreciation for his decision not to involve the police at that moment. However, he explained that he had chosen to withhold reporting the situation for the time being. He then earnestly requested that she refrain from returning to their residence, emphasizing the need for safety and caution as they navigated the uncertain territory of the disease and its potential implications. Unbeknownst to them, while they were engrossed in their conversation, the police were engaged in a phone call and discreetly observing the unfolding scene. Furthermore, he disclosed his intention to head to the Disease Control and Prevention Center, advising the woman to return home and await further updates. She inquired if she could accompany him, but he gently declined her request. As he made his way towards his car, a sudden realization washed over him, causing him to pause and contemplate a newfound insight. Standing in front of his car, a sense of hesitation gripped him, as he grappled with the awareness that an infected individual was still concealed in the trunk of his vehicle. He found himself in a moment of contemplation, torn between the options of either bringing his car. Ultimately, he reached a decision, opting not to bring his car, recognizing the inherent threat it posed with the infected person hidden inside. Instead, he chose to take the subway. Entering the busy subway station, the sounds of the train and people talking filled the air, highlighting the normal, everyday hustle and bustle around him, even in the midst of his unusual situation. While he stood waiting for the train, a peculiar sensation overcame him, and he couldn't help but feel a little bit odd. As he observed the people and his surroundings, he couldn't shake the feeling that, despite the recent events, it seemed like nothing had really changed. The general attitude of the people around him appeared to be one of nonchalance, as if the threat of infection was not a cause for widespread fear or concern among them. Suddenly, his ears perked up as he overheard two students engaged in a conversation nearby, discussing the events that had unfolded in the news the previous night. His interest piqued. He eavesdropped on their conversation as one of the students informed her friend that there had been a riot as part of the recent news. Out of the blue, a man inside the subway car began to exhibit signs of discomfort, visibly shivering and trembling. Jianwei, unable to resist his curiosity about the reported riot, found himself increasingly intrigued by the information he had overheard. The idea of a riot and its potential implications weighed on his mind, prompting him to ponder the details and possible reasons behind such an event. Subsequently, he took out his phone and began to search for the news regarding the reported riot. To his horror, he discovered that it was the disastrous incident at the hospital where the infected individuals had bitten the police officers. The news was spreading rapidly and gaining popularity. The sudden collapse of the man between the two students sent shockwaves through the subway car. This unexpected event prompted the other passengers to turn their attention toward the unfolding scene, their expressions filled with concern and curiosity. Jianwei, like the other passengers, was taken aback by the man's sudden collapse. The man appeared to be in a state of struggle, gasping for breath and attempting to rise to his feet. As the man's vision grew increasingly blurry, he expressed his hunger, signaling his discomfort and need for sustenance. One of the students cautioned her friend not to touch the man, but the other student pointed out that she was simply trying to retrieve her phone. As she bent down to retrieve her phone, the student couldn't help but notice something peculiar about the man that heightened her sense of unease. In a sudden and unexpected turn of events, the man made a strange, aggressive move and forcefully knocked the girl to the ground. He then appeared to be attempting to launch an attack, escalating the situation and causing alarm among the passengers in the subway car. The girl, taken by surprise, found herself trapped and unsure of how to break free from the man's grip on her. Panic and fear likely flooded her mind as she grappled with the immediate threat to her safety. To their profound shock and astonishment, the man abruptly turned his aggression towards the woman, biting her in a terrifying and unexpected assault. The passengers were left in a state of utter disbelief. As the horrifying scene unfolded before their eyes, the passengers in the subway were immobilized by shock, uncertain of how to respond in the face of this unexpected and terrifying turn of events. The overwhelming sense of disbelief left them momentarily paralyzed, as they grappled with the sheer horror of the situation. The woman's friend, in a state of complete surprise, was left utterly speechless as she watched in horror, witnessing her dear friend being gruesomely attacked by the man. In a desperate attempt to call for help, the woman extended her trembling hand towards her, even as the attack continued. The sight of her friend bleeding profusely stirred deep emotions within her, and she cried out, pleading to save her. Her friend, overwhelmed by the nightmarish scenario playing out before her, found herself in a state of disbelief, paralyzed by uncertainty and fear. Faced with the terrifying and uncontrollable situation, her friend, along with several other passengers, chose to leave the immediate area, seeking refuge and safety from the unfolding chaos, leaving behind the distressing scene with the hope of avoiding further harm. Amid the ongoing assault and the growing sense of panic, some passengers began to shout, urging others to call the police. All of a sudden, the man ceased his violent biting assault on the victim and underwent an abrupt change in his demeanor. With the lifeless body of the girl now on the floor, the man, seemingly realizing the gruesome act he had committed, was overwhelmed with a nauseating revelation. He promptly vomited, as the shock of what he had just done sank in. With his vision blurred and his mind muddled by confusion, the man found himself in a disorienting and distressing state, unable to fully grasp the events that had just transpired. As the passengers hurriedly vacated the area in an attempt to distance themselves from the gruesome scene, the police swiftly arrived at the location where the infected person was situated. The man, his hands and mouth stained with blood, was suddenly overcome with tears, his emotions welling up in a flood of confusion and distress. With an eager and anxious gaze, the man peered at his blood-stained hands, even as his vision slowly began to clear. As the fog of confusion lifted, he was confronted with the chilling sight of blood on his hands, a grim and undeniable reminder of the gruesome act he had committed in the station. Unable to come to terms with the shocking reality of his own actions, the man grappled with a profound sense of disbelief, questioning how and why the lifeless body of the girl now lay on the ground before him. Jianwoo, who had been left on the subway platform, was jolted by a profound shock as the man, with blood on his hands and a haunting gaze, suddenly turned his attention toward him. The man, in a state of shock, implored Jianwoo for an explanation, desperately seeking to understand the unfolding chaos. However, Jianwoo, like many others present, was rendered speechless by the horrifying situation and was unable to provide any answers. Moreover, as the police arrived on the scene and were alerted to the distressing situation, they swiftly took control of the situation. In an effort to ensure Jianwoo's safety, they directed him to stand behind them. The man, still in tears and appearing deeply confused, was gripped by an overwhelming sense of amnesia, unable to recollect the details of the gruesome act he had committed. Meanwhile, Jianwoo couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity about the man's claim of not remembering the events that had just transpired. To his profound astonishment, as the man was in the midst of talking to the police, they suddenly opened fire, shooting him. The sudden and shocking act left Jianwoo utterly surprised and bewildered. Jianwoo stood as a witness, his voice stolen by disbelief and shock, as the police shot the man, rendering him completely speechless. On that fateful morning, as he was engaged in a phone conversation with Jae-hoon, Jianwoo suddenly found himself learning a wealth of information about the infected individuals and the alarming events that had transpired. During their conversation, he and Jae-hoon discussed the distressing revelation that the individuals who had been infected at the dog fighting event began experiencing fatal consequences after a span of 7 days. Following the onset of symptoms, it was revealed that those who had been infected ultimately degenerated into mindless, violent corpses. However, as he pondered the situation at the hospital, he realized that the individuals there hadn't even been infected for 7 days, raising perplexing questions about the timeline of the transformation. Jae-hoon offered a troubling hypothesis, suggesting that once these infected individuals died, they underwent a horrifying transformation. While deep in thought during their phone conversation, Ji-woo contemplated a glimmer of hope in the dire situation. He considered that as long as a person remained alive, there might be a possibility of finding a cure or a way to prevent the transformation into a mindless, violent corpse. Back in the apartment, standing at the door, he sought clarification from the woman, asking her with a sense of urgency if she was indeed infected for a period of 3 days. With her assurance that the infection had taken hold 3 nights ago, he couldn't help but ponder the gravity of the situation when she mentioned being bitten by her own husband. The woman proceeded to recount her unsettling story, explaining that on that evening, her husband had abruptly claimed he was hungry and, in a shocking turn of events, rushed towards her, biting her. Filled with fear and caution, she had swiftly taken their baby and distanced herself from her husband. In a further twist to her story, the woman revealed that her husband had returned to his normal self shortly after the disturbing incident, appearing visibly frightened. The woman recounted the harrowing experience with a sense of lingering fear and unease. She couldn't help but find the situation deeply unsettling, but she expressed gratitude that, in the midst of the chaos, her husband had not harmed their child. Ji-woo found himself at a loss for words as the woman confided in him about her fear of undergoing the same transformation as her husband and potentially posing a threat to her own child. In the midst of this tense conversation, he had a sudden recollection of the moment when the man had regained his senses, adding a new layer of insight to the unfolding situation. His heart raced, and a surge of shock coursed through him as the sound of the gunshots reverberated through the air. The sudden and unexpected gunfire had left him in a state of heightened alarm and astonishment. As the police shot the student who had been bitten, the officer responsible couldn't help but feel a deep sense of concern and distress, fearing that he had just taken 2 lives. However, his fellow officer attempted to console him, explaining that the government had sanctioned the act of killing infected individuals as a necessary measure. Upon hearing the explanation from his fellow officer, he was suddenly gripped by an even greater sense of terror. Furthermore, the police made an effort to assist him, asking if he was okay. The student and the man were swiftly and decisively killed, and it dawned on him that the government's policy was to eliminate individuals the moment they showed any signs of being bitten by the infected. He gazed at the lifeless man, his thoughts consumed by the stark reality that, despite the man regaining his senses, they had still killed him. As he pondered the man's condition and whether he was truly dead, a sudden realization struck him, prompting a moment of clarity and understanding. While the police officers were engrossed in their conversation, the man they had shot suddenly rose to his feet and began sprinting toward them. Ji-woo, still reeling from the shock of recent events, remained seated on the ground, stunned and unable to react to the rapidly evolving and unsettling situation. The police officers, taken by surprise, watched in astonishment as the man launched an attack on Ji-woo. In the midst of the sudden assault, Ji-woo found himself unable to escape immediately. In a distressing turn of events, the man bit Ji-woo, and he was unable to avoid the attack as he was pushed to the floor. The police officers, who had believed they had already eliminated the threat posed by the man, were left utterly shocked and bewildered by the resurgence of his violent behavior. In the harrowing moment of being bitten, Ji-woo was acutely aware that he had found himself in an immensely life-threatening situation. Suddenly, and to everyone's shock and disbelief, the student who had been bitten also made a return, rising from the dead. The student, having returned from the dead, now appeared as a mindless, zombie-like figure. Terrified and caught in the grip of a nightmarish ordeal, Ji-woo couldn't suppress his fear, and his shouts rang out. In a desperate cry for help, he turned to the terrified police officers, urgently urging them to come to his aid as he faced the imminent danger of being bitten. The terrified police officer, in a swift and decisive action, raised his firearm and aimed it at the man. He then pulled the trigger, shooting the man in the head. The gunshot had a jolting effect, causing the man to lose his grip on Ji-woo and potentially saving him from the impending danger. As the infected student attempted to charge at them, the police officers, now in a state of urgency, repeatedly fired their weapons, shooting the infected student to neutralize the threat. Their actions were driven by the need to protect themselves and Jianwoo from the menacing and unpredictable behavior of the infected individuals. The repeated gunfire and the chaotic sequence of events left Jianwoo in a state of profound shock, making it difficult for him to come to terms with the harrowing reality of the situation. The police officers, confronted with the dire circumstances and the threat posed by the infected individuals, continued to fire their weapons in a determined effort to maintain control over the situation and ensure their own safety. As a result of the sustained gunfire, the man finally ceased all movement, bringing an end to the immediate threat he posed. With the immediate danger seemingly extinguished, Jianwoo let out a sigh of relief, his heart still racing from the intense and perilous ordeal he had just endured. Furthermore, the police approached Jianwoo, inquiring about his well-being to ensure that he was all right after the terrifying ordeal. Meanwhile, another police officer continued to keep their firearm aimed at the downed, infected individual, cautiously verifying that the threat had indeed been neutralized. As the police confirmed the demise of the infected individual, they swiftly took action, calling for the dispatch of 2 ambulances to address the aftermath of the situation. Meanwhile, another police officer extended a helping hand to Jianwoo. Additionally, the police officers noticed that Jianwoo's camera appeared to have sustained damage during the chaotic encounter. Recognizing the inconvenience and damage to Jianwoo's camera, the police officers quickly offered their apologies, acknowledging that it was their first time handling such a challenging and high-pressure situation. As the police continued to question him, Jianwoo remained on the ground, his body trembling and his vision continuing to blur. Back in the apartment, the woman, accompanied by her baby, remained hesitant and unsure about whether to leave the premises. As she gazed at her baby, a pang of regret and realization washed over her. She suddenly understood that it wasn't fair or kind to have accused Jianwoo's wife of being infected, and she wished she could take back her previous accusations. Fueled by her desire to make amends, the woman made the decision to return to the apartment and offer an apology to Minji for her previous accusations. As she entered the premises, the police officers on the scene observed her. The presence of the woman returning to the apartment left the police officer curious about her intentions and actions. Meanwhile, Minji is in the bedroom, thought deeply as her hand caressed a minor injury. Silence filled the room. Suddenly, a knock at the door caught her by surprise. As Minji opened the door, she was met with the sight of the woman standing there, holding her baby. The woman's face was marked by a mix of regret and sincerity, and she was there to offer an apology. The woman, seeking to make amends, further explained that her accusations had been unfair and driven by fear, just because they need their help. In response, Minji, understanding the weight of the situation, offered her forgiveness and reassured the woman not to worry. Overwhelmed by her own emotions and the gravity of the situation, the woman began to cry and repeatedly offered heartfelt apologies. Minji, displaying a compassionate understanding, reassured the woman that she comprehended her fears and regrets. In a gesture of goodwill, she offered to welcome the woman and her baby inside, suggesting they take a moment to rest. The woman, overwhelmed by Minji's kindness and hospitality, felt a sense of shyness and hesitation. She thought that accepting the offer might be too much. Suddenly, the woman was gripped by a sharp and stinging pain. The sudden pain caused the woman to lose her grip on the baby, and Minji, acting swiftly, reached out to hold the infant, ensuring the child's safety. Following the onset of pain, the woman suddenly began to feel dizzy. As she glanced at her baby, the woman was struck by a profound sense of surprise. Her vision of her baby began to take on an eerie and unusual quality, casting a disconcerting and unsettling shadow over the scene. Then, as the woman's gaze fixed on Minji holding her baby, she too encountered a sudden shift in her vision. To Minji's surprise, the woman suddenly closed the door, leaving her in a state of curiosity and uncertainty. The unexpected action heightened the tension in the room as they sought to understand the reason behind the door's closure and its implications for their current situation. Minji, puzzled by the closed door, knocked, seeking to understand why the woman had chosen to shut it. The police officer who had been waiting downstairs overheard the unfolding situation in the apartment. The police officer, curious about what might be transpiring in the apartment, found themselves pondering the nature of the situation. Following his curiosity and concern for the woman's well-being, the police officer decided to go upstairs to check on the situation. He encountered the woman in a state of distress and inquired about her condition, wanting to ensure that everything was in order. Suddenly, the woman appeared to lose her senses and, in a state of distress, she began to run towards the police officer. He was left bewildered and uncertain, wondering about her intentions and actions as she approached him with a sense of urgency and confusion. As he realized that the woman was charging toward him with apparent distress, the police officer hesitantly reached for his gun, torn between the need to protect himself and the desire to understand what was driving the woman's unexpected behavior. Faced with the woman's erratic and potentially threatening behavior, the police officer pointed his gun at her. The police officer, attentively monitoring the woman's actions, detected a sudden and concerning shift in her behavior, which indicated a potential aggression. Given the abrupt change in the woman's behavior and the possibility of aggression, the police officer began to contemplate whether she might be infected. As the woman continued to charge towards him, leaving the police officer with limited options, he ultimately felt compelled to fire his weapon. Following the gunshot, the woman, whose vision had been strange and disoriented, suddenly experienced a return to normal. As she lay on the ground, the woman began to contemplate the events that had transpired and questioned whether she had truly undergone a change in her behavior and perception. While the woman was on the ground, the police officer, who had lost his balance earlier and fallen down the stairs, experienced a sudden jolt of pain in his back as a result of the unexpected fall. Furthermore, in the midst of these unfolding events, Minji, who had opened the door and witnessed what was happening, became an additional witness to the tumultuous and puzzling situation that had gripped their lives. Minji, holding the woman's baby in her arms, was taken aback and struggled to believe the bizarre turn of events. The unexpected and perplexing nature of the situation left her in a state of shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, the police officer, still pointing his gun at the woman, remained on high alert, ensuring that she was not dead and staying vigilant in the face of the unsettling and alarming circumstances. The baby of the woman began to cry, adding to the distressing atmosphere in the room. Meanwhile, the woman, now transformed into an infected individual, found herself in a state of despair and confusion, unsure of how to care for her baby in her altered state. Back in the subway station, the police were grappling with the ongoing crisis, attempting to maintain control and address the situation. The police, in an effort to manage the situation and protect the public, put up cautionary measures, raising questions and concerns among the people in the subway station. The visible precautions served as a stark reminder of the potential dangers and the need for heightened vigilance. Furthermore, Jianwoo remained in a state of shock, deeply affected by the traumatic events that had transpired. Seated on the ground, Jianwoo endeavored to regain his composure. As he sat on the ground, Jianwoo's mind wandered back to the terrifying moment when he had come perilously close to being bitten. The memory of the student's face, contorted and monstrous, left him with a visceral and unsettling feeling that made him want to puke. Overcome by the distressing memories and the accompanying nausea, Jianwoo vomited on the floor and shivered in the aftermath. Concerned by his condition, the police officer inquired about his well-being, recognizing the impact that the events of the day had had on him. While clutching his blood-stained shirt, Jianwoo's thoughts turned to his wife. He couldn't help but wonder if she would receive the same treatment as the individuals the police had shot earlier. Turning his gaze toward the police officer's weapon, Jianwoo's thoughts became entangled with a sense of apprehension. As he dwelled on the implications of the gun and the potential threat it posed in a future where his wife might also be at risk of turning, Jianwoo found himself trapped in a spiral of overthinking and anxiety. However, a sudden realization struck him, leading him to question why he was even contemplating such distressing scenarios. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the ringing of his phone. To his surprise, he saw that the caller was his wife. The unexpected call from his wife, especially given his current situation, brought forth a surge of emotions, and Jianwoo couldn't help but tear up. He answered the phone and said sorry to his wife. After apologizing to his wife, he suddenly noticed something quite strange coming through the phone. His wife informed him that there was a police officer stationed outside their apartment, and she had called to find out his whereabouts because she was feeling scared and concerned. In a sudden rush of adrenaline, he leaped to his feet upon hearing the police on the phone urging his wife to open the door. The officer beside him was taken aback by his swift response, clearly surprised by his reaction. He promptly advised his wife not to open the door until he returned, fearing for her safety. The police officer standing beside him, who had been startled by his abrupt movement, inquired as to why he had reacted so unexpectedly, admitting that he had been startled by the sudden action. He quickly explained to the police that he had an urgent matter to attend to, which necessitated his immediate departure. The police officer expressed his surprise at the man's actions, mentioning that it had reminded him of the heightened tension in the area due to the presence of infected individuals. Meanwhile, Jianwoo remained visibly frightened by the sight of the police officer's gun, adding to the tense atmosphere. In a bid to alleviate the tense situation, he extended a gesture of assistance to the police officer and offered his apologies for the sudden movement and any misunderstanding it may have caused. The police officer, upon hearing the offer of assistance and the apology, appeared to be left feeling somewhat numb. Furthermore, Jianwoo promptly exited the police station, possibly to attend to the urgent matter he had mentioned earlier. Interestingly, the police officers didn't immediately notice that Jianwoo had managed to take his gun with him, adding an unexpected twist to the unfolding situation. In a rush, Jianwoo hurried back to their apartment, his heart pounding with concern for his wife's safety in light of the unsettling circumstances involving the police. As he drew nearer to their apartment, he noticed a gathering of people outside the building, which further heightened his sense of unease and deepened the mystery of the situation. Amidst the crowd, he observed the sight of an individual being carefully escorted or even dragged toward an ambulance, intensifying the sense of urgency and concern for what might be happening inside their apartment building. Filled with growing anxiety and a sense of impending dread, he rushed over to the ambulance, fearing that the person being attended to might be his wife. When he lifted the blanket covering the person, his fears were met with a surprising and somewhat relieving revelation. The individual under the blanket turned out to be a woman with a baby earlier, which brought both shock and relief. Overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events, he stood there in shock, his forehead damp with perspiration, grappling with the roller coaster of emotions that had swept over him in the span of a few minutes. Ignoring the authorities' instructions to refrain from entering the apartment, he redirected his attention towards the building and proceeded determinately towards his own home, propelled by a deep-seated concern for his wife's well-being. Inside the apartment building, the police officer who had been present earlier in the day couldn't help but notice his return. As the authorities attempted to block his path, a police officer from the upper floors interjected, signaling that it was fine for him to proceed upstairs. Upon being granted permission to continue, the police officer informed him that his wife had locked the door to their apartment and had been inside for a considerable duration. In a more detailed explanation, the police officer revealed that, contrary to the evacuation of all other individuals in the vicinity, his wife had steadfastly refused to leave their apartment and remained indoors. Jianwoo couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear when the police officer casually mentioned that it didn't matter much because they had a firearm at their disposal in case any unforeseen events occurred, adding an eerie sense of foreboding to the already tense atmosphere. Furthermore, the police officer emphasized that when the door was finally opened, he needs to see her wife's injury. Jianwoo, with a sense of urgency and agreement, complied with the police officer's instructions. Little did the officer know that, concealed from view, Jianwoo was also carrying a firearm. With a covert and clenched grip on his concealed firearm, Jianwoo braced himself, preparing for the imminent and uncertain situation that lay ahead. As they reached the apartment, he nervously instructed his wife to open the door, and, without hesitation, she quickly complied. As the door swung open, the police officer wasted no time and urgently asked to see her arm, clearly concerned about a specific injury or condition. deepening the air of suspense and making the situation even more enigmatic. In a moment of hesitation, his wife seemed unsure about whether to reveal her arm, while Jianwoo discreetly signaled to her not to show it. However, after a brief moment of internal contemplation, she made the surprising decision to reveal her arm, which left both the police officer and her husband visibly taken aback. She displayed the injury, which appeared to be a burn mark on her arm, and went on to explain that she had sustained it the previous day while cooking, having tripped and accidentally burned herself in the process. The police officer mentioned that it would have been simpler if they had just explained the situation when initially questioned, as their reluctance had raised suspicions and caused a bit of unnecessary commotion and confusion. With the injury now visible and explained, Jianwoo took the initiative to ask the police to leave, and in response, the police officer apologized for the misunderstanding. The police officer, upon hearing the baby's cries, recognized that it was the woman's child. They then informed the couple that they needed to take the baby to the police station. In response, Minji expressed her reluctance to allow the police to enter their apartment and said she would bring the baby out to them. In the midst of these unfolding events, Jianwoo found himself fixated on the blood-stained stairs. He couldn't help but fixate on the bloodstain, and his thoughts wandered to what could have possibly occurred during his absence, leaving him to ponder the mysterious events that had transpired while he was away. As they waited for Minji to retrieve the baby, the police officer's gaze wandered, curiously scrutinizing the interior of their home, adding an element of unease to the situation as the officer took in the surroundings with a watchful eye. Suddenly, something in the apartment caught the police officer's attention, causing him to focus on a specific detail or object. His gaze was fixed on the kitchen, particularly the stove, and he couldn't help but observe that it appeared to have been used quite recently, intensifying the sense of intrigue and raising questions about what might have occurred. As Minji arrived with the baby, the police felt the urge to ask her about the peculiar state of their kitchen that seemed like something was steamed, but a sudden realization prompted him to reconsider, thinking it might be best not to inquire. With the baby safely handed over, the police offered his apologies for any inconvenience and expressed gratitude to them for their attention and assistance. As the police officer prepared to depart, both Minji and Jianwoo exchanged lingering glances with him. With the departure of the police officer, Minji and Jianwoo quickly closed the door to their apartment, and as the officer descended the stairs, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease and apprehension, the lingering mystery of the situation still casting its shadow over the events of the day. While making his way down the stairs, the police officer engaged in a quiet conversation with the baby, expressing his fear that they had no other choice but to take the child, alluding to some ominous circumstance that he hoped the baby wouldn't be part of. Meanwhile, the baby's cries persisted. The police officer briefly turned around, perhaps with a lingering concern, but ultimately continued his descent down the stairs, recognizing that there might be further matters that needed attention and resolution. With the door securely closed, Jianwoo's attention shifted towards the kitchen. His curiosity piqued as he caught a sound or disturbance emanating from that direction. Intrigued by the activity in the kitchen, Jianwoo decided to broach the topic that had been nagging at him. He asked his wife about the circumstances surrounding her injury and the burn. As Minji was pouring boiling water into the sink, Jianwoo approached her, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. He feared that he had taken the boiling water and applied it to her injury, which led to her tears. She proceeded to explain to Jianwoo the series of events that had unfolded involving the woman and her baby. She told him that the woman was looking right at her and was crying. However, the officer said the woman is infected, so he shot her. As she cried and expressed her feelings, Minji revealed her deep-seated fears to Jianwoo, explaining that she had been terrified he might face a similar fate to the woman they had encountered earlier. Jianwoo found himself utterly speechless in the face of her emotional plea, as she implored him to cease his ventures outside and stay by her side. Amidst their heartfelt conversation, Minji's keen eye caught something unusual or concerning about Jianwoo, adding a new layer of intrigue to the situation. She noticed red stains on his shirt, and his curiosity piqued as he couldn't help but wonder about the source of those mysterious marks. However, he swiftly reassured her, explaining that it was nothing to be concerned about because the bloodstains on his shirt weren't his own. He went on to clarify that the blood belonged to an infected person who had been shot earlier. Her concern deepened, and she promptly inquired if he was okay. As she expressed her concern and inquired about his well-being, her voice quivered with worry, and she nearly teared up. She felt a deep sense of regret and offered a heartfelt apology, acknowledging that her initial question had been somewhat selfish, not realizing the extent of his hard work. Desperate to make amends and show her sincere concern, she reached out to him, attempting to touch his arm or shoulder as a gesture of reassurance and apology. However, she noticed his hesitation and the confusion in his body movement. As he stood by the sink, gazing at his own reflection in the water, a multitude of thoughts swirled in his mind. He was torn between worrying and being afraid for his likely infected wife, and he pondered why he felt that way. After the emotional turmoil of the previous moments, Minji shifted her focus and began cutting up the ingredients for their lunch, preparing to cook a meal. While Minji was busy in the kitchen, her husband had settled in the living room, attempting to access any available news updates on the ongoing situation. As the television is on, a breaking news report emerged, providing critical information from the Disease Control and Prevention Center about the management and containment efforts concerning the infected individuals. As they continued to watch the news on TV, he simultaneously scrolled through the internet on his smartphone, desperately searching for any valuable information about the virus that might offer them guidance and insight. While strolling through the web for information, a troubling thought began to occupy his mind. He contemplated the data he had come across earlier regarding infected individuals turning after about a week. As he connected the dots, it dawned on him that his wife had been infected just last night, and an entire day had already passed since then. In the midst of the unfolding situation, the police officer's firearm lay upon the table. Amidst the various thoughts and concerns swirling in his mind, he found himself pondering his next course of action. It was at this crucial juncture that his attention was abruptly seized by the announcement on the news that the meeting at the Disease Control and Prevention Center had concluded. On the television screen, the spokesperson for the Disease Control and Prevention Center appeared, issuing an apology for the delay in providing information. He expressed their difficulty in answering pressing questions about the ongoing issue at the moment. As the spokesperson continued to address the public, he added a glimmer of hope by announcing that the World Health Organization would soon be arriving in South Korea to actively collaborate in seeking a solution to the crisis. However, he concluded the meeting, emphasizing that the information he had provided was all that could be shared at that moment. Upon hearing this update, Jianhua's mind wandered into deep contemplation, as he couldn't help but wonder about the duration and extent of the ongoing crisis. Immersed in profound contemplation, he found himself grappling with the question of what steps he should take in the face of this uncertain and ever-evolving crisis. With the sun casting long shadows as it prepared to set, Minji had just completed preparing their meal and felt a sense of remorse for the delay. She walked over to her husband to invite him to eat, but as she approached, she discovered him peacefully asleep. She noticed that he was sound asleep, resting peacefully, so she didn't mind to wake him. Realizing the profound depth of his slumber, she pondered that he must be utterly exhausted, considering that he hadn't had the opportunity to get a proper night's sleep the previous night. Observing his sound sleep and wanting to ensure his comfort, she gently laid a warm blanket over him, making sure that he would stay snug and cozy during his much-needed rest. In addition, while he was soundly asleep, Jianhua's phone had been buzzing with messages from several of their friends inquiring about his availability. Some friends even kindly reminded him about the upcoming housewarming party for Minji and Jianhua, which was scheduled for the next day. During his sleep, Jianhua found himself lost in a vivid dream that transported him back to the haunting memory of the night when he and Minji had inadvertently struck a person, only to later discover that this unfortunate individual had been identified as one of the infected. He then dreamt about the night they accidentally hit an infected person and the chaotic scene in the hospital. In the midst of his dreams, an unsettling scenario unfolded where he found himself placing the infected person they had encountered into the trunk of a car. Within the dream, the harrowing sequence continued as he vividly recalled a near encounter with an infected person, narrowly avoiding a bite that could have turned his life upside down. The dream further unfolded with the distressing sight of a student undergoing a terrifying transformation into one of the infected. His dream delved deeper into the realm of nightmares, with haunting visions of the lifeless woman being carried away by an ambulance. As the dream grew more intense, he was consumed by the fear of his wife, Minji, undergoing the same grim transformation into an infected individual. Abruptly, he jolted awake, his heart racing, and found himself startled and disoriented by the vivid and distressing dreams that had held him in their grip. As he gathered his senses, Jianwoo couldn't help but wonder about the abrupt shift from the intense dreams to his current state of wakefulness. He looked around, noticing that the room had grown dim, and through the window, he observed the darkness of the night outside. As he glanced around the room, his eyes landed on a note strategically placed above his cell phone. Minji had thoughtfully left a message for him, reminding him that she had prepared some soup and advised him to heat it before indulging in a meal. Overwhelmed by the unexpected kindness of Minji's note and the emotional roller coaster of the day, Jianwoo found himself momentarily speechless. While Jianwoo was processing the note left for him, Minji sat in the room, her attention fixed on the news updates regarding the infected individuals. The report highlighted a concerning aspect of the virus, indicating that most infected people would remain asymptomatic for about a week, but there were cases of individuals displaying symptoms even before this period had elapsed. As she absorbed this new information, she couldn't help but wonder about the specific symptoms that were mentioned in the report. Furthermore, while cradling her dog in her arms and glancing at her phone, she found herself engaging in a peculiar conversation with her dog. She pondered out loud, asking the dog if it thought the information she had just heard on the news was true. She openly wondered about their plan if she started showing symptoms, acknowledging her concern because she might already be infected. Jianwoo, having overheard Minji's concerns, was taken aback by her seemingly pre-existing awareness of her own infection, and he couldn't help but feel a mixture of surprise and deep empathy as he contemplated the depth of her internal struggle. As the morning sun began to cast its gentle light, Jianwoo, who had fallen asleep in the living room, was awakened by the call of his wife, Minji. While Minji was in the process of getting dressed for the day, she encouraged Jianwoo to wake up, noting that sleeping in the living room couldn't possibly be very comfortable. As Jianwoo groggily brushed his face in an effort to fully wake up, Minji, with a tone of concern and care, reminded him to put in the effort and have a meal, pointing out that he hadn't touched the soup she had lovingly prepared for him. Furthermore, as he attempted to stand up, he inquired about Minji's well-being, showing his concern for her as well. At the same time, she handed him fresh clothes and encouraged him to get changed. As they prepared for the day, Minji mentioned their plans to go shopping, but this casual remark triggered a sudden recollection in Jianwoo's mind. He remembered his wife's concern from the previous night, which he had overheard. As he grappled with the lingering strangeness of his thoughts, Minji placed his cap on his head and inquired about their intentions for the trip to the store. She gently reminded him about the impending housewarming party they were hosting. She confessed that she had momentarily forgotten about it until she checked her phone, and now she urged him to hurry so they could prepare for the celebration that awaited them. However, despite the excitement surrounding the housewarming party, he couldn't help but feel less enthusiastic about the upcoming event. He accepted the clothes she was offering, and as he called out her name, Minji couldn't help but be curious about the reason behind it. Confused and concerned, he inquired about the housewarming party she had mentioned, as if he couldn't believe her words. He then questioned whether she was fully aware of the gravity of their current situation. Overwhelmed by frustration and anger, he impulsively threw the clothes aside, causing the soup to spill, and shouted at Minji for her desire to have a party, despite the tumultuous events that had befallen them. As she carefully picked up the spilled bowl of soup, her voice trembled as she tried to explain her perspective. She told him that they had planned the housewarming party for months and that, despite the tense situation, she thought it might provide a brief escape from the stress. She then asked him why he was so angry. In a firm and serious tone, he reminded her that she was infected, while he remained uninfected. He pleaded with her to stop pretending as if she didn't know the gravity of the situation. Her eyes widened in shock and realization as he revealed that he had overheard her concerns from the previous night. A heated argument ensued as Jianwoo insisted that their focus should be on finding a solution, not on hosting a party. Frustration welled up in Minji as she countered his argument, understanding that there were no immediate solutions in sight, especially since the government had yet to find a cure. She conveyed her fear and frustration, highlighting the uncertainty of not knowing when she might show symptoms and how he couldn't truly grasp her situation. Jianwoo's anger flared as he revealed his frustration, explaining that Minji wasn't aware that he had been out actively seeking information and resources to help her. Stunned by his revelation, a surge of emotions welled up within her, and she implored him to stop, her voice tinged with a mixture of surprise and an overwhelming wave of feelings that had suddenly washed over her. In the midst of their heated exchange, he continued to voice his frustrations, expressing how deeply concerned he had been about her. He emphasized his disappointment in her apparent lack of understanding of the severity of the infection and the gravity of their situation. With a heavy heart, he emphasizes the fact that she was infected, causing Minji to break down in tears. Overwhelmed by the harsh reality of their conversation, she implored him to stop talking. As his anger intensified, he sternly urged Minji to open her eyes to the gravity of their situation, and in his frustration, he punched the wall. The force of his punch caused the gun that had been resting above the cabinet to suddenly fall to the ground. The sudden thud of the fallen gun shattered the tense atmosphere, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. In the aftermath of the gun falling, Jianwoo began to silently panic, his anxiety evident through the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It was at this vulnerable moment that Minji turned to him and asked a question, inquiring whether his worry was truly centered on her. Without waiting for his response, she immediately told him that he didn't need to worry about her. With a resolute decision, she made her way towards the apartment door and left, leaving Jianwoo behind, his mind awash with questions and concerns, pondering where she might be headed. As she walked out the door, he found himself unable to stop her, watching her departure with a sense of helplessness and concern. Overwhelmed by a complex mix of emotions as she departed, his frustration and helplessness boiled over, leading him to slam the living room table in a burst of anger and despair. Seated in the midst of the room's silence, he couldn't help but tremble with a sense of confusion and regret, pondering the choices he had made and wondering what on earth he was doing in the midst of such situation. As time continued to march forward, rain began to fall. With their faithful dog patiently waiting for Minji's return, Jianwoo grew increasingly anxious. He began making repeated calls to his wife, desperately trying to determine her whereabouts, his concern growing with each unanswered call. Amid the unease and unanswered calls, his attention was abruptly drawn to a sound emanating from their room. Upon entering the room, he discovered Minji's phone lying on the bed, and he was more concerned about her well-being as he doesn't know how to contact her without her phone. With a sense of urgency, he hurriedly made his way to the door, ready to leave the room. However, as he stood at the threshold, a wave of hesitation washed over him, causing him to pause. Staring at the bloodstain on the stairs, a sudden thought struck him. He began to wonder if he had left something important behind, and the sight of the blood served as a haunting reminder to retrace his steps. With a determined resolve, he turned around and fixed his gaze on the fallen gun. Recognizing the potential gravity of the situation, he ponders the decision to bring the weapon with him. In his haste to leave, he hastily put on his jacket and stepped out of the apartment. As he scanned his surroundings, he couldn't help but notice something out of the ordinary, a peculiar and unsettling sight that caught his attention and raised his sense of alertness. The eerie realization settled in as he observed the silent, empty neighborhood, devoid of any signs of life or people. With a growing sense of unease, he began to ponder the unusual situation, wondering what could possibly be happening for the streets to be so devoid of people and activity. Considering the possible reasons for the eerie lack of people, he couldn't help but wonder if the rain was the cause. He contemplated whether the downpour had kept the residents indoors, contributing to the unusual stillness in the neighborhood. Determined to find Minji and address the mysteries unfolding around him, he began to set off in search of his wife. In the midst of the rain, Jianwoo ran frantically, his voice calling out for his wife. exhausted and drenched from the rain. He came to a halt, taking a moment to catch his breath. The weight of his emotions and the intensity of the situation had taken a toll on him, and he needed a brief respite to regain his composure before resuming his search for Minji. Taking out his phone to check for any messages, Jianwoo was immediately alerted by incoming messages, which added to the urgency and tension of the situation. He quickly scanned the messages, hoping to find information or a clue about Minji's whereabouts. As he opened the group chat, he discovered a conversation thread focused on the quarantine zone. The messages revealed that their friends were discussing the impossibility of attending the housewarming party due to the restrictions and the challenging circumstances in the area. With a growing sense of confusion and concern, he couldn't help but wonder what specific quarantine zone his friends were referring to. In an unexpected and alarming turn of events, Jianwoo was taken by surprise as someone attempted to grab him from behind. The sudden physical contact sent a jolt of fear and apprehension through him. Confined by the police in an unfamiliar and unsettling situation, Jianwoo was filled with shock and apprehension. The stern words of the police officer, instructing him to remain calm. In a tense exchange with the police officer, he was informed that their area, along with several others in Daejeon, had been placed under lockdown. The officer explained the strict measures in place, including the mandatory quarantine for anyone found in the area. Jianwoo was left in a state of shock and indecision, grappling with the gravity of the situation. As the police attempted to escort him to the quarantine facility, Jianwoo's fear and uncertainty about the situation led to resistance. In the midst of his struggle and resistance, his attention was drawn to the presence of numerous police officers and police vans in the area. The sight of such a substantial law enforcement presence only served to deepen his sense of alarm and unease. With the situation intensifying and the police maintaining a firm stance, they insisted that Jianwoo get into one of the waiting police vans. As he climbed into the police van, he noticed that he was not alone. Several other individuals were also seated inside, their faces reflecting a mixture of anxiety and confusion. Jianwoo couldn't help but ask the people in the van about their destination and the purpose of their journey. Their response was straightforward, that they were being taken to a quarantine area. While he surveyed the individuals in the van, Jianwoo's initial relief at not seeing his wife among them was tinged with a new concern. The absence of Minji raised the unsettling possibility that she might have been caught or detained in a different location. With a growing sense of urgency and determination to locate his wife, Jianwoo felt compelled to take action. He attempted to resist the police once more, pleading with them to release him so that he could search for Minji before the situation worsened. The other individuals in the van couldn't help but hear Jianwoo's plea and resistance. He vehemently informed the police that he wasn't infected and questioned their intentions. Despite the police's attempts to explain that their actions were based on orders from higher authorities, Jianwoo's resolve remained steadfast. He continued to resist, determined to find his wife. While in the midst of his resistance, something captured Jianwoo's attention, diverting his focus from the immediate confrontation. His eyes fixated on this newfound point of interest. Jianwoo's attention was drawn to a face among the police officers, a face that seemed oddly familiar. Recognition stirred within him, and the sight of this familiar police officer raised questions about whether there was a connection between this person and the events unfolding around him. Filled with a mix of emotions and urgency, he shouted and attempted to capture the attention of the police officer who seemed familiar, even though that officer was on the phone. While he attempted to get the police officer's attention, another person inside the van joined his resistance, fervently insisting that he was not infected. The other man attempted to assault the police officers while they were refusing to release him, and he was vehemently insisting that they should allow him to leave. While the police officers were preoccupied with their duties, there was one man sitting inside the van, tucked away in a corner, who was behaving in a peculiar and unusually quiet manner. It appeared that the man was displaying signs indicative of a potential infection, as he was visibly shivering and trembling, raising concerns about his well-being. The individuals who are also in the van not knowing the impending danger that they will face. Meanwhile, Jianwoo found an opening and seized the chance to sprint toward the familiar police officer attempting to address the situation. Swiftly, he reached out and clutched the officer's clothing, urgently conveying to him that he recognized the absence of infection in his case and inquired about the intentions behind their actions. The police officer inquired whether Jianwoo truly had nothing more meaningful to occupy his time with than interfering with the responsibilities of others, under the impression that he might be a reporter, offering a possible explanation for his involvement. Subsequently, he requested Jianwoo to explain his reasons for being outdoors. In response to the police officer's statement, Jianwoo fell into a momentary silence, taken aback by the revelation that the city was under a strict 7-day lockdown and that anyone venturing outside their residence would be subjected to quarantine. This abrupt realization sent a shockwave through him, and he couldn't help but think of his wife. The police officer watched in bewilderment as Jianwoo sprinted away, perplexed by his behavior despite being uninfected. However, their collective attention was abruptly diverted as a gunshot rang out, originating from the vicinity of the van. With Jianwoo in their grasp, some of the police officers swiftly moved to investigate the unfolding situation originating from the van, while the others remained vigilant, ensuring that the apprehended individual did not attempt to escape again. As the police officers approached the van, one of them suddenly tumbled out of the vehicle, prompting concerned inquiries from his colleagues regarding what had transpired inside. The fallen officer quickly conveyed to his fellow law enforcement agents that an individual inside the van had exhibited symptoms of infection and had suddenly gone into a berserk. Moreover, he explained that this person had attacked others in the vehicle and had somehow managed to break through the sturdy steel bars. Furthermore, the police officer, visibly shocked by this revelation, informed his colleagues that it was highly likely that the others inside the van had also been bitten or infected during the tumultuous struggle, further compounding the gravity of the situation and raising concerns for the safety of everyone involved. Following his initial disclosure, the officer informed his companions that he had taken the drastic measure of shooting all those who had been attacked in order to prevent the potential spread of infection. In response to this revelation, his fellow officers anxiously inquired whether he, too, had been bitten or harmed during the encounter. Amidst the commotion and the police officers' focus on the dire situation unfolding with the infected individuals, Jianwoo saw a chance and seized the opportunity to escape. In a tense turn of events, the police officer aimed his firearm at his fellow officer, explaining that he had been left with no other alternative as he, too, had fallen victim to a bite or injury during the encounter with the infected individuals. Just as the officer was on the brink of taking drastic action, a surprising announcement came from their fellow officer, revealing that the woman inside the van was still exhibiting signs of movement. While running through the streets, Jianwoo couldn't help but notice the eerie absence of people, even after passing through numerous intersections. This solitude led him to contemplate the severity of the situation, as he surmised that the authorities were employing a shoot-to-kill approach upon discovering infection, indicating a grim lack of any available cure. As he sprinted with heightened awareness, a car suddenly approached, hurtling toward him. The driver of the car was taken aback by Jianwoo's sudden dash across the road, and just as he thought he was in the clear, Jianwoo realized with a jolt of panic that another car was rapidly approaching, putting him in imminent danger of being struck. In a moment of dread, the driver slammed on the brakes just as he made contact with Jianwoo, causing him to come to an abrupt stop. Panic washed over the driver as he realized what had happened, leaving him in a state of shock and concern. Fueled by concern and a sense of responsibility, the driver hastily exited his vehicle to assess the condition of Jianwoo, who lay on the ground. As the time ticked by, Jianwoo slowly regained consciousness, albeit in a hazy state. His bleary eyes focused on the drip he saw, and he found himself contemplating his surroundings, wondering if he had been transported to a hospital and if his recollection of being struck by a car was indeed accurate. In his effort to fully awaken, Jianwoo opened his eyes and was met with the sight of a child, who seemed equally surprised by his sudden awakening. As Jianwoo attempted to rise from his position, the child, perhaps overwhelmed by fear or uncertainty, promptly dashed away, leaving Jianwoo with a sense of solitude and an array of unanswered questions about his current predicament. An unfamiliar man approached Jianwoo and offered him advice, cautioning him against rising too hastily, presumably to prevent any potential injuries. Clutching his body with a sense of discomfort, Jianwoo received further counsel from the stranger, who strongly advised against attempting to stand up, expressing concern that he might be dealing with a concussion. The stranger went on to explain, revealing that the hospital was in disarray due to the ongoing crisis, which prompted him to conduct checkups at home. Regrettably, he lacked all the essential medical equipment required for a thorough examination, but his concern for Jianhua's well-being led him to administer N4 to address the immediate need for fluids and hydration, given Jianhua's visibly unwell condition. After the reassurance that Jianhua did not appear to be infected, he grew more curious and, with a sense of gratitude, inquired about the identity of the kind stranger. He told him that he was a doctor. The doctor went on to apologize for any inconvenience he may have caused and assured Jianhua that he would take responsibility for his care and well-being. While seated and still recovering from the shock and physical strain of his unexpected accident, Jianhua admitted that he had been somewhat careless in his actions, running across the road without paying adequate attention to his surroundings. Curious about the time and hoping to gain some clarity about the situation, he inquired about the current time. Upon hearing the doctor's response that it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, Jianhua's awareness was heightened, and he suddenly realized that it had become nighttime. Observing the dimly lit environment, Jianhua, driven by a sense of restlessness and urgency, attempted to get out of the bed, feeling as though he might be wasting valuable time and that he needed to take action. Despite the doctor's efforts to dissuade him, cautioning that he was not yet in a stable condition to be moving around, Jianhua remained steadfast in his determination, explaining that he was searching for someone and felt a pressing need to leave. The doctor persisted in his advice, emphasizing the lateness of the hour and the safety concerns of venturing out at night. He encouraged Jianhua to remain patient and calm, assuring him that they could jointly search for the person he sought in the safety of daylight, promising assistance in the morning. Suddenly, the doctor's wife and daughter arrived, appearing concerned and inquiring about his well-being. The doctor, recognizing the importance of nourishment and the need to attend to Jianhua's well-being, instructed his wife to heat up the leftovers. While the preparations for the meal were underway, Jianhua found himself lost in deep contemplation, his mind filled with thoughts of his wife. As he glanced out at the balcony, he noticed the complete absence of passing cars, prompting him to wonder whether the streets were eerily deserted due to everyone's heightened sense of caution and concern amid the ongoing crisis. The doctor, attentive to Jianhua's well-being, approached him and observed that it appeared he hadn't made any progress with his meal. Furthermore, the doctor stood beside Jianhua and made an unusual yet considerate offer, extending a cigarette to him. In a gesture of gratitude and camaraderie, Jianhua accepted the cigarette from the doctor, appreciating the offer as a small act of kindness. While they shared the cigarette, the doctor also mentioned the band-aid on Jianhua's hand, revealing that it had been applied by his daughter. He explained that, despite his wife's disapproval, certain things couldn't be helped under the current circumstances. As Jianhua took a drag of the cigarette, the doctor glanced at him with a warm, understanding smile. In a compassionate and reassuring tone, the doctor picked up on Jianhua's concern about losing contact with his wife and offered words of comfort. He gently suggested that she was likely safe and urged Jianhua not to overly worry. The doctor shared his perspective, acknowledging that searching for Jianhua's wife without any clear leads was indeed a challenging and dangerous situation. He then turned the question back to the doctor, inquiring whether, if placed in his shoes, he too would do the same. These made Doctor found himself momentarily without words in response to Jianhua's heartfelt query. Continuing the conversation, the doctor ventured a suggestion, wondering if Jianhua's wife might have sought refuge at her parents' place. However, Jianhua gently countered, explaining that her parents were not available, emphasizing that they only have each other. The longer he pondered the danger his wife might face, the stronger his determination grew, and he couldn't bear to wait any longer to find her. Without a moment's hesitation, Jianhua made a swift decision to leave and head home in the hope that his wife might return in his absence. As Jianhua moved to depart, he suddenly experienced a sharp pain. The doctor, ever watchful, noticed his discomfort and cautioned him not to overexert himself, expressing concern that the pain could indicate a broken rib. Despite the doctor's attempts to dissuade him, Jianhua remained resolute in his determination to leave. In his urgency, he asked about his clothing, indicating that there was something of great importance. Responding to Jianhua's request, the doctor agreed to fetch his clothing. Handing them over to Jianhua, he watched as Jianhua eagerly rummaged through the clothes, his search for something of significance taking center stage in their midst. Frustration and anxiety began to build within Jianhua as he combed through the clothing, but was unable to locate the item he was desperately searching for. In his uncertainty, he turned to the doctor, seeking answers and inquiring about his belonging. Understanding his concern, the doctor responded, saying that if he was referring to his phone, he would retrieve it for him immediately. Furthermore, he revealed that he is not looking for his phone but a gun. This made the doctor momentarily speechless and pause for a moment. Jianhua saw the strange expression of the doctor and contemplated that he was hiding his gun but won't admit it. The doctor was getting anxious as Jianhua asked where it was, and he couldn't speak directly. This caused Jianhua to act aggressive. As Jianhua attempted to flee in response to the doctor's reassurance that there was no gun in his clothes, the doctor made every effort to calm his anxiety and prevent him from leaving, emphasizing the absence of any firearm. In the midst of his panic and determination, Jianhua, overwhelmed by emotions and anxiety, resorted to pushing the doctor, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. With a sense of urgency and agitation, Jianhua hastily moved to open various doors within the room, seemingly driven by the need to find what he was looking for. As he swung open one of the doors, Jianhua's eyes met with an unexpected sight that left him utterly surprised and likely left him wondering about the new twist in the unfolding situation. The sight that greeted Jianhua as he opened the door was truly astonishing and unsettling. The room was filled with a multitude of pictures, capturing the images of the infected individuals undergoing examinations and the inclusion of experimental animals. Jianhua was genuinely surprised by the astonishing and perplexing sights that met his eyes, which left him in a state of shock. Intrigued and puzzled, as he continued to scan the room, Jianhua's eyes fixated on an even more perplexing sight, a finger preserved in a container of water. In a sudden turn of events, the doctor raised a gun, causing Jianhua to feel a rush of anxiety. With urgency in his voice, the doctor reassured him and explained that the preserved finger was not a part of a living person. Hoping to clear any misunderstanding and prevent any further tension or fear in the room, the doctor explained that the preserved finger was from a deceased infected patient, and he used it as a sample for his research project to find a cure. It wasn't a living person's finger. Jianhua found himself briefly at a loss for words, processing the doctor's explanation. In response, the doctor offered an apology, acknowledging that his actions were not within the bounds of the law. The doctor, with the gun still pointed in Jianhua's direction, kept reiterating his heartfelt apologies, his words laden with sincerity and remorse. He implored Jianhua repeatedly not to disclose his illegal research. In the midst of this tense and unexpected confrontation, Jianhua found himself deep in contemplation. The doctor and his wife were taken aback by Jianhua's unexpected question, and a moment of surprise settled over the room. Jianhua inquired about the possibility of obtaining a sample to aid in finding a cure for the infection, showing an unexpected willingness to engage with the doctor's research. Expanding on the topic, the doctor explained that he lacked a complete specimen and couldn't guarantee the efficacy of the research, but he said that it's better than nothing. As a sign of goodwill, the doctor initially suggested returning the gun to Jianhua. However, there was a sudden and unexpected twist when Jianhua clarified that he hadn't meant to imply that he wanted the gun. To their surprise, he proposed that he could acquire an infected corpse for him, potentially providing the sample he needed for research purposes. The doctor, realizing the potential of his proposal, sought to clarify his intentions and the specifics of what he was offering. Jianhua inquired if having access to an infected corpse would indeed enhance the doctor's chances of finding a cure. However, the doctor, in a candid response, admitted that he couldn't provide a guarantee of success. In response to Jianhua's suggestion that they retrieve the infected corpse, the doctor requested patience and then, unexpectedly, handed the gun back to Jianhua. He expressed his intention to accompany him in the mission to obtain the infected corpse. The swift agreement of the doctor to accompany Jianhua took both Jianhua and the doctor's wife by surprise. He told the doctor's wife that her husband used to be hesitant to leave the house, but now things have changed. In response, the wife said it's because there's a limit to the viability of the sample. While he held the gun, the doctor's wife felt sheer terror, leaving her at a loss for words and unsure of how to respond to the situation. Furthermore, the doctor's wife decided to follow her husband into the room, driven by a mix of concern, curiosity, and the need to understand the unfolding situation. As he scanned his surroundings, an eerie and profound silence enveloped him, adding an unsettling layer to the already tense atmosphere in the room. When he gazed upon the room filled with research experiments, a realization struck him, compelling him to acknowledge the task ahead. He understood that he needed more time for in-depth research and dedicated efforts to find a potential cure, which weighed heavily on his mind. He contemplated that simply sitting idly by and doing nothing was not an option, and he had to do something. Suddenly, the child began to walk with remarkable steadiness, a development that instantly captured Jianhua's attention. He shifted his focus towards the child, a bit surprised by the young one's steps. To his surprise, the child abruptly wrapped her arms around him and clung tightly, leaving him wondering what she might be doing. He couldn't help but feel a mix of curiosity and astonishment at the child's sudden actions. As he held the child close, he started to notice something peculiar, that there was a faint, unusual sound emanating from the child. To his utter astonishment, he realized that the child was not merely seeking comfort but was actually biting at his clothing. The child's behavior began to take on an eerie and unsettling resemblance to that of an infected individual. As he stumbled and fell over, the doctor and his wife rushed into the room, their faces etched with surprise and concern at the shocking sight of their own child's distressing behavior. In a frantic effort, Jianhua struggled to disengage the child from his clothing, grappling with the unexpected intensity of the situation. Her parents promptly intervened, swiftly separating her from Jianhua's distressing encounter, and attempted to soothe her by gently covering her eyes, hoping to shield her from whatever had caused her alarming behavior. With an unmistakable tension in the air, Jianhua's grip tightened around his gun. Meanwhile, as the parents continued their efforts to calm their distressed child, the doctor's face registered a mixture of shock and disbelief when he noticed Jianhua pointing his gun in their direction. Shocked and fearing the child was infected, Jianhua aimed his gun at the doctor and his wife, and he clutched his stomach where he nearly got bitten. Then, he let out a sigh of relief, realizing that he had a waist belt on, which had prevented the child from biting him. The doctor, with desperation in his voice, pleaded with Jianhua to spare them, promising that he would do anything in his power to find a cure. Behind him, his wife and daughter were in tears, their distress evident in their cries and pleas as well. Amidst this tense and emotional moment, the child called out for her mother. In a loud and agitated voice, Jianhua declared that he had narrowly avoided being bitten. The doctor, realizing the gravity of the situation, offered a heartfelt apology and implored Jianhua not to shoot and to spare their daughter. As the doctor continued to plead for their safety, Jianhua, who had been pointing the gun with a steely resolve, suddenly began to tremble. Her father persisted in his pleas, emphasizing the distress and tears in his daughter's eyes, imploring Jianhua to consider her well-being and to find it within himself to feel compassion for her. The room was filled with a palpable sense of urgency and emotion as the tense standoff continued. As Jianhua listened to the man's desperate plea, his heart wavered with uncertainty, torn between his compassion for the safety of the man's daughter and his own overwhelming fear of the situation. He cast a hesitant glance at the distressed father, then anxiously scanned his surroundings. Upon laying eyes on the photograph of the joyful child, his mind raced as he found himself caught in a whirlwind of thoughts. He couldn't help but overthink the entire situation. Despite the overwhelming fear that had caused him to tremble, his instincts guided him to take a remarkable step. He slowly lowered the gun, relieving the man and his daughter of the immediate threat, and rose to his feet. In a quivering voice, he uttered the words that said he understood them. In response to Jianhua's compassionate gesture, the father wasted no time in inquiring about the well-being of his beloved daughter. Jianhua told the father he'd handle the difficult job of getting the deceased person, and the father looked at him with a mix of uncertainty. With newfound determination, the father rose to his feet and expressed his willingness to accompany Jianwoo. He hastily reassured his wife, urging her to take care and watch over their child while they undertook the difficult task together. The father gave Jianwoo a quick pat on the shoulder and told him they needed to hurry because time was running out, and they were determined to find a cure, even if it meant searching in the dark. While in the car and on their way, the two men engaged in conversation about how the man's daughter had become infected. The father revealed that his child had returned from kindergarten with a small wound on her arm. Their conversation continued, with the father explaining that at the time his daughter had come home with the small wound, there had been no news or warnings about the infection. So, he and his wife had not thought much of it, considering it a minor injury. The father also mentioned that this was the first time they had witnessed their daughter behaving like someone infected. The father expressed his growing concern as it had been the second day since his daughter had shown signs of infection. Jianwoo, in response, met his worried gaze with a blank expression, grappling with a sense of helplessness and uncertainty, not quite sure how to address the situation. Staring out of the car window, Jianwoo explained to the man that the reason he had initially suggested his friend wait at home was precisely because of the urgency of the situation. However, the father responded by stating that he couldn't afford to wait at home because time was of the essence, and the need to find a cure was important. While on the road, Jianwoo found himself lost in thought, wondering about the well-being of his own wife. As he contemplated, the observant doctor noticed Jianwoo's trembling hand as he held the gun, prompting him to call his attention to the matter. The man, seeking to understand Jianwoo's experience, inquired about how he had come across corpses and whether he had ever had to use a gun in such a manner before. Jianwoo, taken aback and displeased by the question, responded with a mixture of shock. Jianwoo, wanting to set the record straight, assured the man that he had never fired a gun or taken a life, and he implored him not to entertain such thoughts. The man, recognizing his insensitivity, promptly apologized. He then went on to explain that he had merely been driving around when the infected individual had unexpectedly appeared, catching him off guard. Their conversation pressing on, the man acknowledged the perilous nature of their circumstances, and then the doctor wanted to say something more. The doctor said he was lucky. The man's statement left Jianwoo puzzled, his gaze fixed on the man as he tried to grasp the meaning behind those words. The doctor, seeing his confusion, clarified by explaining that he considered himself fortunate because he had neither taken another person's life nor fallen victim to infection. Jianwoo pondered the doctor's words as they neared their destination. Deep in thought, he made a decision and instructed the man to take a route through the narrow alley. Upon their arrival, they were met with a surprising sight. As they attempted to head towards Jianwoo's home, their route was similarly blocked by military vehicles, and a cautionary poster warned against entering, heightening the sense of danger and uncertainty that surrounded them. A sudden knock on their car caught their attention, and when they turned to look, they found a member of the military standing there. The military personnel sternly conveyed that they were not allowed to enter the area. Jianwoo rolled down the window to converse with the military personnel. However, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a crackling sound from the military man's radio. The radio relayed urgent information about all soldiers and police officers being directed to set up a barricade due to the infected individuals being on the move. Jianwoo couldn't help but overhear this distressing news, which heightened his anxiety. As the military personnel instructed his colleague to check if Jianwoo and the doctor were infected, they were taken aback when the two men unexpectedly moved backward. This unexpected action left them in a dilemma, torn between the desire to chase the individuals and the need to maintain their current position. Jianwoo, puzzled by their sudden retreat, questioned the man about it. The man responded, a sense of unease in his voice, expressing that something doesn't feel right. As they continued to reverse, he confided in Jianwoo that it appeared as though the government might be attempting to conceal something. Furthermore, Jianwoo communicated to the doctor his intention to leave the street, perhaps driven by a desire to minimize their exposure to potential risks. As Jianwoo disembarked from the vehicle, he told the doctor that he could consider leaping over a nearby fence. He also expressed gratitude to the doctor for his assistance in reaching their current location. Even though the doctor was hesitant, Jianwoo insisted that he should wait there, assuring him that he would return with the deceased person. With determination, he proceeded to jump over the fence, resolute in his mission to retrieve the body. As Jianwu leaped over the fence, the sharp pain from his previous injury flared up, causing him to pause. The doctor, looking on with concern, couldn't help but worry about Jianwu's condition and the challenges he was facing. In the midst of his journey, Jianwu pressed on, keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. His observations noticed that all the lights in the construction site were extinguished, prompting him to wonder if everyone had fled in a rush, deepening the mystery and uncertainty that shrouded the area. Alarmed by the silence and sudden realization that something might be amiss, Jianwu swiftly concealed himself against a nearby wall, his senses on high alert as he detected approaching footsteps. He spotted someone in a blue jacket running toward him, looking breathless and worried. The person sprinting toward Jianwu appeared to be fleeing from someone, and for a moment, he thought it might be his wife. However, as he moved to approach the figure, an unknown person suddenly covered his mouth, preventing him from making a sound. He was taken by surprise as he realized it was the doctor who had silenced him. The doctor, filled with concern, offered an apology for his sudden and unexpected appearance. He inquired about the doctor's presence, to which the doctor explained that he had joined him out of concern, not wanting Jianwu to be in harm's way. He also voiced his belief that the location appeared to be fraught with danger. The doctor further emphasized his concern for Jianwu's well-being, stating that he couldn't bear to leave him alone in such a perilous situation. He also expressed worry about how he would manage to transport the deceased person. Jianwu, taken aback by the doctor's unwavering support and care, regarded him with a sense of disbelief at the doctor's selflessness. As Jianwu reprimanded the doctor for his initial indecision, a sudden and deafening gunshot rang out, jolting them both. They swiftly turned their attention to the source of the noise and witnessed the person who had been running toward them collapsing. Having been shot, a chilling and unexpected turn of events. Both Jianwu and the doctor were stunned to witness the military's actions, as the person who had been shot lay on the ground. The unexpected and seemingly hostile response from the military left them in a state of shock and uncertainty. His face registered a mixture of shock and disbelief upon witnessing the person being shot. For a moment, he had believed it might be his wife, intensifying the emotional turmoil that gripped him in that distressing moment. With the person lying unconscious on the ground, the military personnel hurriedly approached, their urgency apparent as they sought to check for any signs of a pulse. The soldiers meticulously examined the fallen individual to find any trace of a pulse. One of the soldiers, displaying a keen understanding of the situation, cautioned his comrade to wait for at least 15 seconds, emphasizing the need to remain vigilant, as there could still be a reaction even after death. A palpable sense of relief washed over Jianwu as the fallen person's face was revealed when her hoodie slipped off, and he realized that she was not his wife. The anxiety and fear that had gripped him earlier began to subside. The doctor, observing the grim turn of events and the woman's asked if she was the one that he's been looking for, he responded with an anxious and troubled tone, confirming that she was not the person they were looking for. With Jianwu visibly troubled and sitting on the ground, the doctor offered a stern piece of advice, urging him to leave the area promptly. He emphasized the risk of staying any longer, warning that they might also become targets if they lingered in that dangerous and uncertain environment. As the doctor gazed at Jianwu with deep concern, he grew increasingly worried when he received no response from his troubled companion. The doctor, empathetic to Jianwu's distress, opened up about his own struggles and the turmoil he had faced upon learning that his daughter was infected. With a contemplative gaze fixed on the soldiers, he shared a valuable insight, stressing that even in their dire circumstances, allowing themselves to be overwhelmed and emotionally distraught wouldn't be of any assistance. With the soldiers confirming that the woman was not infected, a decision was made to dispose of the body and swiftly vacate the area. Jianwu and the doctor observed the soldiers as they conducted further checks on the victim, ensuring that there was no sign of infection. In that moment, Jianwu found himself briefly pausing, contemplating the gravity of their situation. Suddenly, he revealed to the doctor that his wife, too, had fallen victim to infection. He shared his worry, explaining how the inability to contact his infected wife had been a source of great distress. The doctor, in contrast, appeared composed in the face of this revelation. This led Jianwoo to question how anyone could maintain such composure when they were left in the dark about their loved one's condition. Continuing on their path, they encountered streets littered with shattered glass shards, creating a treacherous environment. The doctor, realizing that their movement was generating noise, offered an apology to Jianwoo for the noise. Jianwoo's attention was suddenly drawn to something that had captured his interest. Upon observing, based on the surrounding evidence, it appeared as though the authorities had established barriers within the construction site. As he took in his surroundings and noted the presence of these barriers, his anxiety intensified. With a sense of urgency, Jianwoo informed the doctor that the deceased person's body was still in the car. He emphasized that he needs to go home first to see if his wife is there. The doctor watched with concern in his eyes as Jianwoo hurried away. While on his way back home and catching sight of the apartment building, a sudden recollection flooded Jianwoo's mind. He was transported back to the distressing memory of the police forcibly throwing him out, an image that also involved the heart-wrenching sight of his wife bearing witness to that painful event. For a brief moment, Jianwoo came to a halt, his gaze fixed upon the apartment building that held memories. As he snapped back to the present, Jianwoo's attention refocused, and he wasted no time in resuming his hurried journey towards their apartment. Upon arriving at their apartment, Jianwoo momentarily paused, his eyes fixed on the front of the building. In the midst of this contemplation, the doctor, who had been struggling to catch up and was now out of breath, running to reach him from behind. Despite the apparent chaos and disarray within the building, Jianwoo rushed to enter, his thoughts racing. A flurry of concerns and questions raced through his mind as he braved the mess and uncertainty that awaited him inside. The doctor, catching up to him, raised his voice and urgently suggested that they should stick together. With a sense of urgency, the doctor quickened his pace, racing upstairs, while Jianwoo continued to hurry, each step bringing them closer to the unknown that awaited on the upper floors. As the doctor ascended the stairs and reached the landing, he spotted him standing in front of their apartment, gazing at it intently. Jianwoo, upon noticing that their apartment door was broken and showing signs of forced entry, trembled with fear and anxiety as he attempted to push it open. The sight of the damaged entrance and the silence of their usually lively dog weighed heavily on his mind. As Jianwoo pushed the door open, he was greeted by a sight that left him utterly shocked and taken aback. In that moment of shock and surprise, his mind went back to happier times, remembering fondly the moments when his wife and their beloved dog would warmly welcome him at the door. As the stark contrast between the joyful memories of his wife and dog welcoming him and the grim scene before him struck him, a single tear welled up in his eye. The sight of the gruesome situation and the overwhelming emotions it stirred in him caused him to break down. With their dog lifeless on the floor, the added sight of their beloved pet's demise intensified the stress that gripped Jianwoo. Overwhelmed by the devastating scene and the loss of both his wife and their faithful dog, he collapsed to the floor, as the emotions is too much for him. Amidst his emotional breakdown, Jianwoo gently moved their lifeless dog to its doghouse. Seated in their bedroom, Jianwoo gazed at their deceased dog, as the weight of his loss is heavy on his heart. As the doctor observed the apartment, he came across a wedding picture of Jianwoo and his wife, a poignant reminder of happier times. However, his inspection also revealed the disarray and chaos that now filled the entire house. As he picked up various items in the apartment and took in the eerie silence that enveloped the place, the doctor's mind began to wander. He noticed the stillness and emptiness of the apartment. The doctor was caught off guard when Jianwoo, in a moment of distress, grasped his belongings and instructed him not to touch his personal items. The doctor promptly apologized for touching his personal belongings, understanding the sensitivity of the situation. Furthermore, the doctor offered his condolences for the loss of Jianwoo's dog and mentioned that it was fortunate his wife wasn't home, given the possible dangers in the apartment. Moreover, the doctor observed the numerous cameras in the apartment. Then Jianwoo revealed that he was a reporter. The doctor was taken aback by Jianwoo's sudden and intense outburst of anger, He began to kick and scatter items around him, expressing the overwhelming emptiness he felt in the absence of his wife. His emotional outburst escalated as he continued to destroy items around him, including his own camera. He revealed the depth of his anguish, sharing that he had searched tirelessly, and despite his efforts, there was still no sign of his missing wife. The doctor, recognizing the depth of Jianhua's distress and the destructive outburst, intervened and urged him to regain his composure. A sudden barrage of gunshots rang out, their echoes filling the apartment, shattering the already tense atmosphere with a new wave of fear and uncertainty. Amidst the alarming sound of gunfire, the doctor, realizing the need for calm and silence, advised Jianhua to regain his composure. Jianhua, taking a moment to reflect on his actions, paused and considered the doctor's words. Moreover, the doctor reminded him that everyone was currently hiding from the infected, emphasizing the importance of remaining silent. With a sense of uncertainty and the awareness of the danger around them, Jianhua turned to the doctor for guidance. The doctor responded with the reality, acknowledging that the past events couldn't be changed and emphasized that their focus should be on finding a cure. The doctor was taken aback by Jianhua's sudden shift to a composed and determined demeanor, but he was pleased by the response. Jianhua swiftly sprang into action, expressing his commitment to the mission of finding a cure. As they departed from the apartment, he paused to cast a final glance at the place that had once been their home. With a heavy heart, Jianhua closed the door behind him, leaving their apartment behind. The once familiar space now stood empty, with their loyal dog's lifeless form within. Meanwhile, they made their way to Jianhua's car. The doctor carefully examined the deceased person's body and contemplated that the injuries appeared to be more than just the result of being run over. He then asked the doctor if the smell of the deceased person didn't bother him, to which the doctor responded that he had become accustomed to such odors due to the nature of his work, where encountering such situations was a daily occurrence. Furthermore, the doctor provided instructions, suggesting that Jianhua should cover the deceased person while he took on the task of carrying the body. With their roles clarified, the doctor proceeded to carry the deceased person, while Jianhua respectfully covered the body. Suddenly, and to their surprise, an unexpected figure appeared before them. Jianhua, alarmed by the sudden appearance of the person, swiftly drew his gun, suspecting that it might be an infected individual. However, the doctor, recognizing the potential danger of using a firearm in that moment, urged Jianhua to not to use it. In an unexpected turn of events, the man suddenly lunged forward and grabbed the doctor, leaving both Jianhua and the doctor utterly shocked and alarmed by the abrupt physical contact. With fear and desperation in his voice, the man asked if Jianhua and the doctor were ordinary, uninfected humans. In a hushed tone, he cautioned the man to lower his voice and discreetly inquired about where he came from. In a state of fear and urgency, the man clutched the doctor and shared a disturbing revelation. He explained that the military had been resorting to lethal measures, indiscriminately killing not only the infected but also uninfected individuals. Jianhua's attention was immediately captured by the man's statement that he had escaped from quarantine. He pushed the man and sought to clarify if he had indeed been in quarantine. Jianhua, still in a state of caution, retrieved his phone and presented a picture to the man. He inquired if the man had encountered the person depicted in the image. He displayed a picture of his wife and questioned the man about whether she, too, had been in quarantine. His inability to contact his wife had sparked deep concern, and he sought any information that might shed light on her whereabouts and condition. The man told him that he doesn't recognize his wife as there are many people in the quarantine. Furthermore, Jianhua tried to look for another photo to show the man and clarified once again if he had seen her. The man's sudden reaction caught him off guard, and he was surprised when the man started to curse at him and then abruptly kicked him. He tumbled to the ground because he couldn't keep his balance when a powerful kick hit him. The man who kicked him was someone he recognized from the time when they were both brought into the containment car. Then, the doctor advised the man to stay calm. Jianhua was taken aback when the man confessed that he was the person responsible for the chaos in the neighborhood and had fled. The man persisted in accusing him, asserting that he was the cause of the military's arrival. While he was blaming Jianhua, the man happened to spot an interesting object on the ground, and he decided to bend down and pick it up. As he retrieved the object from the ground, he quickly realized it was a firearm, a gun to be precise. His thoughts turned to whether it was an actual functioning firearm, and he couldn't help but wonder. Upon discovering the gun, Jianwoo requested that the man return it to him. However, the man found himself in a dilemma, torn between Jianwoo's request and his concerns about the firearm, making him hesitant to comply. Suddenly, from the side, they heard a voice and swiveled their heads to find a police officer aiming their own gun in their direction, the situation taking a tense and apprehensive turn. In the midst of this escalating tension, the doctor swiftly grabbed Jianwoo and urgently advised him that they needed to make a hasty retreat. However, their escape was halted abruptly as the police officer shouted at them to stop, inquiring whether they might be carriers of an infection. As the situation grew even more chaotic, the police officer changed his tone, imploring them for assistance. It was in this heart-pounding moment of confusion and fear that the man, who had been clutching the firearm, suddenly and tragically discharged it, hitting the police officer and further intensifying the already tense circumstances. The police officer, now wounded and bleeding, was clearly shocked by the sudden gunfire. The pain and disbelief etched across their face as they grappled with the unexpected turn of events. With the police officer collapsing to the ground, the man's hands shook uncontrollably. Both Jianwoo and the doctor, their faces reflecting shock and disbelief, turned to the man with a barrage of questions, demanding to know why he had taken such a drastic and unexpected action. Jianwoo cast a fearful glance at the injured police officer, his eyes wide with apprehension, while the man who had fired the shot attempted to justify his actions by cautioning them that the wounded officer might still pose a threat. The police officer, no longer showing any signs of life, lay motionless on the ground. Suddenly, the man who had fired the shot began to cough up blood, a distressing sight that left Jianwoo stunned. While the man gazed at his blood-stained hands, his vision began to become strange. He turned to Jianwoo and the doctor, as his voice trembling with fear and confusion, and urgently asked them what is happening to him. Much to their astonishment, the man displayed alarming signs of infection. As the man grappled with the symptoms of infection, he ransacked his memory, trying to pinpoint when he might have been bitten. A sudden realization dawned on him, and he contemplated that he must have been bitten when the police officer fired those reckless shots in their direction, connecting the dots and understanding that he too had become infected during that chaotic exchange. The doctor attempted to offer assistance to the infected man, but Jianwoo urgently insisted that they shouldn't risk helping him, as he was now infected, and their best course of action was to flee the scene. Furthermore, the doctor tried to explain why they should lend a helping hand to the infected man. While they were in the midst of their conversation about whether or not to help the infected man, the man, who had been showing signs of infection, suddenly went silent. The man glanced at the doctor and Jianwoo, and to his surprise, his vision remained distorted and peculiar. Suddenly, the man made an aggressive move, attempting to charge at them, and it was Jianwoo who keenly observed this menacing action, urgently warning the doctor to be on guard and take defensive measures. Fortunately, they managed to evade the charging man, and both Jianwoo and the doctor emerged unscathed from the frightening encounter. The doctor, who had taken a seat on the ground, was then approached by Jianwoo and inquired if he was fine. Thankfully, in a quick and decisive move, Jianwoo pushed a nearby cabinet in the path of the aggressive man, causing him to stumble and crash to the ground. In a surprising turn of events, the man began to exhibit signs of returning to his normal state. Despite the earlier aggression, the doctor's compassionate nature prevailed, and he remained eager to offer assistance. He attempted to remove the cabinet that had fallen on the man to ensure his well-being. Jianwoo intervened and restrained the doctor, insisting that it was wiser to leave the scene rather than risking further complications. He emphasized that the sound of gunshots was drawing nearer to their location, making it increasingly challenging to make a safe exit once the threat approached closer. The doctor appeared puzzled by Jianwoo's decision to abandon the man. Undeterred, the doctor persisted in his argument, emphasizing that leaving the man behind would likely lead to his demise, and reminding Jianwoo that the man was, after all, not just a regular person. As the discussion continued, he countered by asserting that the man's infection had progressed to a point where his survival seemed unlikely. However, before he could finish his explanation, as the doctor, overwhelmed by anger and frustration, abruptly grabbed Jianwoo, unable to contain his emotions any longer. In the heat of the moment, the doctor passionately expressed his emotions, condemning Jianwoo's words as lacking in humanity. In the midst of their intense conversation, the infected man stirred, showing signs of regaining consciousness but appearing disoriented and dizzy. In a heartfelt plea, the doctor reiterated his dedication to finding a cure and empathetically pointed out that Jianwoo's wife was in a similar predicament as the man, compelling him to consider why they couldn't extend their assistance to someone in desperate need. He responded, explaining that his wife was not like others. However, the doctor, with tears in his eyes, countered by emotionally stating that, in reality, everyone was the same, and thinking otherwise was just a way of making themselves feel special. As the doctor continued to passionately articulate his perspective on the situation, Jianwoo found himself utterly speechless. In that moment of deep contemplation, Jianwoo's mind wandered to the image of his distraught wife, tears streaming down her face, and he couldn't help but recall the heart-wrenching sound of the doctor's daughter crying. Amid their intense conversation, the man who had been lying on the ground made a sudden attempt to move, his confusion apparent as he tried to grasp the unfolding events and his place in the situation. Seeing the man's feeble movements, the doctor felt a renewed sense of urgency and urged the group to move quickly, recognizing that time was of the essence and they couldn't afford to waste any more precious moments. Just as they were on the verge of leaving, the man managed to muster a shout, imploring them not to leave him behind. The man, in a desperate plea, asked them to take him along, revealing that he had been shot and was now infected. The doctor turned his gaze toward Jianwoo, seeking his approval, but Jianwoo remained in deep contemplation, his stare fixed on the ground as he grappled with the moral and practical implications of their decision. In a swift and compassionate gesture, the doctor rushed to help the man. However, the man's expression turned to anger as he shot a piercing gaze in Jianwoo's direction, seemingly holding him responsible for their earlier hesitation. As Jianwoo urged them to hurry, the man, in an unexpected turn of events, made a surprising move, keeping everyone on edge. Suddenly and shockingly, the man bit the doctor's ear, causing a wave of panic and chaos. Jianwoo, caught off guard by this vicious act, hastily retrieved the gun. The man, now holding the doctor captive and asserting his control, declared that he would not allow himself to become a monster. Terrified by the unfolding situation and deeply aware of the critical role the doctor played in finding a cure, Jianwoo aimed the gun at the man, his voice trembling with fear, as he asked what the man is doing as the doctor is their only way to find cure. The man, still holding the doctor captive, explained that he had overheard their conversation about potentially leaving him behind. He went on to say that even if the doctor were infected, he would work twice as hard to find the cure. Feeling the throbbing pain in his ear where the man had bitten him, the doctor instinctively reached up to touch the injured area. Continuing his conversation, the man expressed his belief that, if not for the desperate search for a cure, the doctor might have considered leaving him behind. In response to the man's claim, Jianwoo trembled with emotion, vehemently denying the accusation that he would have left the man. However, his words faltered and he fell silent as the man revealed that Jianwoo's wife had run away because she perceived him as selfish. As the man continued to share his thoughts and experiences, Jianwoo found himself utterly speechless, overwhelmed by a flood of emotions. While the man continued to speak, sharing his thoughts and concerns, Jianwoo's attention drifted to his gun, his mind racing with conflicting emotions and the inability to respond to the man's claims, leaving him in a state of deep contemplation. As the man continued to speak, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Suddenly, another person appeared and forcefully grabbed the man. To their profound surprise, the person who had grabbed the man turned out to be infected as well, adding a layer of complexity and danger to the unfolding scenario. Witnessing the distressing situation and hearing the man's cries for help, the doctor made a courageous decision to assist the man despite the risk. The doctor, showing compassion and determination, instructed the infected man to hold onto his arm, signaling the beginning of a risky, yet potentially life-saving endeavor. Amidst the struggle to break free from the infected individuals, the doctor, realizing they needed additional assistance, implored Jianwoo, who had been staring at the scene in shock, to step in and provide his help in their dire situation. Jianwoo, overwhelmed by the chaotic and horrifying turn of events, remained paralyzed, his mind in turmoil as he grappled with the overwhelming situation. Meanwhile, the infected individuals continued to attack and bite others in the vicinity, spreading the danger further. While the doctor continued to struggle against the infected, he urgently urged him to snap out of his thoughts and provide assistance. Suddenly, Jianwoo, breaking free from his shock, instructed the doctor to step aside. The man and the doctor, both taken by surprise, watched in astonishment as Jianwoo, with determination in his eyes, aimed the gun at them. Pointing the gun, Jianwoo made it clear that he considered the man's situation distinct from that of his wife. He urged the doctor to step aside, emphasizing that he would shoot the man if necessary. Trembling with the weight of his decision, Jianwoo stood his ground, but the doctor, in a desperate plea, urged him not to pull the trigger. Seeing Jianwoo's persistent resolve and the gun still pointed in their direction, the man couldn't help but conclude that he must be on the brink of madness. As he kept the gun aimed at the man, he pondered the importance of finding a cure, recognizing that it wasn't just about the man's life, but also about his own desperate quest to save his wife. In the midst of this tense moment, Jianwoo's thoughts turned to the uncertain reality of finding a cure. With unwavering determination, Jianwoo closed his eyes, still committed to his decision to shoot. With time passing and the situation growing increasingly perilous, they made a swift and hasty exit from the scene, piling into Jianwoo's car as they left the chaos and danger behind. In a surprising twist, the doctor took control of Jianwoo's car. With the man and the doctor being the only ones left at the scene, they embarked on a journey filled with uncertainty and danger. Frustration etched across his face. The man expressed his belief to the doctor that Jianwoo must have intentionally hit him and expressed his anger at him. Convinced that Jianwoo had deliberately targeted them, the man confided in the doctor, suggesting that Jianwoo had indeed aimed at them but lost his nerve, resulting in a shot fired sideways. In a prior moment, Jianwoo had fired the gun, which took the man by surprise as the shot missed its mark. The man felt a sudden shock of surprise as he realized, to his amazement, that the incoming fire narrowly missed him, and instead, it struck the infected individual standing just behind him. Jianwoo, after witnessing the close call and seeing the pellet miss the man, immediately turned his attention to the startled individual. With a sense of urgency and concern, he swiftly reached out, firmly grasping the man's clothing, as he sought to offer a helping hand and provide assistance in this unexpected situation. In the midst of the unfolding emergency, he urgently turned to the nearby doctor, implored the medical professional to swiftly come to the aid of the man in need. While the man continued to tremble, his fear from the near miss still palpable, Jianwoo inquired about the location of the quarantine zone. Still visibly shaken by the recent close call, the man managed to convey, with a trembling voice, that the quarantine zone appeared to resemble a multi-purpose hall or even a church. Overwhelmed by fear, the man, now on his knees and visibly shaken, admitted that he couldn't recall the exact details of the quarantine zone, as he had hastily fled from the area as quickly as possible. Not entirely satisfied with the limited information, Jianwoo firmly instructed the doctor to stay with the trembling individual, emphasizing that he couldn't leave the area until he was reunited with his wife. The doctor, torn between responsibilities, still harbored some hesitancy about departing from the distressed man's side. In the midst of the precarious situation with the infected individuals in close proximity, the doctor found himself in a contemplative state. With a sense of urgency and an attempt to offer assistance, the doctor reached out to hand something to Jianwoo, but the sudden action startled Jianwoo, causing him to react with a gasp of shock, firmly instructing the doctor not to come any closer. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the doctor extended his car key toward him, instructing him to take it. With a reassuring tone, he mentioned that his contact number was written on the back of the key and requested that he call him once he found his missing wife. Seeking to offer additional comfort and reassurance, the doctor went on to assure him that both he and his wife were welcome to return to his place. Furthermore, Jianwoo asked if the doctor could really take care of the man, and the doctor couldn't give a clear answer. Upon hearing Jianwoo's questioning, the man, in his heightened state of fear and confusion, suddenly accused Jianwoo of attempting to shoot him. The man hastily got up to depart with the doctor, while Jianwoo made the decision to remain in the current location. Jianwoo finds himself in a state of complete shock and fear, rendering him utterly speechless. In this bewildering moment, he is grappling with uncertainty, unsure of the appropriate course of action to take. At the same time, the man and the doctor, completely unaware of Jianwoo's internal struggle, discover themselves in an environment fraught with tension. They have reached a location where a blockade of military vehicles stands as an imposing obstacle, effectively obstructing the road. As they approached, the vigilant military personnel on duty quickly noticed a car approaching their position, which immediately drew their attention and raised concerns. Perplexed by the approaching car, the military personnel couldn't help but wonder about the driver's intentions and the reason for the vehicle's unexpected approach. As the car continued to draw nearer, one of the soldiers, growing increasingly tense and vigilant, raised a firearm and aimed it in the direction of the approaching vehicle. A hushed and urgent conversation then unfolded among the soldiers as they deliberated on their course of action, with one of them inquiring whether they should open fire. In the grip of fear and anxiety, the man inside the car felt a surge of panic wash over him as he observed the soldiers aiming their weapons in their direction. In a frantic and urgent manner, he raised his voice, telling the doctor to press down on the gas pedal with even greater force. Despite the doctor's concerns about the escalating danger, the man's persistence was unwavering. He urged the doctor to continue accelerating. Ultimately, it became evident that the man was determined to take matters into his own hands, assuming control of the vehicle and relentlessly pressing down on the gas pedal. The soldiers, quite surprised by the car's persistent approach, grew increasingly uncertain about the situation. As the vehicle drew closer, they made the unsettling decision to open fire. Following their initial decision to open fire, the soldiers continued to discharge their firearms. On the flip side, as Jianwoo observed the infected individuals he had shot, a sense of contemplation and doubt crept into his mind. He found himself immersed in a whirlpool of thoughts, pondering whether his choice to open fire had been the correct one. Sitting down and deep in thought, Jianwoo gradually came to the realization that refraining from shooting the man earlier had turned out to be a wise decision. A sense of relief washed over him as he recognized that his restraint in that critical moment had prevented a potentially grave mistake. Standing up, Jianwoo couldn't shake the nagging thought that, infected or not, the man was still a human being. Facing the encroaching swarm of infected on the other side, Jianwoo, clutching his firearm, began to reconcile his earlier doubts. In this dire situation, he found himself inclined to believe that shooting the infected was a reasonable and necessary course of action. With a resolute determination to distance himself from both the approaching infected and those he had previously shot, Jianwoo rose to his feet and moved away from the scene. Jianwoo grappled with the notion that shooting the infected might indeed be an acceptable course of action, reasoning that they were dead already. With a sense of urgency and the pressing need to reunite with his wife at the forefront of his mind, Jianwoo quickened his pace on his journey. While on the move, he took out his phone, contemplating the idea of searching for nearby churches in the hopes of locating his wife. In a stroke of misfortune, as Jianwoo was using his phone to search for churches, the device suddenly slipped from his grasp and tumbled into a nearby canal. The frustrating mishap left him feeling irritated, as he watched his lifeline to information and communication disappear. While attempting to retrieve his phone from the canal, Jianwoo's thoughts began to swirl with frustration, and a sense of despair crept over him as he contemplated the growing challenges that seemed to test his sanity. Unbeknownst to him, a lurking, infected individual approached from behind. With his focus firmly fixated on the task of recovering his phone from the water, Jianwoo remained oblivious to the approaching infected individual. Suddenly, with a burst of aggression, the infected individual lunged toward Jianwoo, his movements driven by the relentless pursuit of his primal instincts. Amidst the intensifying rain, Jian's determined efforts paid off as he finally managed to retrieve his phone from the drainage. As Jianwoo attempted to power on his phone, he was met with a disheartening revelation. The device remained unresponsive. Its screen is filled by a waterlogged appearance. The thought crossed his mind that the water might have seeped into the delicate internals of the phone, causing the damage and rendering it inoperable. To Jianwoo's astonishment and growing alarm, the screen of his unresponsive phone suddenly displayed an eerie sight, a visual feed of an infected individual approaching him from behind. Reacting swiftly to the ominous sight on his phone's screen, he turned around to face the source of the impending danger. Just as the infected individual was moments away from reaching him, a sudden gunshot pierced the air, effectively halting the aggressor's charge. As he stood there, looking at the lifeless body of the infected, he was overcome by a profound sense of shock and surprise. The sudden appearance of the mysterious individual who had saved him and the subsequent act of shooting the infected played out before his eyes. Startled by the unexpected recognition and address, Jianwoo swiftly turned around to face the source of the voice. Someone called him Mr. Reporter that took him by surprise, and he was curious to discover who had called out to him in the dangerous environment. To his amazement, as he faced the voice calling him, Jianwoo found himself in the presence of a familiar figure, a police officer whom he recognized. The police officer, in a tone of surprise and concern, expressed his own astonishment at their unexpected encounter in the midst of the current, challenging circumstances. In this unexpected reunion, the police officer, after expressing his surprise, turned to Jianwoo and made an earnest request for assistance. His leg had been impaled by a shard of metal, leaving him in excruciating pain and unable to move without assistance. Upon witnessing the police officer's distressing condition, Jianwoo found himself utterly speechless. In the midst of the unfolding crisis, a flood of memories rushed into his mind, taking him back to a time when the same police officer had pointed a gun at both him and his wife. With the memories of the past confrontation with the police officer still fresh in his mind, Jianwoo couldn't help but question the officer's request for assistance. He asked, with a hint of hesitation and uncertainty, why he should extend his help. To his astonishment and amid the lingering tension, the police officer swiftly took action. He opened fire at the approaching infected individual who had been creeping up behind Jianwoo, acting with precision and decisiveness to neutralize the immediate threat. Following the final shot, the police officer found himself in a perilous situation. He had expended all of his ammunition, leaving him with an empty firearm and no means of defense should another threat arise. As Jianwoo's gaze shifted toward the fallen, infected individuals that the police officer had shot, his countenance appeared dispirited. The police officer, noticing this change in his demeanor, couldn't help but wonder about the source of his apparent silence, curious about the thoughts that weighed on his mind. As the police officer continued speaking, Jianwoo gradually returned to his senses. Observing the increasing number of individuals in the area, the police officer issued a stern warning to Jianwoo, emphasizing the heightened presence of infected individuals in their vicinity. Despite his injured leg, the police officer displayed remarkable determination as he struggled to his feet. With a sense of urgency, he called out to Jianwoo, urging him to hurry over and assist. However, Jianwoo remained silent. Moreover, spurred by the urgency of the situation and a growing sense of responsibility, Jianwoo overcame his initial speechlessness. He rushed over to the police officer's side, ready to provide the assistance. With a newfound resolve, Jianwoo offered his own body as support to the injured police officer. Turning to help the police, he suddenly realized that the infected individuals were already advancing toward their location. In a swift and urgent manner, the police instructed him to dash toward the roller shutter for safety. However, as the infected individuals rapidly closed in on their position, the situation became increasingly perilous, and they found themselves facing imminent danger. Approaching the roller shutter for refuge, they noticed that the infected individuals were also drawing closer, closing the distance with each passing moment. To his astonishment, the infected individuals had not only advanced rapidly, but had also managed to come in close proximity. Making physical contact with them, a startling and unexpected turn of events. However, in a swift response, the police took immediate action to handle the situation, and at that moment, Jianwoo was alerted to the unfolding events. The police acted swiftly, forcefully shoving the gun into the mouth of the infected individual to prevent them from biting Jianwoo, averting a potentially dire situation. In the process of pushing the gun into the infected individual's mouth, the infected person managed to sink their teeth into the officer's fingers, causing both pain and shock, which left him startled and taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Shaken by the sudden attack, Jianwoo reacted promptly, rushing to their aid and delivering a powerful kick that sent the infected individual tumbling away from them, creating a crucial moment of separation and relief. With the infected individual on the ground, they wasted no time and quickly sprang into action, rushing to close the roller shutter in order to halt the advance of the other infected individuals, preventing them from further charging towards their location. Upon firmly shutting the door, the infected individuals were left shrieking and clawing at the roller shutter, their anguished and piercing cries filling the air as they struggled to breach the barrier. With a sigh of relief, the police leaned back against the wall, seeking a moment of respite, while Jianwoo, still catching their breath, sat on the floor, their gaze fixed upon the agitated, infected individuals, the intensity of the situation sinking in. As they found themselves resting on the floor, their bodies still pulsing with the adrenaline of the recent encounter, Jianwoo's face wore a look of deep concern as he turned towards the police officer. In a voice laced with worry, he asked the police officer if his hand was bitten. The police officer extended his hand, reassuring him with a sense of relief. He conveyed that there was no risk of being bitten by the suspect, emphasizing that his choice to wear sturdy leather gloves had effectively shielded him from any harm or injury. While they found shelter from the ongoing rain, Jianwoo was taken aback by the surprising revelation from the police officer, who regretfully informed him that his companion had not returned after setting out to seek assistance. In that moment, a sudden recollection flooded Jianwoo's mind, and he couldn't help but wonder if the law enforcement officer he had encountered earlier was the very person that the police was now referring to. Jianwoo remained utterly speechless, as the police officer continued to share troubling details about the well-being of his missing partner, further amplifying his concerns and leaving him in a state of profound distress. The revelation hit Jianwoo like a bolt from the blue, as he learned that the police officer was mentioning had actually been shot earlier, and his instinctive decision to mislead them by falsely claiming it was a result of a bite from an infected individual. Seeking clarity and concern, he found the courage to ask the police officer if his partner had left him wounded out of fear, while revealing that his companion had also sought assistance from him earlier. Upon hearing his revelation, the police officer was rendered momentarily speechless. In the midst of the relentless swarm of infected individuals outside, the police officer, breaking the silence, shared with Jianwoo that his partner, the injured cop, had even proudly boasted about the impending birth of his second child, revealing a touching and personal aspect of his life that now cast an even more somber shadow over their predicament. Upon learning of the impending birth of his partner's second child, Jianwoo was left utterly speechless. Deeply moved by the revelation and the gravity of the situation they now found themselves in, as the infected continued to encroach upon them from the outside. Following their emotional exchange, the police officer made a request for him to remove the piece of metal lodged in his leg. However, Jianwoo hesitated, explaining that it wasn't as simple as just pulling it out. Looking at his leg, he told the police officer that if he took out the metal, his leg would bleed a lot, so it's not safe to do it without proper help. As the situation unfolded, the police officer attempted to loosen his clothes, prompting Jianwoo to inquire about how the officer had sustained his own injury. Jianwoo's curiosity was piqued when the police officer mentioned that his injury had been inflicted by a man with curly hair. The police officer went on to explain that the curly-haired man was responsible for the chaos and danger that had engulfed their surroundings. Jianwoo's memory was jogged, and he suddenly realized that the very same man he had encountered earlier was the one the police was referring to. While the police officer was attempting to remove his necktie, he vented his frustrations, expressing the belief that a more proactive approach to dealing with the infected individuals from the very start could have prevented the dire circumstances they now faced. Jianhua was left in a state of shock as the police officer revealed that the same man had not only caused the infected individuals to escape, but had also been the one to stab the police officer's leg. Seeking clarification, he inquired whether the police officer was referring to the shelter they were in, and the officer provided confirmation, reaffirming that it was indeed the shelter. Suddenly, a surge of urgency overcame him, and he grabbed the police officer's clothing, urgently questioning whether the troublesome man was currently present in the shelter. With a sense of haste, he swiftly inquired whether the police officer remembered anything about his wife and whether she might be inside the shelter. In response to his question about his wife's whereabouts, the police officer promptly confirmed that she was indeed in the shelter. He then urgently requested him to release his grip on him, explaining that his legs were in excruciating pain. Upon hearing the devastating news from the police that his wife is already dead, Jianhua was left utterly speechless, overwhelmed by shock and grief, as the weight of the tragic revelation settled heavily upon their already tense and uncertain situation. With a heavy heart, the police officer emphasized the grim reality, stating that the occupants of the shelter were either infected or dead. The police officer went on to explain that the shelter had become extremely difficult to manage and control, leading the higher authorities to make the challenging decision to lock it down. He expressed hesitation, acknowledging that it might not be entirely suitable for him to disclose that information. Upon receiving this unsettling information, Jianhua felt a surge of emotions, and with a heavy heart, he slowly began to rise, finding it increasingly difficult to confront the harsh and grim reality that surrounded them. Recognizing his emotional distress, the police officer extended a calming gesture, urging him to take a moment to compose himself. Suddenly, without warning, Jianhua began to lift the roller shutter, taking action that left the police officer visibly surprised and bewildered by his unexpected action. While the police officer initially considered his actions as rather irrational, he couldn't help but express his disbelief by muttering that Jianhua must be crazy. However, regardless of this judgment, Jianhua remained resolute, persistently opening the shutter. In a swift and assertive move, the police officer pushed him to halt his attempt at opening the shutter. Recognizing the need for caution, the shutter was quickly closed once more. With a sigh of relief, the police officer closed the shutter and then turned to him, inquiring about the motivations behind his earlier actions. Suddenly, overcome by anger and frustration, Jianhua pushed the police officer against the wall, accusing him lying. He expressed his firm belief that his wife could not be considered dead until he saw it with his own eyes. The police officer maintained that he wasn't lying, but Jianhua persisted, dismissing what he saw as nonsense. In response, the police officer urged him to control himself. Releasing his grip on the police officer, he took a step back. The police officer lowered himself to the ground, visibly struggling with the physical and emotional toll of their intense encounter. Meanwhile, Jianhua's hands trembled as he grappled with the overwhelming and heartbreaking reality that he was finding it incredibly difficult to accept the apparent of his beloved wife. Overwhelmed by the weight of the situation, he experienced a breakdown, questioning how everything had unraveled to such a tragic point. In his despair, he began to blame himself. In the midst of his emotional breakdown, he patted something on his clothing and then retrieved a camcorder, an item that held the potential to shed light on past events. As he played the camcorder, he saw a recorded moment in time when he had surprised his wife. In the video, his wife's face lit up with joy and happiness as she received a puppy as a surprise gift. As the video continued, his wife was complimenting the puppy's hair tie. A sudden realization washed over her as she noticed that the supposed hair tie was, in fact, a ring. Her eyes welled up with tears, overwhelmed by the heartfelt gesture that Jianhua had made. As the significance of the ring dawned on her, his wife's face lit up with a mix of surprise and joy. She hurried to draw closer to him as she realized that he was proposing to her. She then felt happy to finally be marrying him. He played the next video, which showed them attending their friend's wedding. In the video, he was apologizing to his wife for not having a formal ceremony for their wedding. However, his wife was still happy and didn't mind, and instead, she asked him to take photos to capture the special moments of their union. She encouraged him to hurry up as he asked his friend to take a photo of them. As they prepared to take the photo, she lovingly fixed his hair. Finally, they took the picture, seizing that special moment in time when their love and happiness shone brightly. As he watched the heartfelt videos, tears welled up in his eyes, and he cried sincerely, overwhelmed by the memories. Stuck in their confined and uncertain surroundings, he continued to watch their videos, finding solace and a sense of connection to the happier times. He played the videos of the times they had gone out to a restaurant, and in these moments, his wife could be seen playfully teasing and joking with him. As he continued to play the videos, the camcorder suddenly issued a warning that there were no previous videos. It then notified him that it would return to the most recent videos, leaving him with a sense of uncertainty about what had transpired between the last video and the current moment. To his great surprise, the camcorder played a video of the hospital building where infected individuals were quarantined. The shock washed over Jianwoo as he saw the disturbing video. As he was watching the video, it suddenly went off, and in that moment, he felt a chill run down his spine as he stared at the blank screen, an eerie sense of unease settling over him. Time continued to pass, and before they knew it, morning had arrived with the soft, gentle light of daybreak filling the room. Amidst the quiet morning, the police officer, his throat raspy and with a subtle cough, stirred, jolting him from his drowsy state. He realized that he actually fell asleep amidst their situation. Furthermore, he looked outside and noticed that it's almost daytime. He then wondered that the precautions taken against the infected are much lower at the moment. While he was in the midst of pondering whether it might be worth taking the risk of venturing outside, he found himself surprised. Jianwoo, whom he was about to approach with the question, had a firearm trained directly on him, and with a grave tone, he instructed him to lead the way to the shelter he had previously referred to. Deep in thought, he couldn't help but wonder where Jianwoo's gun came from. His own gun was still precariously lodged in the mouth of an infected individual outside, raising questions about how Jianwoo had come into possession of another weapon. He mustered the courage to inquire about the source of his gun, wondering if it was perhaps acquired from the individual he had previously assisted. However, Jianwoo's gun still pointed at him, responded that he doesn't need to know where it came from. The police officer, utterly speechless in the face of the unfolding predicament, found himself in a tense situation. On the other hand, Jianwoo repeated his demand to be led to the shelter, still pointing his gun at. The police officer then asked if he was going to shoot if he don't comply. The police officer told Jianwoo that shooting his gun might bring more police and soldiers to their location, making things worse. However, he remained steadfast, still aiming his gun at the police officer and insisting that he had enough bullets to handle any additional threats that might emerge. Jianwoo then asked him to make a choice, that it's either that he will take him to the shelter or he will die. With no other viable option in sight, the police officer reluctantly acknowledged that he had no choice but to comply. Then he ponders that there is no end to the crazy situation. He explained to the officer that he was not familiar with the place, that he just moved recently and have been busy with work, so he insisted that he should take him to the shelter, all the while keeping his firearm trained on the officer. In response to Jianwoo's persistence, the police officer explained that he had just emerged from the shelter himself, emphasizing that he had little knowledge of the external surroundings. However, Jianwoo appeared undeterred by the police officer's explanation, his sole focus fixated on reuniting with his wife and reaching the shelter at all costs. Out of nowhere, his camcorder began to slip from his grasp, its slow descent capturing his attention, diverting his gaze and thoughts from the intense situation at hand. Recognizing the brief distraction in Jianwoo's focus, the police officer seized the opportunity to take action. With determination and a swift motion, he attempted to wrestle Jianwoo's gun from his grip, hoping to regain control of the situation. To his utter shock and dismay, Jianwoo reacted swiftly and without hesitation, firing a shot in the direction of the police officer who had attempted to disarm him. In a stroke of sheer luck, the police officer narrowly escaped the path of the bullet. The police officer, feeling frightened and upset after the gunshot, scolded him. Jianwoo, still anxious and determined to get to the shelter and find his wife, warned the officer not to try any tricks and urged him to decide quickly. The sound of the gunshot had an immediate and startling effect, capturing the sudden and keen attention of the infected individuals in the vicinity. Feeling a throbbing pain in his head, the police officer shared his discomfort with Jianwoo, who, rather defensively, asserted that the blame for the gunshot incident rested with the officer, as it was his attempt to disarm him that had prompted the discharge. Out of the blue, their attention was abruptly diverted as they were both taken by surprise when an unknown individual opened fire on the infected. The unexpected gunfire continued, targeting the infected individuals outside their immediate area, leaving both the police officer and Jianwoo in a state of profound surprise and disbelief as they grappled with the unfolding events. To their astonishment, they soon discovered that the one responsible for firing at the infected was a fellow police officer. She approached their location and inquired if there were any individuals inside, as she had heard the gunshot. The newly arrived police officer wasted no time and suggested that they promptly relocate to a secure and protected area. The police officer who had arrived swiftly offered her assistance, expressing her relief upon finding emergency supplies in their current location. She inquired about the police officer's profession, asking if he was one of her fellow law enforcement officers. In response, he conveyed that, in their current dire situation, titles are useless. After the initial exchange, the police officer introduced herself by sharing her name. However, the police officer who had been with Jianwoo emphasized that formalities like greetings could come later, given the urgency of their circumstances. The police officer who had been accompanying Jianwoo informed her fellow officer about his possession of a firearm and reiterated the importance of confiscating the weapon for the safety of all involved. Without delay, the police officer firmly requested that he surrender his firearm. While the she tried to talk to him, Jianwoo appeared to be in a state of shock or distress, making him unable to provide an immediate response to her request. It was as if he had become lost in the depths of his own thoughts, his mind seemingly consumed by inner contemplation. In that moment of deep reflection, his mind drifted back to past instances when he had pointed a gun at others. Furthermore, he thought about the time when he dropped the gun during an argument with his wife and she cried. In an effort to regain his composure, he closed his eyes momentarily, and with a newfound sense of calm, he handed the firearm over to the police officer. Following the handover of the firearm, the police officer inquired about the woman's situation, expressing curiosity about why she was alone if she said earlier that there was a support coming. The police officer was taken aback as the policewoman explained that when they had come to provide support in the area, they had been met with a surprising turn of events that everyone seeking entry had been denied access. With a heavy heart, the policewoman elaborated, revealing that the strict quarantine measures in place had resulted in a chilling realization that those in charge were no longer inclined to extend assistance or support to the living. As she handed over the gun, she disclosed that she had managed to sneak into the area. The police officer, upon hearing this, expressed a mix of relief and concern, telling her that she should have remained with the police force as the area was dangerous. She emphasized again that she was there because nobody seemed willing to help the living. Before the crisis had further deteriorated, the people were determined to proceed with a school ceremony. On the phone, her mom engaged in a conversation about the severity of the situation, expressing concern because the news had not reported any alarming developments. Meanwhile, her dad anxiously waited in the car, waiting for their daughter. Her dad, spotting his daughter getting out from the school, hurriedly stepped out of the car, relieved and overjoyed to see her. Her mom extended a bouquet of flowers to her and offered her heartfelt congratulations, while her dad, somewhat astonished, found it hard to believe that his little girl had already grown into a high school student. Her dad suggested that they should have a family dinner together, including her sister, to celebrate her high school milestone. However, she downplayed the significance of starting high school, questioning the need for a formal family gathering to mark the occasion. All of a sudden, at the school, a bunch of police officers arrived, their unexpected presence sparking a sense of curiosity and concern among the students. The area was soon enveloped by the loud and distinct sound of police cars. In the midst of the commotion, their phone call was abruptly disconnected. The high school student's sister, who also happened to be a police officer, began to wonder why the call had been abruptly disconnected. Out of the blue, a warning message appeared on her phone's screen, adding to the growing sense of urgency and unease that surrounded the situation. Suddenly, a fellow police officer made a solemn announcement within the office, stating that the infections were escalating and that it was imperative for them to provide support to the citizens. An immediate assembly was called, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. After hearing the announcement, she was filled with shock and deep concern. Returning to the present, she shared with the police officer that her family had recently relocated to the district, only to find themselves placed under quarantine. She inquired about how the situation had escalated to such an extent. As she handed over the firearm to the officer, he promptly took hold of it. She then went on to explain that she had not been able to visit her family ever since they had moved to the area, and she was feeling profoundly lost and disconnected from them. Turning her attention to Jianwoo, she inquired about the location of the shelter. Jianwoo, however, deferred to the police officer, indicating that he was the one who knew the way to the shelter. The police officer hesitated, then reluctantly revealed that even if they managed to locate the shelter, it was likely that everyone inside had already perished. He expressed frustration with Jianwoo for persistently pushing him to say it. Jianwoo's anger flared at the police officer's words, but the police woman sought clarification, asking whether it was indeed the case that everyone inside the shelter had met their demise. She then reassured him, stating that she understood that his previous statement wasn't true. She proceeded to share her observations from the streets, mentioning that the situation appeared dire but there were still signs of people being alive. This piqued the interest of both Jianwoo and the police officer, fostering a glimmer of hope in the midst of uncertainty. Jianwoo, seeking further clarification, inquired about the details, and she explained that although the signal was indeed poor and they couldn't make calls, she had managed to receive messages from her younger sister. She told him to take a look at her sister's messages. The text messages that she received from her sister provided a glimmer of hope as they confirmed her sister's survival. Her sister informed her that she was at the school's auditorium. With the newfound hope of reuniting with her sister, they decided to leave the area. The police officer who had been injured was noticeably limping. The injured police officer, determined to forge ahead despite his injury, chose to walk alone, separating from Jianwoo and the other police officer as they embarked on their respective paths toward the school's auditorium. As he walked alone, he felt sorry for both Jianwoo and the other police officer as they ventured towards the school's auditorium, a location that was likely filled with infected individuals. He was burdened by guilt, yet he thought that he couldn't just make up a lie. While he was walking, he suddenly spotted someone in the distance. To his great surprise, the figures in the distance turned out to be a group of soldiers. In a bid to get their attention, he called out to the soldiers, but to his shock and horror, it became apparent that every single one of them had already been infected, presenting a deeply unsettling scene. As the infected soldiers took notice of his presence and began to advance, the police officer, driven by a sense of self-preservation, swiftly raised his gun and opened fire in a desperate attempt to defend himself. In a tense moment, he realized that he had run out of bullets, leaving him defenseless in the face of the advancing infected soldiers. To his immense surprise and relief, an unknown savior stepped in and opened fire on the approaching infected soldiers, fending them off and providing him with a sudden respite from the dire situation. Fortunately, the ones who had come to his aid were a group of soldiers who had advanced in the direction of the initial gunshot. Upon spotting the police officer, the soldiers inquired if he had indeed discharged his firearm. He confirmed that he had and assured them that he was not infected, explaining that he was responsible for the area's security. When the soldiers noticed the wound on the police officer's leg, they expressed concern and insisted that he undergo a full body check. The officer, while reiterating that he wasn't infected. The officer, surprised by the presence of the soldiers, inquired about their continued presence in the area, as he had believed they had already departed. The police officer complied with the soldiers' request for a check and mentioned that he had heard rumors about survivors in the shelter. He asked them to take care of the situation in his absence. The police officer inquired if he was being heard, but the soldier regretfully informed him that the area had already been infected and placed under lockdown, making further assistance or intervention challenging. He continued, revealing that they had received strict orders to consider everyone in the district, whether they were still alive or not, as infected. The shocking revelation left the police officer in a state of disbelief and deep concern. Meanwhile, as Jianwoo and the policewoman continued on their journey, they suddenly heard the distinct sound of gunshots in the distance. The sound of gunshots filled them with worry for the police officer's safety. Jianwoo expressed concern, thinking that the officer should have accompanied them, but he tried to reassure the policewoman by pointing out that the officer had a gun, implying that he could protect himself. The policewoman, as they continued on their path, observed that he appeared to be quite familiar with the route around the garden, which piqued her curiosity. He explained that he had walked around the garden with his wife once before the crisis had unfolded. He then reminisces about the happier days when he and his wife had strolled through the garden with their dog, their hearts filled with joy and contentment, a stark contrast to the grim situation they now found themselves in. Deep in thought, he couldn't help but contemplate how he should have worked less and spent more time walking with his wife. This way, he would have become familiar with the nearby schools, and he wouldn't be so lost in the area while trying to find her amidst the chaos. However, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted when the policewoman mentioned the shelter and asked about his wife possibly being there. In that moment, he was flooded with memories, and he recalled a specific time when he and his wife had a heated argument or fight. As he delved further into his memories, he recollected a moment of anger and frustration that had led to him becoming so incensed that he had punched the wall. Suddenly, he was overcome by a sharp, shooting pain, causing him to come to a sudden halt. The police officer, noticing his distress, inquired if he was all right. While he took a seat to address the pain, the police officer sympathized with his discomfort. However, she stressed the urgency of the situation, emphasizing that the longer they lingered, the greater the danger they faced, and urged him to hurry. With unwavering determination and a firm grip on his weapon, he was resolute in his mission to rescue his wife. Once they had decisively figured out their direction, he and the policewoman embarked on another journey, strolling through the vast expanse of the garden, earnestly endeavoring to pinpoint the exact location of the school they were searching for. As the policewoman guided him, the man suddenly covered her mouth, surprising her. He wanted them to hide because he saw something dangerous. He told the policewoman to watch carefully for the potential threat he spotted. They spotted the school they were looking for, right in front of them. However, to their dismay, the school was overrun with numerous infected individuals wandering around the premises. While observing the school, they noticed numerous police cars in the vicinity, leading them to believe that they had indeed found the school they were searching for. As they observed the scene, they couldn't help but notice the main gate of the school had been destroyed, and a multitude of infected individuals were aimlessly wandering around the school's perimeter. Puzzled and concerned, they found themselves wondering about the events that had transpired at the school. In response to the unsettling situation, they formulated a plan. Believing the large structure looming over the school to be the auditorium, they stealthily and quietly adjusted their course, opting to enter from an alternative side due to the high concentration of infected individuals near the compromised main gate. While in the process of seeking an alternative entrance, he paused for a moment, fixing his gaze upon the wall. In that reflective pause, his mind engaged in contemplation, pondering over a thought or consideration. Meanwhile, while patrolling the area, the policewoman identified another potential entrance. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that it was securely locked. Without hesitation, she promptly relayed this information to her companion. However, undeterred by the locked entrance, he swiftly devised an alternative plan. Conveying his strategy to the policewoman, he suggested scaling the wall as a means to access the second floor of the auditorium. The policewoman not only agreed but also acknowledged it as a commendable idea, ready to proceed with the unconventional approach. In response to the proposal, the policewoman inquired about who would be doing the climbing. He assured her that she could ascend first by standing on his shoulders, and he would subsequently follow by climbing onto the car. Initiating the ascent, the policewoman gripped onto the fence. In the midst of her climb, she inquired whether he could manage the climb independently or if he required assistance along the way. Meanwhile, Jianwoo found himself grappling with a sudden surge of sharp pain emanating from the injury he had sustained earlier, just as he was about to embark on the challenging task of climbing the wall. Moreover, the policewoman took the initiative to peer through the auditorium's window before making their move. To her relief, she observed an absence of infected individuals, and the interior seemed to be repurposed for storage rather than posing an immediate threat. Cognizant of the potential hazards, she cautioned him to exercise caution due to the day-long rainfall, making the surface beneath them slippery and precarious. In response to the cautionary advice, Jianwoo affirmed their decision to enter through the window, commencing their exploration of the school from the vantage point of the second floor. Unexpectedly, a throbbing pain surged through him once again, causing a momentary flicker in his composure. Regrettably, this sudden discomfort disrupted his balance, leading to an unfortunate slip on the slippery surface. In an unfortunate turn of events, he lost his footing and tumbled, a sudden descent that elicited a startled reaction from the policewoman. The policewoman was visibly shocked by the abrupt fall from the elevated position, recognizing the inherent danger of the situation. Upon landing on the ground, he encountered a mild discomfort, a consequence of the abrupt descent. The policewoman, peering downward, inquired about his well-being, expressing concern for his safety. Fortunately, he reassured her that he was okay, noting that he had landed on a grassy area that mitigated the impact of his fall. With caution in her approach, the policewoman attentively listened as he instructed her to take the lead by entering through the window and commencing their search from the second floor. Simultaneously, he conveyed his intention to assess the situation on the first floor, having already descended to that level. While he endeavored to regain his composure and catch his breath, a sudden noise emanated from the side, catching his attention. Turning his gaze toward the source of the sound, he discerned a shadowy figure, prompting a heightened sense of alertness. Upon closer scrutiny, he observed that the mysterious figure was nothing more than a cat, alleviating the tension that had briefly gripped him. He immediately experiencing a wave of relief. He let out a sigh and took a calming breath, reassured by the benign nature of the unexpected encounter. Upon closer inspection of the cat, he suddenly noticed an anomalous aspect in its appearance, a discovery that left him visibly shocked. Absorbed in the observation of the peculiar cat, he failed to initially register the presence of a student standing behind him, their demeanor suggesting a likelihood of being an infected individual. Finally becoming aware, he turned around and acknowledged the presence of the student, realizing with a jolt that they were standing right behind him. While carefully examining the student, he noticed that one of its eyes was missing, and the other one was shut. This observation led him to believe that the impaired vision might be the reason why he hadn't been attacked right away. The policewoman, catching sight of the infected individual, swiftly drew her gun and called out his name in a loud voice, attempting to grab his attention. However, this sudden act triggered an aggressive response from the infected, as the sound seemed to provoke heightened hostility. In a swift response, Jianwoo promptly took action, restraining the infected individual by grasping their neck, effectively gaining control over the situation. In the course of restraining the infected, he executed a forceful maneuver, causing him to land with a degree of aggression on the side. The sudden and dynamic nature of this action took the policewoman by surprise, leaving her shocked at the unexpected turn of events. Following the abrupt landing, the cat on the scene swiftly ran away. Jianwoo, seizing the moment, cautioned the policewoman against firing her weapon. Simultaneously, the commotion caused by the fleeing cat attracted the attention of additional infected individuals, further complicating the precarious situation. The cat, seeking refuge, leaped onto one of the police cars. This sudden movement drew the attention of the infected, prompting them to converge on the vehicle and attempt to reach the cat on the car's roof. Maintaining his grip on the restrained infected individual, he urgently conveyed to the policewoman that the area had become perilous, emphasizing the need for a swift departure to ensure their safety. Meanwhile, Police Han appeared visibly startled and profoundly shaken by the sight of the infected student, the unexpected encounter evidently having a significant impact on her composure. Examining the student's school uniform, she was suddenly flooded with a recollection, as if a dormant memory had been awakened in her mind. Gazing at the student in the familiar school uniform, she recognized the resemblance to her own sister. This sight triggered a poignant recollection of a time when her sister proudly displayed her own school uniform. Furthermore, he exerted additional effort to immobilize and prevent the infected student from moving, employing a metal object to apply pressure to its neck. In the midst of this, the policewoman, overcome by the emotional weight of the situation, opted to close her eyes, choosing not to confront the distressing sight of the infected student reminiscent of her own sister. After successfully stopping the infected student, Jianwoo reminded the policewoman to leave quickly and ensure their safety. In response, the policewoman concurred, assuring him that she would depart and meet up with him shortly. Following the decisive action of neutralizing the infected student, Jianwoo appeared visibly adrift, immersed in contemplation and seemingly lost in profound thought. With the infected student now lying inert on the ground, Jianwoo, wearing a look of helplessness, found himself grappling with introspective thoughts, pondering the ethical implications of taking a life, even one that posed a threat. Contemplating the situation, he rationalized his actions, recognizing that the infected student had posed a threat. Still, he couldn't help but stare at his weapon, grappling with the weight of what he had just done. Submerged in a sea of contemplation, he found himself engulfed in thoughts, his emotions manifesting in visible trembling as the weight of his recent actions weighed heavily on his conscience. Eventually, a realization dawned on him, prompting Jianwoo to understand the necessity of leaving the scene. Gathering his resolve, he began the process of standing up, making a conscious effort to compose himself. However, in the midst of his attempt to rise, an unforeseen development unfolded as an unknown man forcefully shoved him against the wall, catching him off guard. Surprised by the sudden, forceful impact, he found himself taken aback as he was unexpectedly smacked against the wall. Struggling to assess the situation and initially thinking it might be another infected individual, Jianwoo was met with a slight shock. However, his apprehension heightened as the distinctive click of a gun echoed in the air, signaling a potentially dire turn of events. Suddenly, he found himself sprawled on the ground, with the man now menacingly aiming a gun directly at his head. However, the man who had forcefully pushed him to the ground was taken aback, a sudden realization dawning upon him as he recognized that Jianwoo was, in fact, a fellow human. Releasing his grip, the man extended an apology, acknowledging the mistake in mistaking him for an infected. In an attempt to clarify the situation, he inquired about his companionship and whether he had any intention of rescuing someone. He told the man that he had arrived with a police officer. The guy felt a huge sense of relief upon discovering that there was a cop accompanying Jianwoo. He then inquired about the current whereabouts of the police officer. However, Jianwoo quickly turned the tables and questioned the man about whether he had ever laid eyes on a particular woman before. Eager to share, Jianwoo expressed his intention to show a photograph of this woman, who was his wife. As Jianwoo described his wife, the man realized something. Seeking clarification, the man asked him if the woman in question was indeed the same person he had in mind and verbally identified. His astonishment heightened when the man not only recognized Jianwoo's wife, but also inquired about the manner in which they were acquainted, prompting Jianwoo to explain the connection. Once the man affirmed Jianwoo's identity as the woman's husband, a moment of silence ensued. Then, out of the blue, he disclosed that they had been in each other's company all along, sharing the same space within the auditorium. Just 10 hours prior to the city lockdown, a torrential downpour engulfed the area, compelling the populace to seek shelter. In response, people were escorted to and took refuge in the safety of the school's auditorium. The school premises found itself encircled by a fleet of ambulances and a multitude of police cars, creating a visible and vigilant presence in response to the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, within the confines of the school's auditorium, a cacophony of voices permeated the air as the assembled individuals expressed their curiosity and bewilderment, collectively questioning the circumstances that led them to gather in that particular space. The police officers, stationed as guardians, maintained a watchful presence, overseeing and ensuring the security of the individuals housed within the auditorium. A group of individuals engaged in conversations with the police, expressing their discontent and seeking clarification regarding the reasons for their presence in the auditorium. In response, the police calmly urged them to settle down and wait patiently for further information. In the meantime, Police Han's family found themselves in the same auditorium, engaged in discussions about the frustrating predicament of being unable to communicate with her due to the apparent failure of their messages to get through, heightening their concern and anxiety. Simultaneously, the man observed with keen interest the individuals who were vocalizing their complaints and engaging in heated arguments, his gaze lingering on the unfolding scenes of discontent within the auditorium. Out of the blue, the person voicing grievances found themselves in a state of shock as a police officer, in the midst of the complaints, unexpectedly pointed a gun in their direction. In response to the escalating tension, the man swiftly stepped in, attempting to mediate and pacify the situation by engaging in a conversation with the impassioned officer amidst the heated exchange with the civilian. However, the officer, incensed by the man's attempt to intervene, responded with anger and promptly delivered a forceful smack. The forceful blow sent the man sprawling to the ground, eliciting surprise from those who witnessed the abrupt escalation. To compound matters, the officer, now brandishing a firearm, aimed it menacingly at the fallen man, the alarming scene unfolding before the eyes of all the onlookers in the auditorium. Persisting in his threatening posture, the officer kept the gun trained on the man, sternly warning of potential consequences. He instructed the man to take a seat and maintain a hushed composure while awaiting further developments. Amidst the tense situation, the man, still reeling from the fall, managed to muster an apology for inadvertently colliding with a woman when he attempted to retrieve his fallen glasses. Responding with kindness, the woman he had bumped into not only handed him his glasses, but also conveyed the unfortunate news that his eyewear had suffered damage in the fall. Swiftly adjusting his damaged glasses onto his face, the man expressed his gratitude to the woman who had kindly assisted him in the aftermath of the incident. Upon securing his glasses and regaining composure, the man was taken aback as he recognized a familiar face. In a reciprocal exchange of astonishment, the woman, previously assisting with the glasses, found herself equally shocked to discover that the man not only recognized her but seemed acquainted with her. Perplexed by the unexpected recognition, the woman, with a curious expression, inquired of the man whether he indeed knew her or if there was some familiarity between them. The man, seeking to clarify the source of his recognition, explained that he had observed her walking her dog on several occasions in the park. However, the woman, curious about how he knew her name, remained inquisitive, prompting further exploration into the nature of their acquaintance. He said sorry if he came across as impolite when he mentioned knowing her name, explaining that he heard someone calling her by that name. He went on to explain that on the day he spotted her once more in the park, he firmly decided to initiate a conversation with her. However, just as he was about to approach her, he overheard someone calling out her name. From his perspective, he observed a man approaching her, and regrettably, because of the presence of this other person, he found it challenging to find the right moment to engage in conversation with her. Following that, he inquired about her connection with the gentleman accompanying her. She revealed that he was her husband. This prompted him to reflect more deeply, pondering whether she was already married. Subsequently, he began to inquire about the whereabouts of her husband. However, in response to this query, she fell silent, unable to provide an immediate answer. Afterward, he introduced himself, revealing that his name was Lee Jun-ho. He expressed that if she felt comfortable, she could address him by his name. Out of the blue, as they engaged in conversation, a sudden commotion ensued when the police arrived, forcefully entering the scene and apprehending an individual by throwing them to the floor. The law enforcement officers promptly relayed to their colleagues that the man in question had been concealing himself amidst a heap of lifeless bodies. Following this, the onlooker noticed that an individual was ushered into the auditorium, and the person brought in appeared to be fraught with worry, fearing the gravity of the situation as they found themselves in that unexpected setting. Observing keenly, the bespectacled man pointed out the bloodstains on the newcomer's attire, expressing concern about potential infection. In response, the individual with the stained clothes glared at the man, visibly irritated by the implication. Consequently, the agitated individual swiftly lunged at the man, forcefully knocking him to the ground in a sudden and intense reaction. The police officer emitted a sigh, a mixture of both exasperation at the unfolding trouble and a sense of relief, appreciating that the guy, in his abrupt action, managed to silence the previously complaining man. Meanwhile, while the police officer surveyed the surroundings, their attention was drawn to a woman who seemed familiar, prompting a sense of curiosity and contemplation. To his surprise, he recognized that the woman he had encountered earlier was also present in the auditorium. This led him to ponder why she wasn't accompanying her husband, given his previous impression of them being deeply in love with each other. Suddenly, while he was in the midst of making a call, the man who had been complaining earlier approached him, capturing his attention. The complaining man voiced his concerns, expressing that the individual they had brought in was suspected of being infected, and he felt uneasy about the situation. He continued his complaints, requesting the provision of protective clothing for added safety. Regrettably, the officer chose to disregard the man's complaints and proceeded with a phone conversation, while other officers restrained the dissenting individual, preventing him from further interference. While wandering around, the man happened to spot the doctor. Subsequently, the doctor exhibited surprise upon being summoned. Swiftly approaching him, the man grasped the doctor's attire, inquiring urgently if he indeed was a medical professional. The doctor responded affirmatively, specifying that he served as the school physician. Undeterred by the doctor's specific title, the man continued, posing a crucial question about the doctor's ability to distinguish between normal individuals and those possibly infected. This inquiry rendered Minji, who overheard the conversation, momentarily silent. Upon admitting his inability to make such distinctions, the doctor's response left the man visibly angered. He stormed away, harboring a belief that everyone present was ultimately useless. Undeterred by the doctor's response, the man persisted in troubling others and venting his frustration to those present in the auditorium. Observing the man's departure, the doctor remarked, expressing that dealing with the man could be mentally draining. Minji, deeply engrossed in her own thoughts, was startled when the doctor addressed her, snapping her attention back to the present moment. Acknowledging the doctor's statement, Minji expressed agreement. Subsequently, the doctor noticed Minji's injury. After Minji nodded in agreement, the doctor kindly advised her to take a break if she felt tired. He assured her that he would be close by and encouraged her not to stress about anything. Upon hearing the doctor's comforting words, she welled up with tears, her thoughts drifting to her husband. She couldn't help but envision his warm smile and began wondering whether he had had a meal. In the midst of her emotions, her thoughts expanded to include their pet dog, imagining that even their furry companion might be hungry. Overwhelmed by her emotions, Minji began to cry, contemplating the challenging situation they found themselves in. Reflecting on her choices, she regretted not having prepared a meal for both her husband and their dog. As night descended and they remained within the confines of the auditorium, a palpable tension continued to envelop the situation, casting a shadow over the individuals gathered there. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, the gentleman observed with relief that the previously ongoing occurrence of his nose bleeding had ultimately come to a halt. Abruptly, a man emerged from the restroom, forcefully shutting the door, a gesture that not only seized his attention but also elicited a mild sense of surprise on his part. Approaching him was an individual donning a cap. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but notice that the man had an unusual or peculiar appearance. Out of the blue, the individual suddenly vomited, catching him off guard and prompting an involuntary expression of surprise. Reacting to the unexpected event, he hastily labeled the man as somewhat eccentric or unpredictable, referring to him as a lunatic. In response, the guy who had vomited promptly offered an apology. As the gentleman persisted in his act of vomiting into the sink, the onlooker took the opportunity to express his perplexity, questioning the rationale behind choosing the sink as the designated receptacle for such an unpleasant occurrence. But the guy still felt weird and threw up all over the place. He said sorry again, shivering and looking like something strange was happening inside him. During that time, Minji and the doctor took a break and rested together, ensuring they both got some good rest. As she slept, the doctor quietly observed her, casting a gaze upon her with a sense of contemplation. While he continued to look at her, he couldn't shake off the realization that she was married, a detail she had shared with him earlier. Unexpectedly, he noticed a burn on her hands and instinctively reached out to gently hold them. In that moment, he found her hands strikingly beautiful, yet simultaneously noticed a chill, adding a layer of complexity to his thoughts. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, a family engaged in conversation, with the wife inquiring about her husband's whereabouts and destination. They expressed surprise at their daughter's ability to fall asleep just about anywhere. As the husband prepared to go to the bathroom, his wife cautioned him to be cautious and return promptly. As he made his way towards the bathroom, when he was on the verge of gently opening the door, it suddenly swung open, revealing someone on the other side. A man emerged in haste, dashing out of the doorway with such velocity that an inadvertent collision ensued. This unforeseen encounter led to an accidental shove, disrupting the original intention of the person who was initially on the cusp of entering. The occupants of the auditorium were taken aback as they beheld the sight of the man in a hurried state, his rapid movements evoking a collective sense of surprise and astonishment among the onlookers. Subsequently, the man swiftly sprinted towards the officers, evidently driven by a sense of urgency, as he endeavored to communicate something of importance to them. Meanwhile, the police officers on the sidelines became intrigued by the man's swift and purposeful actions. Their curiosity piqued as they observed the unfolding scenario. In response to the commotion, the officers redirected their attention to the man who had been inadvertently shoved in the bathroom, their expressions reflecting a sense of bewilderment as they pondered the unfolding events and sought to comprehend the situation. The man who experienced the unintended shove expressed his discontent, noting that the individual who rushed into him failed to offer any apology for the abrupt collision during their encounter. However, his surprise was palpable as he not only felt the impact but also visually confirmed the presence of someone behind him during the incident. In a sudden burst of urgency, the man who had been in a hurry exclaimed loudly, declaring that there was a potential infection or threat, introducing an element of alarm and concern into the already bewildering situation. Adding to the escalating drama, the man who had previously been shoved in the bathroom was taken aback as he found himself facing an unexpected turn of events. The individual who had declared the presence of an infection ended up biting him. Amidst the unfolding chaos, his daughter, awakening to the disturbance, was utterly surprised to discover that the one being bitten was none other than her own father. Minji and the doctor were taken aback when they observed an individual with an infection present in the auditorium. The unexpected sight caught them off guard, prompting a sense of surprise and astonishment. Meanwhile, the family of the gentleman who had been bitten found themselves in a state of both surprise and concern. Their emotions were stirred as they witnessed the unfortunate event of him getting bitten, leading to a mix of astonishment and worry. The infected individual persisted in biting the man, causing a ripple effect of panic to ensue throughout the auditorium. Swiftly responding to the unfolding situation, the police promptly sealed the bathroom door to prevent the infected individual from biting others. This decisive action was taken to contain the potential harm and minimize the risk of further injuries or infections spreading within the vicinity. The officer issued a directive for everyone to hasten their movements, urging them to swiftly lock the washroom door in order to secure the area. The objective was to allow a moment for everyone present to regain composure and settle down. To their astonishment, they discovered that there were additional infected individuals inside the auditorium who were actively biting others. The unexpected revelation heightened the level of surprise and shock. In the midst of the infected individuals biting unsuspecting people, the police responded urgently by swiftly discharging a firearm at the assailants. Simultaneously, the officer in charge directed the others to exercise precision in their aim, emphasizing the importance of targeting only the infected entities to contain the threat and maintain the safety of those present. Chaos ensued within the auditorium as the police commenced firing at the infected, generating an atmosphere of panic that permeated the crowd. The individual who had been brought in earlier was equally taken aback, realizing with a sense of shock that the situation had escalated to such a dire state. In that moment, An awareness dawned upon him, and he comprehended that the unfolding events had unfolded into a scenario he had anticipated. The senior officer, recognizing the urgency of the situation, conveyed to the others a decisive directive, expressing his intent to block the entrance, motivated by the imperative to prevent the further spread of the infection. Meanwhile, amidst the unfolding chaos, a woman hastily made her way toward the bathroom, driven by the urgent need to check on the well-being of her husband. In a state of panic, their daughter, overcome by the chaotic circumstances, urgently called out to her mother, while the officer endeavored to convey a crucial message to his colleagues, urging them to refrain from shooting indiscriminately. An unexpected twist occurred. The man, gripped by a sudden surge of desperation, attempted to smash the windows in a bid to escape the scene. Observing the man's frantic attempts to break the window, the officer swiftly directed his fellow officers to intervene and prevent the escape. He underscored the critical importance of halting the man's actions, emphasizing the potential dire consequences. Meanwhile, within the confines of the bathroom, the infected individual exerted force to break free from containment. In response to the escalating crisis, one of his fellow officers urgently instructed him to make a swift exit and call for additional support. Observing the unfolding chaos, the doctor found himself taken aback, registering a profound sense of surprise at the rapid and unexpected turn of events. In response to the escalating turmoil, he promptly instructed Minji to hasten their departure. Despite the doctor's repeated calls, Minji remained unresponsive, her name echoing in the chaotic atmosphere. A palpable sense of fear and trepidation gripped her, evident in the visible trembling that overcame her. Amidst the pandemonium, one of the officers inadvertently lost their grip on their firearm. Without a moment's hesitation, the doctor swiftly seized the opportunity and picked up the dropped firearm. With a sense of urgency, he promptly discharged the firearm, aiming at the approaching infected individual. While attempting to call out to Minji, the doctor found himself in a precarious situation as one of the infected individuals charged at him from the side. Meanwhile, Minji, in a state of shock and profound surprise, grappled with a growing sense of fear and anxiety. A disconcerting realization crept in as she felt an unsettling transformation taking place within herself, resembling the characteristics of the infected individuals. As she gazed around, she noticed a peculiar shift in her visual perception. The surroundings took on an increasingly strange and distorted appearance, with her vision blurring and losing its usual clarity. The disorienting nature of these sensory changes further heightened her unease. As she turned her attention to the doctor, she found herself trying to reach him. So, the doctor spun around, and at last, he became aware of the infected person making their way towards him. It was a moment of realization as he pivoted and saw the approaching individual who was carrying the infection. Swiftly, he fired a shot at the approaching person even before they could get close. In a quick response, he pulled the trigger, preventing the individual from getting any nearer. Subsequently, Minji found herself in a state of astonishment as the infected individual was on the verge of collapsing right in front of her. The unfolding situation left her taken aback, witnessing the infected person about to fall within close proximity. The infected individual tumbled over Minji's body, and in an entangled motion, they both descended to the ground. Caught off guard by the abrupt descent, Minji was taken aback and experienced a slight sense of unease. The unexpected fall surprised her, causing a moment of discomfort as she grappled with the sudden turn of events. Swiftly, the doctor promptly extracted the infected individual who had landed on top of Minji and, with concern in his voice, inquired about her well-being. Meanwhile, given the peculiar nature of her vision moments earlier, Minji scrutinized her hands with a careful gaze. Upon closer examination, she contemplated that her vision seemed to have returned to its usual state. Overwhelmed by shock and astonishment, she found herself in a state of emotional distress. The intensity of the situation triggered an involuntary emotional response, leading to unconscious tears streaming down her face. The doctor assisted her in getting back on her feet, advising her to compose herself. With a sense of urgency, he emphasized the growing threat of the infected area, prompting the need for immediate strategizing on how to navigate and survive the escalating situation. Rising to her feet, Minji couldn't resist casting a lingering gaze at the fallen infected person sprawled on the ground. Subsequently, her attention shifted, and she became aware of a student nearby who sat in silence, visibly trembling. In the midst of the prevailing silence, the student, now visibly trembling, became a poignant focal point. The contrast between the stillness in one corner and the disconcerting movement of the roaming infected individuals created a surreal atmosphere. In the midst of the chaos, the unsettling scene that she witnessed her father's transformation into one of the infected. Adding to the grim scene, her mother lay on the ground, an inert and lifeless figure. Unable to suppress her concern, Minji's gaze lingered on the distraught girl, her worry evident in the furrow of her brow and the lines of empathy etched on her face. Meanwhile, the doctor, ever vigilant, noticed that the entrance to the auditorium was now obstructed by the encroaching infected individuals. In the next moment, the doctor's keen observations extended beyond the immediate surroundings, catching sight of several police officers retreating from the scene, an indication that they seemed to have conceded the battle against the infected. Moreover, adding to the evolving dynamics, Minji spotted a man in search of refuge, earnestly endeavoring to traverse to the other side. She directed him to the specific location where some people had sought refuge, urging him to hide there initially as a strategic move to evade the immediate danger posed by the infected. In a moment of urgency, the doctor pleaded with the others to wait for their group, emphasizing the need for collective survival. However, Minji found herself torn, unable to leave the distraught girl unattended. The tension heightened as the man, driven by a primal instinct for self-preservation, began closing the door, creating a barrier that denied entry to others. While everything was happening, the student girl looked at Minji. Minji told her to come with them. However, the urgency escalated as the doctor shouted, urging Minji and the student girl to hurry up. The mounting pressure underscored the critical need for swift action in the face of the intensifying situation. In response to the doctor's urgency, Minji quickly communicated the immediate need for assistance. She implored him to lend a hand, revealing that the student's legs had given out. A new threat emerged from behind. One of the infected was closing in on them. The doctor, with a sense of urgency, shouted to alert Minji and the girl. While recounting the events surrounding Jian's wife, the man shared that, amidst the narrative, he had been preoccupied with the critical task of holding the door. Jian's grip on the weapon tightened, his anger palpable as he confronted the doctor. He questioned why the doctor only protected himself. In the midst of his heightened emotions, Jian, with a tight grip on the weapon, demanded to know the fate of his wife. The doctor observed signs of anger in the individual and proceeded to mention that, based on his body language, a positive response was expected. It was emphasized that failure to provide a satisfactory answer might result in some form of punishment. Jianwoo rose from his seat and inquired about whether the doctor had abandoned Minji. In response, the doctor clarified that he had never asserted or indicated that he had left Minji. He said he hardly had any bullets left and didn't want to shoot randomly. He also acknowledged that everyone was focused on their own safety. This made Jianwoo ask if the doctor was serious about what he had just said. Upon the doctor's statement, Jianwoo recollected a past incident when an officer had sought his assistance, and he had been hesitant at that time. Following this, he turned around and noticed someone emerging or coming out from a certain direction. To their astonishment, the individual who appeared happened to be an infected person. Both of them were taken aback, their astonishment growing as the infected person swiftly emerged and charged towards them. The doctor, experiencing a level of shock twice as intense as when the infected person initially approached, found himself even more startled. Thanks to Jianwoo's swift reflexes, he promptly intervened to prevent the infected person from biting the doctor. Using a metal weapon, he forcefully blocked the individual's mouth to avert any harm. Jianwoo was taken aback, registering surprise as the infected person persisted in attempting to launch an attack despite his intervention. Subsequently, Jianwoo unexpectedly found himself stumbling to the ground, diverting the infected person's attention towards him. Despite this, He endeavored to fend off the infected using his weapon and urgently implored the doctor to hasten and take a shot. Out of the blue, another individual emerged through the door, sprinting toward the doctor. Without hesitation, the doctor swiftly aimed and fired at the oncoming infected individual. The doctor became anxious and panicked, realizing that the gunshot had likely attracted more infected individuals in their direction. Meanwhile, Jianwu continued to grapple with the relentless onslaught of infected individuals and urgently implored the doctor to use the firearm and shoot. Unfortunately, upon clicking the gun, it became evident that there were no bullets remaining. The doctor, in a state of panic, repeatedly clicked the trigger, realizing the dire situation of having no ammunition left. Observing the predicament, Jianwu quickly instructed the doctor to set aside the firearm and instead assist him in pushing the infected individual away. He emphasized the immediate need to lift him from the ground first. However, the doctor, catching sight of numerous infected individuals converging towards their location, succumbed to a heightened state of panic. Consequently, the doctor hesitated to lend assistance, apprehensive about the encroaching infected individuals drawing nearer to their position. Meanwhile, amidst his struggle, Jianwu called out once more, trying to capture the doctor's attention, and fervently implored him to provide assistance. However, the doctor remained reluctant, offering a quick apology as he hesitated to take immediate action. To his surprise, the doctor abruptly sprinted away, prioritizing his own safety. Meanwhile, Jianwu found himself still grappling with the infected individual atop him, striving to free himself from the perilous situation. In the midst of his struggle to disentangle himself from the infected individual, Jianwu confronted an escalating challenge, with additional infected beings emerging from the opening. While attempting to restrain the infected individual, preventing it from biting him, Jianwu, fueled by anger, poised himself for a counterattack, preparing to thrust a weapon at the oncoming threat. With determined force, he gripped the infected's head and thrust a weapon into it, causing blood to drip onto his face from the infected's wound. Once he successfully eliminates the infected individual, a horde of infected beings emerges rapidly and converges upon him, heading in his direction with determined momentum. In an effort to prevent the infected individuals from advancing towards him, he attempted to hurl one of the infected in their direction, employing the strategy of using one against the many in a bid to create a barrier or obstacle. Upon tossing the infected individual, the ensuing spectacle unfolded as the one hurled collided with the two oncoming infected individuals, abruptly halting their advance as the impact reverberated through the group. However, despite being thrown into the path of the charging infected individuals, the initially hurled infected persons swiftly regained their footing and promptly resumed their pursuit, endeavoring to close the distance rapidly and resume the threatening advance toward him. Yet, anticipating the imminent approach of the rapidly recovering infected individual, he promptly shifted gears, opting for a swift change in strategy by making a dash to put some distance between himself and the encroaching threat. In the midst of his rapid retreat, his keen eyes discerned a broken window, sparking a realization that this could serve as an opportunity for escape. Swiftly contemplating his options, he decided to veer towards the fractured aperture with the intent of navigating through it as a means to evade the encroaching danger. With a burst of agility, he deftly maneuvered through the broken window, effectively evading the persistent pursuit of the oncoming infected. Little did he know, he had unwittingly entered a space teeming with infected individuals, their presence pervading the surroundings. Taking stock of the perilous situation unfolding around him, he instinctively adopted a strategy of cautious silence, realizing the nature of avoiding any noise that might draw the attention of the nearby infected. A decision formed in his mind. He needed to locate a concealed refuge, a spot where he could temporarily conceal himself from the wandering infected. Surveying his immediate surroundings, his eyes landed on an open door, standing ajar amidst the precarious setting. This discovery presented a potential opportunity for refuge and piqued his interest as he weighed the risk and reward. Upon reaching the open door, a lifeless student lay before him, a silent witness to the chaos that had unfolded. The realization dawned on him that the authorities, perhaps in an attempt to quell the infected threat, had not only failed to neutralize them but had also resorted to lethal force against some of the innocent. Upon stepping through the doorway, a swift reflex prompted him to secure his newfound refuge, and with a determined click, he hastily locked the door. A wave of relief washed over him, tangible in the subtle release of tension as he audibly panted, his breaths echoing the intensity of the recent escape. Seating himself on the floor, he sought a momentary reprieve, allowing the weight of the perilous ordeal to temporarily lift from his shoulder. As he sat there, the echoes of the recent encounter with a fellow survivor reverberated in his mind. He thought that the man he encountered earlier must have abandoned his wife, like the man did to him earlier when they encountered infected individuals. In the midst of his contemplations and reflections, a sudden awareness dawned upon him. He wasn't alone in the confines of the bathroom, the sanctuary he had sought for respite. Focused scrutiny unveiled the identity of the unexpected companion, a girl, evidently sharing the covert shelter of the bathroom. The nuances of her demeanor revealed a telltale sign of trepidation, her frame visibly trembling. As he took a step closer, a gesture born of empathy and human connection, the girl responded with a visible exhale of relief, an unspoken acknowledgement that his proximity did not bear the ominous mark of infection. In the midst of this shared refuge, their attention was drawn to a firearm lying on the floor, a stark and ominous presence in the dimly lit room. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the girl hesitantly began to unravel the unsettling truth, revealing that she had inadvertently discharged the weapon, inadvertently causing harm to another individual. As he absorbed this revelation, a complex array of emotions played across his face, a combination of empathy for her disoriented state. As he listened to the girl's explanation of accidentally shooting someone, a sudden understanding dawned on him. He put together that she was referring to the person he encountered near the bathroom door earlier. Reassuringly, he affirmed to the girl that the person she unintentionally harmed was indeed infected, attempting to console her with the notion that it was a self-defense act amid the chaotic circumstances. However, her tears persisted, a tangible expression of the emotional toll exacted by the grim reality of their situation. Her tears continued. Amidst her sobs, the plaintive calls for her family echoed through the confined space, carrying the ache of separation and the desperate yearning for the familiar solace of loved ones. However, amidst the emotionally charged atmosphere, his attention was abruptly drawn to a familiar sight, a doll, a seemingly inconspicuous yet poignant object, nestled within the girl's bag. In a sudden flash of recollection, his mind drew a connection to a prior encounter with a police officer. He vividly remembered being shown text messages from the officer's sister, where the profile picture showcased the very same doll that now resided in the girl's bag. Reacting swiftly to the revelation triggered by the familiar doll, he posed a direct inquiry to the girl, asking if her sister happened to be a police officer. The unexpected question elicited a palpable shock from the girl, her eyes widening as she questioned how he had come to know. In a sudden surge of urgency and frustration, he seized the girl by the shoulders, his eyes reflecting a mix of anger and desperation. Angrily, he demanded to know the whereabouts of the others. A heavy silence settled within the confines of the bathroom as he shifted gears, opting for a more direct inquiry. He asked the girl if she had encountered a woman matching a specific description, a short-haired individual. As he articulated the details, a spark of recognition lit up in the girl's eyes. In a moment of shared understanding, she sought clarification, inquiring if the woman he spoke of was the same infected lady that she encountered. Her revelation about encountering the short-haired woman, coupled with the suggestion that the woman is infected, struck him like a sudden jolt. Reacting swiftly to the girl's statement, he sought immediate clarification. Even when he explicitly urged her to refrain from uttering what he perceived as nonsensical statements, she remained steadfast in her conviction, insisting that she had observed unmistakable signs indicating that the woman in question was undoubtedly infected. She emphatically stated that she personally witnessed the situation with her own eyes, underscoring her assertion with a direct and first-hand account of the events. Following that, she proceeded to elaborate on her statement, elucidating that she observed the woman exhibiting behaviors consistent with being infected. She emphasized that the woman's actions unfolded abruptly while they were in close proximity, providing a detailed account of the circumstances surrounding her claim. Her observation extended to discerning that the woman appeared poised to make physical contact with the gentleman situated beside her. Upon hearing her detailed account, he found himself taken aback, realizing with a sense of shock that his wife was indeed beginning to manifest symptoms. Subsequently, a wave of concern and astonishment washed over him, as the realization set in that his wife was displaying symptoms similar to those of an infected individual. Continuing with her narrative, the girl went on to elucidate the unfolding events, delving into the details of the woman's actions after she sought refuge in the washroom. In the tense moment when both the girl and the woman sought refuge in the bathroom, an unexpected twist occurred as a fellow student expressed a desire to join them in hiding. The suddenness of this request caught the girl off guard, intensifying her fear. In the midst of her heightened emotions, she inadvertently discharged a shot, unintentionally hitting the student who was positioned behind the woman. The inadvertent discharge of the shot, particularly when it struck the student behind the woman, sent shockwaves through her, intensifying her already heightened state. In the aftermath of him accidentally shooting the student behind, the woman swiftly turned her attention toward the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, the girl, caught in the throes of the moment, experienced a rapid acceleration of her breath. Attempting to provide an explanation amidst the tense situation, she asserted that the unintended target of the gunshot was, in fact, infected and had been tailing them. In the aftermath of the unintentional discharge, a palpable sense of shock enveloped both the girl and the woman. With the lifeless body of the student now sprawled on the ground, the girl, grappling with the gravity of the situation, turned to the woman and tentatively inquired whether she was the one responsible for the fatal outcome, seeking clarification amid the somber aftermath. In the tense aftermath, as the woman prepared to assess the situation and console the distressed girl, she suddenly discerned something that left her utterly surprised. Contrary to the initial assumption, it became apparent that the student whom the girl had inadvertently shot was not infected. Suddenly, a wave of realization washed over the woman as she grappled with the unforeseen truth. However, in an abrupt twist of events, a horde of infected individuals began charging towards them, rapidly closing the distance and intensifying the imminent threat as they neared the door. In a decisive moment, she formulated a plan of action. She conveyed to the girl her intention to divert the attention of the approaching infected individuals to a different area, instructing her not to open the door and to conceal herself effectively while awaiting assistance. Just as she was on the verge of executing her plan, she couldn't help but observe the girl's reaction to her impending departure. As the door closed behind her, the girl remained visibly shocked, her countenance reflecting a blank state of mind as she struggled to compose herself amid the tumultuous events that had transpired, leaving her momentarily overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. Subsequently, a quiet cascade of tears began to stream down the girl's face in the woman's absence. The unfolding narrative ignited a surge of anger within Jianwoo as he perceived the girl's actions. Frustrated that she had allowed his wife to leave alone, he vocalized his discontent, insisting that they should stick together in the face of the escalating chaos. While he scolded her for letting his wife leave, the evidence of her emotional turmoil was unmistakable in the form of glistening tears that welled up in her eyes. She conveyed to Jianwoo that she harbored a strong belief that his wife was already infected, expressing certainty in her assessment while acknowledging uncertainty about whether the woman herself was aware of her condition or not. As the girl disclosed the unsettling belief about his wife's infection, a profound shock enveloped Jianwoo. The weight of his previous statement, wherein he had casually expressed that shooting an infected person was acceptable, now bore heavy on him. In the midst of this revelation, a flood of memories surged through Jianwoo's mind. He recalled a prior instance when he, perhaps heedlessly, had urged a doctor to abandon a man who was infected. Recalling the past encounter with the doctor, Jianwoo vividly remembered the professional's reluctance to abandon the infected man. The doctor's refusal to leave, juxtaposed with Jianwoo's present realization about his wife, served as a poignant reminder of the complexity and moral dilemmas inherent in navigating a world gripped by the uncertainties of infection and survival. Upon absorbing the weight of the girl's revelation, Jianwoo found himself enveloped in shock, rendering him momentarily speechless. In the ongoing conversation with tension and revelation, the girl, recognizing the gravity of the circumstances and the impact of her disclosures, extended a sincere apology to Jianwoo. Despite her apology, there remained a resolute conviction in her actions, manifesting as an unwillingness to accompany Jianwoo's wife. Her steadfast stance was rooted in a genuine fear, a deep-seated anxiety that deterred her from seeking refuge with his wife due to the perceived threat of infection. Upon delivering those words to him, she retreated back into a hushed silence, her body still quivering with a palpable combination of nerves and fear. Her astonishment was palpable as he informed her that her sister was present at the school, catching her completely off guard and leaving her in a state of disbelief. In the midst of his attempt to retrieve the fallen firearm, the girl, gripped by a mixture of urgency and confusion, endeavored to voice her inquiries. She sought confirmation, seeking to ascertain whether the revelation about her sister was indeed accurate, all the while pressing for details on her sister's whereabouts. Having secured the firearm, he swiftly conveyed to her the urgency of the situation, emphasizing the potential danger. Instructing her to take precautionary measures, he urged her to lock the door and remain in a place of safety. Despite her persistence and the genuine fear evident in her plea to accompany him, he, recognizing the gravity of the situation, maintained a firm stance. He explained that having two people might escalate the risk. In the moment just before his departure, explicitly instructing her to stay put, the girl hurriedly interjected with a chilling revelation. She disclosed that her father had succumbed to the infection, while her mother had fallen victim to a gunshot. In a heartfelt plea, she conveyed a sentiment that her sister represented the last remaining anchor in her world. With an earnest repetition of her request, she beseeched him to bring her sister along, offering assurances of silence and cooperation. Upon hearing her emotional appeal, he found himself unable to dismiss or ignore the gravity of her words. Subsequently, he shared an observation with her, noting that he had discerned a peculiar behavior among the infected. He pointed out that they seemed hesitant, leading them to believe that their sense of hearing had diminished. In the preparations for their departure, he imparted a crucial piece of advice to her, emphasizing the paramount importance of avoiding drawing attention to themselves. With a tone of caution, he instructed her to tread cautiously and maintain close proximity. Further augmenting his instructions, he appended a crucial advice, advising her to refrain from discharging the firearm unless confronted with an absolute necessity. Before swinging the door, he executed a swift and cautious visual survey, darting his eyes in all directions to scrutinize the surroundings. This preemptive glance was a testament to his vigilance, ensuring a momentary assessment of the immediate environment before venturing outside. Upon careful observation, he discerned a notable reduction in the number of individuals within the auditorium. A somber scene unfolded as he noticed lifeless bodies strewn across the floor, a stark indication of the harrowing events that had transpired. The girl, confronted with the grim tableau before her, was overtaken by a wave of astonishment and shock, her features registering a profound sense of disbelief and horror at the nightmarish sight that unfolded in the auditorium. Taking charge of the situation, Jianwoo assumed the lead, indicating the direction they should proceed and carefully making their way outdoors. The girl, under his guidance, obediently followed. As they proceeded on foot, Jianwoo keenly observed a reduction in the number of infected individuals within the confines of the auditorium. Contemplating the plausible reasons behind this phenomenon, he speculated that either a significant portion had succumbed to the dire circumstances or they had collectively dispersed, possibly converging outside the auditorium. In the midst of these observations, a poignant realization dawned on Jianwoo, a contemplative moment wherein he began to entertain the thought that his wife, too, might be among those who had ventured outside. His attention was diverted as he noticed a set of stairs beckoning upward, offering access to the second floor. The sight of these stairs prompted a moment of consideration, as Jianwoo deliberated on whether ascending to the next level could provide a strategic vantage point or lead to potential discoveries in the unfolding situation. Simultaneously, as the girl trailed behind Jianwoo, a stream of thoughts surged through her mind. Recognizing the urgency of the circumstances, she internally acknowledged the need to quicken her pace, feeling that she had afforded herself sufficient rest. In her attempt to heed Jianhua's earlier advice about avoiding attention, the girl focused on mentally rehearsing those instructions while moving cautiously. However, the solemnity of the moment intensified as she caught a glimpse in her peripheral vision of her deceased mother, lying motionless on the floor. The sudden and unanticipated sight of her mother's lifeless form sent a jolt of surprise and shock through the girl. The emotional impact of this grim discovery reverberated through her, adding another layer of distress to an already tense and unsettling situation. Observing the girl's startled reaction upon encountering her mother's lifeless figure, Jianhua redirected his attention toward her and, with a sense of urgency, questioned why she lingered in that particular spot. In an abrupt shift of focus, Jianhua swiftly raised the gun, his attention captured by an unforeseen development unfolding right in front of him. Caught off guard by Jianhua pointing the gun in her direction, the girl, unaware of the imminent threat lurking behind her, turned to face him, her expression a blend of confusion and concern. Little did she realize that someone, unbeknownst to her, was positioned perilously close behind. As she pivoted to face the source of the threat, the chilling realization struck her. The infected person standing before her was someone she knew. A shock enveloped her as the horrifying truth unfolded. The infected individual standing ominously behind her was none other than her own father, now transformed into a haunting figure that bore no resemblance to the person he once was. Following that, the individual who has contracted the infection, and happens to be her father, commenced emitting low and guttural sounds directed towards her. Standing directly before her father, who was afflicted with the infection, she couldn't suppress the involuntary quivering of her body, and she vocalized a plea for her father. As the unfolding scenario revealed itself, with her positioned in front of an infected individual, Jianhua found himself grappling with uncertainty regarding whether he would ultimately pull the trigger or refrain from doing so. While aiming the firearm at the infected individual, he suddenly discerned a detail that gave him pause, inducing a profound sense of hesitation in his decision to pull the trigger. In the impending moment when her father was on the verge of biting her, she found herself shedding silent tears, all the while uttering the word "daddy" in a hushed plea. Observing the imminent danger of her being bitten, Jianhua found himself thrust into a heightened state of alertness, trembling as he clutched the firearm, grappling with a profound sense of hesitation regarding whether to pull the trigger or not. Even in the face of her father's imminent attempt to bite, she displayed remarkable composure, steadfastly maintaining her stillness without a hint of flinching. Calmly, she identified herself to him, stating, "I am Ji Hai." Upon revealing her identity as his daughter, tears welled up in his eyes, and the impending action of biting her became tinged with hesitation, eventually coming to a halt. A poignant memory flashed through the mind of her now infected father, reminiscent of a time when her two daughters were young, joyously calling out to him. As this nostalgic memory played out in the infected recesses of his mind, an unexpected welling of tears overcame him, an emotional response that defied the confines of the infection that now gripped him. To her profound surprise, the father who, moments ago, appeared poised to bite her, unexpectedly halted in his tracks. Instead of carrying through with the previously impending threat, he inexplicably altered his course, passing by her without making contact, as if deliberately avoiding any harm to befall her. This unfolding scene left Jianhua utterly shocked, as the infected person, who initially posed a threat, refrained from causing harm to the girl. Intrigued and bewildered, Jianhua couldn't help but be consumed by curiosity, pondering the mysterious turn of events and questioning how this unexpected reprieve had transpired. In the aftermath of her father's unexpected diversion, a surge of emotions welled up within her, overcome by a mix of relief, longing, and a desire for connection. She found herself compelled to chase after him, fervently calling out to him in an attempt to bridge the emotional and physical distance that had abruptly manifested between them. However, Jianhua swiftly took action, covering her mouth to stifle any sound that might attract the attention of the infected. With a sense of urgency, he conveyed the imminent danger, emphasizing the need to depart promptly for their safety. He imparted the chilling reality to her, disclosing that his father had succumbed to infection. Upon absorbing this distressing revelation, she couldn't suppress the surge of overwhelming emotions, and tears streamed down her face in an involuntary expression of grief. As they made their exit, a fleeting glance caught her eye, a poignant gaze from her infected father, and the lifeless form of her mother sprawled on the ground, leaving an indelible image etched in the backdrop of their departure. While making their way towards the stairs, the weight of the situation bore heavily on her, and she found herself unable to contain her tears. Grieving for the loss of both her infected father and lifeless mother, she grappled with the emotional turmoil that accompanied the dire circumstances unfolding around them. Seated on the stairs, she confided in Jianwoo, revealing that, despite her father's infected state, there was a moment of recognition. With a determined plea, she expressed the urgency of aiding her father, emphasizing the need to extend a helping hand in the face of the dire circumstances they found themselves entangled in. However, he gently disclosed to her the grim reality that her father had been fatally shot in the chest and was already deceased. The weight of this revelation intensified her sorrow, prompting an outpouring of tears that reflected the profound grief enveloping her. In an empathetic tone, he pointed out that she had witnessed the tragic event unfold before her eyes. Yet the profound shock and sorrow had created a barrier to acceptance. Despite the undeniable evidence, the emotional toll proved to be a formidable obstacle to coming to terms with the harsh reality of her father's demise. As Jianwoo cast his gaze around the surroundings, his eyes roaming inquisitively, he discerned a notable detail emanating from the upper floor. Intrigued and consumed by curiosity, he found himself pondering intensely, his mind grappling with the question of what exactly it was that had captured his attention from the upper floor. Meanwhile, in the gymnasium of the auditorium, his wife found herself concealed in the shadows, navigating the tense and uncertain environment with a sense of caution. Seated on the floor in a hushed manner, she immersed herself in contemplation, her thoughts dwelling on the young girl she had left behind moments ago, a decision that now lingered in the forefront of her mind. Remaining in her seated position, she delved into a contemplative state, reflecting upon the recent events that had transpired. In the moment of contemplating her departure from the bathroom, truth be told, a lingering hesitation enveloped her. Casting a gaze at the shocked girl, she found herself caught in a tumult of conflicting emotions, torn between the instinct to flee for her own safety and a lingering concern for the girl left behind. Overwhelmed by a surge of emotion, she found herself in tears, yearning to convey to the girl that they should seek refuge together in the safety of the bathroom. In the midst of her contemplation, an unexpected presence emerged. The officer, who had been in the company of Jianwoo earlier, entered the gym and, to his surprise, discovered her presence. The unexpected encounter elicited a reaction of astonishment from the officer. Unaware of the officer's arrival, she remained engrossed in her tears, immersed in thoughts dominated by fear and trepidation. In the midst of her distress, her thoughts gravitated towards her husband, Jianwoo. With a heartfelt expression, she vocalized her yearning to return home. The tranquility that once defined their shared abode, where they lived as husband and wife, now lay shattered and engulfed in chaos, a stark contrast to the serenity that had once filled the spaces they called home. While contemplating the prospect of heading home alongside her spouse and their canine companion, she remained unaware that their beloved dog had unfortunately passed away. It was a revelation that awaited her, casting a shadow over what she had envisioned as a joyous return. Upon reflection, she came to the realization that her intended return home might be fraught with complications, fearing that she could potentially find herself in a situation where she might figuratively bite her husband. Subsequently, she entertained the notion that, in the event she attempted to express her dissatisfaction through metaphorical biting, there existed the possibility that her husband might respond with a figurative gunshot. Furthermore, amid her profound contemplations, an additional layer of tension unfolded as a law enforcement officer approached her, brandishing a firearm aimed in her direction. Upon pivoting her attention towards the approaching officer, a moment of astonishment gripped the law enforcement official, evidently taken aback by her unexpected or perhaps unusual appearance. The officer, upon closer inspection, discerned that the woman standing before him had already fallen victim to infection, presumably realizing that her appearance and perhaps certain telltale signs hinted at the presence of some ailment or affliction. In the tense moment when the officer aimed a firearm at her, an overwhelming realization swept over her, leaving her unable to shake the ominous thought that her fate might be sealed in that very spot. In the midst of contemplating a desire for an end, a sudden surge of urgency propelled her to her feet, compelling her to hastily stand up and make a desperate attempt to escape. The conflicting emotions of resignation and survival converged, driving her to take swift action. In the precarious moment just before the officer was poised to pull the trigger, a silent plea echoed in her mind, fervently wishing for the law enforcement official to refrain from unleashing the potentially fatal shot. Her sense of surprise deepened when, in a sudden twist of events, a voice pierced through the tense atmosphere, calling out her name. Upon pivoting around in response to the call, she discerned the approach of a figure, a guy making his way towards her. However, her perceptions were marred by a disconcerting haze, a distortion brought about by the peculiar and blurry symptoms of the infection that had taken hold. In a moment of complete rotation, she was met with the sight of Jianwu, her husband, urgently calling and shouting her name, sprinting towards her with a sense of urgency. His voice cut through the perplexing haze, providing a familiar anchor in the midst of the tumultuous situation. Simultaneously, as the dramatic reunion unfolded between the woman and her husband, the officer, who had been steadfastly pointing the gun, found herself taken aback. Startled by the presence of the infected and gripped by fear, an inadvertent slip caused the officer to lose control momentarily. In a tragic turn of events, the officer, overcome by fear and caught off guard, accidentally lost grip of the firearm, leading to an inadvertent discharge that struck the woman. As the searing realization dawned upon Minji that it was her husband, Jianwu, she urgently called out to him, her voice echoing a mix of pain, shock, and a desperate plea. In a cruel twist of fate, Jianwu, rushing towards Minji with hope and urgency in his eyes, was met with sheer shock as the officer's earlier accidental slip resulted in a gunshot, leaving Minji wounded. In the heartbreaking instant when Minji teetered on the brink of collapse from the gunshot wound, Jianwu, propelled by a surge of desperate determination, moved swiftly to intercept her descent. Lying there, she looked into his eyes and, with a mixture of disbelief and yearning for assurance, asked him if it was truly him. Simultaneously, as Minji sought confirmation on the ground, Jianwu, grappling with the shock and remorse of the inadvertent tragedy, swiftly extended an apology to her. In the aftermath of the unintended and tragic shooting, the officer, grappling with the realization of having shot Jianwu's wife, extended a heartfelt apology. Simultaneously, the officer, in a state of panic and perhaps driven by fear, explained the perception that Minji, in her infected state, may have induced. In the midst of the tumultuous scene, the sister of the police officer, overwhelmed by the unfolding tragedy, was caught in a maelstrom of emotions. Tearfully, she ran towards her sister, the distress evident in her every step. As the chaotic scene continued to unravel, Jianwu, his emotions a tempest of grief and anger, found himself grappling with a visceral impulse to retaliate. The tumult of emotions surged within him, prompting dark thoughts of resorting to a drastic measure, contemplating the idea of taking retribution by aiming a firearm at the officer who inadvertently caused harm to his wife. In a surprising twist, just as Jianwu's anger threatened to escalate into action, his wife, Minji, who lay wounded on the ground, mustered the strength to reach out and firmly grasp his hand. In a heart-wrenching moment, Minji, despite her own pain and vulnerability, pleaded with Jianwu to resist the urge to retaliate with violence. Her desperate appeal carried the weight of a profound desire to survive, as she implored him not to shoot. Minji's pleas escalated into a desperate and repetitive insistence, her words echoing with a profound acknowledgement of a perceived mistake. Through the tumultuous atmosphere, she fervently begged Jianwu, reiterating the plea for him not to resort to violence. Tears welled up as he thinks that his wife misunderstood his actions and thought that he was aiming the gun at her. He quickly hugged and affirmed her. Through the physical connection, he sought to convey reassurance and love, affirming with heartfelt sincerity that he would never aim a gun at her. While he was anxiously concerned about her injury, she reassured him, affirming that she was perfectly okay and that the injury was merely a minor one. Subsequently, noticing his evident fatigue, she inquired about whether he had consumed any food, expressing concern for his well-being. Simultaneously, she acknowledged that she should have anticipated his need for a meal and taken the initiative to prepare it in advance. Following her inquiry about the well-being of their dog, he was taken aback, realizing that his wife was unaware of the unfortunate news that their beloved pet had passed away. However, he swiftly redirected the conversation, suggesting that they could delve into the matter later and emphasizing the immediate priority of finding a secure and safer location before addressing other concerns. Upon rising from their positions and readying themselves to depart, Jianwoo attempted to attract the attention of both the officer and her sister by calling out to them. However, in that moment, both the officer and the girl were engrossed in a heartfelt embrace, as the girl's older sister sought to provide solace and comfort in the face of the recent loss of their parents. Considering that the infected individuals were still meandering within the confines of the auditorium, Jianwoo tactfully conveyed to the officer that discharging her firearm might draw the attention of the infected, potentially putting them at risk. Upon suggesting their departure, both Jianwoo and Minji were taken aback, their astonishment palpable, when the officer, unexpectedly, pointed her firearm in their direction. In the aftermath of the startling gesture, the officer swiftly offered an apology and then proceeded to explain that Minji, unfortunately, couldn't leave the premises due to being infected. The officer emphasized the potential peril that could arise if Minji were to venture outside, underscoring the imperative of containment for safety. Jianwoo found himself taken aback and thoroughly surprised by this abrupt and unexpected course of action. In a swift response, he was caught off guard by the officer's unexpected move, instinctively aimed his own firearm at the officer's sister, causing her to be visibly startled by the sudden escalation. His impulsive action left his wife in a state of shock and disbelief, prompting her to voice her concern. Meanwhile, the officer, attempting to defuse the tense situation, sternly instructed Jianwoo to lower his weapon. In response, Jianwoo justified his actions by asserting that he couldn't comply with the officer's demand, highlighting the parallel nature of the situation wherein the officer was also brandishing a weapon and restricting his wife from leaving. Expressing astonishment, the officer was surprised that Jianwoo said that he couldn't abandon his wife, infected or not, underscoring the profound significance of familial bonds and the unwavering commitment to stand by one's family members. In a plea for understanding, Jianwoo expressed his hope that the officer wouldn't intervene or impede their intended course of action, seeking a resolution that would allow him to prioritize the well-being of his wife. While engrossed in their conversation, their attention was abruptly diverted as infected individuals emerged on their floor, catching them off guard and intensifying the urgency of their predicament. Witnessing the encroaching threat of the infected individuals, the officer swiftly recognized the imminent danger, realizing the pressing need for a rapid evacuation. In a pragmatic assessment, she acknowledged the necessity of departing promptly, even if it meant Jianwoo's wife joining them for the sake of their collective safety. Furthermore, in response to the escalating danger posed by the approaching infected individuals, they promptly devised an exit strategy, opting to make their way out through the window situated on the second floor as a means of evading the imminent threat and ensuring a swifter departure. As they made their escape, the sound of a gunshot echoed, reverberating through the air and amplifying the tension, leaving them momentarily on edge and uncertain of the source or implications of the sudden gunfire. Observing their elevated position, the officer's sister, peering below, pondered on the height they had reached. Simultaneously, the officer entertained the hopeful notion that the gunshot they heard might signify the arrival of someone coming to their rescue, injecting a glimmer of optimism into the otherwise precarious situation. Turning her attention behind her, the officer's gaze fell upon Minji, who was clutching her shoulder, and the realization struck that she was the inadvertent caused her injury. Acknowledging the unfortunate turn of events, the officer, understanding the accidental nature of Minji's injury, offered a sincere apology for the earlier incident when she unintentionally discharged her weapon, expressing regret for any harm caused. Continuing with her reflection, the officer went on to acknowledge a newfound realization that Minji is her sister's savior. Graciously accepting the officer's apology, Minji reassured her, urging her not to dwell on the incident, emphasizing that it was already in the past and encouraging a focus on the challenges they currently faced. In a gesture of goodwill, the officer suggested that Minji descend first, assuring her assistance in the process. Down below, Jianwoo, positioned on the ground, called out, expressing his intention to catch Minji as she descended. As Minji prepared to descend, her gaze swept over the surroundings, revealing a chaotic scene that underscored the gravity of the situation. Contemplating the disarray and chaos surrounding her, she entertained the thought that the upheaval might have been caused by infected individuals who managed to escape from the confines of the school. Just as Minji was on the verge of descending, her attention was diverted by a call from the doctor who had been accompanying her earlier. The doctor, grappling with a locked side door, urgently requested her assistance. As Minji turned towards the source of the call, she came to the realization that it was June who sought her help. Upon successfully descending to the ground, both the officer and Minji expressed their gratitude to Jianwoo for his support escape. Swiftly regaining her composure, Minji relayed the urgent information to Jianwoo, informing him that someone was trapped near the gate. In swift motion, he hastened towards the side gate and urgently instructed the man present to take a few steps backward, clarifying that he intended to dismantle the lock and use a firearm to accomplish the task. The man easily identified him, recalling a previous encounter when he had observed him near the gate. Jianwoo experienced a moment of realization, acknowledging and correctly identifying the person in front of him as someone he knew. Despite the doctor having departed earlier, there lingered a sense of reluctance in him to unlatch the gate for the doctor. However, the policewoman intervened, urging him to act swiftly before the situation escalated into potential danger. Upon successfully shooting the lock on the gate, the physician promptly emerged and expressed gratitude towards them for rescuing him. In response, the officer advised him to expedite his movements, emphasizing the imperative of preventing any potential infected individuals from escaping, underscoring the urgency of promptly securing the gate once again. Following the events, Minji swiftly inquired whether the physician had not sought refuge with the others. The physician, caught off guard, exhibited a perplexed expression and remained momentarily silent in the aftermath of the inquiry. Upon hearing the physician's account of encountering infected individuals in the vicinity and successfully extricating himself from the situation solo, Jianwoo was taken aback. This revelation sparked a cascade of negative thoughts in Jianwoo's mind, casting doubt on the physician's true intentions. In response to the disconcerting information, Jianwoo directly confronted the physician, seeking clarification on whether he had once again fled the scene independently. This inquiry prompted a peculiar and defensive reaction from the physician, who, in an attempt to downplay the suspicion, awkwardly denied any act of solitary escape. Upon hearing the gunshot, the physician swiftly dashed, fueled by the hope that the sound signified the arrival of someone coming to their rescue. The prospect of aid spurred his quick and hopeful response. Engaging in conversation, they exchanged gossip and conjectured that the gunshots might have emanated from the army. However, despite the prevailing chatter, Jianwoo remained hesitant and harbored uncertainties, questioning the validity of the assumption that the sounds indeed originated from the military. Meanwhile, while the police officer's sister initially entertained the optimistic notion that the source of the gunshots might be the army, she swiftly cast a glance towards Minji, and in that moment, a wave of second thoughts and uncertainties crossed her mind. As she directed her gaze toward Minji, her countenance shifted to one of fear and apprehension. Minji, bearing the visible signs of injury and being an infected individual herself, remained silent, adding an additional layer of tension to the already charged atmosphere. Observing Minji clutching her shoulder injury, Jianwoo promptly reached out, taking hold of her arm and the wounded area. With a sense of urgency in his voice, he communicated the imperative need to flee, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. He explained to Minji the potential consequences that might unfold if the soldiers were to arrive, highlighting the gravity of the situation and the urgency for them to escape before encountering any military personnel. He conveyed to Minji the perilous nature of the situation, explaining that if the soldiers were to conduct a body check on her, it could pose a significant danger. Such an examination might lead them to label her as infected, potentially resulting in fatal consequences for both Minji and himself. Jianwoo's statement prompted a profound realization within Minji, as she comprehended the imminent peril that awaited her if the soldiers were to carry out a body check. The gravity of the situation dawned on her, intensifying the sense of danger and the need for swift and decisive action. As they reached a decision to hastily depart from the scene, the policewoman officer and her sister were discreetly monitoring their movements, carefully observing their chosen course of action and evaluating the unfolding situation. In the midst of the unfolding events, a realization dawned upon Minji that the warnings and advice imparted by her husband were indeed accurate and prescient. The current circumstances seemed to align with the insights he had shared with her, lending credence to the validity of his words. In the midst of these developments, Jianwoo cast a concerned glance at the officer's firearm, apprehensive about the potential risks associated with the weapon. Sensing his unease, the officer reassured him, affirming that she had no intention of using the firearm and urged him not to harbor unnecessary worries. Following the assurance and amidst the tense atmosphere, the officer took a moment to express gratitude towards both Jianwoo and Minji, extending her heartfelt thanks for their earlier efforts in saving her sister. As they made their exit, Jianwoo swiftly cast a glance in acknowledgement of the officer's gratitude, silently expressing recognition of her thanks before continuing their hurried departure. Watching them depart, the officer's gaze lingered on Jianwoo and Minji, her thoughts filled with a mixture of concern and hope that they had indeed made the right decision in choosing to leave the current situation behind. Simultaneously, while Jianwoo and Minji made their exit, the physician engaged in signaling and vocalizing loudly to approaching individuals, fervently communicating the presence of survivors and attempting to draw attention to their existence. Just as the physician was on the verge of conveying the crucial information about the army's direction, his attention abruptly shifted as he noticed Jianwoo and Minji making their departure. Observing Jianwoo and Minji's departure, the physician found himself pondering the destination and intentions behind Minji's chosen course, his curiosity piqued by the uncertainty of her direction. It was at that moment of contemplation that the physician began to piece together the puzzle, gradually realizing that Minji, too, had fallen victim to a bite, contributing to the urgency and clandestine nature of their departure. A subsequent wave of realization washed over the physician as he acknowledged once again that Minji, in addition to being bitten, was now infected. Unexpectedly and without warning, the physician found himself caught off guard as a sudden gunshot rang out, piercing the air and striking him, leaving him in a state of shock and vulnerability. The gunshot's impact left the physician trembling and rendered him unable to move or make an escape, the shock and incapacitation momentarily paralyzing him in the face of this unforeseen and perilous turn of events. The continued resonance of gunshots echoed through the air, maintaining an active and alarming rhythm. The officer and her sister, taken aback by the sudden and repetitive gunfire, were enveloped in a state of shock as the unforeseen events unfolded before them. Meanwhile, Jianwoo and Minji, who were on the verge of departing, were suddenly confronted with the horrifying scene, their plans interrupted by the shocking turn of events. Like the officer and her sister, they too found themselves immobilized by the unexpected and unsettling nature of the unfolding situation. The military personnel observed that their intended subject was incapacitated at that moment. However, it became imperative for them to remain alert and vigilant, as there was a recognition that if the individual in question happened to be afflicted or contaminated, there existed the distinct possibility of him regaining mobility and presenting a renewed threat. Upon Minji glancing backward and encountering the sight of the prone man, an immediate shock enveloped her. Swiftly responding to the situation, her husband urgently instructed her to conceal herself, recognizing the need for a rapid and discreet retreat from the unfolding circumstances. Approaching their designated objective, the military personnel drew closer, adopting a cautious approach. In the course of their proximity to the target, a meticulous inspection was undertaken to ascertain the presence of any potential infection. In response to the situation, the policewoman, accompanied by her sister, took cover discreetly. Meanwhile, the military personnel, who had discharged their firearms at the man in question, attentively observed the aftermath. It was revealed through subsequent observations and reports that the individual they had targeted and subsequently shot did not exhibit signs of an infected. Confused by the unfolding situation, the policewoman wondered why the army was shooting at them and what was really happening. Having completed their examination of the individual who had been shot, the army personnel returned to their military vehicles, satisfied that they had thoroughly assessed the condition of the person in question. A member of the army conveyed to his comrade the imperative need for cautious advancement. He revealed that a gathering of infected individuals had amassed in the school ahead, emphasizing the necessity to fortify the blockade to prevent any potential breach and ensure the safety of the surrounding area. Simultaneously, the police officer accompanying the army in the patrol vehicle began to harbor suspicions. It dawned on him that the military personnel had, in fact, discharged their weapons at a significant portion of the non-infected populace. The police officer thought it was silly because the whole area was already on lockdown, and yet the army shot at many people who weren't infected. However, in a sudden recollection, he remembered a previous incident where his fellow officers had opened fire on numerous individuals in an auditorium. The trigger for this unfortunate event was the surge of panic due to a considerable number of infected individuals being present, leading to a chaotic and regrettable response from law enforcement. His surprise heightened as he overheard the army making an announcement that 2 human beings were identified behind the car. The military personnel specified that the 2 individuals they had identified behind the car were, in fact, an officer and a student. Upon learning that the 2 individuals were an officer and a student, the officer at the army car began to speculate. He wondered if the officer mentioned was the patrol officer they had initially encountered and questioned the whereabouts of the man who had been accompanying her earlier. Just as the military was on the brink of opening fire on the 2 identified individuals, the officer at the scene stepped in, urgently instructing them to withhold their shots. The officer clarified that one of the humans in question was a fellow officer, urging restraint in their actions. The officer directed the military personnel to bring the identified individuals closer for further examination. Emphasizing the need for caution, he highlighted the importance of verifying whether they were infected before taking any drastic actions, asserting that indiscriminate shooting at anything in motion was not a viable course of action. However, the army members, in response, informed the officer that their current actions were carried out in accordance with orders they had received, suggesting a higher directive that guided their approach in the given situation. They further conveyed that the time constraints of the situation didn't allow for the meticulous inspection of every target for signs of infection, deeming it as unnecessary in the context of their operational directives. While the army explained to the officer that their orders were to eliminate everyone in the district, Jianwu and Minji discreetly listened to the conversation, keeping themselves concealed. The commanding officer among the military personnel then instructed the officer to go back to his assigned position, cautioning that the situation could escalate to the point where their own weapons might be turned against him if he lingered. Despite the warning, the officer remained persistent, expressing his desire for the military personnel to bring the identified individuals over without resorting to gunfire. He emphasized that the 2 people in question were young and urged a more cautious and measured approach. In response to the officer's persistence, the commanding officer of the soldiers approached him and, in a gesture of intimidation, brought a gun closer, signaling a heightened level of tension and the potential consequences of challenging the established orders. The angered soldier persisted in expressing his displeasure, tapping the officer with the gun as a forceful reminder of the severity of the situation. He sternly ordered the officer to promptly return to the transport. Subsequently, the soldier in charge directed his comrades to accompany the officer back to the transport. The other soldiers promptly took action, restraining the officer as they adhered to the command to escort him away from the immediate area. Following the incident with the officer, the commanding soldier issued orders to his fellow soldiers, instructing them to reinforce the blockade and cautiously advance toward the school, indicating a strategic shift in their focus and approach in response to the evolving circumstances. Upon overhearing the conversation between the military personnel and the officer, both the student and the police officer couldn't help but tremble. In a retaliatory move, the officer, undeterred by the earlier intimidation, defiantly declared to the army that he intended to expose their actions. While the officer voiced his grievances about the actions of the army, the commanding chief of the soldiers maintained a steadfast demeanor. Quietly, he fixed a penetrating stare upon the officer, suggesting a subtle but potent response to the unfolding confrontation. Sighing in response to the officer's complaints, the commander instructed the other soldiers to bring the two individuals located behind the car. Observing the unfolding dynamics, the policewoman and the student cautiously moved towards the side where the army was stationed. Jianwoo, witnessing the policewoman and the student gravitating towards the army, pondered the possibility that the military presence might be there with the intention of providing salvation and protection. His wife, trembling with fear, urgently called his name and insisted they needed to leave quickly because she was scared. As Jianwoo consented to leaving, his wife, still on edge, noticed something approaching from behind. Caught off guard, they realized there was a soldier positioned behind them, surprising them with his unexpected presence. In a simultaneous realization, as the soldier found himself positioned behind them, he too was taken aback by the unexpected encounter with humans, registering a sense of surprise at the sight before him. The soldier and Jianwoo found themselves mutually startled by the sudden encounter, with Jianwoo succumbing to panic, uncertain about how to navigate the unforeseen situation. Swiftly, the soldier swiftly elevated his firearm in their direction, prompting Jianwoo to promptly position himself before his wife, with the immediate intention of shielding her from potential harm. However, upon closer observation, the soldier discerned that the individuals before him were indeed humans and not afflicted by any form of infection. Meanwhile, Jianwoo and his wife remained in a state of silence, uncertain about how to respond or act, as the soldier continued to point his firearm in their direction. At the very moment the soldier aimed his weapon at them, Jianwoo, who had strategically placed himself as a protective barrier in front of his wife, assumed a defensive posture. Simultaneously, he stood prepared to draw the firearm concealed in his pocket, anticipating any potential escalation of the situation. Meanwhile, as the soldier menacingly pointed his gun at Jianwoo and his wife, another comrade in arms observed this unfolding scenario with a sense of bewilderment. Puzzled by the inexplicable actions of his fellow soldier, who seemed to deviate from the mission by not maintaining the blockade, he couldn't help but wonder about the motives behind such unexpected behavior. In response to the perplexing behavior of his fellow soldier, the inquisitive comrade approached him and straightforwardly inquired about the nature of his actions, seeking an explanation for the deviation from their assigned mission. While casting a gaze toward Minji, who was caught in the tense situation, she earnestly pleaded for the soldier's mercy, imploring him to extend his benevolence and intervene to ensure her safety. Closing his eyes briefly, the soldier conveyed to his fellow officer that his seemingly alarming actions were merely a result of nervousness, attributing it to the heightened tension arising from their proximity to the school. In response to his fellow soldier's explanation, the comrade halted his approach, recognizing the need for composure. He advised his fellow soldier to collect himself, urging him to maintain emotional stability in the face of the escalating tension. After his fellow officer departed, the soldier assured that the coast was clear. To the astonishment of Jianwoo and Minji, he unexpectedly conveyed that they were free to go, a departure from the initial apprehension when the soldier had pointed his gun at them. The soldier informed Jianwoo and Minji that his residence was in close proximity, emphasizing that they had thoroughly inspected the area and verified the absence of any additional soldiers. Expressing their gratitude, Jianwoo and Minji hastily departed from the vicinity, taking advantage of the soldier's unexpected act of leniency. Minji conveyed her appreciation to the soldier for his unexpected kindness as they made their swift exit. As they made their exit, the soldier, having ensured their departure, resumed his initial task, continuing with what he had set out to do before the encounter. While swiftly navigating through the district, Minji, in her haste, persistently called out and endeavored to capture the attention of her husband, seeking to maintain a connection amid the urgency of their escape. Amidst the escalating volume of her voice, Jianwoo finally took notice of Minji and inquired as to the reason behind her persistent calls, seeking an explanation for the urgency in her attempts to get his attention. Minji, with a sense of concern, questioned why they were heading in the opposite direction, highlighting that their residence lay in the other orientation. In a moment of solemnity, he disclosed to her that their home no longer existed, conveying the somber reality that their once familiar abode had been altered or obliterated. Tears welled up in Minji's eyes upon hearing this revelation, and she inquired about the fate of their canine companion, left behind in the wake of the unforeseen circumstances. In a moment of emotional intensity, he raised his voice and bluntly informed her that their beloved dog had met an unfortunate demise. This revelation triggered a flood of memories for Minji, harking back to the poignant moment when Jianwei had initially gifted her the cherished canine companion. He told her that soldiers went into their home, made a mess, and left quickly, leading her to cry over the unfortunate events and the fate of their dog. In a moment of frustration, he raised his voice, questioning why he needed to explain the situation when she had already witnessed the chaos caused by the soldiers. Emphasizing a harsh reality, he stressed that they were no longer the same people they were before, urging them to accept this painful truth despite the emotional toll it might inflict. Following his poignant statement, he began to observe that she was trembling, indicating the emotional impact of the revelation on Minji. As she lifted her head to gaze at him, subtle signs of infection began to manifest in Minji. Tears streamed down her face as she trembled, and amidst her distress, she started to apologize to him for the distressing situation unfolding before them. He informed her that the color and expression of her eyes were undergoing a noticeable transformation. It was something he observed and thought it important to bring to her attention. On the flip side, when she gazed at him, her perceptions took on an unusual quality, feeling as if they were somewhat bewildered, and she attributed this peculiar experience to the possibility of being influenced by an infection. Subsequently, she reassured him, urging him not to be concerned about the situation. She conveyed that she had encountered similar phenomena earlier, but eventually, she had swiftly recovered from the unusual sensations, assuring him that she would likewise be fine in a short span of time. Observing her current condition, he contemplated in his thoughts that her reassurances were indeed valid. The notion crossed his mind that there was no reason to fear that his wife would succumb to an infection, finding solace in her earlier experience and confident declaration. He began to assist her by donning her hoodie, expressing the urgency of their situation. With a sense of determination, he conveyed to her the imperative need to locate a vehicle promptly, emphasizing the importance of reaching a secure and safe destination. Communicating with her, he disclosed that his car was conveniently located just around the corner. Encouraging her, he requested her to endure a little longer, assuring that relief was imminent as they aimed to reach his vehicle swiftly. However, abruptly, she began displaying unmistakable signs of infection. He observed these alarming indicators with surprise, realizing that the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Upon swiftly turning around, he was confronted with the startling sight of her complete transformation into an infected entity. To his horror, he noticed she was on the verge of lunging to bite him, intensifying the urgency of the situation. Without hesitation, as she poised to sink her teeth into him, he reacted swiftly, seizing her by the neck in a rapid and instinctive move, thwarting the imminent danger. In a decisive moment, as he grasped her neck, he promptly took control, swiftly restraining her and forcefully pressing her against the wall, using all his strength to subdue the unexpected threat she had become. Upon reopening her eyes, having been forcefully propelled into the wall, she was met with the sight of him aiming a gun directly at her head, intensifying the gravity of the situation and introducing a new level of tension to the unfolding events. In the midst of his firm grip, simultaneously choking her and holding the gun perilously close to her head, she struggled to utter his name, desperately attempting to plead with him in a heartfelt plea for mercy. The convergence of physical restraint and the imminent threat of a firearm heightened the emotional intensity of the harrowing scene. As the constriction around her throat intensified, making it increasingly difficult for her to draw breath, she persistently attempted to call out his name, her desperate pleas punctuated by moments of gasping as she grappled with the diminishing availability of air. In a final, desperate attempt to call out his name, she exerted the last of her strength. Miraculously, in response to her plea, he snapped back to awareness abruptly, caught off guard by the sudden change in the situation, registering surprise on his face. In the tense moment, with his hand tightly clenched around her neck and the ominous presence of a gun aimed at her, she broke into tears, her voice quivering with emotion as she desperately called out his name in a heartfelt plea for mercy and understanding. In a sudden realization of the gravity of the situation, he promptly released his grip on her neck, acknowledging the emotional turmoil and distress evident in her tearful plea. Upon his release, she coughed, the immediate aftermath of the intense physical encounter taking a toll on her. Subsequently, she swayed unsteadily, struggling to maintain her balance as the effects of the harrowing experience manifested physically. The event led to her losing consciousness and collapsing, her body succumbing to the overwhelming strain and impact, causing her to fall to the ground in an unconscious state. Meanwhile, Jianwu trembled noticeably as he clutched the gun, grappling with the aftermath of the intense encounter. In the midst of the unsettling situation, he found himself reflecting on the gravity of his actions, questioning whether, in that critical moment, he genuinely harbored the desire to harm or even kill his own wife. Furthermore, Minji gradually opened her eyes, finding herself in a state of grogginess. As her vision cleared, she realized that she was already seated in the confines of a car, a sense of disorientation lingering as she tried to make sense of the recent events that had transpired. Upon regaining consciousness, her initial gaze fell upon Jianwu, who was in the driver's seat, wearing a visibly concerned expression. A rush of unsettling memories flooded her consciousness, and she recollected the distressing moments when Jianwu had pointed a gun at her and subjected her to the suffocating grip of his hands. The vivid recollection stirred a mix of emotions, ranging from fear to confusion, as she grappled with the aftermath of the alarming encounter. As Jianwu became aware of Minji awakening, he observed her trembling form and noted the shock evident in her expression. The palpable tension in the air reflected the mutual realization of the intense and distressing events that had transpired, leaving both of them in a state of emotional upheaval. Seeking to alleviate her apprehension, he promptly reassured her, urging Minji not to worry. With a comforting tone, he conveyed his intention to swiftly navigate out of the district, implying that safety awaited them beyond the current troubled circumstances. Approaching the exit of the area, they traversed a scene fraught with tension, passing by a gathering of people engaged in a fervent protest against the encroaching threat of the infected. Minji, sitting in the car, observed the multitude of people outside as they navigated through the protest. In a sudden shift of atmosphere, Minji was taken aback when Jianwu unexpectedly offered an apology for his actions earlier. While extending his apology, Jianwu unconsciously manifested signs of nervous tension, biting his nails to the point of drawing blood. In response to the unfolding apology and sensing a potential shift in the atmosphere, Minji raised a question, inquiring whether she could step out of the car. With tears welling up in her eyes, she confessed that she harbored an uncertainty about the potential for future harm during moments when she might be infected. In a surprising twist, she shouldered a sense of responsibility for the earlier events. She also wished that he had just killed her earlier. Upon hearing her emotional admission, Jianwu was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the weight of her words. He conveyed to her that he had been diligently seeking her presence for an extended duration, expressing a commitment to not part ways again. Furthermore, he asserted that the responsibility for any apologies should rest upon him. Subsequently, he admitted to her that the blame lay with him, and her words had the effect of inducing a profound sense of shame within him. While shedding tears of remorse and shame for his actions towards his wife, she promptly offered him solace, reassuring him and encouraging him not to succumb to tears. Following this, he assured her that positive change was on the horizon and shared the news that the owner of the car they were in was actively researching an antidote. He expressed confidence that their predicament would undoubtedly receive assistance and resolution. While he provided reassurance, a swell of tears brimmed in her eyes, and her emotions overflowed, encapsulating a poignant moment. Swiftly, she expressed her gratitude, thanking him earnestly for both his sincere efforts and the comforting words that served as a source of reassurance in that vulnerable moment. In that moment, a recollection washed over her, prompting her to reflect on the times when people's initial reactions were marked by fear and anxiety upon encountering her. The instinctive response upon witnessing her afflicted state was to hastily retreat. Meanwhile, amidst the memories of societal apprehension, her husband stood out as the exception, being the sole individual who sprinted towards her without a moment's hesitation, undeterred by the awareness of her infection. While Jianwoo was in tears, she gently reassured him, conveying that there was no need for him to harbor guilt regarding her situation, and therefore, tears were unnecessary on his part. Observing him, she came to a realization, acknowledging that amidst the prevailing anxiety and terror that had gripped everyone, Jianwoo remained true to his core, behaving in a manner consistent with his pre-infection self. This realization brought a sense of relief, as she found solace in the constancy of his character amid the upheaval. As their car came to a halt at a particular location, a figure visibly unsteady in balance began to approach the vehicle. Her surprise escalated when the man abruptly started to repeatedly smack the car, catching her off guard. The protesting man, who had brought the car to a halt, found himself the subject of complaints from another individual who urged him to return home, citing that he was drunk. Undeterred by the complaints and the suggestion to go home, the persistent man continued his efforts, leaning in closer to the car and scrutinizing the windows with intent. His motivation was clear. He sought to discern the occupants of the car, fervently hoping that none of them were infected individuals concealing themselves within. As he closely examined the car, his scrutiny revealed something that immediately seized his attention, prompting a shift in his focus. Observing the situation keenly, the man emphasized that the clothes worn by the individual inside the car were entirely stained with blood. This declaration prompted Jianwoo and Minji to snap to attention. In response to the man's assertion about the blood-stained clothes, another individual swiftly redirected his attention towards the car, intent on verifying the accuracy of the claim. In the aftermath of the revelation about the blood-stained clothes, a murmur of gossip spread among the onlookers. Simultaneously, the man, fueled by a growing sense of urgency or agitation, poised himself to strike the car window with the object he had been using for protest. Consumed by anger and a heightened sense of urgency, the man unleashed his frustration by forcefully smashing the car's window, shattering it in the process. His conviction stemmed from the belief that the occupants were infected and attempting to flee. Minji found herself taken aback and surprised by the sudden and unexpected actions of the man, as the shattering of the car window unfolded before her eyes. In the aftermath of the shattered window, the man swiftly seized Minji by the collar, his anger palpable as he demanded, with intensity, that she return his wife. The situation escalated rapidly, leaving Minji in a state of shock and confusion. Adding to the escalating tension, the man found himself in an even greater state of surprise when, unexpectedly, a firearm was pointed in his direction. In a swift response to the escalating tension, Jianwoo took charge and pointed the gun at the agitated man, sternly instructing him to step back under the explicit warning that he would open fire if necessary. He kept his firearm aimed at the man, and the man, in turn, didn't retreat, maintaining the standoff without taking a step back. Subsequently, the man eventually stepped back, prompting hushed gossip among onlookers. Soon after, the man and his companion inquired whether the individual with the firearm was affiliated with law enforcement. As Jianwoo brandished the firearm and instructed them to clear the path, Minji found herself taken aback, registering a sense of surprise and astonishment at the unfolding situation. In response to the tense situation, she courageously reached out and grasped his hand, the one holding the gun, attempting to reason with him and persuading him to stow the weapon away. Minji steadfastly maintained her grip on the firearm, while the other man issued an apology and urgently advised his companion to expedite their departure, recognizing the potentially hazardous nature of the situation. Observing the firearm in his hands, he contemplatively wondered why he repeatedly found himself drawing the gun in the first place. Subsequently, they commenced their departure, instructing the bystanders to clear the street and create a safe distance. Out of nowhere, a sudden commotion ensued as a multitude of people hastily advanced towards their location, each person in the group exhibiting visible signs of distress, with injuries apparent as they valiantly endeavored to keep their composure in the midst of the tumultuous situation. The approaching men, perceiving the impending danger, issued a stern warning, their voices raised in urgent shouts, imploring those present to swiftly make their escape. As the crowd engaged in speculation and conjecture, questioning whether the incoming group might be seeking refuge or sustenance, the newcomers promptly clarified that their injuries were not the result of a bite, but rather, they were gunshot wounds, a revelation that left the onlookers profoundly surprised and taken aback. Upon catching wind of the information, Jianwoo swiftly pivoted, his attention drawn to the revelation that soldiers from neighboring quarantines were en route to their location. Inquisitive murmurs rippled through the crowd as they questioned the unexpected arrival of the military in their neighborhood. The arriving men, equally puzzled, responded that they were as unaware as the rest, explaining that the army inexplicably began firing at them without any discernible reason or warning. In a state of disbelief, the gathered individuals found it challenging to fathom the plausibility of such a situation. However, their skepticism was abruptly disrupted by the jarring sound of gunfire that echoed through the air. The unsettling sound of gunfire, originating within their own district, steadily approached, intensifying the palpable tension as the proximity of the shots heightened the immediate sense of danger. In response to the encroaching threat, the people urgently cautioned their peers to flee, while Jianwoo pondered whether the military had already departed from the quarantine zone, contemplating the potential risks and uncertainties of the unfolding situation. Out of the blue, the man who had previously shattered their window suddenly pleaded to be allowed to accompany them, seeking refuge from the escalating chaos and uncertainty. Despite bleeding and grasping the car's window, Jianwoo promptly took action, endeavoring to drive away swiftly in response to the urgency of the situation. Swiftly, he distanced himself from the unfolding turmoil, accelerating as he navigated away from the scene, leaving the chaos behind in his rearview mirror. As he drove solo, opting not to take the others with him, Minji gazed at him, her thoughts filled with contemplation as she wondered about the motivations and considerations occupying his mind. As they departed from the tumultuous scene, their journey brought them in proximity to the doctor's residence. While swiftly escaping the imminent danger, Jianwoo couldn't shake off the thoughts racing through his mind, pondering the perplexing situation of the military converging on the city and refraining from firing within the quarantine zones. The puzzling circumstances left him grappling with questions and a sense of unease. In the midst of his contemplations, he reflected on the presence of armed soldiers beyond the quarantine zone, finding it increasingly perplexing. No matter how he mulled it over, the situation struck him and raised a nagging sense of doubt about the legitimacy and appropriateness of the unfolding events. He observed the malfunctioning traffic lights, casting an eerie glow on the chaotic scenes unfolding around him. Panic gripped the atmosphere, permeating every corner and contributing to the sense of disorder that surrounded him. Chewing on his nail nervously, he couldn't shake the worry that the areas outside the quarantine zone might not be much safer. Despite the desire for rest, the unsettling thought persisted that the perceived safety of the outside world was not as promising as he had initially hoped. Lost in contemplation, he was startled when Minji abruptly alerted him to a potential threat looming ahead, snapping him out of his reverie. In the midst of his swift run, Jianwoo endeavored to decelerate abruptly, recognizing the imminent risk of colliding with an obstacle in his path. Subsequently, they observed two dogs on the street, one lifeless and the other standing, presenting a somber and perplexing sight. Witnessing the poignant scene, they noticed that the surviving dog was whimpering in a display of grief over its deceased companion, attempting to nudge and revive it in a heart-wrenching display of loyalty. Shocked by the distressing sight, Jianwoo anxiously inquired of Minji whether he was responsible for striking the dog. However, she reassured him that it wasn't his doing and clarified that the unfortunate dog was already deceased. So, they decided to bring the car to a halt upon spotting dogs on the street. Coincidentally, at the same time, two individuals walked past them and also noticed the presence of the two dogs. The lady who was walking by advised her companion to direct their attention towards the dogs. She seemed eager for her partner to take notice of the canine presence. Interestingly, it transpired that one of the dogs was afflicted with an infection, and shockingly, it had consumed the other dog. Upon intensifying their scrutiny and examining the scene more closely, both Jianwoo and Minji were not just taken aback, but also found themselves engulfed in a simultaneous mix of shock and astonishment, discovering that the dog in question was indeed afflicted with an infection. Observing the dog closely, it appeared to be unconscious initially, but a shift in its demeanor caught their attention as it began to cry, seemingly conveying a sense of remorse or innocence, as if it hadn't intentionally bitten the other dog. Meanwhile, Jianwoo found himself contemplating the situation, entertaining the thought that the dog might possess a level of self-awareness. While continuing their drive, the two individuals maintained their gaze upon the dogs, their expressions reflecting a sense of contemplation and uncertainty as they pondered what course of action to take in response to the unusual and concerning situation involving the infected dog. Minji, feeling a sense of concern and curiosity, turned back to observe the people who had also been contemplating the situation involving the dogs. A startling revelation unfolded as they glimpsed through the rearview mirror, realizing that the two individuals, seemingly distressed and concerned, were on the verge of resorting to a drastic measure. Their overheard conversation hinted at the apprehension of a potential threat, leading them to contemplate the unsettling decision of smacking and, tragically, killing the dog out of fear of a possible bite. Simultaneously, amidst the unfolding scene, the dog continued to cry. As they continued to drive past the unfolding scenario, Jianwoo's mind was consumed by thoughts of finding a solution. Amidst the distressing sight and the potential harm looming over the infected dog, all he could think about was the possibility of obtaining an antidote. Finally, their journey led them to the apartment complex where the doctor resided. The anticipation of reaching this destination, coupled with the urgency of the situation involving the infected dog, heightened the sense of importance attached to seeking assistance and potential solutions from the medical professional. As they were about to go up, he took a moment to inquire about Minji's shoulder injury, expressing concern for her well-being. In response, she reassured him, stating that she was fine, dismissing any lingering worries about her previous injury. With a sense of relief, Jianwoo conveyed to Minji that they would soon have the opportunity to address and treat her shoulder injury, assuring her that the presence of a doctor in the vicinity would facilitate the necessary care and attention for her well-being. Contrastingly, Minji's demeanor took on a worried expression. Her concern heightened as she recalled a previous incident where Jianwoo effortlessly produced a firearm and aimed it at a man. While gazing at her reflection, she couldn't shake off the thought that Jianwoo had become increasingly hot-tempered lately. The juxtaposition of his recent actions, including the swift use of a firearm, lingered in her mind, contributing to a growing sense of unease about his evolving temperament. Furthermore, as Minji continued to reflect, her attention was drawn to a visible mark on her neck, a poignant reminder of a distressing incident when Jianwoo had, at an earlier time, choked her. Finally, their ascent brought them to the 14th floor, the designated residence of the doctor. The culmination of their journey heightened the anticipation of seeking professional assistance for both Minji's shoulder injury and the urgent matter involving the distressed, possibly infected, dog. However, as soon as the elevator doors swung open, a wave of shock enveloped them, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. The unexpected sight that greeted them sparked a cascade of questions, prompting them to wonder about the unfolding events that lay before them. To their surprise, the door to the doctor's apartment stood ajar, an unexpected sight that further heightened the air of mystery and left them grappling with questions about why it was open and what might have transpired within. Reacting swiftly, Jianwoo moved with urgency, rushing towards the partially open door while calling out for the doctor. His demeanor shifted from anticipation to concern, the worry in his voice palpable as he sought to unravel the mystery behind the door being ajar and the potential well-being of the doctor residing within. Upon entering the apartment, he was met with a jarring scene of disarray. Shock overtook him as he surveyed the shattered and chaotic state of the living space, a stark contrast to what he had expected. The disheveled state of the house became even more pronounced as Jianwoo took in the scene. Not only was everything in disarray and haphazardly scattered, but the presence of bloodstains added an ominous layer to the already unsettling atmosphere. While surveying the chaos, Minji's attention was drawn to a particular room, recognizable as the space where the doctor conducted research. Amidst the disorder, This room stood out as a potential key to understanding the circumstances surrounding the doctor's disappearance and the unsettling state of the apartment. She looked at the messy room and asked him if this was where the doctor did research on finding a cure for the infection. Continuing his exploration of the apartment, he stumbled upon a family picture of the doctor. As Jianwoo gazed at the family picture, his attention was arrested by an unsettling detail. Bloodstains marred the once cheerful image, casting a grim shadow over the familial scene. Continuing his investigation, he followed the trail of bloodstains, his focus narrowing on a particular room. As he observes, more bloodstains adorned the path. She shared her concern with him, expressing worry through her words and nonverbal cues as they both observed the trail of bloodstains leading toward the room. In a thoughtful manner, she communicated to him the importance of being cautious in approaching the situation. Out of the blue, the doctor gave a sudden tap and called out his name, catching him and his wife off guard, surprising them both. Curious about the unusual gathering indoors, he inquired why everyone was gathered and expressed concern for their well-being. Jianwoo explained to the doctor that he suspected something might be amiss since he noticed the door wasn't unlocked, prompting his heightened awareness of the situation. Upon observing the disarray within the house, the doctor remarked that it seemed a bit messy. This comment triggered Jianwoo's apprehension, leading him to inquire and ponder whether the untidiness hinted at a more severe situation, causing him to wonder if something tragic had befallen his entire family. Swiftly addressing his concerns, the doctor reassured him that despite the apparent disorder in the house, his family was perfectly fine. Emphasizing that the external appearance did not reflect their well-being, the doctor then directed them to head downstairs. Observing Jianwoo accompanied by his wife, the doctor inquired if she was the person he had been searching for amidst the chaos. In response, Minji greeted the doctor with a smile, alleviating his concern by confirming her safety. She mentioned that she had heard Jianwoo mention that the doctor was also a medical professional. The doctor, observing her shoulder injury, inquired about the cause. She explained that she had scraped it against the wall, providing a brief account of how the injury occurred. In turn, Minji also observed the visible injuries on the doctor's hand. In response to her observation, he explained that there had been an accident and, unable to delve into the full details at that moment, left some aspects of the incident unexplained. Without hesitation, Jianwoo interjected into the conversation, swiftly inquiring about the progress of the research on the antidote. Expressing a sense of urgency, he conveyed that time was of the essence, emphasizing the importance of obtaining information on the antidote's development. A hush fell over the room as the doctor, in response to his pressing inquiry about the antidote research, remained silent, leaving a palpable tension hanging in the air. Shifting the focus, the doctor changed the topic and advised them to proceed downstairs for treatment. In a more lighthearted manner, he also mentioned the possibility that they might be hungry, subtly directing their attention to both their well-being and potential appetite. Taking initiative, the doctor began tidying up the surroundings, informing them that he would handle the cleaning first. He instructed them to proceed downstairs, emphasizing that they should go ahead while he took care of the tasks at hand. However, Jianwoo's temper flared, and he raised his voice in frustration, expressing his anger that the soldiers outside were behaving erratically and causing chaos. In a heated response, the doctor matched Jianwoo's elevated tone, expressing his own frustration. He insisted that if he genuinely wanted assistance, they should follow to his earlier instruction to go downstairs, emphasizing the urgency of the situation and the need for him to attend to the cleanup process. Upon hearing the doctor's stern response, Jianwoo fell into a contemplative silence. In a moment of reflection, the doctor apologized, acknowledging that his earlier outburst was fueled by anger and a lapse in judgment. Taking a deep breath in an effort to regain composure, he attempted to calm himself. Recognizing the need to prioritize the situation, Minji gently reminded him that they should proceed downstairs as instructed by the doctor. As they made their way out, Jianwoo, displaying a lingering concern, asked the doctor if he would be all right alone. The doctor reassured him, advising not to worry, and affirmed that he would join them shortly. Exiting the apartment, Minji cast a fleeting glance back at the doctor, who, in a poignant moment, was engrossed in looking at a picture of his family. As the doctor gazed at the photographs, a palpable emotion enveloped the atmosphere, evoking a sense of sentiment or perhaps nostalgia. Unable to resist, he found himself staring at the photograph, a heavy sigh escaping him, perhaps laden with a mix of emotions and memories. As Jianwoo and Minji descended to the lower apartment, they took their seats. To their surprise, the doctor's wife warmly approached, offering them food and extending an apology for the limited options, expressing regret that they couldn't provide a more elaborate spread. Reassuring them that she didn't want them to endure a lengthy wait, she promptly presented a selection of fruits, extending a hospitable gesture by offering them to Jianwoo and Minji. Gratefully acknowledging the kind gesture, Minji expressed her thanks to the doctor's wife, acknowledging her kindness. Meanwhile, Jianwoo, while looking at her, internally reflected that the doctor's family appeared well, prompting a sense of remorse for suspecting her earlier. While peeling the apple, the doctor's wife was noticeably shaking, a subtle yet observable sign of some inner turmoil or unease. Minji, observing the doctor's wife's visibly shaken state, couldn't help but be curious. She inquired gently, asking if something had occurred to cause her distress. While extending the peeled apple to Minji, the doctor's wife reassured her that nothing untoward had occurred. She acknowledged having heard about Minji's situation, expressing empathy for the challenges she must have faced. Additionally, she conveyed that her husband would be arriving shortly to attend to her injured shoulder. Upon the doctor's wife's suggestion to wait for her husband, Minji and Jianwoo exchanged silent glances, their expressions possibly conveying a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Minji became aware of the doctor's child who was discreetly approaching, casting furtive glances their way. Following her observation, Minji inquired of the doctor's wife whether the quietly approaching child was indeed her daughter. Subsequently, the doctor's wife confirmed Minji's suspicion, disclosing that her daughter's name was Hannah. Seizing the opportunity, Minji beckoned to the child, inviting her to join them and enthusiastically mentioning the delectable food they had in their possession. Meanwhile, on the flip side, Jianwoo simply observed the child in silence. The kid, reciprocating the gaze, wore a mask that concealed their expression, yet their eyes betrayed a sense of trepidation and a hint of fear, causing them to quiver ever so slightly. Adding to the unfolding scenario, Jianwoo rose from his seat, expressing to both his wife and the doctor's wife that his appetite was not particularly robust at the moment. In an effort to excuse himself from the impending gathering, he mentioned his intention to take a brief nap before the doctor's return. Nevertheless, Minji interjected, expressing concern for his well-being, pointing out that he hadn't eaten yet. Despite her plea, Jianwoo, fatigued and drained, insisted that he needed a brief respite, assuring everyone that he intended to rest for just 10 minutes before regaining his energy. As he excused himself and made his way to the room, the observant child quickly caught on to his departure. Surprisingly, Minji found herself taken aback as Hannah swiftly emerged. Reacting promptly to this unexpected development, she warmly invited the child to join her for a meal, extending an invitation to share in the food together. Meanwhile, just before he settled down for his brief respite in the room, a fleeting glance towards Minji and the others prompted a realization. In his contemplation, he couldn't help but acknowledge that it was the 4th consecutive day that Minji had been in potential contact with the infection. Continuing on his way, Jianwoo, deep in thought, pondered the urgency of the situation, realizing that time was of the essence. Settling into the room for a moment of rest, Jianwoo found his mind brimming with contemplative musings, as a cascade of thoughts cascaded through his consciousness. As he endeavored to drift into slumber, the image of his wife persisted in Jianwoo's thoughts, a source of deep concern. The anxiety stemmed from the realization that she was currently battling an infection, and the looming sense of urgency intensified, knowing that time was running out before the infection could potentially overwhelm her completely. Closing his eyes in an attempt to find solace in sleep, an undercurrent of worry continued to gnaw at Jianwoo, casting a shadow over his attempts to rest. However, the moment he closed his eyes for what felt like a fleeting instant, his imagination conjured the haunting image of his wife, her once familiar features transformed into the visage of someone entirely consumed by the infection. In the vivid tableau of his mind, Jianwoo witnessed a distressing scene where his wife, now overtaken by the infection, bore the gruesome evidence of blood smeared across her mouth, a grim testament to the biting manifestations of the affliction. Suddenly, jolted awake by the shocking imagery that played out in his dream, Jianwoo found himself trembling, the remnants of the unsettling vision lingering in his waking consciousness. Upon casting a gaze outside, he discerned that the evening had almost fully unfolded, with the sun gracefully setting on the horizon. Realizing that he had overslept, a surge of anxiety washed over him, compounding his unease as he grappled with the consequences of the fleeting hours. Assuming that Minji would take the initiative to wake him, recalling their earlier conversation, Jianwoo, while still in a state of heightened awareness, inadvertently eavesdropped on the ongoing discussion between the doctor and his wife. Engaged in conversation, the doctor and his wife exchanged thoughts regarding the soldiers' behavior. They speculated that the military presence seemed more focused on patrolling the streets rather than entering buildings, prompting uncertainty about the unfolding events. The doctor expressed hesitation, acknowledging the unpredictable nature of the future and the potential implications of the soldiers' actions. While engrossed in their conversation, the doctor subtly realized that Jianwoo had awakened, perhaps catching fragments of their discussion and joining the present moment. Observing Jianwoo's wakefulness, the doctor acknowledged his apparent fatigue and, considerate of his need for rest, explained that they had refrained from waking him up to allow for a bit more repose. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly inquired about the whereabouts of his wife, expressing immediate concern about her absence and seeking information on her current location. Seeking to allay Jianwoo's concern, the doctor reassured him that his wife was safely resting in another room. Furthermore, he provided comforting news, mentioning that he had attended to her injury, offering a sense of relief to him. Despite the doctor's assurances, Jianwoo remained gripped by anxiety, his gaze fixed on the room where his wife rested. The haunting memory of the bloodstains he had previously encountered upstairs resurfaced, intensifying his unease and casting a shadow over the reassurances provided. Without a moment's hesitation, Jianwoo, driven by an urgency fueled by his concern, sprinted towards the room where his wife lay. The doctor, sensing his haste, interjected, advising him against waking her, emphasizing the importance of allowing her the undisturbed rest she needed. In a swift motion, Jianwoo turned the doorknob to unlock the door, and with a sense of urgency, swung it open. Calling out his wife's name, he anxiously scanned the room, finding her peacefully and quietly asleep, momentarily assuaging the concerns that had gripped him. Minji lay in serene slumber, undisturbed by the commotion, her rest undisturbed. The doctor, noticing Jianwoo's concern, reassured him, explaining that he had simply covered her with a blanket, prompting a further sense of relief. Exhaling a sigh of relief, his tense shoulders visibly relaxed as he observed the peaceful repose of his wife, confirming that she was indeed just resting and unharmed. Expressing his apprehension, the doctor conveyed his concern about the potential risks if they didn't establish some form of separation. Fearing the possibility of unforeseen accidents, he sought to address the need for precautionary measures to ensure everyone's safety. Nevertheless, Jianwoo, perhaps driven by curiosity or a lingering sense of unease, directly inquired about the contents of the room located upstairs. He continued to convey that the corpse had been present in his car for an extended period, making it improbable to obtain a sufficient blood sample from it. The doctor, visibly taken aback by Jianwoo's revelation, was left momentarily speechless, unable to respond. Jianwoo, undeterred, pressed on, questioning the whereabouts of the man with blonde hair. Persistently pressing the doctor for information about the whereabouts of the blonde-haired man, Jianwoo noticed a series of exchanged glances between the doctor and his wife. The silence that ensued only deepened the intrigue surrounding the mysterious circumstances. In response to his persistent inquiries and the palpable tension in the air, the doctor, breaking the silence, urged Jianwoo to accompany him, signaling a need for a more private and confidential conversation. The doctor and the man, stuck in a situation where the rain is pouring down heavily as they're heading back to their apartment. Moreover, the doctor found himself in a bit of a mess, feeling a tad dizzy in the aftermath of the collision with both the soldiers' car and the soldiers themselves. It's like a dizzying situation with a double impact. Not just the crash, but the disorientation from colliding with the soldiers too. In a twist of fate, with no other options available, they end up colliding their car with an army that was out there, covering the streets. In the process of making a complete recovery, the doctor gradually pieced together the events and became aware of what had transpired, prompting a sense of wonder about the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, his companion, the man who shared the experience, was actively working on regaining composure and reorienting himself to the unfolding circumstances. Out of the blue, in the midst of the unfolding events, the man abruptly seized the doctor. With a sense of urgency, he conveyed a perspective that shrugged off concern for what had befallen the soldiers. According to the man, the crucial point was that those soldiers were armed, engaging in indiscriminate gunfire, and, in essence, posed a threat to anyone in their vicinity. Even though the man strongly urged him to disregard the soldiers and prioritize their own safety by leaving the scene, the doctor couldn't shake off a lingering hesitation. Unbeknownst to them, amidst the aftermath, one of the soldiers managed to retain mobility, stealthily attempting to wield a firearm and take aim in their direction. In a decisive and resolute move, the concealed soldier unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the car, firing repeatedly with an intensity that added a palpable sense of danger and urgency to the already tumultuous situation. In a sudden surge of panic, the man's demeanor shifted abruptly, urging the doctor with a sense of urgency to swiftly get behind the wheel and speed away. Caught off guard by the unexpected gunfire, the doctor found himself equally taken aback, his reaction mirroring surprise as the gravity of the situation intensified. As they hastily sped away from the scene, the relentless soldier persisted in firing shots in their direction, creating a harrowing chase scenario. In a strategic move, the determined soldier swiftly seized the radio, issuing a warning to his comrades about the escape of an unidentified vehicle from the corner they were originally stationed to guard. Upon reaching the safety of their apartment, the relentless downpour continued, adding a poetic touch to the turbulent sequence of events. In the aftermath of the chaotic escape, the doctor, now in the secure confines of the apartment, diligently unpacked his array of medical equipment. With a sense of urgency and care, he set about treating the injuries sustained by his companion. While the doctor meticulously wrapped up the treatment, organizing and tidying away the medical equipment with a practiced efficiency, the man observed him silently from the confines of the room. Seated in the room, the man maintained a quiet composure as the doctor completed the treatment regimen. The atmosphere in the room held a subdued tranquility, punctuated only by the fading echoes of the tumultuous events that had unfolded earlier. As the clock diligently ticked away, the relentless march of time carried them forward. Out of the blue, a palpable shift in the atmosphere occurred as the man, previously composed, was suddenly enveloped by a wave of irritation. Observing the man's demeanor, the doctor couldn't help but notice a visible unraveling, his surroundings becoming disheveled, coupled with audible expressions of discontent emanating from the room. The doctor noticed the man was getting upset and making a mess in the room while complaining. Concerned, the doctor asked if something was wrong. In a sarcastic response, the man questioned if the doctor was joking, pointing out the irony of being in the apartment instead of leaving and going home. Expressing his frustration, the man complained that the doctor's efforts seemed futile, deeming the research a mere piece of junk, especially given the lack of any noticeable progress throughout the entire night. He questioned whether their plan was simply to sit and wait. In a fit of anger and frustration, the man impulsively hurled the laptop and research equipment across the room, venting his discontent. In the midst of the man's outburst, his loud complaints reached the ears of the doctor's wife. Intrigued and concerned, she stepped out of another room and approached her husband, inquiring about the tumultuous situation unfolding in the adjacent space. Reacting to the doctor's wife's inquiry, the man hastily shifted his attention to the other room, continuing his complaints. However, in the midst of this hurried movement, he inadvertently collided with the doctor's wife, unintentionally causing her harm. The man think that the doctor was just using an apartment. Despite the doctor's attempts to intervene and mitigate the escalating situation, the man persisted in voicing his complaints. Driven by a sense of urgency and desperation, the man moved to another door, driven by the hope of discovering a potential antidote. Upon swinging open the door in his fervent quest for an antidote, the man was met with an unexpected sight: a peacefully sleeping child nestled on the bed. Frustrated and disappointed that the room did not hold the solution he anticipated, the man's anger intensified. The doctor warned the man that if he didn't stop acting out, he should leave. But the man, not listening, told the doctor to be quiet and just keep working on finding the antidote. Because of the commotion, their daughter woke up and emerged from her room. When the parents noticed the awakened child, they instructed her to return to her room. All the while, another individual displayed signs of anger. Out of nowhere, the upset man seized the girl by her clothes and conveyed to the doctor that perhaps he would expedite the process of creating the antidote if his daughter happened to be infected too. The parents were astonished by the man's abrupt behavior. The father raised his voice, admonishing the man and demanding that he release their daughter. While the man forcefully held onto the girl, she cried and trembled in fear. The man implored the doctor to provide the antidote without delay, issuing a threat that if they refused, his daughter would also fall victim to the infection. The parents, taken aback, called out their daughter's name. However, unbeknownst to the man, the child had already been infected, and now she had transformed into one of the infected beings. To his shock, the girl bit his hand, catching him off guard. Overwhelmed by the unexpected bite, he hastily shrugged her off and pushed her to the ground. The parents swiftly moved to aid their distressed child. As the man grappled with the shock of realizing the child was infected, the parents endeavored to restrain their child, preventing her from biting anyone else. Believing that the entire family was infected, the man, with a pair of scissors within arm's reach, chose to utilize them in response. Without hesitation, the man swiftly seized the scissors and charged at the doctor's wife, who was carrying the infected child, with the intention of stabbing them. The dad prevented the man from hurting his family. He said the man should relax because he got infected just like his child. The father, steadfast in his efforts to protect his family, tried to reason with the persistent man. Despite the dad's attempts to calm the situation, the man brushed him off, displaying a determination to proceed with his harmful intentions. In an unfortunate turn of events, the father found himself forcibly propelled into the corner of the wall as the man's actions escalated. After being thrown into the corner, the father, desperate to shield his loved ones, pleaded with the man, urging him not to harm his family. With the man relentless and unyielding, the father, left with no other recourse, resorted to defending his family by forcefully striking the man's head in an effort to halt the impending danger. Struck by the forceful blow from the father, the man trembled and was taken aback, caught off guard by the unexpected impact. As the man attempted to face the father and communicate, questioning if he was willing to face the consequences for his actions, he abruptly collided with the wall, disrupting his intentions. Feeling the throbbing sensation in his hand, the man began to recall the moment when the child had bitten him, realizing that this might be connected to the current discomfort he was experiencing. In the midst of the man's realization, as he prepared to look back at the father, he discovered the father was already in the act of wielding a pair of scissors, poised to strike and defend his family. Without hesitation, the child's father attempted to stab the man, aiming to prevent any further harm to his family. The man, caught off guard and unable to move, found himself unable to evade the impending strike. In the face of the imminent threat to his family, the father, propelled by an unwavering determination to shield his loved ones, acted decisively. Without a moment's hesitation, he wielded the scissors with a resolute intent and repeatedly stabbed the man who posed a danger to his kin. Each thrust of the scissors bore witness to the father's desperate resolve, a visceral manifestation of his commitment to ensuring the safety of his wife and child. Having relentlessly stabbed the man in a desperate bid to safeguard his family, the father paused to witness the aftermath. The once threatening man now lay motionless, displaying no signs of life after the barrage of repeated strikes. As the realization of the multiple, forceful stabs sank in, the father, gripped by a mixture of urgency and apprehension, called out for his wife. The weight of the situation hung heavily as he sought her presence, perhaps seeking support or understanding in the aftermath of the intense and dire confrontation. In an attempt to shield their daughter from the distressing scene, the wife covered the child's eyes, creating a protective barrier against the unsettling sight. Simultaneously, the husband, recognizing the need to safeguard their child from the aftermath, instructed his wife to take their daughter back to the room. Following the intense confrontation and the apparent demise of the man, an unexpected and unsettling development occurred. Despite the cessation of vital signs, there was an eerie twitch, signaling a disconcerting transformation. It became evident that, even in death, the man had succumbed to the infection. The unexpected occurred as the man, seemingly lifeless moments ago, rose to his feet with an unconscious and eerie demeanor. This sudden resurgence left the father on high alert, prompting him to prepare for the looming threat that now presented itself once again. As the man, now revived with an unsettling energy, stood upright, he turned to face the father. The doctor's explanation to Jianwoo about the sequence of events led him to contemplate that the man had become unhinged, entertaining the unthinkable notion of harming his entire family. In an attempt to shed light on the perplexing situation, the doctor conveyed to Jianwoo that the true nature of what transpired remained elusive. He admitted to acting on instincts, driven by a potent mix of emotions, particularly intense anger, during that critical moment. Upon closer observation, Jianwoo discerned a lingering sense of guilt in the doctor. Confronted with this realization, the doctor openly admitted to feeling remorseful and expressed his intention to take responsibility for his actions. He pledged to turn himself in, committing to face the consequences of his decisions after completing the crucial task of crafting an antidote. Staring at the lifeless body, the doctor was taken aback when Jianwoo unexpectedly praised him for a job well done. The sudden commendation left the doctor visibly perplexed, grappling with confusion as he tried to reconcile the unexpected acknowledgement with the gravity of the situation. Jianwoo said the man got what he deserved, and if he were in the same situation, he wouldn't mind chopping someone up. The doctor responded, questioning how he could say that, emphasizing that what happened was unintentional, just an accident. Yet, Jianwoo held a different perspective, contending that the outcome was preferable. In his view, having more instances like this could serve as necessary examples, potentially deterring others from similar actions. Subsequently, Jianwoo shifted the conversation, expressing concern about the progress of the research, given the pressing time constraints they were under. In response, the doctor, faced with the weight of the situation, fell silent. In a moment of transparency, the doctor admitted the truth, acknowledging that progress in the research had been hindered due to a lack of essential equipment. Furthermore, he expanded on the difficulties they faced, explaining that the challenging conditions of their current environment significantly impeded the research and development process. The lack of resources, coupled with the inherent complexities of their surroundings, posed substantial obstacles to advancing their scientific efforts in crafting the necessary antidote. He also demonstrated to Jianwoo that he had acquired rat samples for testing, yet there hadn't been any noticeable changes. The revelation weighed heavily on Jianwoo, prompting a deep sigh as he contemplated the arduous challenges they were facing. In that moment of reflection, he grappled with the harsh reality of their situation and pondered the difficult decisions that lay ahead. Meanwhile, as he closely observed the rat, it became apparent that it, too, exhibited signs of infection. This sudden realization startled Jianwoo, injecting a sense of urgency and heightened concern into the already tense atmosphere. This discovery triggered a flood of memories for Jianwoo. It brought back the recollection of the infected dog they encountered earlier on the streets. Additionally, it stirred up the haunting memory of a dream he had, where his wife appeared to be consuming someone. Gazing at the infected rats, a wave of anxiety swept over him, plunging him into a state of deep contemplation. Recognizing Jianwoo's evident distress, the doctor, with a gesture of understanding, suggested that he could leave for now. Assuring him that he would continue the tests, the doctor emphasized the importance of rest, especially considering the late hour. Upon hearing that the doctor had attended to his wife, Jianhua's trembling persisted. The emotional weight of the situation, coupled with the uncertainty surrounding his wife's condition, continued to impact him profoundly. While the doctor spoke, Jianhua maintained a silence that spoke volumes about the turmoil within. Sensing that he wasn't looking well, the doctor pointed out his uneasy demeanor. In response, Jianhua averted his gaze, directing his attention elsewhere, perhaps reluctant to openly confront the emotional turmoil that the conversation had stirred. While the doctor spoke, Jianhua maintained a silence that spoke volumes about the turmoil within. Sensing that Jianhua wasn't faring well, the doctor pointed out his uneasy demeanor. As Jianhua turned his gaze towards the window, he was met with the sight of numerous police vehicles and ambulances outside. The sudden presence of law enforcement and emergency services heightened the sense of urgency and raised questions about the unfolding events in the surrounding area. Observing the scene outside, Jianhua noted that the police appeared to be aiding residents in the evacuation process. As the sounds of sirens grew louder, the doctor expressed concern that the police might be approaching their location. In response, Jianhua, acknowledging the escalating danger, emphasized that it was still unsafe. His worry deepened as he contemplated the potential consequences of police intervention. The fear loomed that if the authorities arrived, they might discover the infection affecting his wife, unveiling a layer of vulnerability that could complicate an already dire situation. Swiftly realizing the imminent threat, Jianhua sprang into action, determined to secure his wife before the arrival of the police, urgently instructing the doctor to move swiftly as well. Upon the doctor's suggestion to bring his family along, Jianhua, realizing the importance of crucial files, requested a brief pause. He conveyed the need to retrieve essential documents before making their escape. In the midst of preparations, the doctor's attention was drawn to the sample rats. To his dismay, he observed that the rats remained infected, showing no signs of change or improvement despite his efforts. He then contemplated why the rats exhibited a state of listlessness. As the elevator dinged, Jianhua, breathing heavily with heightened anxiety, was met with an unexpected sight. His concerns for his wife intensified, creating a tense atmosphere as the unfolding events took an unforeseen turn. The police had arrived, intending to inform residents about relocating to a shelter. However, as they conveyed their plans, their attention was diverted to Jianhua, who was anxiously calling for his wife. The encounter with the police added a layer of complexity to Jianhua's already challenging situation, raising questions about how much information to disclose and how to navigate the unfolding circumstances. Jianhua swiftly approached his wife, the urgency apparent in his movements as he sought to be near her amid the unexpected arrival of the police. The police, keenly observant, noticed the bloodstains on his clothes and inquired about the source. While Jianhua dismissed the bloodstains, minimizing their significance, Minji, his wife, appeared to have something to say. Minji, trembling but resolute, shared with the police that she had sought refuge at the school. Expressing disbelief in their intentions, she recounted witnessing random shootings by the police, even targeting innocent individuals. As she was saying this, she continued to tremble. The officer realized that her narrative placed them within the quarantine area. In a sudden and alarming turn of events, the police abruptly pointed their guns at Jianhua, Minji, and the doctor. Minji experienced a profound sense of shock when the police aimed a gun in their direction and inquired whether they were afflicted by any form of infection. Meanwhile, Jianhua addressed the law enforcement officer, highlighting his concern about discrimination and fervently urging them to lower the firearm. As the memories of the incident in the school's auditorium flooded their minds, the police, seeking clarification, inquired whether the bloodstains on his shirt were a direct result of that particular occurrence, prompting a revisiting of the unsettling events that transpired in that specific location. Minji, still enveloped in a state of profound shock, found herself rendered speechless, unable to articulate a response to the police inquiry, as the gravity of the situation continued to weigh heavily on her. In the midst of this tense situation, Jianhua, gripped by anger, took a drastic step by brandishing a firearm in the direction of the officer, sternly demanding that they lower their own weapon. Suddenly, A vivid memory resurfaced in Minji's mind, transporting her back to a distressing moment when Jianwoo had forcefully choked her. The recollection added a chilling dimension to the current circumstances, intertwining past trauma with the present. In the wake of recalling these distressing memories, a cascade of tears abruptly spilled from Minji's eyes, mirroring the emotional turmoil stirred by the recollections. Surprisingly, in tandem with the outpouring of tears, she began to exhibit once more the telltale signs and effects of the infection. Just as Jianwoo was on the verge of offering an explanation, a sudden shift in the dynamics occurred as he caught sight of Minji, her hand poised to seize him in a gesture that hinted at an imminent confrontation or reaction to the unfolding events. Upon reaching him, a moment of instability ensued, causing Minji and Jianwoo to lose their footing and tumble awkwardly, the unexpected turn of events propelling them towards the stairs. The officer and the other woman present were caught off guard. The other woman, displaying genuine concern, observed with apprehension as both Minji and Jianwoo crashed onto the stairs, the abrupt descent causing an audible impact that heightened the tension in the air. Simultaneously, the police officer, now laden with additional worry, focused on Minji, harboring concerns about her being infected. The woman's astonishment deepened as the officer, seemingly taken aback or responding to an unforeseen development, abruptly raised their firearm and pointed it at both Minji and Jianwoo. In a split-second reaction to the imminent threat, the woman acted swiftly, delivering a decisive move by forcefully swatting the officer's firearm away just as they were poised to pull the trigger. In the midst of this chaotic sequence of events, Jianwoo found himself gripped by a profound sense of worry. The uncertainty and volatility surrounding the unfolding situation, coupled with the sudden intervention by the woman, added a layer of anxiety to his already heightened emotional state. The officer, caught off guard by the forceful intervention, witnessed the guns slipping from their grasp, a moment of surprise registering on their face as the weapon tumbled to the ground. Frustration etched across the officer's features. They voiced their exasperation, questioning the woman's actions and demanding an explanation for her interference. Expressing disbelief, the officer sought clarity on why she would intervene, particularly given the perceived risk of infection from Minji and Jianwoo. Taking swift action, the frustrated officer descended the stairs and promptly communicated to a fellow law enforcement colleague that a potentially infected individual was present. Ascending the stairs to investigate, the policewoman was met with a surprising sight that left her momentarily taken aback. Much to the policewoman's surprise, as she ascended the stairs to investigate, she was met with the unexpected sight of Minji and Jianwoo. The recognition dawned on her as she recalled their prior association in the school's auditorium. In a desperate plea, Jianwoo beseeched Officer Han, imploring them with earnest fervor to refrain from resorting to violence and to withhold from firing at Minji. The intensity of the moment lay heavy in his plea, as he sought to avert any potential harm and bring a sense of reason to the tumultuous situation. Officer Han felt unsure about what to do. She saw Minji appearing ready to bite Jianwoo, creating a tense moment where she had to decide whether to use her gun or not. Meanwhile, Minji found herself in close proximity to biting Jianwoo, adding a heightened sense of urgency and tension to the already precarious situation. Jianwoo, in the midst of this alarming scenario, experienced sheer terror, grappling with the impending threat and struggling to navigate the intense and fear-inducing circumstances. In a desperate attempt to break through the alarming situation, Jianwoo resorted to shouting Minji's name, hoping to jolt her senses and snap her out of the potentially dangerous state. To his visible relief, Minji displayed a clear surprise at the sound of her name, suggesting a momentary return to awareness amid the chaotic events. Minji, momentarily pausing in the midst of the chaotic scene, directed her gaze towards Jianwoo. There was a discernible moment of stillness as she locked eyes with him, her expression reflecting a mixture of surprise, confusion, and perhaps a glimmer of recognition. Despite her blurred vision, Minji could discern the struggle that Jianwoo was undergoing. Gradually, a sense of calm began to wash over Minji, and she started to release the grip of force that had held Jianwoo. As Minji's vision slowly cleared, the fog dissipating, Jianwoo, on the other hand, urgently implored her to awaken fully and quickly from whatever had momentarily seized her senses. In a moment of realization, Minji's gaze shifted from a state of blur to a clear focus, and as her vision sharpened, she found herself locking eyes with Jianwoo. Concern, worry, and a palpable sense of confusion etched across her face as she grappled with the awareness that it was indeed her husband before her. Simultaneously, as the tumultuous events transpired downstairs, the doctor persisted in their dedicated efforts upstairs, steadfastly engaged in the critical task of unraveling a cure for the infection. While attentively observing the rat as part of his ongoing experiment, the doctor was suddenly taken aback by a surprising development. In a startling turn of events, the previously infected rat exhibited a remarkable reversal, returning to a normal state. When he saw that she was back to normal, he checked in with her to make sure she was okay and didn't get hurt from the fall. Caught off guard by her astonishment, she instinctively concealed her face, feeling a bit embarrassed, while simultaneously expressing apologies to him. In the midst of this, he inquired about the reason behind her prolonged slumber, questioning why it took her so much time to rouse from her sleep. Officer Han experienced a wave of relief upon confirming Minji's well-being. Subsequently, she conveyed her gratitude, expressing a desire to extend thanks to both individuals involved in ensuring her safety. While Jianwoo lent a helping hand for her to rise, she continued to tremble, grappling with the effort to stand upright. In the process of attempting to rise, Officer Han maintained a watchful gaze, his eyes fixed on the duo as they endeavored to lift themselves from their prone positions. Patiently, she awaited their successful reestablishment on their feet, providing a vigilant and supportive presence throughout the determined effort. Following their struggle to stand, she acknowledged their evident exhaustion with understanding eyes. Despite their weariness, she conveyed a firm message, emphasizing the collective need for everyone to descend the area and promptly board the awaiting evacuation transport station downstairs. However, Jianwoo, wearied but with a tinge of anxiety in his voice, approached Officer Han with a concern. He expressed apprehension that descending with the group might unveil his wife being infected, proposing the idea of navigating the descent independently to safeguard her anonymity. Simultaneously, another officer discreetly approached Officer Han, his curiosity evident as he inquired about the rationale behind her decision not to employ lethal force against Minji and Jianwoo, given his awareness of their infection. Out of the blue, a burst of activity emanated from their radio, breaking the prevailing calm. A concerned voice belonging to a fellow officer crackled through the device, checking in on their status and extending a helping hand. The urgency in the communication was underscored by reports of gunfire echoing from the 7th and 8th squads. Just as the other officer was on the brink of reaching out for assistance and broadcasting the presence of an infected individual, Officer Han swiftly and decisively took action, moving with agility to discreetly cover the fellow officer's mouth. Subsequently, Officer Han, having successfully averted the impending disclosure, calmly conveyed to their fellow officer that the situation with the infected had been promptly addressed, ensuring a swift resolution. She assured that everything was now under control. In response to the inquiry from his fellow officer about the covert nature of the situation, Officer Han explained that the decision to conceal the details was driven by Minji's compromised well-being. She disclosed that Minji wasn't feeling well, prompting a desire to handle the matter discreetly and with sensitivity to her condition. She then shared with her fellow officer that both Minji and Jianwoo were really scared about what was happening. To take charge of the situation, she asserted that if anything went wrong because they kept things quiet, she would personally take the blame and responsibility for the consequences. Subsequently, the woman who had been in their company earlier was taken aback with surprise as her daughter unexpectedly emerged from the apartment, audibly calling out for her. Following this turn of events, the daughter, perplexed by the sight, found herself in a state of confusion as her father descended from the upper floors, casting furtive glances around the surroundings with a palpable sense of unease. Responding to the unexpected appearance of her father, the daughter called out to him with a mixture of relief and urgency, hastening to his side. In this unfolding scene, both officers observed the interaction with a curious and watchful gaze, intrigued by the sudden reunion within the tumultuous circumstances. After the reunion, the officer told the doctor and her daughter to go to the evacuation transports downstairs. But in response, the doctor and her daughter asked for a quick moment, explaining that they were the only ones left in the building, as everyone else had already left. Following this exchange, Officer Han shifted his attention back to Jianwoo, inquiring if he had any familiarity with the family residing on the upper floor. While aiding Minji, Officer Han took a moment to convey that he had something to show Jianwoo. The unexpected revelation left both Minji and Jianwoo surprised. Their curiosity piqued as they wondered what this revelation might entail. Subsequently, Officer Han and the accompanying officer proceeded to ascend the stairs, motivated by the need to assess the situation. Upon reaching the upper floor, their eyes were met with a disconcerting sight, traces of blood, sparking a heightened sense of concern and urgency. Observing the distressing scene, the woman approached Officer Han, her demeanor tinged with worry, and earnestly asked if she could provide an explanation for the unsettling discovery. The implication was that the concerning situation was somehow connected to her daughter. As Jianwoo and Minji attentively observed the doctor's experiment, the doctor's wife took the initiative to elucidate the circumstances to Officer Han. Inquisitive about the outcome of the doctor's experiment, Jianwoo directed a question toward the physician, seeking to ascertain whether the rat, once infected, exhibited a return to normalcy in the course of the experimental process. The doctor shared that the rat surprisingly went back to being normal. Upon checking, he discovered that the amount of virus had significantly decreased, almost to the point of disappearing entirely. Jianwoo and Minji exchanged glances, a mutual expression of surprise crossing their faces as they processed the unexpected revelation. A visible concern marked Minji's countenance as Jianwoo posed a question to the doctor, inquiring whether the phenomenon observed in the rat involved the presence of an antibody. Simultaneously, Jianwoo provided additional context, explaining that Minji had been experiencing frequent transformations recently. In response to their inquiries and concerns, the doctor, with a calm demeanor, requested Jianwoo and Minji to exercise patience. Following his request for patience, the doctor directed their attention to his microscope. He proceeded to inform them that the microscope in use was not of the highest quality, cautioning that the visuals might not be entirely clear due to its limitations. While Jianwoo, expressing doubt in his ability to comprehend the visuals, abstained from looking, Minji leaned in attentively, examining the microscope with a keen interest to glean whatever insights she could from the less-than-optimal imagery. In a moment of revelation, Minji's eyes widened with astonishment as she beheld the visual information presented under the microscope. With clarity and precision, Minji discerned the essence of the doctor's explanation, as she observed the virus within the bloodstreams being gradually devoured, a realization that unfolded before her eyes with distinct clarity. As the doctor's wife explained the circumstances, Officer Han directed his gaze toward Minji and Jianwoo, in addition to the doctor. In this instance, the officer paid close attention while the doctor's wife provided an account of the situation. Officer Han exhibited concern upon learning that the child was also afflicted or affected by the infection. The worry was evident in her demeanor, reflecting an added layer of apprehension due to the revelation of the child's condition. Conversely, Jianwoo inquired of the doctor whether his intention was to convey that Jianwoo's wife possessed the antibody and, consequently, if she had the capability to recuperate autonomously. Subsequently, a wave of relief washed over Jianwoo, and a smile graced his countenance as he queried the doctor about the feasibility of commencing the production of the antidote, buoyed by the realization that progress had been made in their understanding of the situation. Regrettably, the doctor found himself unable to provide a definitive and coherent response to Jianwoo's inquiry, leaving a palpable sense of uncertainty lingering in the air. Jianwoo experienced a moment of astonishment when the doctor revealed that the blood sample in question originated from him, a revelation that took him entirely by surprise as he had been previously unaware of this fact. In an attempt to grasp the significance of the doctor's statement, Jianwoo turned his gaze towards his wife, seeking to make sense of the information relayed and perhaps finding a shared understanding between them. While casting his eyes upon his wife, Jianwoo was confronted with another startling revelation as the doctor disclosed that he, too, was afflicted by the infection, a revelation that left Jianwoo profoundly shocked. Following the doctor's revelation, Jianwoo entered a momentary pause, his thoughts momentarily suspended as he contemplated the timeline of his own infection. A wave of concern washed over him as he grappled with the realization of his own susceptibility to the infection. Observing Jianhua's reaction, his wife cast a worried glance in his direction, mirroring his unease and anxiety in response to the doctor's unsettling revelation. The weight of the doctor's words cast a shadow of fear over both of them, leaving them in a shared state of apprehension. After the surprising news, the doctor said sorry for not asking before taking Jianhua's blood. He explained that they needed another sample, a regular one this time, to better understand the situation. While the doctor was providing explanations, Jianhua engaged in thoughtful reflection, recollecting instances when he had come into contact with infected individuals and trying to pinpoint when he might have contracted the infection. The doctor, in turn, clarified that the mode of transmission was likely through contact with someone else's wound or openings like the eyes or mouth. Subsequently, he expressed uncertainty to the doctor, confessing that he was not entirely certain about the specific moment or circumstance in which he might have contracted the infection. In response, Minji spoke up, entertaining the notion that she might be the reason for Jianhua's infection, prompting him to direct his gaze toward her, curious and perhaps seeking reassurance or clarification. Caught in a wave of remorse, Minji harbored the belief that Jianhua's infection was somehow attributable to her actions. However, Jianhua swiftly dismissed her self-blame, asserting that such thoughts were baseless and nonsensical. Gently placing a reassuring hand on Minji's shoulder, he comforted her, urging her not to bear any guilt. He reminded her that the doctor had earlier disclosed his immunity, alleviating any concern about Minji being the source of his infection. Continuing his comforting words, he emphasized that if blame were to be assigned, it rested solely upon him. He assured Minji that she had no need to harbor any remorse, not even towards him, especially considering his possession of the antibody, which offered a safeguard against the infection. Nevertheless, tempering the moment of reassurance, the doctor interjected with a cautious note, asserting that it was premature to jump to conclusions or make definitive statements at this stage of their medical inquiry. Officer Han quietly listened as the doctor explained that Jianhua might have had a low amount of the virus, making his immune systems fight it off naturally. The doctor highlighted the difference from himself and his daughter, who were directly infected. They paid close attention as the doctor shared that if a substantial amount of the virus were to be released, there was a possibility that Jianhua's immune system might struggle to withstand it. Furthermore, the doctor went on to explain that while there is a potential for enhancing the immune system, there is also a risk of its direct failure, leading to a transformation into an infective state. Given the numerous variables in their particular situation, he emphasized the need for caution before drawing any definitive conclusions. The doctor elaborated on the probable reason for the disappearance of the virus from the laboratory rat's body. It was likely attributed to the injection of a substantial volume of blood, which had begun producing antibodies, effectively countering the virus. In a moment of contemplation, he considered the possibility that he, in his own body, served as the antibody against the virus. Frustration welled up within him, and he clenched his fist, perturbed by the realization that he lacked crucial information and had endured hardship without a clear understanding of the situation. In a burst of emotion, he raised his voice, urging the doctor to expedite the search for a cure, recognizing the pressing nature of their situation and the limited time at their disposal. Responding to Jianhua's urgency, the doctor wore a frown, explaining that confirming the effectiveness of a cure without conducting proper clinical trials was not feasible. The doctor got annoyed with Jianhua's impatience and proposed a strange idea for Jianhua to swallow the rat with the antibody. He added that there's a chance Minji might get better, emphasizing the uncertainty of the situation. Minji became upset when the doctor mentioned the possibility that Jianhua could die if they decided to experiment with the antibody. In a burst of anger, Jianhua swiftly and forcefully grabbed the doctor, his frustration reaching a boiling point. He confronted the doctor, asserting that his previous display of kindness was merely a facade. Feeling the weight of Jianhua's accusation, the doctor, in frustration, regretted bringing them into his house in the first place. Minji found herself immersed in a state of concern, grappling with worry, while the doctor's spouse, too, was not immune to a similar anxiety, both being troubled by the fact that their respective husbands were entangled in a quarrel. She implored him to cease his actions, reaching out to grab his arm. Despite the doctor's presence, intended to assist and aid them, their behavior unfolded in a manner contrary to the expected decorum. Jianwoo explicitly instructed the doctor to refrain from uttering ominous or inauspicious remarks, asserting that they were determined to persist in their existence despite any adversities. As the doctor's daughter and wife drew near, Jianwoo addressed the doctor, expressing a grave perspective. He pointed out that in the event of their demise, the doctor wouldn't be able to save his daughter since they required his blood as well. He questioned whether the doctor had contemplated this sobering reality. In the midst of tending to his daughter, the doctor lapsed into silence, absorbing Jianwoo's counsel to maintain composure if they aspired to advance the development of the antidote. While they engaged in conversation, Officer on the flip side, ventured into the doctor's room, where she could observe the ongoing progress of the experiment. Officer Han meticulously surveyed the room, her gaze falling upon the images of the infected that the doctor had affixed to the wall. Among them, she noticed a poignant picture of the doctor's child. She delicately picked it up, examining it closely, all the while scrutinizing the other images with a discerning eye. Simultaneously, another officer entered the room, actively searching for Officer Han. With a note of urgency, he inquired whether they had any intentions of departing from the current location. Upon entering, he was taken aback to discover Officer Han inside the room, and his surprise deepened as he observed the multitude of photographs depicting infected individuals that adorned the walls. As he scrutinized the room, a sense of curiosity enveloped him, contemplating whether it served as a makeshift laboratory for experimentation, especially noting the presence of lab rats within. Puzzled, he found himself pondering the activities of the individuals within the apartment. Meanwhile, Jianwoo, Minji, and the doctor redirected their attention toward the room where the officers were investigating. A sudden shift in their focus occurred, spurred by the recollection that the police presence was still prevalent. He noticed that Officer Han had seized her firearm, a detail that heightened the tension in the room. Suddenly, a wave of astonishment swept through the room as Officer Han, unexpectedly, discharged her firearm, taking the officers by surprise. Following the unforeseen gunfire, Officer Han swiftly approached her fallen colleague, holding him and tendering apologies for her impulsive actions as he lapsed into unconsciousness. The group, already stunned by Officer Han's abrupt actions, found themselves further taken aback when she disclosed that they had overheard the essence of their earlier conversation. Surprise and astonishment lingered in the air as they processed this unexpected revelation. A hush fell over Jianwoo as the realization dawned upon him that Officer Han was privy to the knowledge of his possession of the antibody. In this silence, it became apparent to both of them that a potential avenue for a solution had emerged. With a sense of urgency, Officer Han relayed vital information to the group. She disclosed the presence of a research institute located behind the shelter and suggested that by navigating the back roads, they could evade the police. Drawing on a past favor extended to her sister by Jianwoo, she expressed her intent to reciprocate that kindness by aiding them in their current predicament. As this intricate series of events unfolded, the sun began its descent, casting long shadows and coloring the sky in hues of orange. Meanwhile, downstairs, the police were in the midst of evacuating the remaining individuals from the premises. Engaged in conversation, they deliberated on the progress of the evacuation process, ensuring the safety of everyone within the vicinity. Curiosity tinged with a hint of concern gripped the police as they pondered the delay of the 7th and 8th squads, wondering why their arrival seemed to be taking longer than anticipated. After a while, the 7th and 8th squads finally came down. The police noticed Officer Han wasn't with Officer Kim and asked where he was. She explained that he told her to go down first. Jianwoo and Minji keenly observed the considerable police presence. Officer Han quickly communicated the need to discreetly conceal any wounds or bloodstains, urging them to make their way to the rear of the car, a more inconspicuous location. Responding promptly to Officer Han's guidance, Jianwoo and Minji swiftly made their way to the car, aiming for a speedy and discreet retreat. While Officer Han extended her assistance to Jianwoo and Minji, the other police officers received orders to attend to Officer Kim, diverting their attention to his situation. The police officer at the wheel of the evacuation car stirred from his slumber, alert to the sound of a sudden disturbance or clatter nearby. Descending from the car, the police driver apologized for unintentionally nodding off. In response, Officer Han conveyed the squad leader's summons, directing him to respond to the call promptly. Instructing the driver to leave the individuals under her care, Officer Han's directive prompted him to swiftly and decisively take action. As Jianwoo entered the car, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, reminiscent of a time when he had occupied the same seat, reflecting on the events that had transpired since then. As they entered the car, the doctor suggested to Jianwoo that it might be prudent to lower the partition and sit separately from them. This proposition left him bewildered, uncertain of the reason behind such a request. The doctor explained, expressing concern about the uncertainty surrounding the effectiveness of the antibody. He emphasized the potential risk of one of them turning and biting Jianwoo, and as a precautionary measure, suggested they be cautious by sitting separately to mitigate any unforeseen consequences. Despite Jianwoo and the doctor's wife being of the opinion that a partition wasn't necessary, the doctor remained persistent in his stance. He asserted that Jianwoo had been infected, leaving no room for ambiguity or debate about the potential risks. Amidst the ongoing discussion about the partition, Minji comfortingly patted Jianwoo, assuring him that she harbored no concerns about their proximity, expressing a willingness to remain together despite the circumstances. Officer Han diligently ensured that everyone had successfully boarded the car before initiating their departure. Upon departure, Jianwoo complied with the doctor's advice and opted to sit separately from the others, acknowledging the cautionary measures in place to mitigate any potential risks. In the meantime, the police officer headed over to their team leader as instructed by Officer Han, who had informed them about being called. However, the squad leader seemed puzzled and unsure because he lacked awareness or understanding of the situation. Upon reaching the squad leader, the officer was questioned about who had informed him of the summon. In response, the officer explained that it was a female colleague whose identity he couldn't discern. Out of the blue, Officer Kim descended with another police companion aiding him. He expressed a palpable concern and inquired about Officer Han's whereabouts, mentioning that she had escorted individuals infected with something out of the area. The squad leader was taken aback, realizing that the female officer mentioned earlier by the police was, in fact, Officer Han, the one who had apparently escorted individuals affected by something out of the vicinity. During their journey to the research facility, Officer Han complimented the woman, expressing admiration for the strength of her daughter. In response, the woman warmly acknowledged, stating that her daughter held an invaluable place in her heart as a precious treasure. Following the exchange, the woman inquired about Officer Han's family. In response, Officer Han shared that her sister had been safely evacuated to the shelter situated adjacent to the research institute. Continuing the conversation, the woman added that, concerning her own parents, she felt the need to reunite with them once the current situation had concluded, emphasizing the importance of finding those after everything had settled down. In a comforting gesture, the woman reassured Officer Han while the latter wiped away a tear, creating a moment of solace and understanding between them. Meanwhile, the man instructed his daughter to sit like a well-behaved young girl. However, the daughter expressed her desire to play with Minji. Regrettably, Minji conveyed that she would engage in playtime with the daughter on a future occasion. Subsequently, Minji called for Jianwoo's attention, redirecting the focus to another aspect of the unfolding situation. Jianwoo found himself taken aback when, out of the blue, Minji expressed the thought that it would have been delightful if they too had a child in their lives. Immersed in her imagination, Minji pictured Jianwoo in the role of a father and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Perplexed, Jianwoo turned his gaze toward her, feeling a bit awkward, and inquired with curiosity, "What is funny about it?" He then suggested that it wasn't the appropriate moment to delve into such discussions. Nevertheless, she clarified that she was merely engaging in casual conversation, assuring Jianwoo that observing the child helped alleviate her concerns. Minji experienced a sense of relief, noting that it had been quite some time since they had engaged in a laid-back and relaxed conversation. Jianwoo, taken aback by Minji's unexpected revelation, expressed surprise and instinctively closed his eyes, perhaps to process the moment or reflect on her words. Subsequently, they shared a moment of relaxation together, holding hands and closing their eyes as they sat in the car, fostering a serene connection in the midst of their surroundings. Abruptly, the car's radio emitted alarming sounds, heralding an announcement of an emergency deployment, disrupting the tranquil atmosphere that Jianwoo and Minji had momentarily created. Their eyes snapped open unexpectedly as the radio broadcast conveyed that the target in question, unbeknownst to them, was currently on the move, an unsettling revelation that left them both in a state of surprise. The announcement went on to declare that authorities had discerned the method by which the infection was spreading. The broadcast continued, disclosing that the infected were fleeing in a vehicle and emphasizing the directive to kill them immediately if found. This unsettling information heightened the urgency and tension in the situation. Concern gripped them as they realized that their vehicle had been located. Jian's worry deepened as he contemplated the situation, sensing a potential misunderstanding, given the radio's assertion that they were the source of the infection's spread. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on their minds. Upon hearing this alarming revelation, the doctor felt an immediate urge to provide an explanation, sensing the urgency to clarify the situation and dispel any misconceptions. In an attempt to alleviate the mounting worry, Officer Han reassured them that everything would be all right once they successfully evaded the police and reached the shelter. She conveyed confidence that they would be fine as long as they could present evidence to support their innocence. Suddenly, a group of army officers appeared right in front of the path they were intending to take. As the army officers observed the arrival of their vehicle, Jianhua and the others couldn't help but wonder about the presence of the military near the research institute. Jianhua, sensing the potential threat, inquired of Officer Han whether she intended to continue. However, Officer Han responded that it was already too late to halt, reasoning that if it was the army pursuing them, there was a chance they might not be aware of being chased. She harbored the belief that remaining inconspicuous could increase the likelihood of evading detection. Suddenly, Jian's senses went on high alert as he noticed that the army officers had trained their guns in their direction, a sight that heightened the tension and signaled an imminent threat. In a startling turn of events, the army officers initiated gunfire directed at their vehicle, intensifying the urgency and danger of the situation. The unexpected attack sent shockwaves through Jianwu and the others, prompting a swift and instinctive response. The military personnel continued to discharge their weapons while positioned within their vehicle. As the ongoing barrage of gunfire persisted, the senior army officer in command cast a stern and solemn gaze towards the vehicle. Conversely, the vehicle began to exhibit peculiar movements, its wheels emitting a screeching sound as it navigated the surroundings. Due to the sustained exchange of gunfire, the vehicle veered off course and collided with the side, resulting in a crash. Observing that the vehicle had come to a halt, they promptly alerted their comrades, cautioning them to exercise care due to the awareness that firearms were present inside. Swiftly, they mobilized and proceeded to inspect the situation. Upon the impact of the vehicle crash, Jianwu found himself grappling to rise, struggling against the aftermath of the collision. Following that, he pivoted around to assess the well-being of his wife in the aftermath of the incident. Inquiring about her condition, he sought assurance, and she promptly reassured him of her well-being. Concurrently, in this tumultuous situation, the doctor, displaying a protective instinct, took deliberate actions to shield and cover his daughter from any potential harm that may have arisen from the chaotic events unfolding around them. Experiencing an unusual sensation, the doctor gradually opened his eyes. Subsequently, he communicated to those around him, affirming that he was in good health despite the peculiar moment. Officer Han expressed apologies for the unfolding events, acknowledging that the military might have received intelligence about their position, suggesting that they should have avoided the gate. Simultaneously, the woman informed Officer Han that the door was securely shut and could not be opened at the moment. Officer Han assured the woman that he would assist her, urging her to keep her head down for safety. Following this, she turned to Jianwu, seeking help and suggesting that they work together to carefully relocate the woman to the back seat. In the midst of these developments, while the military forces were advancing toward the vehicle, the commanding officer among them discerned something noteworthy. Upon closer observation, the commanding officer identified Officer Han and recognized her instantly, recalling their earlier encounter when they played a pivotal role in the rescue operation on the school's premises. Unexpectedly, a sense of astonishment swept through them as the structure situated behind them suddenly erupted in a dramatic explosion. In an instantaneous response to the unforeseen detonation, they abruptly ceased their forward movement, lingering in a momentary suspension, their collective attention captivated by the unexpected explosion. During this pause, a collective inquiry permeated the air as they collectively sought to comprehend and unravel the sudden eruption of the building. Simultaneously, Officer Han and her companions found themselves equally taken aback by the abrupt explosion, their surprise mirroring that of the surrounding individuals. In an abrupt shift of focus, Jian's attention pivoted when he became aware of the child expressing concern for her father amidst the unexpected chaos. Observing the situation, Jian noticed that the man, presumably the child's father, was grappling with difficulties or challenges, signifying a struggle of some sort. The doctor began displaying unmistakable signs of infection, a realization dawning upon him that the earlier encounter with the blonde individual who had bitten him was now manifesting as the ominous consequences of an impending affliction. Minji, realizing the seriousness of what was happening, acted promptly to ensure the safety of the child in the face of the unwell man. She swiftly grasped the urgency of the situation, comprehending the potential harm that could arise. Without hesitation, she took immediate steps to remove the child from the proximity of the doctor. Nevertheless, despite Minji's efforts to distance the child from the ailing doctor, the daughter remained visibly anxious for her father. In a sudden turn of events, the doctor, now exhibiting signs of aggression, made a move as if to grab them, intensifying the already tense situation. They were all really surprised and scared when the doctor started acting strangely, looking like he was about to grab them. The atmosphere became filled with tension and nervousness as they tried to figure out what to do in this alarming situation. In a rapid response to the escalating threat, Jianwoo swiftly drew his gun, attempting to take decisive action by aiming to shoot, seeking to address the imminent danger posed by the doctor's unsettling behavior. Minji, perceiving Jianwoo's intent to shoot, was alarmed by the potential consequences. Reacting promptly, she seized his hand, which held the gun, and delivered a firm smack while urgently instructing him not to discharge the weapon. Jianwoo, taken aback by her sudden intervention, found himself surprised by her swift and assertive response. In a sudden twist of events, as Minji courageously positioned herself in front of the child and Jianwoo, she fell victim to a bite from the infected doctor. The shocking development left both the child and Jianwoo visibly surprised and bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. The doctor bit Minji's arm really hard, making the situation much worse. It hurt a lot, and it showed that things were getting really serious and dangerous. Officer Han, witnessing the distressing turn of events, became deeply concerned about Minji's well-being. Meanwhile, the doctor's wife, realizing the severity of her husband's altered state, earnestly implored him to regain control of his sense. In light of the escalating danger and recognizing the potential threat posed by the infected doctor, he urgently instructed her to release his hand, emphasizing the inherent danger in their current situation. She quickly told him not to let the infected people bite him. She insisted that the doctor, despite being infected, could still be helpful, so he shouldn't shoot. She also emphasized being careful not to do anything alarming in front of the doctor's daughter. The doctor's daughter was in tears, expressing distress and sorrow in response to the unfolding and challenging circumstances. Conversely, the doctor persisted with his bite on Minji's arm, causing her to visibly display pain and discomfort in response to the unwelcome attack. As Jianwoo observed the unfolding scene, a somber realization took hold of him. The doctor, unrelenting in his bite on Minji's arm, prompted Jianwoo to deeply ponder the ominous consequences. In that moment of contemplation, the gravity of the situation became apparent. If the doctor continued with his biting, there loomed a grim and sobering prospect, the potential loss of Minji's life. In response to the urgency of the situation, Jianwoo swiftly attempted to free Minji's grasp on his hand, recognizing the pressing need to intervene and prevent further harm. With a measured and deliberate motion, Jianhua gradually raised his gun, aiming it towards the infected doctor as he took a decisive step to address the immediate threat and protect Minji from further harm. Jianhua, now with his gun pointed at the doctor, conveyed a sense of gravity in his words, stating that they were left with no other option. The weight of the situation and the necessity for decisive action echoed in his firm declaration. In that tense moment, Jianhua's wife, gripped by fear, earnestly pleaded with him, imploring him not to pull the trigger aimed at her husband, assuring him that she would promptly rush to the scene to address and manage the situation involving her spouse. Despite his wife's urgent calls and pleas, her husband, steadfastly maintaining his grip with a bite on Minji's arms, remained ensnared in an altered state, seemingly impervious to the summons, his departure from this transformed condition proving elusive. Even amidst the heartbreaking scene, his little daughter, tearfully crying and desperately calling out to him in an attempt to make him cease his actions, found herself caught in the poignant struggle to reach the father she knew, imploring him to halt the distressing situation unfolding with Minji. Abruptly, in a startling turn of events, the doctor's wife found herself struck by a gunshot, the source of which emanated from the external confines of the vehicle, introducing an unexpected and harrowing twist to the unfolding circumstances. Minji and Jianhua were taken aback, their expressions etched with astonishment and disbelief, witnessing the woman being shot, the sudden and shocking turn of events catching them off guard and leaving them in a state of startled surprise. As it unraveled, it became apparent that the approaching soldier had, in an unexpected twist, resorted to opening fire, revealing a stark and unsettling reality that added a layer of complexity to the already tense situation surrounding Minji, Jianhua, and the doctor's wife. With the vehicle now in a state of instability, the doctor, caught in the tumultuous motion, inadvertently collided with the rear of the car, causing it to lose its equilibrium and further intensifying the chaotic sequence of events unfolding amid the already tense and uncertain circumstances. Finally, following the tumultuous episode, he returned to his normal state, the grip on Minji released, and a moment of realization dawned upon him as he comprehended the presence of his wife. After realizing what was happening, he quickly went over to help his wife, who had been shot. The officer with them reassured everyone that the injury was only in her shoulder. He then calmly told everyone to lower their heads and move to the back, guiding them towards safety amidst the chaotic situation. Meanwhile, Jianhua, gently tending to Minji's injury, earnestly conveyed to her the importance of refraining from intervening and putting herself in harm's way, expressing a heartfelt plea for her safety and well-being in the aftermath of the perilous events that had just transpired. Jianhua, feeling a mix of frustration and worry, took a moment to scold Minji for her careless actions, emphasizing the considerable effort he had invested in trying his very best to find a way to protect her and secure her safety amid the challenging circumstances they had encountered. The sound of gunfire persisted relentlessly, the soldiers continuing to discharge their weapons without respite, the repeated bursts echoing through the air as a disconcerting backdrop to the unfolding events. Officer Han, seeing the soldiers persistently firing, decided to take action. She pointed her own gun outside, trying to slow down the soldiers and create a safer space, a move intended to protect everyone and stand firm against the escalating chaos. With skill and precision, she successfully aimed and hit one of the soldiers, creating a momentary pause that allowed them the opportunity to swiftly exit the vehicle, capitalizing on the brief respite from the ongoing threat posed by the armed assailants. Unexpectedly, a sudden turn of events ensued, plunging the soldiers into chaos as the infected, driven by an unrelenting charge, closed in on them, creating a disordered and frantic situation that added a new layer of urgency and complexity to the already tumultuous scene. The infected started biting the soldiers, causing them to panic as the situation became even more chaotic and frightening. Meanwhile, the doctor urged everyone to move swiftly towards the research facility, where he knew they could receive medical treatment. He requested Jianhua to look after his daughter, explaining that he needed to carry his injured wife. In a moment of revelation, the doctor observed Jianhua attentively tending to his wife's injury, leading to the doctor's realization that it was, in fact, his actions that inadvertently caused harm to Minji. Swiftly recognizing the gravity of his actions during the earlier outburst, the doctor offered a quick and sincere apology, acknowledging that he was unaware of the consequences of his actions. In response, Minji and Jianwoo exchanged silent glances. Furthermore, in a decisive and swift manner, they wasted no time and proceeded to move forward with their plan. The doctor, as intended, lifted his wife onto his back, determined to carry her towards the research facility without delay. Exiting the van together, they collectively disembarked, and as they readied themselves to depart, Officer Han assumed the responsibility of scanning the surroundings for any potential threats. As they left, they thought the explosion of the building happened at just the right moment. This fortunate timing meant the soldiers wouldn't be solely focused on them, giving the group a better chance to navigate through the chaos without drawing too much attention. They also noticed that it appeared the infected, now freely roaming, had emerged from the building that had exploded. Recognizing this as an opportunity, they made the decision to depart while the army was preoccupied with handling the unleashed infected. Subsequently, Jianwoo observed Officer Han seemingly lost in thought, her gaze fixed on a particular direction. Concerned, he called her attention, attempting to inquire whether the research facility was in close proximity. His surprise and confusion deepened as Officer Han, unexpectedly, expressed uncertainty about her ability to accompany them on the journey to the facility, casting a shadow of doubt and raising questions about their group dynamics and the challenges they might face moving forward. Turning toward them with tears streaming down her face, Officer Han revealed that the building which had exploded was the very shelter where her younger sister was located. Overwhelmed with emotion, she conveyed the urgent need to find her sister. Amidst the escalating danger following the building explosion, they inquired of Officer Han about her intended destination, recognizing the heightened peril of the situation and expressing concern for her safety, as the group grappled with the uncertainty of the unfolding events. Minji, visibly concerned, expressed her worry about Officer Han's sister, prompting Officer Han to share a bit of her past. She recounted a similar situation in a school where she had previously rescued her sister. Amidst tears, Officer Han, overcome with emotion, implored everyone to believe her assurances that despite the heartbreaking events and her visible distress, her sister was safe and unharmed, appealing for trust and solidarity in the face of the tumultuous circumstances surrounding them. Following her emotional plea, Officer Han gathered herself and made a heartfelt request, asking the group if they would join her in the quest to locate and reunite with her sister, seeking their support and collaboration in the challenging journey ahead. In response to Officer Han's request, she glanced at the others, only to find that each person appeared engrossed in prioritizing their individual safety. The prevailing silence underscored a shared hesitancy among the group, including Minji and Jianwoo, as they collectively perceived the journey with Officer Han as fraught with potential danger. Even Jianwoo, when he cast a glance in Officer Han's direction, found it difficult to meet her gaze while she earnestly sought assistance, the weight of the perilous task ahead making it challenging for him to directly confront the gravity of her request for help. Tears streamed down Officer Han's face, a poignant expression of her emotional turmoil, as a heavy silence persisted, with no one in the group offering a response to her heartfelt plea. Abruptly, the unfolding tension escalated as an infected individual drew dangerously close, sinking its teeth into one of the soldiers positioned in front of them. This sudden and perilous event captured Officer Han's attention, diverting her focus. The infected, having bitten the soldier, turned their attention towards Officer Han and the group, instigating a collective sense of panic as the perilous situation intensified with infected individuals now scattered throughout the vicinity, heightening the urgency and chaos of the unfolding scenario. Reacting swiftly and without hesitation, Officer Han fired her weapon at the approaching infected, showcasing a resolute determination to neutralize the immediate threat and assert control over the rapidly deteriorating situation. In the aftermath of swiftly dispatching the infected, Officer Han, her demeanor reflecting a mix of determination and regret, conveyed to the group not to blame her for the necessity of her actions. She explained that while she didn't want to resort to violence, she felt compelled to do so for the sake of everyone's safety. Turning towards the group, Officer Han urged them to depart immediately, recognizing the imminent threat of more infected converging on their location. Officer Han pointed out that the research facility was located in the next building marked with the number 3, specifying it as the Temporary Research Institute. Having conveyed this vital detail, she expressed her intention to embark on the mission to find her sister. As Officer Han contemplated the gravity of the unfolding events, she acknowledged the uncertainty surrounding the safety of the shelter. Despite the less-than-promising circumstances, a glimmer of hope persisted within her as she fervently wished for her sister's well-being amid the challenges that lay ahead. Just as Officer Han was on the verge of departing, Jianwu called out to her. Expressing a heartfelt sentiment, Jianwu conveyed his apologies to Officer Han, expressing regret that he couldn't accompany her in the quest to find and ensure her sister's safety. In response to Jianwu's sincere apology, Officer Han felt a subtle sense of relief wash over her. Grateful for his understanding, she expressed her thanks to Jianwu for his considerate words in a moment where emotions and tensions were running high. Feeling a bit relieved after Jianwu's apology, Officer Han continued on her way, leading the charge alongside the soldiers amid the chaos of infected individuals. The shelter, filled with uncertainty, lay just ahead, and with renewed determination, she pressed forward, hoping to find her sister. As Officer Han departed, Jianwu silently watched her receding figure, his gaze fixed on her retreating back. Meanwhile, the doctor, recognizing the urgency of the situation and the pressing need for medical attention for his injured wife, urged the group to depart swiftly, emphasizing the imperative to move before the potential influx of more infected individuals. Conversely, the soldiers, maintaining a steadfast resolve, continued their efforts to repel the infected by incessantly firing at them, forming a protective barrier. But there was a problem. The soldiers saw that there were too many infected, and they doubted their ability to keep fighting for much longer. They understood that the more they shot, the more infected would come, making the situation increasingly difficult and urgent. Subsequently, the commanding soldier discerned the sounds of people making their escape from the rear, prompting a shift in attention as they became aware of additional movements beyond the immediate front where the infected posed a threat. Spotting Jianwu and the rest of the group, the commanding soldier interpreted their presence as individuals who were escaping even though they are infected. Following this misinterpretation, the soldier, in a moment of confusion or misguided judgment, opened fire at Jianwu and the others. Jianwu quickly turned his gaze toward the source of the gunfire, seeking to identify the origin of the shots. He discerned that a soldier had indeed spotted them and was actively firing in their direction, a realization that intensified the urgency of their predicament and demanded swift action to navigate the perilous circumstances. Reacting promptly to the imminent threat, Jianwu urgently urged everyone to hasten their pace and run, recognizing the imminent danger of being caught in the crossfire. Conversely, the soldiers found themselves confronting a significant threat as a barrage of individuals continued to charge towards them. Recognizing the escalating danger, the soldiers conveyed to their squad leader, Zhang, that a strategic retreat was a need. The squad leader, Zhang, assessed the unfolding situation and found himself grappling with the complexity of their situation. As the leader of the squad, his focus shifted abruptly towards the looming threat of the infected, and in that pivotal moment, he observed that Jianwu and the rest of the team had successfully managed to make their escape. He felt really upset and annoyed by how things were going. The whole situation was getting on his nerves. It was like a big mess, and he had to deal with it, making him kind of stressed out. On the flip side, Jianwu and the gang noticed everything got super quiet around them, thinking maybe nothing crazy was happening in the research place. At the same time, the doctor said sorry again to Minji for accidentally hurting her, trying to make things right. Finally, they made it to the research facility that Officer Han had described, arriving at the place she had talked about earlier. When they arrived, they saw a building situated atop the hill that matched the description Officer Han had provided, confirming that it was indeed the place he had mentioned during their earlier conversation. While gazing at the building, they noticed some researchers peering out from the windows, a sight that brought a sense of reassurance to Minji. The presence of the researchers observing from within led her to believe that it might be a safe haven for them, fostering a hopeful optimism about the security of their current location. Quickly, they ascended the hill, using the stairs that led up to the facility, their pace fueled by a mix of anticipation and a desire to reach the perceived safety of the building as swiftly as possible. The doctor took the lead, carrying his wife, and as they neared the top of the hill, he reassured her that they were almost there. However, when they finally reached the summit, their anticipation turned to surprise as they encountered something unexpected. Upon reaching the top, their eyes widened in shock as they discovered multiple police officers lying lifeless on the ground, a sight that left them perplexed and questioning what had transpired in that grim scene. Adding to the somber scene, they noticed a deceased dog inside the facility, prompting them to wonder about its origin. Speculating that the dog might have entered when the police and army were on the scene earlier, it raised further questions about the events that had unfolded in the facility. Jianwoo, observing the lifeless dog, expressed concern, suggesting that it appeared to be infected. Meanwhile, the doctor, keenly aware of the deteriorating situation within the facility, acknowledged the urgency of their need for treatment. Minji, stepping into the conversation, shared her observation, mentioning that she had seen researchers looking out the window moments ago as they approached. Noting the calm demeanor of the researchers, she conveyed a sense of hope, suggesting that the facility might still be a safe refuge despite the unsettling scene outside. Jianwoo, seeking reassurance, asked Minji if she was sure about the researchers appearing calm, and he emphasized that they didn't really have any other options, highlighting the sense of urgency and the reality that they had nowhere else to turn in the face of the unfolding crisis. Furthermore, they entered the facility, and to their unease, the lights inside were flickering intermittently, casting an eerie atmosphere that added an extra layer of tension to their already apprehensive situation. Their unease heightened as they stepped further inside, finding an unsettling quiet that hung in the air, coupled with a disarray that hinted at the chaos or disturbance that had taken place within the facility, intensifying the palpable tension that enveloped the atmosphere. Jianwoo and Minji led the way as they walked through the place. Jianwoo told Minji to walk quietly and asked if she saw the researchers on the 4th floor. They wanted to be careful and not make noise while trying to find the researchers. While urging Minji to hasten her pace, Jianwoo caught a glimpse of something in his peripheral vision, prompting him to pause and take notice of a potential disturbance or anomaly nearby. Alarmed, he quickly turned his attention towards the source of the strange occurrence. His senses heightened as he sought to identify and address the unexpected situation. In response to the alarming discovery, he swiftly pointed his gun in the direction of the disturbance, only to find a deceased infected corpse lying nearby, further heightening the tension and reinforcing the need for caution in their uncertain surroundings. Experiencing a wave of relief upon realizing that the source of the disturbance was just an infected corpse, Jianwoo eased the tension by almost inadvertently using a bullet. Meanwhile, the doctor, witnessing the unfolding events, found himself surprised by the unexpected nature of their surroundings. Examining the corpse closely, they noted the absence of any gunshot wounds, prompting Jianwoo to observe something peculiar about it. Jianwoo, keenly observant, noticed the presence of small blood-stained footprints near the corpse, adding a new element of intrigue to the scene and raising questions about what might have transpired in the immediate vicinity. Connecting the dots, Jianwoo conjectured that the person lying dead had likely been bitten by the dog they encountered outside the facility, linking the blood-stained footprints and the earlier discovery of the infected dog. In an abrupt moment, the doctor's daughter, Hannah, chimed in, seeking clarification about the term corpse as she overheard the conversation. In response to Hannah's innocent inquiry, Jianwoo chose a gentle approach, patting her head as a silent reassurance, opting to shield her from the explicit details. Minji observed the situation, realizing that Hannah remained persistent in her desire to understand. Subsequently, another woman in the group directed a question to Minji, seeking confirmation about whether she had indeed spotted researchers within the facility. Assuring the group, Minji conveyed that the researchers she saw didn't appear to be infected, providing a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, Hannah, ever curious, noticed something behind them. Fixating her gaze on the mysterious element behind them, Hannah's eyes widened with curiosity, her attention captivated by whatever unknown presence lurked in the shadows. In a moment of revelation, Hannah pointed towards the source of her curiosity and exclaimed that it was a dog. To their surprise, it became evident that the dog Hannah had spotted was infected. Reacting swiftly, Jianwoo turned around to face the unexpected threat. Jianwoo's eyes focused on the bloody and menacing appearance of the infected dog, recognizing the immediate threat it posed to their safety within the facility. As events unfolded, it became evident that the dog, once seemingly innocuous, now posed a significant threat. It began barking aggressively, charging towards them with menacing intent, forcing the group to swiftly devise a plan. In a rapid response to the escalating danger, Jianwoo acted swiftly, instructing Minji to move out of harm's way as he prepared to take decisive action by aiming to shoot the advancing infected dog. In that emotional moment, Hannah couldn't hold back her tears as Jianwoo, with a heavy heart, shot the dog, and a somber stillness enveloped the scene as the dog gracefully descended to the floor. In the midst of Hannah's sorrow, her mother, with a gentle but firm voice, advised her to hush. As the poignant scene unfolded, Minji, sensing urgency, expressed the imperative need to ascend to the fourth floor swiftly, her words carrying a tone of determination. Yet, in the midst of their purposeful movement, an eerie ambience was disrupted by peculiar noises emanating from the staircase. In response to the unsettling noises on the stairs, Jianwoo, displaying a protective instinct, urgently advised Minji to steer clear of the staircase, while he took on the responsibility of diverting whatever mysterious presence lurked there by strategically using the echoing cadence of gunshots, aiming to draw the attention away. Just as relief seemed within reach, a suspenseful twist unfolded, adding to the tension of the moment as the elevator took an unexpectedly prolonged amount of time to descend. They quickly went the other way because the elevator was taking too long. A scary dog, infected and dangerous, was getting close. They ran fast, feeling scared and wanting to stay safe. While everyone was making their escape, Jianwoo, carrying Hannah in his arms, bravely aimed his gun at the infected dog, firing shots with the intention of halting its menacing approach and preventing any further danger to the group as they sought safety. The group wasted no time and swiftly sprinted upward along an alternative path, the urgency of their escape propelling them to climb to higher ground, leaving the potential threat behind and striving to reach a place of safety. Amidst the chaos and their hurried ascent, Hannah, still overwhelmed by the distressing encounter with the infected dog, couldn't hold back her tears. Jianwoo, recognizing the need for silence to avoid drawing any more attention, gently urged her to be quiet. All of a sudden, a scary infected person appeared in front of them, making them really surprised and worried. The doctor and his wife, faced with the unexpected threat, were gripped by fear, realizing they lacked any means of protection to safeguard themselves from the looming danger. However, in a sudden turn of events, the infected person found themselves targeted and charged by another infected, this time in the form of a menacing dog. The doctor and his wife were initially taken aback by the sudden arrival of the infected dog, their surprise evident in widened eyes and quickened pulses. However, their astonishment escalated as the infected dog, against all expectations, turned its aggression towards the infected individual. Shortly thereafter, the infected dog redirected its attention towards the doctor and his wife, fixing its gaze on them and adding a chilling layer of uncertainty to the already tense situation. In a swift response to the looming threat, Jianwoo acted decisively by promptly firing his weapon at the infected dog, aiming to prevent it from advancing any closer and ensuring the safety of the group. As a consequence of the gunshots, the loud sounds echoed through the surroundings, catching the attention of some nearby infected individuals who began to converge toward the source of the noise. Faced with the encroaching threat of more infected drawn by the gunshots, the group hurriedly sprinted away, their footsteps echoing urgency as they sought to make a swift escape and put a safe distance between themselves and the approaching danger. Finally, a glimmer of relief washed over the group as they realized they were nearing the fourth floor, their destination for safety. Upon reaching the fourth floor, a collective decision was made, urging Jianwoo to raise his voice and call out for help from the researchers who might be nearby. Their optimism took a sudden hit as they were met with surprise upon discovering a formidable obstacle blocking their path, a metal gate obstructing their way on the fourth floor. Panic set in among the group as the realization sunk in that the metal gate was unyielding, refusing to open and providing an impassable barrier. With infected individuals drawing nearer, the urgency escalated, and a sense of desperation filled the air as the group grappled with the imminent danger. In a last-ditch effort, the group, gripped by desperation, resorted to making as much noise as possible, shouting and calling for help behind the unyielding metal gate. Despite their fervent attempts to attract attention, a haunting silence prevailed, with no reassuring response from anyone on the other side of the metal gate. Abruptly, the group's already tense situation escalated to a new level of distress as the infected dog, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, materialized behind them. Responding to the immediate danger, Jianwoo acted swiftly, aiming his weapon and firing at the infected dog to neutralize the threat and protect the group. But suddenly, Jianwoo was shocked. He noticed that he was running out of bullets. In a sudden twist of fate, a glimmer of hope emerged as an unknown individual appeared, sprinting toward the metal gate from the other side. Upon reaching the metal gate, the researcher urgently communicated to his fellow colleagues, emphasizing the humanity of those on the other side, stressing the moral imperative to save them. But things took a bad turn when the researcher who wanted to help got pushed to the ground by his friends, and they refused to open the metal gate, leaving the trapped people feeling even more scared and alone. Their anxiety heightened when they noticed that Minji, a member of their group, bore a bite mark. In a tense moment, as the researcher persisted in urging his colleagues not to open the gate, the situation escalated dramatically when a gun was pointed at his head. Jianwoo, standing firmly behind a strong metal gate, held up a serious-looking gun and told them, with a firm voice, to open the gate or face serious consequences. The surprise on their faces was obvious. Nobody saw the whole gun thing coming. Feeling the weight of imminent danger, Jianwoo's mind raced as he sensed that trouble was approaching, and a surge of urgency coursed through him. In response to the escalating situation, his body involuntarily shook. Suddenly, as he assessed the situation with a heightened sense of alertness, his eyes widened in realization that the infected, those ominous threats, were closing in on them, drawing nearer with each passing moment. In a swift response to the imminent danger closing in, Jianwoo, recognizing the urgency of the situation, urgently conveyed to the researcher to hasten and swiftly unlock the gate. The researcher, understanding the urgency, asked everyone to come inside in a hurry, stressing the need to lock the gate again to keep the danger out. It was like a race against time, with everyone moving quickly to ensure safety from whatever was lurking outside. While all this was happening, the other researchers, feeling a sense of apprehension, hesitated to approach Jianwoo and the group, their steps faltering as they observed from a distance. The night, with its silent passage, shifted the atmosphere, casting a different hue on the scene. During the nocturnal hours, a subtle unease lingered as the infected beings continued to wander on the opposite side of the sturdy metal gate. The researchers got a bit scared that Jianwoo's group might be infected too. So, they thought about locking Jianwoo's group away from them, just to be safe. It was like they were worried that being close could bring trouble, and they wanted to make sure everyone stayed okay. The man, trying to ease the tension, told Jianwoo to understand that everyone was just scared in this tough situation. But Jianwoo, with a serious expression, pointed out that the others almost killed a real person. Jianwoo, feeling a bit sorry, said sorry to the man. Even though things got messy and the others left the man because he helped them, Jianwoo appreciated what he did. It was like a moment of saying sorry and understanding each other in the middle of all the confusion and trouble. In the midst of the unfolding situation, the doctor stepped in, feeling the need to share crucial information about an antidote. The researcher, taken aback by the unexpected revelation from the doctor about the antidote, found themselves in a state of surprise, unable to immediately find the right words to respond. Following the doctor's revelation about the antidote, the researcher, still reeling from surprise, responded with a sense of resignation, stating that their research endeavors had come to a halt. In a somewhat dismissive tone, they conveyed that whatever the doctor had been about to say seemed inconsequential now. After the big revelation about stopping the research, the researcher changed the topic and asked if anyone had seen the infected dog. He kind of admitted that the whole mess started because of a lab experiment that went wrong. The researcher spilled the beans and shared that the whole mess they were in, with all the tension and danger, started because of that one infected dog. It was like a big reveal, highlighting how a single event could have such a huge impact. While Minji gazed out of the window, her attention drawn to the very spot where she had observed the dog, the researcher explained a critical point. He clarified that if even just one person got infected, it wouldn't stop there. It would grow from 1 to 2, setting off a chain reaction where the infection could rapidly spread in a single moment. He conveyed that their efforts, no matter how hard they tried, seemed futile, suggesting that their attempts might only be effective in defending their immediate surroundings rather than ensuring their safety in the long run. Jianwu wondered why they were giving up after just one mistake. The researcher explained that studying a dangerous virus was like exposing themselves to outside dangers, and they didn't think about that before. It showed that they didn't realize how risky their research could be, making the situation more complicated. Meanwhile, on a different note, Hannah went to sleep with tears, feeling upset. At the same time, her parents were listening to what the researchers had to say. On a different side of things, Minji found herself filled with worry about what the researcher had explained. Her concern stemmed from her anticipation of an antidote for the virus. In a moment of revelation, Jianwu disclosed that he possessed an antibody, a potential game-changer in their struggle against the virus. With urgency in his voice, he implored the researcher to extract his blood for further research. Nevertheless, the researcher delivered surprising news, stating that they had already identified the antibody. Expanding on the revelation, the researcher offered further explanation, disclosing that during their testing, they had identified individuals who naturally possessed the antibody. In a surprising admission, he revealed that he himself was among those who had this natural immunity. The researcher explained their plan in simple terms. First, they take the antibody from someone's blood and isolate it. Then, they increase the amount of that antibody. After that, they inject it into someone who's infected but still alive. But if the person has already passed away from the infection, there's nothing they can do in this process. As the researcher shared the details of the antibody plan, the doctor listened in silence, a quiet concern etched on his face. The doctor looked worried about what the researcher said. Jianwu, not fully getting it, asked what was going on. It showed that things were a bit confusing and tense, with the group trying to figure out what the news about the antibody meant for them. With a straightforward statement, the researcher conveyed that the research for the drug would take longer than anyone could imagine. In response to this news, Minji, perhaps feeling the weight of the prolonged uncertainty, remained silent on the side. Minji's anxiety heightened as the researcher elaborated on the time frame, expressing that the infected individuals currently grappling with the virus might not have the luxury of waiting for the special drug. Jianwu was really confused when he heard someone say that people might die. He asked himself what it meant and why would they die and why should we bother trying to figure out how to make an antidote. These questions swirled around in his mind like a bunch of puzzle pieces waiting to be put together. It was like trying to solve a big mystery. The doctor and his wife found themselves in a state of concern and unease after hearing what the researcher had said. They were both a bit troubled and uncertain, grappling with a sense of worry as they absorbed the information. On the flip side, Minji found herself wrestling with her own set of worries, the weight of concern bearing down on her shoulders as she grappled with the dual burden of being infected herself and now absorbing the distressing information shared by the researcher. Jianwu, feeling a surge of determination, approached the researcher with a furrowed brow, questioning why he seemed to be giving up so easily. He told him to take his blood for research and try again on finding the antidote. The researcher said they're not giving up on the research completely, but they also warned not to get too excited. It means they're still interested, but there might be some challenges or changes happening. He mentioned that it's important to divide the sick and healthy people initially. After that, he explained that the cells with the infection are more active during the night, which increases the chance of getting infected. He also mentioned that in these kinds of situations, an outbreak can happen very quickly. Then, he shifted his attention to Minji and asked her directly about her injury. He inquired if she was infected, to which the doctor replied that she wasn't. The doctor then stated that he and his daughter had already contracted the infection. The researcher's astonishment grew as he discovered that a significant majority, precisely 3 out of the 5 individuals in their group, were already infected. This exceeded his initial expectations, causing a heightened sense of worry and concern to permeate his thoughts and considerations. Reflecting on the situation, he found himself contemplating the possibility that perhaps, in hindsight, he shouldn't have permitted them to join the group in the first place. Doubt crept into his mind as he questioned the decision-making that led to their inclusion. Suddenly, Jianhua's attention was seized by a sound emanating from outside. The unexpected noise immediately drew his focus, prompting him to listen intently and be alert to the potential significance of what he had just heard. Driven by curiosity and a desire to investigate, he decided to step outside the room to determine the source and nature of the sound. As he ventured outside, the audible echoes of multiple clattering sounds reached him, originating from a close distance. The distinct noise piqued his curiosity, prompting him to approach the source to unravel the mystery behind the commotion. Shortly afterward, the researcher approached Jianhua and inquired about the issue, asking, "What's the problem?" Upon hearing the clattering sounds, the researcher shared his concern with Jianhua, speculating that the source of the disturbance might be someone observing them from outside, possibly through the windows. The notion of being under scrutiny raised an alarm in the researcher's mind, leading him to consider the potential dangers associated with an unseen presence. Observing Jianhua's response to the potential threat, the researcher noticed that he had drawn his gun. Seeking to alleviate the tension, the researcher reassured him, suggesting that there might not be a need to be overly on edge in the current situation. In response to the researcher's reassurance, Jianhua remained silent. Subsequently, without further delay, they hastily retreated back inside, seeking refuge from the outside noises that had stirred a sense of unease. Despite their swift return to the safety of the room, the sense of unease persisted, as a man from another part of the facility maintained a watchful eye on them. His scrutiny, evident in the fixed intensity of his gaze, added an additional layer of tension to the already charged atmosphere. In an attempt to address the situation and gather essential information, the researcher announced his intention to draw blood from those with antibodies. To ease the tension, he framed it as a simple act of donating blood. The doctor, sensing the gravity of the situation, offered assistance, asking if there was anything he could do to support the process. Expressing self-sufficiency, the researcher assured them that he was accustomed to working independently. He encouraged them to take a seat and rest while he carried out the blood collection process, emphasizing that he could handle the task alone. The researcher mentioned the availability of other empty rooms. He suggested that they each choose a separate room, emphasizing the potential danger of staying together due to the risk of someone getting bitten in close quarters. Nevertheless, the woman swiftly apologized, explaining that she couldn't bear to leave her daughter alone in a separate room. Minji and Jianhua attentively listened as the researcher outlined the plan to designate the fourth floor as a quarantine area. They were instructed not to venture to that floor without explicit permission, underscoring the importance of maintaining strict quarantine measures to contain the potential spread of infection. Jianhua turned his gaze towards Minji, who wore a visibly worried expression on her face, her concern evident through the subtle nuances of her facial expression. Shortly thereafter, the researcher commenced the process of drawing blood from each individual, moving methodically to collect the samples as part of their effort to understand and combat the infection. While Jianhua was donating blood, the researcher, recognizing the formality, reassured him that there was no need for such formalities, pointing out the age difference. He then introduced himself as Kang Hae-soon. Jianhua, in the midst of the blood donation process, earnestly conveyed to Kang Hae-soon that even if he didn't have concern for other infected individuals, he pleaded with him to prioritize the safety and well-being of the three presents in the room. The researcher, taken aback, registered quiet surprise at Jianhua's request. Jianhua expressed a poignant plea, stating that if they could only save one person, he begged for them to prioritize saving his wife first. In response to Jianhua's heartfelt plea, the researcher, Kang Hae-soon, acknowledged the difficult decision ahead. He asserted that if saving Jianhua's wife was the priority, they might have to make the difficult choice to give up on the rest of the infected individuals. Jianhua's face betrayed a mix of emotions in response to Kang Hae-soon's words. The notion of making sacrifices for success, starkly reflecting the harsh reality of their situation, left an indelible impact on him. Subsequently, Sensing the gravity of the situation and the weight of his request, Jianwoo offered a sincere apology for any perceived insensitivity. He soon glanced at him when he mentioned hearing that he also has the antibody. So, Jianwoo asked if they could just inject both their blood with his at the same time. Jianwoo went on to share that the dog he had spotted on the street and the rat undergoing experiments at the hands of the doctor seemed to be the focus of the idea. The doctor, in this context, entertains the notion that administering a substantial quantity of antibody cells through injection could potentially serve as a cure. Following this, the researcher pointed out that for such a procedure, a considerable quantity of blood samples would be required. Nonetheless, he expressed a limitation, mentioning that he had already drawn a significant amount of his own blood, making it impractical for him to contribute any more samples. In response, Jianwoo suggested the idea of the researcher taking more of his blood. However, the researcher responded by explaining that he couldn't take too much from them either. In the ensuing conversation, the researcher elaborated on the testing process, emphasizing a crucial limitation. He conveyed that the outcomes of the test would be applicable to only one individual. Recognizing this constraint, he underscored the necessity of amassing a considerable volume of blood samples to facilitate broader applications or treatments. Continuing the discussion, the researcher mentioned that the child accompanying them, who was infected, had a higher likelihood of a successful outcome in the procedure. However, Jianwoo asserted that his wife would be the first to undergo the process. Jianwoo asserted that he would only consent to providing his blood for the treatment of his wife, making it clear that his blood should not be utilized for anyone else. Awkwardly, the researcher acquiesced to Jianwoo's condition, raising his mask as he did so. Following Jianwoo's agreement, the researcher removed the needle, stating that they had collected enough blood. He suggested that Jianwoo could rest in one of the rooms, assuring him that he would conduct tests on the antibody throughout the night. The plan was to attempt the injection procedure the following day. As Jianwoo made his way out, the researcher lingered with a final message, expressing that if there were any alterations in Jianwoo's decision, or if he had a change of heart, he should communicate it swiftly. In response, Jianwoo entrusted the matter to the researcher, conveying that he would rely on the researcher's expertise. Meanwhile, the researcher took a moment to meticulously arrange his gloves, perhaps symbolizing a focused and careful approach to the forthcoming tasks at hand. Upon exiting, he encountered the doctor outdoors, who, in a moment of evident weariness, released a deep sigh. The sigh could be indicative of the challenges or burdens the doctor might be grappling with in the ongoing circumstances. Curious about the doctor's presence outside, Jianwoo inquired and expressed concern about the potential risk of infection. In response, the doctor explained that he was there with the intention of contributing in some way, underscoring his desire to be of assistance despite the potential risks involved. The doctor reassured him, explaining that he hadn't been infected for an extended period, and the transformation process would take some time. With this information, he encouraged Jianwoo not to be overly concerned about the immediate threat of infection. Moreover, the doctor assured him that he will be careful. Jianwoo cast a fleeting glance at the doctor as the latter proceeded toward the location where the researcher was stationed. This brief exchange of looks might have conveyed unspoken sentiments or reflections on the unfolding events. Observing the researcher, his thoughts harked back to the earlier conversation where the researcher had mentioned the necessity of sacrifices. It seems that he was reflecting on the gravity of the situation and the ethical considerations surrounding the actions they were about to undertake. A sudden thought and confusion gripped his mind. The gravity of the situation and the decisions at hand seemed to prompt a surge of complex thoughts and uncertainties within him. Seated on the bench, Jianwoo found solace in watching videos featuring moments shared with his wife. Perhaps seeking a source of comfort or a brief escape from the challenging circumstances, he immersed himself in these nostalgic recordings. Suddenly, the ring of his phone disrupted the tranquil moments of reminiscence as Jianwoo's attention swiftly shifted. It was his wife calling, redirecting his focus to the present and injecting a touch of urgency into the contemplative atmosphere. Responding promptly to the call, he hurriedly walked towards his wife and inquired if she was having trouble sleeping. In response, Minji shared that sleep eluded her on this occasion. Minji, noticing the camcorder in his hands, asked if they could take a moment to watch the recorded videos together. In light of not feeling tired, Minji proposed that they engage in a conversation for a while. This desire for dialogue hinted at a shared moment of connection, providing an opportunity for them to share thoughts. Meanwhile, the infected continued to roam behind the sturdy metal gate, serving as a stark reminder of the external challenges and dangers persisting in their immediate surroundings. Despite the proximity of the infected on the outside, Jianwoo and Minji continued their conversation. Despite the looming threat outside, Jianwoo and Minji managed to find a shared moment of laughter. As they laughed together while watching their videos, it was a poignant reminder of the power of connection and the ability to find joy in each other's company, even amid challenging and uncertain circumstances. In the midst of their shared laughter and video watching, Jianwoo and Minji stumbled upon the footage capturing the moment when Jianwoo surprised her with their first dog, Sebi. The mood took a somber turn as Minji was suddenly overcome with sadness upon seeing their dog in the video, realizing that the beloved pet had recently passed away. Jianwoo, aware of the painful truth, acknowledged the reality of their dog's demise. Suddenly, a wave of emotion overcame him, and he trembled while clutching the camcorder. Feeling the emotional weight of the situation, Jianwoo admitted to Minji that he was tired and expressed a desire to rest. The mixture of grief and exhaustion likely contributed to his need for a moment of respite from the challenging events unfolding around them. Unexpectedly, Minji noticed someone approaching Jianwoo from behind. Startled by Minji's warning, Jianwoo turned around to see the approaching figure, and he was taken aback by the unexpected presence. Minji's cautionary words heightened his awareness, prompting him to be cautious and attentive to the potential threat. Before he has a chance to spin around, the individual's position behind him swiftly delivered a blow to his head which caught him off guard. Due to the events that unfolded, he finds himself gradually slipping into unconsciousness, the result of the preceding actions that have taken place. To the great surprise of the researchers stationed at the facility, a revelation unfolded, unveiling the identity of the person who, unexpectedly, had wielded a fire extinguisher to strike him on the head. It was the researchers who were observing them earlier. Consequently, Jianwoo found himself rendered unconscious, collapsing to the ground. The surrounding individuals were incensed, their anger fueled by the belief that he might be infected, compounded by the suspicion that he also possessed a firearm. Minji, taken aback by the actions of the people around her, inquired about their intentions concerning Jianwoo. She looked at them surprised of what they suddenly did and panicked what they will do to him. Amidst the collective effort of the people to extract something from Jianwoo, a narrative twist unfolded when, all of a sudden, Minji, who had been observing the scene, began to manifest conspicuous indications of infection. The situation took an unexpected turn as the focus shifted from Jianwoo to the emergence of potential contagion in Minji, adding a layer of complexity to the unfolding events. Out of the blue, Hae-soon showed up, and to his surprise, he caught his professor doing something really bad to Jianwoo. What made it even more shocking was that the professor was telling the people nearby to hurt Jianwoo more before he woke up. The situation suddenly became way more complicated and unexpected. The professor angrily aimed the gun at Hae-soon, a firearm he had acquired from Jianwoo, expressing his displeasure and frustration towards him when he let the infected people in without their consent. Hae-soon was taken aback when the professor, with a stern warning, instructed him not to approach and demanded information about who among them might be infected. The adjacent doctor also exhibited surprise upon seeing Jianwoo lying on the ground. Out of nowhere, Minji, now transformed into an infected, impulsively lunged at them from inside the door, leaving the people around in a state of sudden surprise and shock. The professor, anticipating that Minji had succumbed to infection, admonished Hae-soon, accusing him of recklessness for allowing potentially infected individuals inside. He warned that if such actions persisted, they might have no choice but to abandon the fourth floor. Hae-soon experienced a wave of confusion as the professor questioned whether he had forgotten the sacrifices made by them as researchers. Nevertheless, a palpable shock settled over the assembly, and a hushed stillness followed as Hae-soon, in a moment of revelation, asserted that it was, in fact, they who had forsaken the people. This declaration served to debunk the professor's narrative of sacrificial actions, leaving the group grappling with the weight of this unexpected perspective. He soon further elucidated his point by stating that a significant number of researchers outside the Metal Gate had experienced bites, indicating potential exposure to the infection, yet they had not succumbed to full-fledged infection at that point. However, he went on to assert that instead of aiding those researchers, they simply allowed them to turn on each other in a desperate bid for survival. He soon argued that the very reason they now faced the threat of infection was a direct consequence of their own actions and decisions. Undeterred, the professor kept his gun trained on He Soon and retorted that he was too deeply entangled in the situation, urging him to cease the pretense of niceties, especially in light of the unfolding circumstances. Despite the doctor's urging for him to lower his weapon, the professor remained resolute, cautioning against any approach and revealing that Jianwei had succumbed to unconsciousness. He soon confessed that after sending the researchers away, the guilt weighed on him as the number of people decreased with the fading noise. Not wanting to repeat the same mistake, he let Jianwei's group in. Subsequently, He soon inquired whether the professor shared a similar desire, but the professor dismissed it, accusing He soon of being overly self-centered in the current situation. Maintaining his stance with the pointed gun, the professor asserted that everyone was now forced to endure the consequences of He soon's perceived selfishness. He contemplated the idea of expelling all of them at that moment. Kang He soon was taken aback by the professor's declaration that he intended to eject him from the group. Another man exhibited hesitancy about allowing He soon to remain with the group, but the professor, expressing anger, sternly instructed him to stay silent if he had no desire to face the prospect of perishing alongside He soon. Meanwhile, the doctor intervened, asserting that they wouldn't aimlessly wander and emphasized the importance of continuing their research in a peaceful manner. However, the professor countered, expressing a bleak outlook by stating that they were destined to die anyway, rendering the pursuit of the drug research futile. Their attention shifted when they observed Minji returning to a state of normalcy. Acknowledging her apparent regaining of control, the professor directed them to utilize the elevator and depart, implying that the immediate threat had subsided. Subsequently, He soon took the initiative to retrieve containers of supplies, expressing the intention to provide them before their departure. Continuing to keep his firearm aimed at them, the professor emphasized the urgency of their actions, instructing them to hasten their movements and ensure the swift inclusion of the sample in their provisions before departing. In response to the professor's directive, the doctor found himself compelled to concede and comply with the urgency of the situation. On the flip side, Jianwei lay unconscious on the ground, oblivious to the unfolding events and unaware of the developments transpiring around him. As the confines of the elevator enclosed them, He soon, grappling with a sense of astonishment and perhaps a tinge of betrayal, vocalized his unexpected realization, remarking that he had never entertained the thought that the professors, too, would cast him aside. In a moment of introspection, the doctor offered an apology, burdened by the belief that their actions might have been the catalyst for the current predicament. As the elevator doors slid open on the first floor, a collective sense of apprehension enveloped them, and their only recourse was to fervently hope that the path ahead would be devoid of any encounters with infected individuals as they made their way out. Upon the elevator doors gracefully sliding open, and subsequent to their gentle departure from its confines, they discerned that the environment surrounding them had embraced a tranquil hush. He soon, inquisitively addressing the group, sought assurance regarding the safety of their current location, speculating that the absence of any infected individuals could be attributed to their earlier migration to the fourth floor. With this perceived lull in the threat, there arose a collective sentiment that the moment had arrived, presenting an opportune time for their timely departure. Conversely, upstairs, the professors took proactive measures to block the elevator entrance, strategically placing chairs as impediments. This tactical move was executed with the specific intent of preventing not only the return of Jianwei's group, but also thwarting the potential ingress of any infected individuals. Upstairs, the professors talked about whether it was a good idea to allow He soon's group to leave as well. One of the professors was worried because there was a child in He soon's group, making the decision more complicated. The professor who granted permission for He soon's group to leave expressed the belief that they deserved the opportunity, emphasizing that failing to remove them could potentially lead to the risk of getting bitten by infected individuals in the future. However, much to their astonishment, the lock securing the metal gate suddenly gave way, leaving them in an unexpected and precarious situation. While the professor was instructing the others to discreetly return to their rooms, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. The metal gate crashed, allowing the infected from the other side to breach and enter the premises. The unfolding events caught them off guard, and a sense of surprise swept over them as the infected successfully infiltrated the third floor. With no barriers impeding their advance, the situation escalated as the threat of the infected became more immediate and uncontained. A wave of astonishment washed over them as the infected, in a sudden and unanticipated surge, began rushing towards them, intensifying the urgency and gravity of the situation. In response to the imminent threat posed by the oncoming horde of infected individuals, the professor swiftly raised a firearm, aiming it in the direction of the encroaching infected with the intent to use lethal force. However, his momentary resolve was abruptly shattered by an unexpected turn of events. As he pressed the trigger with the intention of fending off the approaching threat, a startling realization unfolded. No bullets were discharged, leaving him in a state of bewilderment and unexpected vulnerability. Meanwhile, Jianwu awoke, finding himself in a state of surprise while still reclined in a horizontal position. Upon opening his eyes, Jianwu found his vision to be still obscured by a lingering blur. In the midst of this visual haziness, he discerned the figure of his wife, inquiring if he had indeed awakened, all the while his surroundings remaining indistinct. Cautiously rising to a seated position, Jianwu inquired of his wife about their current location and sought an explanation for the events that led to his disorientation. As he gazed at the surroundings, his wife proceeded to elucidate that they had been expelled from the containers located outside the building. This revelation left Jianwu visibly taken aback, a palpable sense of surprise registering on his face. Expanding on the explanation, she clarified that typically, each container housed 2 individuals, while the remaining members of their group were allocated to other containers for accommodation. Perplexed by her explanation, Jianwu, with a puzzled expression, asked for clarification about the mentioned containers. Subsequently, he inquired as to the reason they found themselves in such container accommodations in the first instance. Frustrated, Jianwu expressed his discontent, questioning why she hadn't taken any action and emphasizing the apparent futility of merely staying in the containers. In response, she asserted that they were left with no alternative, highlighting the lack of options available to them. His surprise deepened as she disclosed that one of the researchers had acquired a gun and resorted to using it as a means of intimidation against them to force them to leave the 4th floor, which resulted on them being in the containers. In a moment of realization, he instinctively reached into his pocket and discovered that indeed, his own firearm was conspicuously absent, adding to the growing sense of astonishment and concern. Upon Minji's persistent assertion that the researchers had taken possession of his gun, Jianwu, in a contradicting stance, firmly stated that the absent item was not, in fact, the firearm in question. Expressing his frustration, Jianwu clarified to Minji that the item in question was his camcorder, which had likely been lost during the chaos of the earlier attack. In response, Minji promptly offered words of comfort, understanding the significance of the lost possession and aiming to assuage his distress. Shaking with a blend of frustration and disappointment, Jianwu expressed to Minji that she could have been more careful, wondering aloud how they could have let the camcorder slip away during the earlier commotion. As he voiced his concerns, she gazed at him with a blend of emotions, realizing the significance of his statement. The camcorder, now lost, held a treasure trove of their shared moments and memories captured in videos. Attempting to provide solace, she extended a comforting gesture, urging him to refrain from placing blame upon himself, emphasizing that such a situation wasn't characteristic of him. Despite her attempt at reassurance, a sense of hesitation lingered in her demeanor as she conveyed her commitment to supporting him. Simultaneously, she openly questioned what her role should be when he found himself in such a distressed state. In response to her suggestion of capturing more videos, Jianwu spoke up, offering his perspective on the matter. He articulated that his current emotional state stemmed from the realization that they couldn't create more videos, and a profound sense of regret weighed heavily on him. As Jianwoo continued to grapple with his distress, Minji remained silent, her gaze fixated on her reflection in the window, contemplative and seemingly absorbed in her own thoughts. In the midst of her contemplation, Minji discerned the reemergence of her own symptoms, signaling the return of a personal struggle that demanded her attention. The resurgence of her symptoms brought a welling of emotions, causing tears to stream down her face as she closed her eyes. Meanwhile, an abrupt change in weather manifested itself as rain began to fall outside. Observing the rain pouring outside, Jianwoo cast a glance towards Minji, who sat on the floor. In a moment of reflection, he extended an apology for the words he had uttered earlier, recognizing the impact they may have had on her. However, as he extended his apology, Jianwoo couldn't help but notice an unusual change in Minji's demeanor. She appeared to be trembling, displaying signs of inner turmoil and evident struggle. Reacting swiftly, he made close contact with Minji, offering reassurance and comfort. In an effort to uplift her spirits, he encouraged her to cheer up, emphasizing his support during this challenging moment. In a moment of heightened emotion, as Jianwoo firmly grasped Minji's shoulders and asserted that it wasn't her fault, she reciprocated by gripping his hands. In this poignant exchange, his name escaped her lips, uttered with a blend of vulnerability and connection. With a determined tone, she conveyed that they were still very much alive, questioning why Jianwoo would express such despairing sentiments when they had not yet succumbed to death. After she cautioned him not to utter similar remarks because they were still very much alive, he lapsed into silence. It seemed her words had a profound impact, prompting him to refrain from making such comments in the future, recognizing the importance of being mindful of their continued existence. Following that conversation, a hush descended upon them, creating a poignant moment of silence. Meanwhile, outside, the rain persisted in its steady pour, adding a soothing backdrop to the contemplative atmosphere that enveloped them. Meanwhile, in the adjacent container where the doctor and the researcher were situated, the keen-eyed researcher observed that a persistent rain had been gracing their surroundings for the past few days. As the doctor focused intently on the microscopic details through the lens, the researcher, inquisitive and thoughtful, found their mind wandering to the perplexing question of why the rain was falling so relentlessly, especially considering it wasn't the designated rainy season. In response to the researcher's pondering gaze, the doctor offered words of comfort. With a confident tone, the doctor assured the researcher not to worry, affirming that the overcast sky and relentless rain would soon give way to clearer weather. The doctor's words made the researcher quiet. The researcher looked at the doctor silently, thinking about what was said. There was a pause in their conversation, and the air between them felt thoughtful. While looking at Jianwoo's blood under the microscope, they saw something impressive. His blood showed strong protection against the infection. The infected cells in his blood had been completely eaten up, and there were hardly any left. The doctor was taken aback when, out of the blue, the researcher suggested that they could initiate the blood transfusion experiments as soon as the rain subsided. This unexpected proposal caught the doctor off guard. Confused by the sudden mention of blood transfusion experiments, the doctor asked the researcher what he was talking about. The doctor had initially thought they were working on a special drug. The researcher, realizing they hadn't clearly explained the transfusion plans before, it became a moment where he needed to clarify and make sure they were on the same page about their research goals. Following the doctor's inquiry, the researcher offered an explanation, hearkening back to an earlier conversation in the research lab. He clarified that the existing conditions posed significant challenges to the research and development of a drug, emphasizing the extreme difficulty attributed to both the available personnel and the nature of the blood sample they were working with. The researcher explained that they weren't sure if the current method would work, and people's lives were in danger. He suggested that using Jianwoo's blood was the best choice they had at the moment. The doctor, thinking about this, realized they might not have enough of Jianwoo's blood if they wanted to help everyone who needed it. The researcher agreed with the doctor's worry about not having enough blood. That's why they had decided to give Jianwoo's blood only to Minji. This decision left the doctor confused, wondering why such a specific choice had been made and raising more questions about their plan. However, the doctor countered by stating that his daughter had a higher success rate in the experiment, proposing that they should carry out the procedure on her. The researcher agreed, expressing a similar sentiment, but highlighted the limitation that he couldn't guarantee it since it wasn't his blood to decide upon. Following the discussion about conducting the experiment on the doctor's daughter, the researcher cast a concerned gaze at the doctor. Subsequently, the researcher shifted his attention towards the blood sample placed on the laboratory refrigerator. The researcher grappled with the complexities of the situation and sought insights from the tangible representation of their research materials. Suddenly, a forceful knock reverberated through the door, capturing their immediate attention. The researcher quickly opened the door and found a woman outside. He asked her what was wrong, curious about the reason for her urgent knocking. In a concerned manner, the woman conveyed with a worried expression that her daughter was currently in a severe and critical condition. Her facial expression and words emphasized the urgency and gravity of the situation. The doctor was taken aback by the surprising revelation from his wife, who informed the researcher that their daughter was experiencing difficulties in breathing. Initially, he had perceived it as a potential outburst. With the unexpected news of his daughter's struggle to breathe, the doctor's expression shifted to one of deep concern. While everything else was happening, Jianwoo and Minji talked. He asked if Hae-soon got kicked out too. Minji said yes, explaining that it happened because of what they did and she felt guilty. Jianwoo expressed a shared sense of guilt, acknowledging the weight of their actions. He then inquired about the blood samples, asking if they had brought them along. Minji confirmed that they had indeed brought the samples with them, providing Jianwoo with a sense of relief. As he began expressing his thoughts about feeling a sense of hopelessness, his words were abruptly cut off. In an abrupt pause, he halted his speech, realizing that she was still quivering. With genuine concern, he inquired whether she remained nervous, to which she confirmed that indeed, the anxiety still lingered within her. Following that, she proceeded to elucidate, suggesting that perhaps the persisting unease stemmed from her not being in a stable and positive state the previous night. While she elaborated on her feelings, he observed her attentively. In his contemplation, he conjectured that her current experience might be linked to an infection, leading him to harbor the notion that time was running out for some urgent resolution. He stood up and said he'd check if she could try a blood experiment to help her before things got worse. Wondering what kind of experiment it was, she asked. He explained that they were planning to do some tests with his blood to see if it could help her. Following his explanation, she raised the question of whether the other individuals accompanying them would also be subjected to experiments. Upon hearing her inquiry, a momentary hush descended upon the conversation as he found himself grappling with uncertainty, his thoughts navigating the potential response. In the wake of the pregnant silence, he decisively moved towards the door, breaking free from the contemplative moment. Expressing his belief that the others would indeed be subjected to similar experiments, he conveyed a sense of urgency as he encouraged her to accompany him promptly. However, just as he implored her to join him promptly, he added a brief request for patience, instructing her to wait a moment while he took the initiative to go ahead and verify the situation before involving her in the process. The rain continued to pour relentlessly outside as he ventured forth to ascertain the specific container where the researcher was stationed. While he was busy trying to find the right container, he suddenly noticed something important outside. This made him stop and take a moment to think before continuing his search. His attention was drawn to a group of individuals outside, and to his alarm, he discerned that many among them were infected. Notably, he observed a peculiar amalgamation wherein some of the infected were accompanied by soldiers. This revelation prompted a cascade of thoughts, leading him to ponder whether the infected individuals came from the shelter. He thought about the soldiers who were supposed to control the infected, but now they themselves had become infected. This made him wonder if, in such a situation, everyone might have faced serious danger, as the soldiers couldn't fulfill their role in preventing the spread of the infection. This revelation triggered a cascade of contemplation within him, prompting profound thoughts as he observed the infected individuals and soldiers. Resuming his quest to locate the designated container, He walked on, his mind continuing to churn with reflections. As he treaded forward, a realization struck him. The scenes unfolding around him bore an eerie resemblance to a scenario one might associate with the onset of an apocalypse. Continuing his journey towards the researcher, he pressed on until he reached his destination. With a sense of anticipation, he swung open the door, only to come face to face with the researcher awaiting him on the other side. In response to the researcher's inquiry about his well-being, Jianwoo assured him that he was indeed all right. Without hesitation, he proceeded to broach the subject, querying whether they could proceed with the blood transfusion experiment at that very moment. Jianwoo, expressing a growing concern over the escalating frequency of his wife's outbursts, earnestly conveyed the urgency of conducting the transfusion without further delay. The researcher, confronted with this plea, remained momentarily rendered speechless. Perceptive to the researcher's apparent difficulty in responding, Jianwoo sensed an unusual demeanor. Disturbed by this observation, he directly inquired about the whereabouts of his blood sample, detecting a deviation from the expected norm in the researcher's behavior. In a subsequent revelation, He soon disclosed that other individuals had visited the researcher earlier, shedding light on a previously undisclosed aspect of the unfolding situation. Elaborating on the circumstances, he clarified that Hannah, being younger, appeared to be in a more precarious state than his wife. Consequently, he took the initiative to provide the blood sample for her transfusion, prioritizing the urgency of her situation. Upon hearing this revelation, Jianwoo was instantly rendered speechless, a palpable wave of irritation coursing through him in response to the unexpected turn of events. Fueled by a surge of frustration and urgency, he swiftly took action, seizing the nearest available tool in his quest for resolution, the fire extinguisher. With determination etched on his face, Jianwoo stormed out of the container, brandishing the fire extinguisher, leaving Hae Soon visibly surprised by the sudden and unexpected course of action. In his hurried pursuit, he made his way towards the doctor and his family, a resolute conviction shaping his actions. Amidst the urgency, a realization struck him. He couldn't afford to dispense the blood indiscriminately, because it was reserved exclusively for his wife's transfusion. Undaunted by the challenge, Jianwoo directed his course towards the doctor's container. However, just as he poised himself to unlock it, a jolt of surprise coursed through him as he realized that even the doctor's refuge was sealed shut. Facing the unexpected hurdle, he redirected his attention to the open portion of the container, where an unfolding scene met his gaze. His own blood, intended for his wife's transfusion, was being administered elsewhere, sparking a tumult of emotions within Jianwoo. Upset and worried about his wife, Jianwoo hit the door with the fire extinguisher. The loud noise made the doctor's family feel uneasy and concerned. In the midst of the escalating chaos, Hannah continued to endure distress, her condition remaining critical as she underwent the transfusion process. Feeling a sense of frustration, he observed with a mix of emotions as his own blood was being transferred to others, prompting him to reflect on the nature of humanity. Pondering the reasons behind the widespread need for such transfusions, he found himself tightly clutching the fire extinguisher. Hae soon conveyed to him that intervening at that moment was futile, emphasizing that it was already too late to halt the ongoing process. Instructing him to allow Hannah to complete the blood transfusion, this directive further fueled his growing anger, intensifying the emotional turmoil within him. He told him that stopping it now won't help because there wouldn't be enough blood for his wife. Hannah and Minji could be in danger too because they wouldn't have enough blood in their bodies. This made him even more upset and conflicted about what to do. He strongly encouraged him not to intervene, acknowledging the unfortunate circumstances he was facing. Instead, he suggested patiently waiting, at the very least, to witness the outcomes of the ongoing process before making any decisions. Nevertheless, Jianwoo remained persisted in his desire to breach the door, disregarding the advice given to him. His determination to intervene persisted despite the counsel to wait and observe the unfolding events. At that point, he instructed Hae soon to step aside, making it clear that he intended to use the fire extinguisher to forcefully strike the door. His frustration and urgency drove him to take matters into his own hands, despite the potential consequences and the advice given by others. A resounding and impactful bang echoed throughout the container, reverberating in the confined space as he persistently attempted, time and again, to breach the door using the fire extinguisher. Observing Jianhua's repeated and forceful attempts to break through the door, Hannah's father became increasingly concerned that Jianhua was determined to forcibly enter the space. Feeling the weight of the situation, his wife expressed her worry and sought guidance on the next steps. In response, he rose from his seat, his mind actively searching for a solution. With a decisive tone, he instructed his wife to persist with the ongoing transfusion, emphasizing that all efforts would be in vain if they were to abruptly halt the process. In a tense turn of events, the doctor, sensing the escalating tension, seized a knife, contemplating that if Jianhua were to push him to the brink, he would have to defend himself. Witnessing her husband clutching the knife, his wife was taken aback and gripped by a mixture of surprise and concern. The unexpected sight of the knife in his hands heightened the anxiety, leaving her uncertain and worried about what actions he might be contemplating. In a sudden twist, as the doctor turned around to face his wife, she discerned a startling transformation taking place. To her astonishment, she realized that he was undergoing a transformation into an infected individual in that very moment. The revelation left not only his wife but also the doctor surprised. Unexpectedly, Jianhua managed to successfully open the door, a sudden turn of events that caught everyone by surprise. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly stepped into the container. Entering the container, Jianhua called out to the doctor, asking him directly what he needed him to do in this critical moment. This marked a significant point in the unfolding events, as Jianhua, now inside, sought clear instructions and responsibilities in the midst of the tense situation. To his astonishment, Jianhua found himself taken aback as the doctor, now fully transformed into an infected individual, charged towards him with a sense of urgency. Overwhelmed by fear, Jianhua's instinct for self-preservation kicked in, and he readied himself to defend against the charging infected doctor. Gripping the fire extinguisher tightly, he prepared to use it as a makeshift weapon to fend off the imminent threat. Reacting swiftly, Jianhua hurled the fire extinguisher at the charging infected doctor, disrupting his momentum and causing a loss of balance. The unexpected projectile temporarily halted the doctor's advance. In a moment of surprise and realization, Jianhua processed the fact that the doctor, now turned into an infected, had been caught in the midst of his transformation. His surprise heightened as he observed the knife on the ground, leading Jianhua to entertain the notion that the doctor, in his transformed state, might have been preparing to engage in a physical confrontation rather than seeking dialogue or resolution. Seizing the opportunity while the doctor remained off balance and stationary, Jianhua decisively picked up the knife from the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side of the unfolding drama, the doctor continued to grapple with the effects of the transformation, displaying evident signs of the ongoing turning process. His wife, concerned for the doctor's well-being, inquired about his condition and earnestly implored him to regain his senses. Suddenly, the doctor's wife discerned a shift in her husband's behavior as he gazed at them. The noticeable change in his demeanor raised a sense of alarm, prompting her to recognize that something was strange. In a chilling turn of events, the doctor, her husband, signaled his intention to bite and lunged toward her, poised to charge. Overwhelmed by shock and fear, the woman felt a fierce determination to shield her child from the imminent threat. Reacting swiftly, she covered her daughter, embracing a protective stance as the doctor, now in a transformed and aggressive state, prepared to charge at them. In a swift and decisive move, Jianhua took immediate action, seizing the transformed doctor to prevent the impending attack on the woman and her child. With a forceful maneuver, Jianhua banged the doctor's head to the side, a tactical action aimed at subduing the aggressive advance and neutralizing the immediate threat. Expressing gratitude for Jianhua's intervention, the woman suddenly noticed a change in his demeanor, detecting that he was about to take further action. Her shock deepened as she observed Jianhua preparing to stab the doctor. Reacting swiftly to prevent further escalation, the woman hurriedly seized the knife, intervening to stop him from carrying out his intended action. With the knife in her hand, the woman pleaded fervently with Jianwei, urging him not to proceed with his intended course of action. In the midst of the charged atmosphere, he remained silent, contemplating the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, the doctor, in his transformed state, loomed dangerously close, posing a threat of biting Jianwei's hand. Jianwei found himself in a state of both surprise and shock when he witnessed the rather unexpected and startling scenario of the doctor, instead of providing assistance or comfort, bizarrely biting his own hands. The doctor's bite exhibited a formidable strength, firmly clamping onto Jianwei's hands. As this unusual encounter transpired, Jianwei, with a fixed gaze, observed intently as the doctor continued to bite down on his hands, the pressure of the grip prompting a sense of discomfort. Overwhelmed by an intense wave of shock, he found himself unable to fathom or believe the unfolding events. The sheer incredulity of the situation left him in a state of disbelief, grappling with the surreal nature of what was happening before his very eyes. Suddenly, he remembered what the doctor had said about the antibody. The doctor mentioned that the person might get completely infected, and there were unknown factors that could lead to various accidents. This recollection added to his surprise and confusion, making the situation even more uncertain and unsettling. Meanwhile, the researcher patiently waited outside, curiosity building as they pondered the events unfolding within the container. The sense of anticipation grew, leaving the researcher eager to unravel the mystery of what transpired inside. As he watched the child and the woman going through a tough time, he started thinking, if he got infected from the strange bite, he wouldn't be able to give his blood to his wife. This made the situation even more worrying for him. Out of the blue, the doctor released his bite from Jianwei's hands, and droplets of blood began to trickle down. In the aftermath, the doctor, seemingly perplexed and puzzled, gazed at his own actions, raising questions about the confusion that gripped him in the aftermath of the biting incident. A sudden shock overcame him as a profound thought and realization dawned on him. He had indeed bitten Jianwei's hands. The gravity of this revelation struck him with a jolt, prompting a mix of astonishment and disbelief at his own actions. Jianwei proceeded to offer an explanation, recounting that he had lost consciousness, and during that state, he unintentionally bit him. The scenario persisted, with Hannah still undergoing the transfusion process. In the aftermath of the unusual incident, the doctor, recognizing the unintended nature of his bite, extended an apology to Jianwei. Amidst the tension, the doctor, displaying a sense of responsibility, then sought input on the next course of action, inquiring about the collective decision-making process moving forward. Jianwei rose from his seat, a medley of emotions evident in his demeanor. With a blend of determination and perhaps a hint of apprehension, he declared that the doctor took away his blood that was intended for his wife. In a moment of resolve, Jianwei extended his reach towards Hannah, attempting to retrieve the blood that had been drawn, expressing his intention to provide it for his wife's benefit. However, a sudden change came over him as he gazed at the child. In that moment, his motion to reach for the blood abruptly halted, as if a new realization or consideration had dawned upon him, introducing an unexpected pause in his intended course of action. Subsequently, he closed his fist, abruptly ceasing the action he had been on the verge of taking. Following the cessation of his actions, a profound silence enveloped Jianwei. He entered a contemplative pause, allowing a myriad of thoughts to flood his mind. In that moment of stillness, the weight of numerous considerations and reflections seemed to occupy the mental landscape, rendering him temporarily speechless. Subsequently, the doctor became aware of Jianwei's intention to depart, a revelation that took him by surprise. Despite the doctor's attempt to call out his name, Jianwei persisted in his departure, continuing to make his way towards the exit. Outside, the rain continued to pour, creating a steady rhythm against the backdrop of the unfolding events. He soon remained in the external realm, a witness to the ongoing situation. As Jianwei stepped into the rain-soaked environment, an unexpected wave of numbness enveloped him, and he found himself immersed in a profound sea of contemplation. In a hushed manner, he directed his gaze towards the wound on his hands. He soon offered to help by suggesting wrapping Jianwei's wound, but he, in turn, inquired whether the results could be obtained immediately. Hae-soon reassured him that the process of obtaining the results wouldn't be excessively time-consuming. She went on to emphasize that regardless of the outcome, he wouldn't be able to provide any more blood. In reply, Jianwoo expressed that he simply needed Hae-soon's assistance to ascertain whether the antibody was still present, underscoring his intense desire to gain clarity on this particular matter. Hae-soon, in response to his request, couldn't shake off a sense of unease and concern that enveloped her, recognizing a subtle shift in his demeanor that added to the overall complexity of the situation. Shortly afterward, they returned to the confines of their container. Jianwoo, visibly restless, fidgeted with a mix of anticipation and perhaps anxiety, his attention fixated on the wound on his hands. In a contemplative silence, he directed his gaze towards the wound. Following the moment of reflection, he carefully arranged the bandage that had been applied to the injured area. Taking a seat in a corner, Jianwoo inquired of Hae-soon about how much longer would it take. Hae-soon responded, acknowledging that the process was extending beyond initial expectations, but reassured him that the awaited results should be imminent. Hae-soon then conveyed that there were no discernible changes. Expressing his thoughts on the matter, he remarked that at this point, either the virus or the antibody cells should have exhibited some noticeable movement. Not long after, Hae-soon made an unexpected discovery while peering through the microscope. This revelation sparked curiosity in Jianwoo's mind, prompting him to wonder about the nature of the unexpected observation made by Hae-soon under the microscope. Abruptly, their focus shifted from the microscopic revelation to a loud noise that suddenly erupted outside, capturing their attention. Baffled by the sudden commotion, they found themselves contemplating the source of the noise and speculating whether it could possibly be the arrival of the police. In the subsequent moments, Jianwoo pondered the disheartening possibility that each and every one of them had met their demise. Experiencing a wave of relief, Hae-soon conveyed to Jianwoo her observation that the presence of the police suggested a rescue mission. Nonetheless, Jianwoo harbored a different perspective on the notion of being rescued, entertaining a more skeptical and nuanced interpretation of the unfolding situation. A sudden shiver coursed through him as a vivid recollection surged into his consciousness. It was a moment frozen in time, back when they were in the throes of escape. The memory resurfaced of the police, in their frantic attempt to grapple with the unfolding crisis, broadcasting over their radios a suspicion that the group might be the origin of the infection. His memory flashed back to a harrowing moment when soldiers, armed and resolute, unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon their vehicle, poised to end their lives in a perilous and desperate attempt to survive. Conversely, outside the confines of the facility, the echoes of gunfire reverberated, casting an ominous undertone and signaling the intensity of the unfolding events. In a surprising turn of events, it became evident that the source of the gunfire was, indeed, the police themselves, positioned in the same location as them. The law enforcement officers were actively engaging in a firefight against the infected, prompting a shared sense of wonder among the group about how the infected had managed to advance to such a proximity. Engaged in observation, the police meticulously scanned their surroundings. One of the group members speculated aloud, pondering whether the infected had successfully infiltrated the research institute as well. A moment of realization dawned upon the other officer when he saw something while observing. Over on the opposite side of the fence, they spotted a container. The presence of a light inside caught their attention, leading them to conclude that someone might be present within the container. Meanwhile, Jianwoo compelled Hae-soon to conceal himself, leaving Hae-soon perplexed and questioning the unfolding events and Jianwoo's actions. The police, in the midst of the tumult, raised their voices and declared that any survivors should make their way through the window. Jianwoo divulged a startling revelation, asserting that the police had intentions to eliminate them. In stark contrast, Hae-soon, grappling with disbelief, insisted that the police presence was for their rescue and salvation, unable to fathom the gravity of his claim. In response, Jianwoo countered with a declaration of his own confusion, stating that the lack of communication and the imposed quarantine had left them in the dark about the unfolding situation, rendering him unaware of the true nature of the events transpiring outside. He added that if the police learned they were infected, they might not make it out alive. When Jianwoo expressed his skepticism to Hae-soon, suggesting that blind belief and trust were not advisable in their predicament, Hae-soon lapsed into a contemplative silence, grappling with a myriad of thoughts. A somber silence persisted among them. In the midst of this silence, Hae-soon, recognizing the need for reconciliation, offered an apology to Jianwoo for the blood infusion incident. Simultaneously, he urged him to compose himself and take a look of their surroundings. Hae-soon told him that they were in a really bad situation, comparing it to a dangerous pit. Hae-soon asked Jianwoo to trust him and believe what he was saying. Moreover, he held onto Hae-soon's clothes tightly, showing how serious the situation was. Hae-soon then made a promise to cure Jianwoo's wife. He urged him to seek safety, assuring him that once they were out of danger, Jianwoo could express his frustration in any way he deemed fit, be it hitting him, killing him, or taking any other action he felt necessary. Furthermore, Hae-soon told Jianwoo not to worry. If there was a fear of being mistaken for infected and getting shot, Hae-soon promised to come up with a good explanation to convince the authorities. He assured him that he had it under control, and there was no need for him to be concerned. While they engaged in conversation, the police persisted in their examination of the area, repeatedly shouting inquiries to ascertain if there were any survivors in the vicinity. Observing the container, the police deliberated on the prospect of entering and investigating. However, one of their colleagues suggested that it might be better to wait outside, considering the circumstances. Emphasizing the heightened risk, the individual stressed the presence of scattered corpses outside and deemed it excessively perilous to venture into the area, advocating for caution and safety. Subsequently, they contemplated the disconcerting possibility that the research institute had likely fallen victim to the infection. While one of the police officers persisted in shouting, his companion urged him to refrain from making noise. In a moment of surprise, the officer then noticed something. Out of nowhere, an infected dog charged towards them, taking them by surprise. Fortunately, a protective fence intervened, preventing the potentially perilous encounter from escalating further. The relentless barking of the first dog persisted, and to compound the situation, another infected dog emerged, approaching from a different direction, specifically through a window. A sense of shock enveloped them as the realization set in that the infected had breached the premises and were now inside. The police, equally taken aback, turned their attention toward the unfolding situation, the sudden shout capturing their startled focus. One police officer wanted to shoot, but his fellow officer stopped him. Subsequently, he advised his colleague to listen attentively while the rain continued to pour down. He pointed out that there likely were numerous infected individuals inside the area, and with the ongoing rain, the sounds of their movements could be muffled. Cautioning against firing any shots, he reasoned that doing so might attract the attention of all the infected in the vicinity. Their surprise heightened when they discovered the presence of an infected dog but no sign of any survivors. Sensing the urgency, his companion implored him to refrain from provoking the infected dogs any further. The realization dawned that the last remaining research institute had become desolate, creating a somber atmosphere among them. A sense of surprise enveloped him as he observed something being thrown over the fence. The object landed, and upon closer inspection, they discovered it was a researcher's work tag. Puzzled, they wondered about how it ended up there. The law enforcement officers were taken aback and filled with astonishment when they observed an individual peering through the window of the containers. His comrade inquired about his activities, questioning what he was engaged in, and subsequently advised him that it was imperative for them to depart promptly. He hastily sprinted toward his colleague, urging him to cast a glance at the researcher's work tag, and emphatically conveyed that it was essential for them to promptly report the matter to the higher authorities. In the identification tag that he presented to his comrade, it was revealed to be Kang Hae-soon's identification, wherein a pivotal message was inscribed indicating the discovery of a vaccine. The inscription explicitly communicated the urgent need to dispatch assistance and prompted them to swiftly seek help. Initiating the motorcycle's engine as they embarked on their journey to report, they harbored the hopeful notion that their messages had been effectively received by the survivors. Continuing on their path, they proceeded with the intention of reaching out for assistance, prepared to make the necessary calls for help. Jianwoo couldn't shake off the disquieting thoughts provoked by Hae-soon's revelation about discovering a vaccine on his ID tag. He mused aloud, contemplating how the police would respond upon unraveling the truth of this significant discovery. Out of the blue, Hae-soon posed a question to Jianwoo about how he managed to avoid catching a cold so frequently during his younger years. Jianwoo, caught off guard by the unexpected inquiry, remarked on the abrupt nature of the question. In response, Hae-soon shared that his own susceptibility to colds as a child was the reason behind his curiosity. Elaborating further, Hae-soon explained that over time, his cells gradually acclimated to the exposure to colds, leading to a strengthening of his immunity. As a natural consequence, the body's resistance to diseases also heightened in tandem with this adaptive process. He went on to say that watching his own cells made him think of what he was talking about earlier. He pointed out that the cells could still notice the differences between viruses and antibodies, which, in simple terms, means they can identify and react to different types of germs. Moreover, he says that as immunity gets stronger, powerful white blood cells keep attacking the virus. This continuous attack helps the body slowly build up antibodies, kind of like when you fight off a regular cold. Adding to his explanation, he mentioned that the infectious virus wasn't much of a threat to him anymore, which is why they could observe numerous changes. Jianwoo sought confirmation and directly inquired if his had indeed developed immunity against the virus. Confusion enveloped Jianwoo as Hae-soon conveyed that his cells only needed to undergo one more phase before reaching the pinnacle of immunity, a level essentially similar to that achieved by a vaccine. While Hae-soon continued to elaborate on the vaccine, Jianwoo's train of thought took an abrupt turn as he suddenly pondered the current time. Hae-soon noticed Jianwoo didn't seem happy about the news, so he asked why. Jianwoo looked out the window and said he needed to check on his wife first, shifting his attention to his personal concerns. Subsequently, Hae-soon, expressing concern, noted that the current moment might not be the most suitable time for Jianwoo to check on his wife. Peering outside, they witnessed dogs gnawing on a lifeless body, prompting Hae-soon to express worry. He advised Jianwoo that it would be prudent to await the arrival of the rescue team before taking any action. Hae-soon was taken aback when Jianwoo revealed that his wife might be in jeopardy if she was alone. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, he insisted that he needed to bring his wife with him to the safety of the container. Continuing the revelation, he disclosed that both his wife and Hannah were infected nearly simultaneously. He inquired if Hae-soon hadn't noticed the condition his wife was in as well. With a sense of urgency, he proceeded to open the door, signaling that he needed to depart promptly to attend to the critical situation. Quietly and cautiously, he opened the door and cast a gaze at the infected dogs, assessing the potentially perilous situation outside. In a hushed tone, Hae-soon whispered a cautionary message to Jianwoo, advising him to exercise caution and be careful in his impending actions. Observing the surroundings, Jianwoo realized that the number of infected individuals within the building was not insignificant. It dawned on him that he had been so preoccupied with other concerns that he had momentarily overlooked this critical aspect of the situation. As he made his exit, Jianwoo's eyes caught sight of a gun nearby, adding an unexpected element to the unfolding scenario. His attention became fixated on the gun, diverting his focus towards this unexpected discovery. Contemplating the necessity of obtaining the gun, he made a silent decision to retrieve it. With deliberate care, he stealthily advanced to secure the firearm. After careful maneuvering, he successfully picked up the gun. However, much to his surprise, his astonishment grew as he observed a diseased dog voraciously consuming the decaying remains. In an instant, he abruptly halted his movements, instinctively placing a restraining hand over his mouth to stifle any inadvertent sounds that might draw the attention of the contagious dog. While he was in the midst of muffling any potential noise by covering his mouth and endeavoring to evade detection by the infected dog, a peculiar turn of events unfolded. The diseased dog abruptly ceased its gruesome task of gnawing on the flesh. To add to his astonishment, the canine pivoted in his direction, casting a penetrating gaze upon him with a menacing growl resonating through the air. In the very moment when the dog seemed poised to launch an aggressive charge, a sudden burst of gunfire erupted, precisely aimed at the advancing canine. The well-aimed shots forced the dog to halt its menacing advance. Concerned for his safety, Hae soon went out to check on him. However, much to their collective surprise, another dog swiftly approached them, sprinting in their direction. In response, Jianwoo swiftly raised his firearm, pointing it directly at the oncoming dog, poised and ready to discharge a shot if necessary. In the midst of these events, a person with a leg injury limped towards the vicinity of the fence, drawn by the reverberating gunfire and the sight of yet another dog succumbing to the impact of a bullet. Upon witnessing Jianwoo and Hae soon in action, the injured person couldn't help but wonder, expressing disbelief at the existence of people in such a seemingly desolate and challenging environment. In that pivotal moment, Hae soon's eyes locked onto the figure on the other side of the fence, and a sense of relief washed over him. With a discernible optimism in her voice, she turned to Jianwoo and remarked that it seemed like help had finally materialized. The unexpected presence of another person in that desolate place sparked a flicker of hope amidst the tension. Reacting swiftly to the potential beacon of assistance, Hae soon raised her voice in a loud shout, attempting to redirect the attention of the person towards them. In contrast, Jianwoo, ever vigilant, remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching figure. In a sudden twist of realization, Jianwoo's eyes widened as he discerned the identity of the approaching individual. To his shock and dismay, it became evident that the person was none other than the squad leader of the soldiers who had previously sought to harm them in the vehicle. A palpable sense of astonishment enveloped the air as Jianwoo and the squad leader locked eyes, a moment pregnant with surprise and mutual recognition. The unspoken tension between them hung in the balance. In a sudden realization, the squad leader's eyes widened with recognition as he pieced together the puzzle of Jianwoo's identity. It dawned on him that Jianwoo was the very man he had witnessed making a daring escape during the chaotic onslaught by the infected. Reacting swiftly to the imminent threat, Jianwoo instinctively seized Hae soon, pulling her with urgency as he swiftly dodged to avoid the impending gunfire from the soldier. Despite pulling the trigger, much to his dismay, the soldier's shot missed its mark as Jianwoo and Hae soon evaded the oncoming gunfire. Puzzled and contemplative, the soldier couldn't help but wonder if Jianwoo had intentionally concealed himself in that specific location, skillfully avoiding the lethal trajectory of the bullet. Nevertheless, his focus was abruptly diverted towards the building as a peculiar noise emanated from within, compelling him to shift his attention from the failed attempt to apprehend Jianwoo and Hae soon. His eyes widened in alarm as he observed that the building was teeming with infected individuals, their presence transforming the structure into a perilous haven of imminent danger. A hush descended upon him, rendering him momentarily speechless, his gaze fixed on the building, absorbing the gravity of the situation unfolding before him. Meanwhile, Jianwoo and Hae soon found themselves grappling with the unfolding chaos, seeking refuge behind a container. The struggle was intensified by Hae soon's injured hand, adding an additional layer of challenge to their predicament. Hae soon, as he was holding his injury, got really mad and was frustrated when the soldier shot at them. She worried that they might be treated like they're infected. Jianwoo just stared at him, thinking about what to do next. Jianwoo, after checking to see if the soldier was still around, contemplated in his mind that whatever the soldier might say or claim would be futile. He had a strong intuition that this person was not to be trusted. However, in an unexpected turn of events, his surprise escalated when another gunshot resonated in their direction, intensifying the already tense situation. The military personnel experienced a sense of frustration due to the limitation of being unable to aim directly at the target, given the circumstance that they were constrained to shoot only from behind the fence. Jianwoo instructed Hae soon to rise from his current position and inquired about his ability to move. Expressing the importance of assessing the severity of Hae soon's injury, Jianwoo conveyed that if the ailment proved to be minor, it would be advisable for them to make their way back to the containers. Additionally, their surprise heightened as the sound of gunfire persisted, remaining continuous and unexpected. Jianwoo found himself pondering the actions of the soldier, questioning the motives behind the continuous gunfire and why the soldier persisted in shooting at them. Notably, Jianwoo observed with curiosity that the soldier showed no inclination to advance in their direction. a detail that intensified his sense of wonder and intrigue. The soldiers steadfastly kept their firearm aimed directly at them, exhibiting a resolute determination to discharge it in their direction. Their collective surprise reached a zenith when they discerned that the soldier, contrary to their initial assumption, had not aimed their weapon at them. Rather, the soldier's focus was squarely fixed on the building, intentionally directing gunfire to shatter windows and induce a cascade of broken glass. Due to the consequence of the shattered glass, an unforeseen development emerged. The infected individuals within the building gained the ability to peer outside through the broken windows. As a result, a disconcerting scenario unfolded wherein the infected, previously confined within the building, began protruding their heads through the shattered openings. Hae-soon and Jianwoo found themselves taken aback as an infected individual unexpectedly plummeted from the window. Hae-soon, visibly startled, involuntarily exclaimed "brother" upon witnessing the descent of the infected. The infected entity descended to the ground, and Jianwoo and Hae-soon stood transfixed, their gaze unwavering as they observed the unsettling spectacle of its fall. Recognizing the pressing nature of the situation, Jianwoo swiftly assessed the heightened urgency and conveyed to the others that it was imperative to expediently seek refuge within the container. The emergence of an infected individual descending from the window underscored the immediate need for a rapid retreat to enhance their safety. Furthermore, in an unfolding sequence of events, the infected individuals who descended from the window not only landed on the ground but proceeded to charge toward the fence located up front where the soldier was positioned, incessantly discharging gunshots. The sound of gunfire acted as a magnet, drawing the attention of the infected. Subsequently, the soldiers shifted their aim to a different direction, targeting the container where Jianwoo, Hae-soon, and others sought refuge. The resounding report of the gunfire echoed, adding a palpable tension to the already precarious situation, as the soldiers' actions raised questions about their intentions and the safety of those sheltering within the container. Just as they were on the verge of entering the container, Jianwoo, who remained outside, keenly observed a disconcerting development. He noticed that one of the infected individuals had turned its gaze in their direction. The infected individual steadfastly maintained its focused gaze on them, prompting Jianwoo to urgently instruct Hae-soon to hasten their entry into the container. Subsequently, the soldier became aware that one of the infected individuals was diverting its course, moving towards a different location. This observation added a layer of complexity to the unfolding situation, as the soldier's attention shifted to monitor the movements of the infected. In the pivotal moment just before the soldier intended to discharge their weapon at the approaching infected beyond the fence, a realization struck. The soldier had depleted their ammunition, discovering that their firearm was now devoid of bullets. Now confronted with the perilous situation of being unarmed and defenseless, the soldier found himself besieged as the horde of infected individuals closed in on him, their relentless advance leaving him with limited options for self-preservation. Simultaneously, on a contrasting front, one of the infected exhibited aggressive behavior by attempting to forcefully strike the door of the container where Hae-soon and Jianwoo sought refuge. Overwhelmed by the intensifying danger, Hae-soon succumbed to panic and vocalized his fears, expressing concern about the possibility of their demise. However, in an attempt to offer solace and rally their spirits, he quickly followed up by suggesting that they must endure for a little while longer, holding on to the hope that a rescue team might arrive. On the flip side, Jianwoo thought about something. He wondered if they ended up not making it, it would be because of those infected creatures. This made him worry about his wife and how these events could affect her. Suddenly, Jianwoo pivoted and called out urgently to his wife, who lay near the window. In a loud voice filled with concern, he warned her of the imminent danger, emphasizing the peril of being close to the window. The forceful shout from Jianwoo jolted Minji, who was grappling with the symptoms of infection and experiencing evident distress. Abruptly awakened, she found herself breathing heavily, struggling for breath. Meanwhile, the soldier positioned outside redirected their attention towards the infected individual vigorously assaulting the container. With swift and precise action, the soldier took aim and fired a shot directly at the head of the oncoming infected, neutralizing the threat and momentarily quelling the immediate danger at the container's entrance. Everyone was surprised when they heard the gunshot, Hae-soon, who was already panicking, got even more scared. Jianwoo, worried about Minji, found out that Minji, despite struggling, thought she heard a rescue team arriving, bringing a bit of hope to the tense situation. Subsequently, another infected individual emerged, vigorously striking the window and peering inside. To their astonishment, they realized that it was their professor who had compelled them to evacuate from the 4th floor earlier. Hae-soon, taken aback, found himself in a state of surprise at this unexpected revelation. Jianwoo, in a compassionate gesture, sought to comfort Minji, who was in a distressed condition. He expressed his apologies for not returning sooner, providing an explanation that he had to urgently give blood to Hannah and was unaware of the extent of Minji's suffering during that time. Upon Minji's acknowledgement of Jianwoo's commendable act of donating blood to Hannah, he responded by reaching out and gently holding her hand. However, he was trembling when he said that his blood was all used up. Feeling a sense of concern, Minji extended her hand toward Jianwoo. Overwhelmed with emotion, Jianwoo found himself in tears as he apologized to Minji. In response, she offered understanding and comfort, assuring him that explanations were unnecessary in that moment. Adding to the complexity of the situation, a continuous and unsettling presence persisted as the infected individuals continued to roam outside. Once more, the soldier redirected his focus, taking aim with their firearm, this time targeting both the container and the encroaching infected individuals as it was blocking the way in the container's window. When Minji touched his face, he felt how cold her hands were. This made him pause and wonder why he was going through all of this. Afterwards, he found himself contemplating the value of rescuing a child he had encountered only a few times. The thought lingered in his mind, questioning whether the effort was truly worthwhile. Additionally, he pondered the potential scenario of the virus developing resistance, recognizing the necessity of discovering a renewed solution in such an eventuality. While cradling his wife in his arms, an internal dialogue unfolded as he grappled with the pressing question of what actions he could take to rescue her from whatever peril she faced. Simultaneously, Minji, sensing his inner turmoil, shook him gently and inquired about his well-being. Concern etched across her face. Meanwhile, the infected individuals persisted, casting an eerie presence as they lingered outside the window, a haunting reminder of the immediate and ongoing threat that surrounded them. The soldier got mad because the infected were blocking his view through the window. In response to his growing frustration, he decided to take action. With determination, he moved towards the window and raised his gun, aiming it directly at the infected individuals who were obstructing his view. Much to the surprise of Minji and Jianwoo, a resounding noise reverberated through the air as the bullet crashed into their window, the unexpected sound amplifying the tension in the room. With the window shattered by the fired shot, a newfound vulnerability emerged as the broken barrier allowed the infected to breach the once secured space, heightening the immediacy and intensity of the threat they posed. Consequently, the infected, seizing the opportunity created by the shattered window, surged forward and infiltrated the room, catching Minji off guard, particularly when she realized that their primary focus was directed towards Jianwoo. Now sprawled across the floor, the infected descended upon the scene, with one of them ominously looming over Jianwoo. A palpable sense of concern and worry enveloped the professor and Minji as they witnessed this dire development, realizing the imminent danger that now unfolded before them. Amidst the precarious circumstances, the professor's sharp gaze discerned the presence of a firearm lying on the floor nearby. Spotting the firearm on the floor amidst the struggle with the infected assailant atop him, Jianwoo, determined and in the midst of the ongoing turmoil, urgently implored the professor to hand over the gun. Nevertheless, the researcher hesitated to relinquish the firearm to Jianwoo, guided by the awareness that the infected individuals might revert to normalcy. With a momentary pause, he counseled Jianwoo to endure just a little longer, reassuring him of the immunity that shielded him from the dire effects of the infection. In a sudden rush of recollection, Jianwoo's mind flashed back to the harrowing incident when he was attacked by the doctor, a traumatic event during which the doctor's child was connected to an amphora infused with his own blood. Remembering that disturbing encounter with the doctor, Jianwoo wondered why he always seemed to find himself in these difficult situations. Feeling exhausted, Jianhua faced the imminent danger of the approaching infected, dangerously close to a potential bite. Physically and mentally drained, Jianhua found himself too fatigued to muster the strength to defend against the advancing infected. Succumbing to exhaustion, he allowed the infected to gain the upper hand in the unfolding confrontation. As the tense situation unfolded, He Soon, filled with concern, noticed the gravity of Jianhua's exhaustion. Holding the gun in hand, he anxiously urged Jianhua to be careful. Out of the blue, He Soon was taken aback as Minji swiftly intervened, surprising everyone by seizing the infected assailant by the neck. In a sudden and unexpected move, she successfully thwarted the imminent danger, putting a halt to the infected attempt to harm Jianhua. Jianhua's astonishment deepened as Minji, in a sudden and unexpected turn of events, decisively sank her teeth into the neck of the infected assailant. His eyes widened with a mix of shock and awe as he observed Minji, her teeth firmly clenched onto the infected flesh. His initial surprise deepened into a state of immobilizing shock as he watched Minji, undeterred, proceed to tear off the flesh from the infected. The gruesome act unfolded before him, rendering him momentarily unable to move. Moreover, he called her name, his voice a mixture of astonishment and concern, as Minji, having risen to her feet, continued to hold the head of the infected in her grasp. Turning her gaze towards Jianhua as he called out her name, Minji's expression revealed a mixture of trembling and worry. Her eyes, filled with concern, conveyed the emotional turmoil within her, adding an additional layer of complexity to the unfolding situation. In a sudden and unexpected turn, Jianhua found himself taken aback as Minji, trembling with emotion, unexpectedly fell onto him. Anxiety heightened in the room as He Soon, holding the gun with a tense grip, interpreted Minji's unexpected move as a potential threat to Jianhua. However, Minji, breaking the suspense, spoke up. Kneeling down and addressing Jianhua, Minji calmly reassured him, advising against overreaction. With a composed demeanor, she conveyed that her primary concern was his safety, asserting that as long as he remained unharmed, she had nothing to lose in the unfolding circumstances. Jianhua, enveloped in a contemplative silence, listened as Minji continued to share her sentiments. She earnestly implored him not to undertake reckless actions on her behalf, emphasizing the importance of him living on and leading a fulfilling life. As Minji shared her heartfelt sentiments, a subtle change took place. Her grasp on Jianhua's hand began to loosen. Surprising Jianhua even further, Minji gradually slumped to the floor, her descent accompanied by a quiet yet impactful thud. His anxiety heightened as he gazed upon her unconsciously, a palpable concern etched across his features. A profound unease settled in his eyes, a reflection of the deep apprehension he felt. He was acutely aware that she had turned, and shortly thereafter succumbed to faintness. The weight of his worries manifested visibly, casting a shadow over the intensity of his gaze, revealing the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. Subsequently, he tenderly reached out to touch her face, his fingertips delicately making contact with her skin. In the midst of this tactile connection, his mind raced with the realization that time was of the essence, a poignant awareness that underscored the urgency of the situation. He Soon, overcome with growing concern, called out his name. Then, Jianhua told him not to worry as the infected is dead and not going to hurt them anymore. They directed their gazes towards the infected individual, and the scene before them suggested an alarming possibility. It appeared as though he had succumbed to the infection, his lifeless state giving a haunting impression of absolute demise. He Soon, grappling with a sense of responsibility, extended a heartfelt apology for the unfolding events, acknowledging that she perceived it as his fault and expressing remorse for any role he might have played in the situation. In response, Jianhua calmly advised He Soon to prioritize contemplating their strategy for handling the infected individuals outside. He fell into a silent contemplation, his emotions a mix of pain, grief, and simmering outrage. On the flip side, the soldier who shot the container questioned whether the infected had consumed the people inside. Realizing he was out of bullets, he now faced the dilemma of determining his next course of action. Subsequently, he reasoned that remaining outside was not in his best interest. With a desire to assess the situation unfolding within the container, he felt compelled to venture inside, driven by a need to grasp the gravity of the circumstances firsthand. Following this line of reasoning, he began to entertain the notion that the individuals within the container might have brought this upon themselves by succumbing to infection. Simultaneously, he recognized the urgency of the situation and concluded that lingering any longer in that perilous environment would be an imprudent use of his time. In an unexpected turn of events, he was taken aback as the infected began to descend from the window of the container, prompting a surge of alarm and heightened vigilance in response to the sudden and unpredictable development. Suddenly, a fire extinguisher initiated an unexpected movement, rolling across the ground with a surprising momentum. Perplexed by the sudden appearance of the fire extinguisher, he couldn't help but wonder about its origin and purpose. His curiosity intensified as the extinguisher rolled toward the entrance of the fence. He stared at the container, trying to figure out what was happening. Out of nowhere, a sudden revelation jolted him as a gun emerged from a window, its aim directed towards an undisclosed target. The unexpected appearance of the firearm caught him off guard, eliciting surprise and a heightened sense of alertness. In a shocking turn of events, the gun discharged, targeting the fire extinguisher and triggering a violent explosion that resonated with a deafening noise. As a consequence of the explosive impact, the force generated by the blast caused the fence door to be slightly opened. Panic seizing him, he reacted swiftly, sprinting urgently toward the entrance to brace the door, fully aware that the infected were now charging, the impending threat intensifying with every passing moment. Engulfed in a struggle, he strained against the door, the weight of the infected pressing against it, his efforts to maintain control becoming increasingly challenging as the relentless force on the other side sought to breach the barrier he desperately fought to uphold. Jianwu figured that by grappling with the entrance, the soldier would be hindered from using his gun against them. He quickly told He Sun to leave, warning about the soldier's potential danger. When He Sun, carrying Minji, expressed worry about leaving him alone, Jianwu reassured H that he would be fine. Concern etched across her face. He Sun, unable to shake off his worry, urgently implored Jianwu to exercise caution and take care of himself amid the escalating danger. Resolutely, they forged ahead on their path, leaving Jianwu alone within the confines of the container. In the midst of their departure, Jianwu cast a fleeting glance toward Minji. A desire to convey a message before their departure welled up within Jianwu, prompting a sense of worry that compelled him to request a brief pause. Urgently, he asked them to wait for just a moment, a hint of concern lingering in his words. However, to his astonishment, the tranquility was abruptly shattered as gunfire erupted, the shot's precision aimed at the window, injecting a sudden surge of tension into the already fraught atmosphere. Despite grappling with the relentless onslaught of infected assailants, the determined soldier persisted in firing shots towards the container. Undeterred by the volley of gunfire echoing around him, Jianwu stoically maintained a contemplative silence. Rising to his feet, Jianwu found himself in a moment of poignant reflection, realizing that amidst the chaos and uncertainty, all he yearned for was a final glimpse of his wife. However, in a decisive act, he chose to release that desire, allowing it to slip away. Inside the container, it was noisy and the lights were shattered. The soldier outside kept firing inside the container and kept aiming at him. Moreover, Jianwu took cover. He began to search the surrounding if there are more weapons. He ponders that he needs to find another weapon immediately as he was almost out of bullets soon enough. He knew that he needs to arm himself immediately. As he was searching, he was surprised to see something inside the infected clothes. Observing the situation keenly, he discerned that nestled within the contaminated garments lay his camcorder, an item inadvertently abandoned during the collective evacuation prompted by the researchers' directive to vacate the 4th floor. Swiftly seizing the camcorder, a surge of relief washed over him as he realized with gratitude that it had not been discarded. The reassurance that it was now safely back in his possession filled him with a sense of contentment. In that moment of contemplation, a sudden wave of introspection enveloped him, prompting him to ponder the possibility of restoring everything to the way it once was. His senses heightened. An unexpected jolt of alarm coursed through him as he heard a concerned voice emanating from outside, expressing worry about him being alone. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the scenario, Hae-soon, cradling Minji in her arms, received counsel from the doctor urging her to enter indoors promptly, emphasizing the perilous nature of the external environment. Abruptly, the doctor's attention was seized by a glimmer catching his eye on a different container. In a tense moment, Jianwoo found himself in a confrontational stance, aiming his gun directly at them. Within the confines of his thoughts, a simmering anger gripped Jianwoo as he harbored resentment toward the doctor for utilizing his blood, originally intended for his wife's benefit. He stared at the doctor and his family, wondering about the doctor's motivations and questioning why he was taking such actions. Out of the blue, the doctor's daughter stirred from her slumber and fixed her gaze upon Jianwoo. His astonishment heightened as he found himself taken aback by the unexpected sight of the child fixating her gaze squarely upon him. In an unforeseen turn of events, he was caught off guard, a moment of startling surprise sweeping over him as he felt the impact of a sudden gunshot. Persisting, the rain continued its rhythmic descent, a steady cadence that seemed to echo the unfolding events with an unyielding constancy. Simultaneously, as the soldier's shot pierced the air, a moment of reflection seized him, prompting a contemplative pause where he pondered the righteousness of his actions, grappling with the morality of the path he had chosen. With deliberate caution, he gradually parted the entrance, his movements measured and purposeful. Armed and focused, he took aim at the encroaching infected with a determined resolve, ready to confront the looming threat with steely determination. Upon swinging open the entrance, he swiftly unleashed a barrage of gunfire, methodically targeting and neutralizing every infected entity that stood in his path. Having successfully subdued the relentless horde, the once menacing infected now lay lifeless and inert on the ground, their threat extinguished by the decisive and effective onslaught. Surveying the building before him, a sense of urgency gripped him as he contemplated the need to swiftly conclude the ongoing confrontation. Entering the building, he thought about how the ordeal would soon be over, feeling a newfound lack of fear towards the infected. Glancing at the containers, a notion of disbelief struck him, and he couldn't help but entertain the thought that what lay before him might be nothing more than an elaborate joke. On the flip side, the people in the container were discussing Hannah's condition post-war treatment. They mentioned a positive change in her complexion, noting that she appeared less pale. However, they decided to conduct a thorough examination to ensure the accuracy of their observations. Their attention then shifted to Minji, and a wave of concern swept through them as they noticed similarities in her situation to the critical state Hannah had experienced earlier. The doctor's family grew anxious, blaming themselves for Minji's deteriorating condition and questioning the decisions made during the crisis. Conversely, Hannah, on the other hand, unexpectedly called out to her mother, leaving her pleasantly surprised by the sudden interaction. They were taken aback by Hannah's sudden recovery, and their surprise was evident. Swiftly, they inquired about her well-being, seeking reassurance and confirmation that she was indeed feeling all right. Expressing relief, the father conveyed his joy to his daughter, assuring her that they had been vigilantly watching over her. In response, Hae-soon gazed at them silently, her thoughts perhaps echoing a mix of emotions in the midst of the tumultuous events unfolding around them. Abruptly, in the midst of their conversation, Minji stirred from her slumber, awakening to the unfolding scene around her. Struggling to rise, Minji managed to stand with visible effort, her first words echoing a concern that permeated the air as she inquired about the whereabouts of her husband. The doctor's countenance registered surprise and concern in equal measure, his emotions mirroring the worry that etched itself onto Minji's face as her thoughts revolved around the safety and well-being of Jianwoo. Simultaneously, on the opposing front, the soldier maintained a relentless assault, firing rounds at the window of the adjacent container with determined persistence. Peering intently through the shattered window, he continued to discharge rounds into the container, his gaze penetrating the ensuing chaos as he sought to ascertain the impact of his relentless barrage. His eyes scanned the interior, revealing an emptiness devoid of any human presence. Fixing his gaze upon the container's door, he discerned the telltale traces of blood prints, sparking a realization that the individuals within may have made a hasty escape. He stepped outside, gun at the ready, checking the adjacent container. The rain made him realize that blood stains could be washed away, adding a layer of complexity to the situation. His attention was drawn to a specific container up front, illuminated by a discernible light. Unexpectedly, his surprise escalated as a sudden cry rang out, echoing the call of a person's name. Acting without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly navigated towards the source of the sound and, with unwavering determination, discharged his weapon in the direction from which the noise had emanated. To his astonishment, the result of his swift and decisive action revealed a surprising twist. The target of his gunfire was nothing more than a harmless camera, the source of the earlier sound. Dumbfounded, he stood there, a mix of confusion and realization sweeping over him as he beheld the camcorder. Oddly, the device continued to emit sounds, capturing snippets of people conversing, adding an unexpected layer of intrigue to the situation. He discovered that the camcorder was playing videos featuring Jianwoo and Minji. In an abrupt moment of alarm, he detected a presence behind him and swiftly pivoted to investigate, only to find Jianwoo already pointing a gun directly at him. Caught off guard and unable to react in time, he found himself at the mercy of Jianwoo, who, without hesitation, pulled the trigger, discharging a gunshot that reverberated through the tense air. The force of the gunshot struck him, causing a swift descent as he crumpled and crashed to the ground, the impact echoing the sudden and harsh turn of events. Swiftly regaining his composure, the soldier raised his gun with a determination to counterattack, poised to respond to the unexpected assault with a rapid and calculated retaliation. However, upon closer observation, he discerned that Jianwoo, despite the earlier aggression, was now visibly injured and incapacitated, rendering him unable to fire his weapon any longer. Jianwoo, visibly panting and in a struggle, realized the unfortunate circumstance that he had depleted his ammunition precisely at a critical juncture. In a sudden turn of events, Jianwoo began to lose consciousness, the toll of the recent confrontation and his injuries taking a decisive toll on his ability to stay awake and alert. The soldier, now on his feet, observed the unconscious figure of Jianwoo sprawled on the ground, a testament to the intense exchange that had unfolded between them moments ago. Pointing his gun cautiously, the soldier shifted his focus towards the illuminated container, surmising that it might be the refuge of the remaining individuals. The realization that he had narrowly escaped danger fueled his anticipation as he contemplated the potential presence of others within the well-lit enclosure. Addressing the situation, he vocalized his thoughts, questioning the origins of the infection and expressing a curiosity about whether the individuals inside the container comprehended the reasons that led them into their current dire predicament. Jianwoo asked why they weren't allowed to leave, and the soldier pointed out that, despite their escape attempts, they seemed to deny any responsibility for the situation. With slow and deliberate movements, Jianwoo, clutching his injury, expressed a vehement desire to tear the soldier to pieces, his words resonating with a fierce determination despite the evident physical toll on his body. However, the soldier remained steadfast, keeping his gun trained on Jianwoo as he laid blame on them, contending that the chaos in the area was a direct result of their presence and actions. In a tense escalation, the soldier pointed his gun directly at Jianwoo's head, the latter still lying prone on the ground, intensifying the gravity of the confrontation. Jianwoo, in an attempt to offer an explanation, conveyed his disbelief that the dire situation had unfolded due to the actions of the dogs. The soldier listened attentively, a sense of incredulity evident in his expression as he struggled to believe the words coming from Jianwoo's mouth. Continuing his narrative, Jianwoo pointedly asserted that it was the soldiers who were responsible for the indiscriminate shooting and killing of innocent people. He vividly recalled an incident like the one involving the school nurse, where they were targeted despite not being infected, painting a damning picture of the soldiers' actions. His recollections further extended to the traumatic memory of the shelter's explosion, compounded by the relentless firing from the soldiers that ensued, leaving an indelible mark on Jianwoo's perception of the unfolding chaos. He recounted how the soldiers, acknowledging the worsening situation, abandoned their efforts to find a solution and opted to lock down the entire area, leaving the people within to grapple with the escalating crisis. In light of the soldiers' apparent abandonment and the chaos that ensued, he directed their blame squarely at the military figures responsible for the unfolding mess. As he continued to speak, an ominous sign manifested as he coughed up blood, a stark indication of the severity of his injuries and the toll taken on his health. A heavy silence settled over the area, punctuated only by the steady drumming of raindrops persistently pouring down, creating an atmosphere laden with tension and contemplation. The soldier broke the silence, stating that they were aware the virus came from the hounds. He justified their actions as an attempt to prevent the virus from spreading, acknowledging their limitations in the face of the escalating crisis. Continuing, the soldier admitted that their primary mistake was allowing the situation to escalate into the extensive and chaotic mess it had become. However, he expressed reluctance, citing the potential repercussions on their fallen comrades' families, anticipating that revealing the full truth could lead to hatred and devastation among those left behind. Continuing, the soldier suggested that if he were merely an ordinary civilian, the public might find some relief. However, acknowledging the unfairness of the situation, he expressed a hope that Jianwu could understand the complex dynamics at play. Jianwu fell into a contemplative silence, his internal thoughts echoing with a sense of self-deprecation as he grappled with a feeling of worthlessness. Seeking solace in the darkness of closed eyes, he succumbed to the weight of his emotions with tears silently streaming down his face. As tears trickled down his cheeks, he gently reopened his eyes, only to close them once more, tightening the grip of his eyelids. As he opened his eyes, he found himself in bed next to his wife. Upon opening his eyes, he observed Minji peacefully sleeping beside him, while their dog nestled on the other side with his wife. Such a sight left him pleasantly surprised and filled with astonishment. In response, he extended his hand, attempting to reach out and gently touch her. All of a sudden, he snapped back to reality when the soldier smacked his hand. The soldier swiftly disarmed him, deftly removing the immediate threat. With a firm command, he instructed the individual to cease any resistance or struggle, emphasizing the need for compliance in the face of the unfolding situation. In response to the soldier's actions and directives, Jianwu offered no verbal retort or visible reaction. The soldier pondered, gazing at Jianwu, realizing he had to eliminate him swiftly. All of a sudden, he became aware of approaching police, both seeing them and hearing their approach from the same direction. Without wavering, he kept his gun aimed at Jianwu. However, in the midst of this tense moment, Jianwu pleaded for him to release. Jianwu conveyed to the soldier that if they allowed them to go, they wouldn't utter a word about the incident. He pledged to comply with any request, emphasizing the critical condition of his almost dying wife. The soldier regarded him with a perplexed expression, torn between duty and the plea for mercy. The soldier rose to his feet, loosening his hold on Jianwu. He peered into the container and laid eyes on Minji. A question lingered in his mind, pondering whether she was the woman Jianwu had referred to. Surprising Jianwu with an unexpected inquiry, the soldier asked whether he had only one family member. In a sudden turn of events, the echoing sirens and flashing lights of approaching police vehicles disrupted the tense atmosphere. The soldier, their expressions marked by curiosity and a touch of bewilderment. The police disembarked from their vehicles and approached the soldier. With a tone of inquiry, they asked him whether he had encountered a researcher in the vicinity earlier. While a portion of the police force remained inside their vehicles, a select few ventured out to evaluate the unfolding situation. The soldier explained that the only individual present was a wanted criminal, emphasizing that upon his arrival, all the researchers had already met their demise. The police, in response, inquired whether the soldier had any prior knowledge of the events that transpired before his arrival. As he cast a slow, contemplative glance around, he clarified that his sole purpose was to suppress the criminal activity. His explanation paused abruptly as the police informed him that they had completed their initial report. Amongst the onlookers, a buzz of conversation and speculation ensued. People exchanged words and gossip, contemplating whether the criminal the soldier mentioned had been attempting to pilfer the cure from the researchers. While the local populace engaged in speculation and gossip, the remaining police officers appeared unfazed by the rumors. Before, the soldier emphasized the importance of others simply listening and following orders. Recognizing the potential for civilian panic, he instructed the police not to contribute to it. Instead, he emphasized the need for collaboration and concerted efforts to address the situation at hand. The soldier proceeded to clean up the infected individuals that they had shot, ensuring that the immediate threat was neutralized and preventing any further harm. As the police officer took a moment to smoke cigarettes, they pondered whether the events that transpired might have been a mistake. In an assertive move, one of the police officers tossed his cigarette toward the soldier, expressing a level of disdain. With a pointed remark, he suggested an understanding of the soldier's perceived character or type. Pressing the point further, he attributed the fault to the soldier's side and stressed the necessity for both parties to join forces in managing and concealing the shared mistake. In a sarcastic gesture, he offered an apology for tossing the cigarette but in front of the soldier. Nevertheless, he stood up and casually remarked to the soldier that he was already dirty. The soldier responded with a silent, contemplative gaze in his direction. After the exchange, visibly irritated, the police departed from the scene. Returning to a more appreciative tone, the police expressed gratitude to the soldier for his efforts and acknowledged his role in apprehending the criminal. Jian's surprise escalated when the soldier, without lowering his gun, alerted the police that there were still infected individuals inside the container. The soldier's vigilance and the revelation added a new layer of tension to the unfolding events. In response to Jian's comment, the soldier clarified that the gesture of letting him go didn't extend to leaving potential threats unchecked. Significantly, the soldier directed his gun towards the container, underscoring the continued need for caution. The arrival of additional police officers through the entrance further intensified the atmosphere. The soldier, acknowledging the delicate nature of the information at hand, conveyed to both Jianwei and the police that their lives could become troublesome if the details of their conversation were to reach a larger audience. He soon shivered involuntarily as the soldier, with a pointed and unwavering demeanor, kept the gun aimed. Inside the container, the mother clutched her daughter tightly, seeking comfort and reassurance amid the palpable tension surrounding them. Jianwei was taken aback by the sudden and unexpected actions of the soldier. In response to the soldier's unexpected actions, Jianwei couldn't contain his frustration and anger. He voiced his displeasure, labeling the soldier a lunatic in the heat of the moment. The police officer, hearing Jianwei's outburst and recognizing the familiar voice, were visibly shocked. In a sudden turn of events, the soldier was caught off guard as a gunshot echoed through the air. The soldier believed he was in a tough spot. The police officer outside fired at the soldier, and his companion was taken aback. To Jianwei's astonishment, the soldier was shot directly, making him fall. Jianwei noticed that the soldier had let go of the gun from his grasp. The gun lay between them, but the soldier hadn't been hit in a vital spot. Meanwhile, the police attempted to prevent his companion from firing. The police outside were also surprised by the sudden gunfire. But soon after, the man calmed down and returned to his seat. He then made a call and told the person on the other end that he had mistaken it for an infected and asked if there was anyone else there. So he admitted to them that it was his mistake. Shortly after, he and his companion got out of the car to assess the situation more closely. He stood behind the other police officers as they surveyed the situation. Meanwhile, Jianwei picked up the gun and did not hesitate to shoot the soldier. As a result, the soldier fell and succumbed to his injuries. The researcher was surprised by what happened and hurried outside. Meanwhile, Minji was still not feeling well. Jianwei burst into tears after shooting the soldier, knowing it was a desperate act of self-preservation. He soon quickly went outside and ran towards Jianwei. By the time he reached Jianwei, the police had already arrived on the scene. But then, another police officer showed up behind them and instructed the other officers not to open fire. He soon quickly approached the officer, asking for help and explaining that he was the researcher they had seen earlier. As he tended to Jianwei's wound, Jianwei squeezed him tightly. Jianwoo told Hae Soon to leave him and go help Minji. However, Hae Soon hesitated, reluctant to leave Jianwoo behind. The soldier hadn't completely died as he was still showing signs of movement. He reflected on his thoughts, realizing he was right not to trust Jianwoo and the others. Suddenly, he heard a child's voice calling out for their father. He looked over and saw Hannah and her father at the same location. Suddenly, he noticed the man was holding a camcorder and wondered if it was recording the scene. Before, Jianwoo still had the strength to keep going. He got up and walked, pondering what his next steps should be in his current situation. Suddenly, Jianwoo spotted Hannah's father. Angered by what Hannah's father had done, Jianwoo raised his gun. He blamed the man for the chaos, accusing him of stealing the blood that was supposed to be for Minji. To his surprise, Hannah's father knelt down and thanked him for saving his daughter. Hannah's father apologized for what had happened, leaving Jianwoo feeling confused. Jianwoo handed the camcorder to Hannah's father and sternly told him not to show up in front of him anymore. He told him to keep the camcorder safe, emphasizing its importance to him. Meanwhile, as the soldier observed the unfolding events, he wondered how Jianwoo could still manage to talk and act with such determination. He gazed at the scene, lost in thought as he pondered the unfolding events. Shortly thereafter, his eyes closed as he succumbed to his physical injuries. In the end, the police called backup and stepped in to help Jianwoo and the others.
Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, give it a thumbs up, leave a comment, and subscribe. And if you'd like to contribute further, you can now buy me a coffee. Every little bit helps in creating more quality content for you. Just click the Buy Me a Coffee link in the description below. And don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss a new video.